Chapter 1. The beginning of the consorts signing in to become stronger. On the Tianyuan continent, in the Dezhou dynasty, within the imperial palace. What on earth is happening? Jiang Ning gazed at the wedding attire adorning his body, then surveyed the decor of the room. It was abundantly clear that he was in the bridal chamber. Having traversed into this fantastical realm for 18 years, Jiang Ning, despite being unable to cultivate due to his physical constitution, possessed an innate beauty that garnered him recognition as the most charming young man in the Tianyuan continent. With the adoration of numerous young ladies, Jiang Ning reveled in opulence, indulging in wine and merriment daily, savoring the pleasures of life without a care in the world. But why had he suddenly found himself in the bridal chamber? Was that woman from yesterday truly a princess of the Dezhou dynasty? As fragments of memory began to coalesce, Jiang Ning gradually pieced together his recent experiences. Yesterday, while he was leisurely enjoying life, a group of men clad in black had come to him, striking without warning. In that perilous moment, a woman appeared and saved him from the brink of unconsciousness. From the way the black-clad men referred to her, it seemed she was indeed a princess of the Dezhou dynasty. Before he could even catch a glimpse of her face, Jiang Ning had succumbed to darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the bridal chamber. Someone attempted to take my life, and then the princess of the Dezhou dynasty saved me, only for her to be captivated by my beauty and wish to marry me. Jiang Ning endeavored to untangle the threads of this intricate situation. Surely, I ought to express my own wishes. The Dezhou dynasty is truly unreasonable. The Tianyuan continent is vast, dotted with numerous dynasties. The Dezhou dynasty, centrally located, boasts the widest expanse of territory and the most formidable national power, in a constant state of enmity with several neighboring dynasties, embroiled in unending warfare. Better to be a commoner in another realm than a wealthy man in Dezhou. If Jiang Ning were a cultivator, it might be different. He did not aspire to possess the might to move mountains or shatter cities. Merely to maintain his own well-being would suffice. Yet, Jiang Ning was merely an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly aspire to be a consort of the Dezhou? Host information scan complete, binding sign-in system. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Is this a system? Before his transmigration, Jiang Ning had read numerous novels and was well aware of what this entailed. Sign-in system, binding complete. In the instant the electronic voice fell silent, a system interface materialized in Jiang Ning's mind. System overview. The host may sign in at any location to receive rewards, the extent of which is determined by the danger level of the sign-in location, with a sign-in interval of 1 day. After perusing the system overview, Jiang Ning pondered briefly. Rewards would be better the more perilous the location. In that case, this bridal chamber certainly felt perilous. Sign in. Jiang Ning decisively chose to sign in within the bridal chamber. Danger level of the sign-in location. 5 stars. Reward obtained. Ancient sacred body. As the electronic voice concluded, the system interface displayed the reward just acquired. Ancient sacred body. Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. The ancient sacred body was a legendary physique within the Tianyuan continent, said to bestow upon its possessor the potential to establish a dynasty and become a sovereign ruler. Activate ancient sacred body. Due to his physical constitution, Jiang Ning had been unable to cultivate for the past 20 years, but now, with the ancient sacred body, he had the opportunity to rise. Integration of ancient sacred body in progress. In mere moments, a sphere of azure light gently fused into Jiang Ning's being. A powerful and extraordinary energy immediately radiated around him. Half an hour later, exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Ning opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt rejuvenated. His muscles, blood, and skin were renewed, and a trace of spiritual energy had begun to manifest within him. From this point forward, Jiang Ning could embark on the path of cultivation, with the potential to attain the might to move mountains and shatter cities within reach. Just then, the door to the bridal chamber creaked open, and a woman entered gracefully. Draped in a resplendent red wedding gown, her elongated figure was accentuated, and her lightly adorned face was as flawless as jade. Her cascading hair seemed to radiate an ethereal aura. She was none other than Yun Liswang, the princess of the Dezhou dynasty. Despite having encountered countless individuals, Jiang Ning found himself momentarily entranced. With such beauty, perhaps this wasn't such a loss after all. Yun Liswang glided towards Jiang Ning, an air of elegance trailing behind her. This sudden turn of events must be quite distressing for you. As the icy words fell from her lips, Jiang Ning's hopes were dashed. Distressed? Jiang Ning blinked, observing Yun Liswang before him, pondering that he was not overly distressed. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Yun Liswang furrowed her delicate brows. Jiang Ning, do you know why you are here? Is the princess intending to take me as her consort? Yun Liswang nodded slightly. Had you not come to the Dezhou dynasty, we would not be trapped in this situation. Trapped together? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a wave of confusion wash over him. So, the princess was not solely drawn to him for his looks? What do you mean by that? I merely came to Dezhou for a visit out of the blue. Someone attempted to take my life. I recall you saved me, and then I awoke here in the bridal chamber. Yet we are both clad in wedding garments. Why? As these words escaped him, Yun Liswang's expression darkened considerably. Ultimately, it is indeed due to your striking appearance, the renowned beauty of the Tianyuan continent, a convenient excuse. Jiang Ning grew increasingly perplexed. What exactly were Yun Liswang's intentions? Though the Dezhou is powerful, the imperial authority is waning. As a princess, my marriage has long been arranged. Yet, I am unwilling to comply. So I sought you, the most handsome man in the Tianyuan, as a shield. Previously, your absence from the Dezhou meant no issues arose. However, your sudden arrival has prompted those scheming against me to plot against you. They intend to eliminate you and force me into compliance with their designs. Since this matter arose because of me and concerns your life, I could only act swiftly to save you and hastily marry you. This way, I preserve your life while finding some solace for myself. Upon hearing Yun Liswang's account, Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Yun Liswang had used him as a shield to achieve her marital freedom, yet those coercing the princess sought to eliminate him, thwarting her plans. Yun Liswang did not wish for Jiang Ning to perish because of her, thus saving him and marrying him. Ultimately, her quest for marital freedom remained unfulfilled. With my current abilities, I can only protect your life within the palace. Should you wish to leave, I fear the consequences would be dire. Now that we are wed, you are the consort of Dezhou, destined for wealth and luxury at your beck and call. However, any further matters, do not expect too much. At that moment, Jiang Ning perceived Yun Liswang as a pitiable figure. It seemed that within the flourishing Dezhou dynasty of the Tianyuan continent, even the royal family acted with utmost caution, treading as if on thin ice. He mused that he was better off living freely, indulging in the pleasures of life. Now, having inadvertently become a consort, he had lost his freedom. Yet upon reflection, as Yun Liswang had stated, living as a consort would still afford him wealth and luxury. Moreover, he had awakened the Sinan system. If given time, he could depart Dezhou, escaping the machinations of those people Yun Liswang had mentioned. During the period of his strengthening, it was likely that Yun Liswang would also strive to protect herself for the sake of her reputation. With this in mind, what was there to worry about? Very well, I can assist you. Jiang Ning made his decision. Assist me? Yun Liswang raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, we shall help each other. I seek wealth and luxury, while you desire to cultivate in peace. Neither of us owes the other anything. Furthermore, you need not feel any remorse. This matter bears some responsibility on my part as well. After all, who asked me to be so handsome? Upon hearing his tone, a peculiar expression crossed Yun Liswang's face. Ahem. Jiang Ning felt a touch embarrassed and asked, So, what shall we do next? Yun Liswang replied, I shall cultivate. If you tire, please rest at the door. At the door? Do you intend to venture outside into the courtyard? Even now, Yun Liswang had yet to regard Jiang Ning as her husband. Very well, the door it is. Jiang Ning reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 2. The Five Elders of the Cabinet. Ascension of Realms. The night was cool, adorned with twinkling stars. In the imperial palace of the Dezhou dynasty, within the imperial study, the five esteemed elders of the cabinet known as the most significant ministers of the Dezhou, gathered here, forming a stark opposition to the emperor, Yun Dingtian, who sat enthroned in the dragon chair. The elder did not flinch in the face of the emperor's imposing presence, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, the princess' impulsive marriage tarnishes the dignity of our Dezhou. How can you permit such recklessness? Shuang'er is the pearl of my, matters of marriage must prioritize her wishes." Yun Dingshan's spiritual energy surged, seemingly intent on suppressing the elder's authority. "Your Majesty, while Jiang Ning is hailed as the most handsome man of the Tianyuan, he is, in fact, a waste incapable of cultivation. Have you considered the future of our Dezhou dynasty in hastily agreeing to the princess' marriage? Indeed, Your Majesty, the elder speaks wisely. Please deliberate further. Shall we allow the princess to govern alongside a waste? General Huan has proven his mettle in battle, achieving great feats, and has already reached the Void Realm. He and the princess are indeed a match made in heaven." The 5 elders united in council, causing the atmosphere in the Great Hall to grow increasingly turbulent with spiritual energy. Enough. In the coolness of the evening, Yunding Tian proclaimed, "The princess has already entered her chamber. This matter is thus settled and cannot be altered." Upon hearing these words, the 5 esteemed elders fell silent, exchanging glances. The Grand Elder then spoke, "Your Majesty, in light of this, I propose that we summon the champion Marquis to the imperial capital, bestow upon him titles and honors, and have him assist Your Majesty in managing the affairs of the realm." "We second this motion." The other elders chimed in promptly. Yunding Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "As the elders have previously mentioned, the champion Marquis is indeed a valiant warrior. His contributions at the borders will be of greater significance. While he shall certainly receive titles and accolades, let us defer his entry into the capital until he achieves a few more victories. It is late. You may all retire." With that, Yunding Tian waved his sleeve and departed, the aura of the imperial study gradually subsiding. The 5 elders remained, lingering in the room. "Grand Elder, what shall we do now?" one of them inquired. The Grand Elder's expression was grave as he remarked, "Since His Majesty returned from the campaign against the Chu dynasty, his aura has been unstable, suggesting he has sustained injuries. Were it not for his cultivation at the Divine Wheel realm, he would no longer be worthy of the imperial throne. However, the champion Marquis possesses extraordinary talent. Within a decade, he will surely ascend to the Divine Wheel realm. At that time, as for that son-in-law, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate him soon. Keeping him around is a disgrace to our great Zhou dynasty." Within the bridal chamber, Yun Liswang sat cross-legged on the bed, her aura coalescing into strands, flowing according to a unique spatial rule. Beneath the bed, Jiang Ning, having just merged with the ancestral sacred body, was gradually attempting to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. Ah, how wondrous is the spiritual energy between heaven and earth! No wonder everyone aspires to tread the path of cultivation. Experiencing the spiritual energy for the first time, Jiang Ning, filled with awe, began to draw the energy into his body. The energy that entered transformed into spiritual power, flowing gently through his meridians. The meridians of the ancestral sacred body were all unobstructed. Just a modicum of spiritual power was sufficient to awaken his entire being. The Yuanmai realm, first level. In mere moments, Jiang Ning broke through, officially becoming a cultivator. Cultivators possess 9 major realms: Yuanmai, Dongfu, Guanhai, Tianyang, Yupu, Taishu, Xinluan, Lingxiao, and Shengzuan. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. Ordinary individuals require 3 years to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and ascend to the Yuanmai realm. Those with exceptional talent might achieve it in about a year, while renowned geniuses may take several months. Yet, Jiang Ning succeeded in mere moments. This is the might of the ancestral sacred body. Having ascended to the first level of the Yuanmai realm, Jiang Ning followed Yun Lishuang's example, sitting cross-legged and repeatedly circulating his spiritual power, striving towards the second level of the Yuanmai realm. As time passed, dawn broke. Yun Lishuang opened her eyes after meditating, exhaling a breath of impure air. Habitually, she shed her garments, gracefully stepping off the bed and approaching the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, having not rested throughout the night, was immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly hearing a sound, Jiang Ning opened his eyes, and the sight before him elicited an involuntary exclamation. Ah, this. Realizing the implication of his words, Yun Liswang quickly reacted. She was now married, and she was not alone in this room. In an instant, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, enveloping Jiang Ning entirely. The relentless force of the spiritual energy blasted him out of the room. Bang! Jiang Ning had no opportunity to resist and was unceremoniously thrown out of the bridal chamber, landing heavily in the courtyard. The door slammed shut in an instant. You shameless fiend! Once Jiang Ning regained his composure, he voiced his confusion. How can this be my fault? Yun Liswang did not respond. Feeling helpless, Jiang Ning, upon awakening, proceeded to sign in for the second time. Signing in at this location, although situated within the Great Zhou dynasty, Jiang Ning had no place to go except for the courtyard where Yun Liswang resided, so he could only sign in here. The system promptly responded. Danger level of the signing location, 5 stars. Reward, Celestial Grade Level 5 Battle Technique. Taiwan Shattered Heaven Finger. Celestial Grade Level 5 Battle Technique. In the Tianyuan continent, battle techniques are categorized into 3 grades and 9 tiers, with higher-ranked techniques possessing greater power. Using Taiwan Shattered Heaven Finger. Taiwan Shattered Heaven Finger is now being learned. Before the words finished, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. A colossal hand seemingly emerging from the ancient past, manifesting within his consciousness. Tai Huang Shattered Heaven Finger. 1 finger shatters heaven and earth. 2 fingers quake mountains and rivers. 3 fingers slay creatures. 4 fingers break the firmament. 5 fingers shift the cosmos. Jiang Ning circulated his spiritual power throughout his body, silently reciting the incantation. And with a surge of strength, he focused his energy into a single finger. A tremendous force converged, and though this finger lacked full power, it possessed the might to shatter the heavens. What an incredibly powerful battle technique! Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaim. This was merely the first finger of Tai Huang Shattered Heaven Finger, and Jiang Ning was still only at the first level of the Yuanmai realm. Should he unleash the 5th finger of Tai Huang Shattered Heaven Finger after enhancing his own cultivation, who knows what might transpire? At that moment, the door opened, and Yun Liswang, now dressed in a fresh set of clothes, stepped out gracefully. Jiang Ning gazed at her at that moment. She resembled a delicate crescent moon, or a flowering tree adorned with snow, her exquisite features breathtakingly ethereal. Do not leave this courtyard, Yun Liswang instructed without meeting Jiang Ning's gaze, seemingly quite embarrassed. What shall I eat and drink? There are no servants in this courtyard. Jiang Ning, dispersing his spiritual power, questioned her. Yun Liswang remained silent, taking steps away from Jiang Ning. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow slightly. She bore a heavy heart, it seemed, a burden that weighed heavily upon her as a woman. Chapter 3. The princess's seclusion and her father's instructions. Early in the morning, the Emperor Yun Dingtian summoned his son, Yun Liswang, with urgency to a secluded chamber of the palace, as Yun Liswang hastily approached. The emperor's furrowed brow began to ease. Liswang, you have just ascended to the 7th level of the Jade Purity Realm last month. Has the power of the Thunder Flame within you diminished? Yun Liswang shook her head and replied, it has not weakened. Each time I break through a realm, that Thunder Flame force rampages within me, and if I am not careful, it could backfire, with a hint of helplessness. Yun Dingtian acknowledged the pain his daughter endured, as he had no remedy for her plight. Liswang, if I were to grant you 3 years, do you believe you could ascend to the Void Realm? Taken aback by this proposition, Yun Liswang considered that if the Thunder Flame power were absent, she could achieve the Void Realm in no more than 2 years. However, she had already stated that the Thunder Flame power had not diminished. Yet her father still expected her to ascend within 3 years. Father, what has happened? Yun Liswang inquired, puzzled. Yun Dingtian shook his head and opened his palm, channeling his spiritual energy, that a black seal emerged from his hand. Radiating a peculiar light that evoked a sense of heavy oppression. Is this the Black Prison Soul Curse? Yun Liswang gasped. With a sigh, Yun Dingtian explained, A year ago, I led an army to conquer the great Chu dynasty. And upon my triumphant return, I was ambushed by the celestial emperor of the Chu that I managed to slay him. But I fell victim to this black prison soul curse for an entire year. I have exhausted every method to dispel this curse, but to no avail. Moreover, instead of elevating my cultivation, it has been regressing. Yun Li Suang was utterly shocked to learn that her father, who possessed the cultivation of the divine wheel realm, was suffering so greatly. But father, if you, with your divine wheel cultivation, cannot remove this curse, how can I possibly assist after ascending to the void realm? She said, feeling despondent that at this point, I no longer expect to rid myself of this mark. I require your ascension to the void realm for another purpose. The 5 elders of the cabinet harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards me. For the time being, my divine wheel cultivation allows me to suppress them. However, I sense that I can hold out for no more than 3 years. After that, my cultivation will inevitably fall to the void realm. If the cabinet becomes aware of this, they will undoubtedly rally behind the champion marquis, which would be exceedingly detrimental to our royal family. Having spoken, Yun Dingtan appeared forlorn. Thus, you wish for me to ascend to the void realm to confront the champion marquis and safeguard the dignity of the royal family? Yun Dingtan nodded, his gaze filled with hope. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation. 3 years hence, I will undoubtedly ascend to the void realm. Indeed, it is a hardship for you, having just wed your beloved. Yet you must undertake this, Yun Dingtian said with a tinge of guilt. That is of no consequence that I do not place great importance on marriage. I merely wish to avoid marrying the champion marquis. Yun Li Suang replied. Yun Dingtian was not surprised by her response. He had long understood her sentiments. Yun Li Suang was naturally strong-willed, having attained the 7th level of the Jade Purity realm at just over 20 years of age. Had it not been for the overshadowing presence of the champion marquis, she would have rightfully claimed the title of the greatest talent in the great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, the one she admired would undoubtedly be stronger than herself. Certainly not someone incapable of cultivation, that I in the afternoon. Yun Li Suang returned to her courtyard, that I'm back. When can I eat? As practitioners reach the Tianyang realm, they can subsist on the essence of grains. Yet Jiangning, still at the Yuanmai realm, must rely on food to sustain his bodily functions. That I have something to tell you. I will be entering seclusion and will not emerge for approximately 3 years. When I do, I will find a way to send you away, and at that point, we shall have no further ties. Seclusion for 3 years? Jiang Ning struggled to comprehend. Just after marrying, must I remain here alone? Yun Li Shuang's gaze hardened. This is my decision. No one can change it. Very well, you may enter seclusion, that I shall guard this empty residence. Jiang Ning responded helplessly. Upon hearing the term empty residence, Yun Li Suang paused momentarily before saying, It is my fault to place you in such a perilous situation. The Tio make amends. I shall grant you a protective mark, which may save your life in times of danger. That a protective mark? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Before he could respond, Yun Li Shuang's spiritual energy surged, and a mark swiftly took shape, embedding itself into Jiang Ning's forehead in an instant. You cannot cultivate, so how could you, at that moment? As the mark fused into Jiang Ning's forehead, Yun Li Suang sensed a trace of spiritual energy within him. What is the purpose of this protective mark? I feel a presence within me, Jiang Ning said, somewhat dazed. Yet, there was no time for further inquiry. She had said what needed to be said. Remain in the palace. Do not venture outside. Furthermore, if the cabinet approaches you, do not engage with them. With that, Yun Li Shuang's figure dissipated, vanishing in an instant. What was that? What is the cabinet? Hey, where did she go? Jiang Ning pondered, touching his forehead in confusion. Not long after Yun Li Suang departed, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. Prince Consort, are you in the courtyard? Prince Consort. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, realizing they were addressing him. Upon opening the courtyard door, he was greeted by a young girl carrying an exquisite food box. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, dressed in palace-made attire, with 2 playful horn braids adorning her head. How charming, she exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Ning's delicate features. Jiang Ning was accustomed to such reactions. Who are you, and what do you want? The girl hurriedly presented the food box, saying, Prince Consort, my name is Air. I have been sent by the princess to attend to your meals and daily needs. I see. Please come in. The aroma of the food wafted from the box. Jiang Ning could hardly contain his anticipation, but he accepted the food and seated himself beneath a pavilion in the courtyard. Inger followed closely behind, her gaze occasionally drifting to Jiang Ning's face. That he truly is handsome. What did you say? Nothing, Prince Consort. Please enjoy your meal. At her age, it was natural for Inger to be captivated by such a handsome young man. Jiang Ning, feeling faint from hunger, paid little mind and began to eat voraciously. Suddenly, he recalled what Yun Lishuang had said before entering seclusion and grew curious. Inger, do you know why the princess is entering seclusion? Replying to Prince Consort, I do not know. Do you have any knowledge of recent events outside the palace? I do not know that either. Reflecting on it, Jiang Ning recognized that Inger was merely a young palace maid and likely lacked awareness of such matters. Do you know what the cabinet is? I do not know about that either. This time, however, his expression shifted slightly. However, I do have some knowledge about the cabinet, she said, nodding. Please enlighten me. Inger replied. The cabinet was established by our great Zhou's founding emperor after the nation was formed, as a residence for the 5 meritorious officials. Each of the 5 elders is a formidable practitioner at the divine wheel realm, collectively known as the 5 elders of the cabinet, for hundreds of years. The 5 elders have dedicated themselves to the great Zhou, strategizing and achieving great feats. The cabinet's status has grown immensely, and while it serves the great Zhou, it possesses a level of authority that sometimes allows it to act independently of the emperor's commands. 5 divine wheel practitioners. Jiang Ning exclaimed, astonished. This was undoubtedly the trump card that enabled the great Zhou dynasty to dominate the entire Tianyuan continent. Moreover, since the cabinet could act independently of the emperor's orders, it was clear why Yun Lishuang had advised him to avoid them. Nevertheless, Yun Lishuang had also mentioned that as long as he remained within the palace, he would be safe, regardless of the cabinet's power. They would not dare to commit murder within the palace, would they? Thus, Jiang Ning concluded that he needed only to cultivate his strength within the palace, awaiting Yun Lishuang's return from seclusion. Very well. I have finished eating. That if you have no further business, you may leave, Jiang Ning said as he put away the food box. To ASU command, Prince Consort, that I shall arrive earlier tomorrow to bring you some clothing. Inger replied respectfully. Understood, you may go. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and Inger departed. Chapter 4. Sign-in and growth. The champion marquis arrives after Inger left. Jiang Ning began his cultivation, that a robust surge of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, creating ripples in the air. With a downward motion of his fingers, the mountains and rivers trembled. Great desolate shattering finger. Second finger. For an ordinary person, practicing the great desolate shattering finger would undoubtedly result in backlash. However, Jiang Ning, possessing the ancient sacred body, faced no such fears. Absorbing spiritual energy, he circulated it through his meridians. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ning's cultivation was making breakthroughs that as the night passed. He reached the 3rd level of the Yuanmai realm and signed in once more. The peril level of the sign-in location was rated 5 stars, yielding the reward. 5-star spiritual pill. Gathering spirit primordial pill. Pills are graded from 1 to 9 stars, with higher star ratings indicating superior quality and greater efficacy. The gathering spirit primordial pill condenses the primordial force of heaven and earth, gathers spirit energy, and connects with the spiritual meridians. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning swallowed the gathering spirit primordial pill. Given his unique constitution as an ancient sacred body, he was entirely unfazed by the pill's backlash. That as the elixir entered his system, it transformed into an exceptionally pure primordial spiritual power that enveloped him. Jiang Ning estimated that this primordial energy would be sufficient for him to ascend to the 7th level of the Yuanmai realm. After 2 hours, Jiang Ning opened his eyes, now firmly at the 7th level of the Yuanmai realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling invigorated and revitalized. Judging by the time, Inger should be arriving soon with his garments. Before long, Inger appeared, bearing exquisite clothing and a beautifully crafted food box. Your Highness, here are your clothes and meals, she said. After a day apart, she again gazed at Jiang Ning's refined visage, a hint of fascination lingering in her expression. Thank you very much, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Inger, flustered, responded, I am merely following the princess's orders. You need not thank me, Your Highness, Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Please, do not rush off just yet. Wait until I finish my meal, and then accompany me for a stroll. I have been cooped up in this courtyard for too long and find it rather tedious." "Understood. I shall obey," Inger said, her tone compliant. Thus, after Jiang Ning finished his meal, he departed the courtyard under Inger's guidance. Wandering within the Grand Palace, it must be said, the imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty was indeed magnificent, with its jade towers and resplendent halls. Periodically, he would encounter patrols of soldiers, from his cursory observation. Their lowest cultivation level was at the sea-watching realm. Yun Lishuang had mentioned that as long as one remained within the palace, their life would be secure. Jiang Ning contemplated that in the future. He could sign in at various locations within the palace, ideally seeking out places with a peril level of 9 stars, as they would surely yield greater rewards. After meandering through the palace for over an hour, Jiang Ning returned to the princess's courtyard and began to cultivate in silence. From then on, Jiang Ning rose early each day to practice, and after meals, would accompany Inger to explore the palace while completing his daily sign-ins. At a location with a danger level of 6 stars, he received the reward, Heavenly Flame Divine Dragon Armor. At a location with a danger level of 7 stars, he received the reward, Surging Abyss Clear Snow Sword. At a location with a danger level of 8 stars, he received the reward, Silver Moon Realm Wind Bottle. As seasons changed, a year slipped by. Throughout this time, Jiang Ning followed a nearly identical routine of cultivating, dining, signing in, and cultivating again. Within the palace, barring forbidden areas, he managed to sign in at nearly every location. The rewards varied widely, comprising magical artifacts, divine skills, elixirs, and spirit companions. Moreover, Jiang Ning's cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the Tianyang realm. The ancient sacred body was indeed formidable. In the Great Zhou dynasty's cabinet, discussions flared regarding Jiang Ning. That lad has spent the entire year indulging in leisure, never once stepping outside the palace. The neighboring kingdoms are laughing at us, and our own citizens are abuzz with gossip. I can't help but wish to storm into the palace and tear apart this male consort. The 5 elders of the cabinet debated Jiang Ning's circumstances, their sentiments ablaze. The princess has chosen the most handsome man from the Tianyuan continent as her consort. A decision made a year ago, yet it continues to stir considerable discourse, one elder remarked. "It is unacceptable." The chief elder's expression darkened. "Though we need not heed the royal family's opinions, to commit murder within the palace would be a grave affront to Yunding Tian. If we wish to eliminate him, we must find another way. Luring him out of the palace? That won't work. I sent people to try this past year, but that male consort merely turned back at the palace gates. Proving impossible." The chief elder shook his head. "The champion Marquis has achieved a great victory in the northern front, and now Yunding Tian cannot prevent him from entering the palace to receive his rewards. If he clashes with the champion Marquis, this consort will surely meet his demise." As these words were spoken, the tension in the cabinet gradually eased. "Your Highness," a melodious voice rang out. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Parting the courtyard door, that it was that a year had passed, and their interactions had rendered Inger less cautious than before. Now, when she beheld Jiang Ning's countenance, her expression had shifted from infatuation to genuine admiration. "Your Highness, you seem a bit haggard today," she observed. Coughing lightly, Jiang Ning reflected on his failed attempt to break through to the Jade Purity realm last night. His energy had yet to recover, leaving him visibly fatigued. "Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. I shall be more attentive today," he replied. Inger smiled and said, "Your Highness, a significant event has transpired recently, though. The champion Marquis has achieved yet another remarkable victory, and the 5 elders of the cabinet have fervently advised the Emperor, who has finally consented to allow the champion Marquis into the capital to receive his accolades." The mention of the champion Marquis piqued Jiang Ning's interest. He had heard this title frequently over the past year. The champion Marquis was the son of a minor cabinet official, born amidst extraordinary phenomena and raised under the direct care of the 5 elders of the cabinet. He exhibited unparalleled talent for cultivation, opening his Yuanmai at 3, establishing a cave at 7, and stepping into the sea-watching realm by 12. He subsequently joined the military, achieving countless victories and earning the title of Champion Marquis. Now, he was a formidable presence within the Great Zhou dynasty, commanding 1,000,000 troops in the northern front. With the backing of the five elders, rumors suggested that he harbored ambitions for the throne. This was also the crux of the conflict between Emperor Yunding Tian and the cabinet. Previously, Yunding Tian had utilized his imperial authority to obstruct the Champion Marquis's return to the capital. And now, the Champion Marquis was about to arrive. Furthermore, it was critical to note that a year prior, the original choice for Princess Yun Lishuang as consort had been the Champion Marquis. Yet, it was Jiang Ning who ended up marrying her. A tempest of bloodshed and chaos was surely on the horizon. While Jiang Ning pondered these matters, a voice called from outside the courtyard. The Champion Marquis has arrived. We request Jiang Ning's presence. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed at the sudden announcement. The Champion Marquis had actually entered the palace, and he had arrived at the very courtyard where Jiang Ning resided. He had no choice but to meet him. Inger, come with me. All right. As they opened the courtyard door, a figure clad in white appeared before Jiang Ning. This individual appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Ning, standing tall like a soaring pine, exuding a vigorous aura akin to the blazing sun. Beneath his sword-like brows, a pair of eyes sparkled like cold stars, and his presence radiated an intensity as if he were molten lava. Without a doubt, this person was the illustrious Champion Marquis. Before Jiang Ning could utter a word, an adjutant beside the Champion Marquis bellowed, upon seeing the Marquis, "Do you dare remain standing?" Chapter 5, Imprisoned in Xinjue. The Divine Beast by Zhe Jiang Ning did not respond, gradually suppressing his own aura. "Are you Jiang Ning?" The Champion Marquis's voice boomed like thunder. "Indeed," Jiang Ning affirmed. The Champion Marquis's gaze was piercing. He was undeniably handsome, yet he scorned Jiang Ning as an incapable waste unworthy of being the great Zhou's consort. As his words fell, Jiang Ning sensed a palpable wave of killing intent. Furthermore, behind the Champion Marquis stood a profound elder, devoid of any visible spiritual energy, yet emanating an air of menace. "Whether I am worthy or not, I am still the great Zhou's consort. You, a mere court official, have no authority to dictate such matters," Jiang Ning articulated, each word deliberate. At this proclamation, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. "Your Highness," Inger cautioned from behind. The Champion Marquis clenched his fists. Perceiving Jiang Ning merely as a male consort daring to speak to him in such a manner. In the military, his word could command 100 battalions. His actions could topple 10,000 foes. No one would dare speak to him in such a tone. Yet here was Jiang Ning, bold enough to do so. Seeking death. As his voice trailed off, the Champion Marquis unleashed a punch imbued with spiritual energy. "Your Highness," Inger shouted in alarm, prompting Jiang Ning to steady his resolve. Channeling his Yuan Mai, he met the attack with an open palm. Boom! The clash of fist and palm unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing both Jiang Ning and the Champion Marquis to stagger back a few steps. "My lord," the adjutant rushed to support the Champion Marquis, who gradually regained his footing. "My lord possesses the strength of the second level of the Tai Su realm. Even utilizing but a fraction of his power, this waste cannot withstand it." Could it be? The profound elder behind the Champion Marquis furrowed his brow, surprised by the recent turn of events. After a moment of astonishment, the Champion Marquis gathered his spiritual energy, exclaiming, Well, it appears you are not as simple as I thought." "My lord," the elder interjected, "our purpose for entering the palace is to meet with His Majesty. Do not let this individual disrupt our important matters." The adjutant echoed, "Indeed, my lord. Regardless of the circumstances, this male consort is still the nominal consort and currently within the palace. We must tread carefully." Upon hearing their counsel, the Champion Marquis frowned and composed himself. "Very well. A mere male consort dares to provoke me. Once I meet with His Majesty, I shall certainly report this incident and hold you accountable for this grave offense." With that, the Champion Marquis departed, accompanied by his adjutant and the elder. Once the Champion Marquis was out of sight, Inga anxiously exclaimed, "Your Highness, how could you be so reckless?" "That is the Champion Marquis." Jiang Ning chuckled. "It's nothing to worry about. Within the palace, he dares not act too boldly." However, the Champion Marquis mentioned reporting this to His Majesty. "Fear not. The princess is yet to emerge from her seclusion. Even if His Majesty is swayed by the Champion Marquis's merits, he will not impose severe punishments upon me. Rest assured." Jiang Ning reassured the concerned Inga. Afterward, Jiang Ning continued to accompany Inger around the palace, simultaneously completing his daily sign-in. Upon returning, a group of palace guards stood at the entrance of the courtyard. By order of His Majesty, Jiang Ning, you have offended a meritorious subject, acted disrespectfully, and tarnished the royal dignity. You are hereby sentenced to Qinjue Mountain for a year of house arrest, the lead guard declared loudly. With that, the entire contingent of guards departed. Jiang Ning chuckled softly. House arrest, how intriguing. Dear Prince Consort, what shall we do? Qinjue Mountain is known to be the most ominous place in the imperial capital. And it is said that without the cultivation of the Jade Purity realm, one cannot emerge once they enter. Moreover, many who were punished and confined to Qinjue Mountain for their crimes never returned alive. Inger was exceedingly anxious, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes that eye in her heart. Jiang Ning was merely an ordinary person, powerless and unarmed, perhaps only slightly more handsome. If he were to venture into such a perilous place, he might not survive a single day. Oh, foolish girl, it is merely a confinement at Qinjue Mountain, not a death sentence. Why weep? Jiang Ning gently patted Inger's head, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Do not worry, I will be just fine a year from now. Remember to come and fetch me from Qinjue Mountain. With that, Jiang Ning began to pack his belongings. After preparing his luggage and bidding farewell to Inger, Jiang Ning set forth alone towards Qinjue Mountain. The next day, at Qinjue Mountain, within the depths of the ancient woods, towering trees obscured the sky, casting shadows that enveloped the land. The surrounding spiritual energy was infused with a piercing aura of malevolence. Inhaling even a trace could lead to corruption and harm, a risk not worth taking. Yet, to Jiang Ning, it was as inconsequential as air. The ancient sacred body expels all impurities while absorbing spiritual energy. This place is far more dangerous than the imperial palace. I wonder how many stars of peril it possesses. As he pondered, Jiang Ning pressed the sign-in button. The danger level of the sign-in location was rated at 8 stars. And he received a reward, the ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe. As the system's electronic voice faded, a creature the size of a palm, pure white and resembling a lamb, appeared before Jiang Ning. The divine beast Bai Zhe? Jiang Ning scrutinized it closely. Bai Zhe had 2 horns, blue eyes, and large ears that pressed against its head, making it remarkably adorable. That it must be a young Bai Zhe, he mused. Bai Zhe, the little creature chirped cutely, prompting Jiang Ning to chuckle. How delightful! With you by my side this year, it shall not be so dull. As he spoke, Jiang Ning took out several pieces of cooked meat from the Silver Moon Realm's wind bottle and placed them in his palm, offering them before the little Bai Zhe. The Silver Moon Realm's wind bottle was a spatial treasure, small as a palm, yet containing a space as vast as the courtyard where Jiang Ning had previously resided. Most of the tangible rewards he had obtained through sign-ins over the past year were stored within. The little Bai Zhe chirped a few more times before devouring the meat voraciously. You eat quite a lot. I wonder what abilities you possess, Jiang Ning observed, puzzled, as the little Bai Zhe finished the meat in no time. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the little Bai Zhe suddenly stood upright. A vast surge of spiritual power emanated like waves, and before Jiang Ning could react, a brilliant white light radiated from Bai Zhe. Good heavens! So you were a walking lantern after all? Jiang Ning remarked helplessly. The light emitted by the little Bai Zhe illuminated the gloomy depths of the ancient woods. The once ominous Qinjue Mountain appeared considerably less frightening at that moment. Truly, it is an ancient divine beast. Such brilliance is impressive. Jiang Ning gave a thumbs up to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, the little creature seemed to understand Jiang Ning's words, leaping joyfully. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Come, Xiao Bai, let us ascend to the mountain peak. I am curious to discover the source of this malevolent aura. As they ventured forth, Xiao Bai cleared a path with remarkable agility. Chapter 6. The peril of seizing the body of the emperor of the Chu dynasty as their journey deepened. The surrounding malevolent aura grew increasingly intense. Xiao Bai's speed gradually slowed, murmuring quietly as if sensing something terrifying. Jiang Ning remained vigilant, his curiosity mounting. Did I ask that a skull? Upon spotting a fearsome skull ahead, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could gather his thoughts, both he and the creature took a few steps forward, revealing a vast expanse of white bones. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, trying to sense the aura emanating from these bones. These bones belonged to beings who, in life, possessed at least the cultivation of the Tianyang realm. Why did they perish here? With this curiosity in mind, Jiang Ning ascended to the summit of Qinjue Mountain. Along the way, apart from the lingering malevolent aura and scattered skeletal remains, there were no other dangers that he felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from behind the oppressive aura. A peculiar thought arose in Jiang Ning's mind. Observing the alert Xiao Bai, Jiang Ning considered that either it had sensed something amiss, or the eyes behind the malevolent aura possessed power far superior to his own, capable of completely concealing themselves from Jiang Ning, who was at the 9th level of the Tianyang realm. Clearly, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. However, as Jiang Ning ascended the mountain, he encountered no obstructions, suggesting that matters were not so simple. Never mind, the malevolent aura atop this mountain is not overly dense. I shall cultivate here. Jiang Ning consumed several pills, intending to harness their power to attempt breaking through to the Jade Purity realm once more. Spiritual energy swirled around him, and the sun-like orb above his dantian radiated with brilliance. Xiao Bai chirped a few times, circling around Jiang Ning as if guarding him. At that moment, a faint yet ominous presence stealthily approached from an unknown source. By the heavens, I never imagined I would encounter an ancient sacred body. As the voice faded, a powerful malevolent aura suddenly descended. In that instant, a nebulous figure materialized before Jiang Ning. Xiao Bai immediately bristled, its ears standing on end. A soul spirit. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent, Jiang Ning focused his mind and gathered his spiritual energy. Jinyuan Jishu. Jiang Ning's thoughts stirred, and he retrieved the Jinyuan Jishu sword from the Silver Moon Realm's wind bottle. As the Jinyuan Jishu sword emerged, the soul spirit before Jiang Ning became visibly agitated. Well, you possess a spatial treasure and such a formidable weapon. Truly, the heavens favor you. Jiang Ning brandished his sword, saying, "It is said that the soul refining technique is unique to the Chu dynasty in the Tianyuan continent. May I ask your esteemed name?" The soul spirit smiled and replied, "You possess some insight. Indeed, I am the supreme emperor of the Chu dynasty." "Boy, who are you?" "I am Jiang Ning, the prince consort of the Great Zhou." "The Great Zhou prince consort?" Upon hearing this, the soul spirit's malevolent aura intensified. "Truly, the heavens are watching. I had initially thought that if you were a talent from another dynasty, I might let you off the hook. However, as you are the prince consort of the Zhou dynasty, you are destined to die today." As it spoke, the soul spirit surged forward, enveloped by an overwhelming malevolent aura. This soul spirit's malice was not composed of tangible spiritual energy. As it attacked, Jiang Ning's Jinyuan Jishu sword proved utterly ineffective. The malevolent aura converged upon Jiang Ning's head, poised to strike. In that moment, Jiang Ning comprehended the soul spirit's intent. It sought to seize his body. Upon death, one's essence dissipates, yet certain individuals with extraordinary abilities utilize secret methods to cultivate their souls, allowing them to remain in existence after death. Subsequently, they seek opportunities to annihilate the souls of others and seize their bodies for rebirth. Taiwang Sui Tianji, the third finger to slay living beings. Jiang Ning unleashed the third finger of the Taiwang Sui Tianji, annihilating life. Though the soul spirit was not tangible, it was still a living being. The might of the heavens descended, and the malevolent aura dissipated. The soul spirit coalesced once more, yet it was significantly weakened compared to before. "Remarkable. You possess such means. I underestimated you." Jiang Ning replied with a cold laugh. "Those bones scattered throughout the mountain, I presume they were your intended victims for body seizing. Yet they succumbed to the onslaught of malevolent energy. Indeed, among those, the strongest possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the Jade Purity realm. They nearly withstood it, yet proved to be useless trash. But you are different. You are a rare, ancient sacred body. Surely you can endure." Before the words had fully left its lips, the soul spirit once again gathered its malevolent energy, launching a second assault. "Submit to my body seizing willingly." This time, the soul spirit was resolute, and the powerful malevolent aura forced Xiao Bai off the mountaintop. Just as the malevolent energy was about to envelop Jiang Ning's body, a brilliant blue light erupted from his brow, and a formidable wave of spiritual power surged forth, exploding in layers. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that this was the mark left in his brow by Yun Lishuang before her seclusion. The azure light erupted, directly countering half of the soul spirit's malevolent aura. How is it that someone has left a mark within your body? Yet it is futile. You shall still die, the soul spirit declared viciously. The malevolent energy pressed on, finally making contact with Jiang Ning's body. With a roar, golden light burst forth, and the phantom of a divine dragon materialized, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy that engulfed the entire sky. This is the heavenly flame divine dragon armor. How is it possible? This national treasure of the Tang dynasty is actually on you. Who exactly are you? Jiang Ning aligned his 3 fingers, coldly stating, I have already said, I am Jiang Ning, the prince consort of the great Zhou. With that, his 3 fingers descended, annihilating all life. The ancient essence of the Taiwan Sutian descends, accompanied by the oppressive aura of the heavenly flame, divine dragon. The once invincible soul spirit is abruptly severed by Jiang Ning, following which the dragon's phantom dissipates, and the spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Ning gradually diminishes. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai has once again climbed onto him. The former emperor of the Chu dynasty, in life seemingly at the pinnacle of the divine wheel realm, has been slain, his soul ensnared within the treacherous confines of Qianjua Mountain in the great Zhou dynasty. A wave of perplexity washes over Jiang Ning. There is something amiss, he murmurs to himself, acknowledging that had it not been for the protection of the heavenly flame divine dragon armor, he would have truly fallen victim to this predicament. As he speaks, Jiang Ning casts a glance at the spot where the soul had shattered, now revealing a luminous orb. What is this? Jiang Ning approaches slowly, astonished. This is the spiritual consciousness of the Chu dynasty's former emperor. To usurp a body, one must infuse their own spiritual consciousness into the host and extinguish the host's soul with their own malevolence, thereby achieving rebirth. Chirrup, chirrup. Xiaobai leaps joyfully, seemingly informing Jiang Ning that this orb is a treasure. Gathering his courage, Jiang Ning tentatively reaches out to touch it, and a tidal wave of memories surges into his mind, vivid scenes unfolding as if he were experiencing them firsthand. The turmoil of the Chu dynasty, the impending war, the resentment of defeat, and the surprise attack on the enemy. Wait, the target of this surprise attack was none other than the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, Yunding Tian. He had even employed the Black Prison Soul Curse. So it turns out he was slain by Yunding Tian. Having absorbed this segment of memory, Jiang Ning not only comprehends the experiences of the Chu dynasty's former emperor, but also acquires knowledge of the various combat techniques and secret arts he had practiced. The martial arts cultivated by the Chu royal family are indeed profound, including the 7th-tier heavenly stage combat technique, the Black Prison Soul Curse. Moreover, what excites Jiang Ning even more is that within the memories of the Chu dynasty's former emperor lies the method for soul cultivation. This is a secret art that the Chu royal family has vowed never to divulge. Chapter 7. Jade Purity Ninefold, Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain. Upon reaching the pinnacle of soul cultivation, even in death, one can exist in a spiritual form, achieving a semblance of immortality. Thereafter, Jiang Ning diligently studies the methods of soul cultivation and the 7th-tier heavenly stage combat technique, the Black Prison Soul Curse. Time slips by, and a year of confinement on Qianjua Mountain draws to a close. With a deep exhale, Jiang Ning attempts to unleash a punch that a powerful whirlpool of spiritual energy erupts, creating ripples that explode before him, shaking half of Qianjua Mountain. Indeed, the Jade Purity realm at the 9th level is formidable. After a year of uninterrupted training, Jiang Ning's cultivation has ascended from the 9th level of the Tianyang realm to the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. His soul cultivation has reached a significant level, allowing him to remain unextinguished like the former emperor of Chu, even in death. Chirrup, chirrup. At this moment, a spirit beast over half a meter long appears behind Jiang Ning, with blue eyes, large ears, and a coat as white as snow. Are you hungry again? Jiang Ning furrows his brow. Chirrup, chirrup. After a year, witnessing Xiaobai grow from the size of his palm to its current length, Jiang Ning hesitates to call it Xiaobai any longer. It just finished eating 2 hours ago, and now it's back for more. What a glutton! From now on, I shall call you Dabai. As he speaks, Jiang Ning retrieves a large piece of meat from the Silver Moon Realm's wind bottle. Dabai, now with its new name, happily devours it. Watching Dabai eat with such abandon, Jiang Ning remembers he has yet to check in for the day and hastily presses the button. The danger level for the check-in location is rated at 8 stars. Reward received. Four symbols prisoning dragon array. Four symbols prisoning dragon array. Jiang Ning glances at the system's introduction to this formation, frowning slightly that it requires the cooperation of four individuals to execute, which is not particularly beneficial to me. However, it is indeed novel. After a year dominated by elixirs and magical artifacts, having a formation is quite nice that I shall keep it for now and hand it over to four capable subordinates when they arrive. Having said that, Jiang Ning puts away the reward and stands, gazing into the distance. How is it that Xinjue Mountain, deemed a place of peril, has posed no threats to me in the year I have spent here? Aside from encountering a soul of a former emperor of Chu, it is truly perplexing. However, today marks the last day of my confinement. Will Inger come to escort me on time? Dabai taps Jiang Ning with its small paw, chirruping eagerly. What is this? Have you finished eating again? Chirrup, chirrup. There is none left. No use calling. I truly have nothing left. Before arriving at Xinjue Mountain, Jiang Ning had stocked a substantial amount of food in the Silver Moon Realm's wind bottle, thinking it sufficient for the year's consumption. However, with a glutton like Dabai around, he nearly faced a food crisis, and an ancient divine beast is indeed insatiable. Moreover, aside from glowing at night and making chirruping sounds, Dabai has proven to be of little other use. After witnessing Dabai's pitiful state over the past year, Jiang Ning has developed a tolerance for its incessant demands. Dabai, enough with the noise. Today we can descend the mountain and return to the palace. You can eat whatever you want as much as you desire. Chirrup. Really, we're heading down the mountain now. Follow me. With that, Jiang Ning takes to the skies with Dabai in tow. Just as they reach the foot of the mountain, a familiar figure appears before Jiang Ning. The Inger has arrived as promised. Having not seen her for a year, the young girl has grown even more beautiful. Truly, a girl matures significantly with age. Her delicate features, willow-shaped brows, and eyes reminiscent of shimmering autumn waters are captivating to this moment. Inger is holding a three-tiered food box, wandering at the foot of Xinjue Mountain. She has calculated the days and arrived at dawn, waiting anxiously for Jiang Ning, her fair forehead now glistening with beads of sweat. Prince Consort, you must not come to harm. Inger silently prays, her grip on the food box tightening. Chirrup, chirrup. At the sound, Inger looks up to see a person and a beast descending gracefully from the sky. Although she has never seen a white spirit beast before, that resolute figure is unmistakably familiar. Prince Consort, Inger rushes forward, holding the food box. Oh dear, why are you crying? No need to cry. Come here, let me pat your head. Seeing the tears welling in Inger's eyes, Jiang Ning feels a surge of emotion. Inger hastily wipes away her tears and raises the food box. Prince Consort, please eat something. Chirrup, chirrup. Dabai has long been eyeing the food box in Inger's hands, its gaze burning with desire. Clearly intent on obtaining it. Prince Consort, it's rather adorable. Inger laughs. Jiang Ning thinks to himself, you'll know whether it's adorable after raising it for a while. Taking the food box from Inger, Jiang Ning selects a few of his favorite morsels, tossing the remainder directly to Dabai. Dabai wastes no time and begins to feast. Once it finishes eating, we'll return to the palace. All right, so much has happened during the year you were away. Prince Consort, Inger nods, so much has happened. Jiang Ning, having spent an entire year in seclusion on Xinjue Mountain, is curious that the Hotel Inger begins recounting the significant events that have transpired in the Great Zhou dynasty over the past year. As she speaks, Dabai devours every last morsel in the food box. Soon after, the trio departs from Xinjue Mountain. Meanwhile, surrounding Xinjue Mountain, several strands of spiritual energy ripple, closely following Jiang Ning's departure, in the Great Zhou Palace. Within the Imperial Study, Emperor Yunding Tian gazes at the intelligence report before him, troubled. The report contains significant recent events. The champion Marquis led his personal army to a stunning victory at the Wei dynasty's border, with rumors suggesting he has ascended to the 5th level of the Void Realm. Prince Guangping has advanced to the Divine Will Realm and has been in close contact with the cabinet recently. The Wu dynasty plans to hold a martial arts competition among the 7 nations, aiming to form an alliance. Each item presents a considerable headache for Yunding Tian. This champion Marquis is truly gifted. If only he had no ties to the cabinet, how much simpler it would be. Who would have thought that his uncle could still advance to the Divine Wheel Realm at his age? Perhaps those old coots in the cabinet are stirring trouble behind the scenes again. The Wu dynasty dares to entertain such ambitions. It seems I must pay special attention to their military movements in the near future. Having finished reviewing the memorials, Yunding Tian suddenly recalls something and looks toward the doorway, calling, "Come in," four armored guards enter, exuding an imposing presence. These four are Yunding Tian's personal guards, collectively known as the Wind. Forest Fire Mountain. What is your command, Your Majesty? Is the Prince Consort Jiang Ning safe at Qinjue Mountain? The Wind Guard replies, Your Majesty, we have just received news that Prince Consort Jiang Ning has safely returned to the palace from Qinjue Mountain. In the realm of the Cloud Pinnacle, a profound sigh escaped, akin to a colossal stone finally descending within the heart of a year prior. The champion Marquis had convened, and his first act was to demand recompense for Jiang Ning's indiscretion, insisting on severe punishment that time. Despite the Cloud Pinnacle's desire to shield Jiang Ning, the champion Marquis had recently achieved great merit, and the 5 elder ministers of the cabinet were present, creating an atmosphere of pressure. Thus, a decree was issued to confine Jiang Ning to the Qinjue Mountain, a sentence that in the eyes of the 5 elder ministers and the champion Marquis was tantamount to a death sentence for him. However, after issuing the order, the Cloud Pinnacle discreetly implemented protective measures. First, he dispatched the Imperial Guards to eliminate most of the spirit beasts on Qinjue Mountain, then set up hidden guards to monitor the surrounding area, preventing outsiders from entering the mountain. In this manner, Jiang Ning was able to safely endure an entire year of confinement on Qinjue Mountain. Shuanger, the prince you have chosen has been preserved by your father. The Cloud Pinnacle lamented. Subsequently, he turned to the guard phone. Withdraw all the hidden guards from Qinjue Mountain, leaving no trace. Chapter 8. The Champion Scheme, the Royal Retreat in the Imperial Capital at the residence of the Champion Marquis. Report. The messenger shouted urgently as he rushed into the Grand Hall. Freshly rewarded and able to linger in the imperial capital for a while, the champion Marquis sat at the dais, cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, reveling in the comfort of his position. Why the haste? Inquired the deputy commander beside him. Confidential report from the cabinet. Upon hearing this, the champion Marquis frowned slightly. The deputy commander descended to retrieve the report, and after reading it, his expression shifted. My lord, the prince who was punished at Qinjue Mountain a year ago has returned to the palace in recent days. What? The champion Marquis exclaimed in disbelief. A useless waste unable to cultivate, and yet he has managed to leave Qinjue Mountain alive. After a moment of contemplation, the deputy commander remarked, My lord, do you recall that a year ago the prince received one of your punches? The champion Marquis nodded, recalling the incident. Indeed, the cabinet elders had instructed me to find an excuse to dispose of him. I had thought that sending him to Qinjue Mountain would ensure his demise. But it seems he may very well be concealing his true strength. If what you say is true, what does the cabinet intend? The deputy commander questioned darkly. The champion Marquis pondered briefly. The actions of the cabinet were being closely monitored by the Cloud Pinnacle, making it difficult for them to act. Nevertheless, he mused, in the future, I shall ascend to the throne, and I will inevitably marry Yun Li Suang. This prince must die eventually. Striking early would not be detrimental. This matter I entrust to you. From this day forth, keep a close watch on the palace. The moment he steps out, seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Understood. The deputy commander replied with a fist salute. The champion Marquis resumed his indulgence with the woman in his embrace, yet his eyes glinted with murderous intent. After a few days of enjoying wealth and power, Jiang Ning resolved to leave the Great Zhou. With his current strength at the 9th level of the Yupu realm, departing was not a difficult task. However, after contemplating, he decided to meet with Yun Li Suang one last time, marking a farewell to this chapter of fate. Yun Li Suang's secluded location was the royal retreat outside the imperial capital. On this night, Jiang Ning exited the palace. Yet he soon realized someone was trailing him, and no matter how discreetly Jiang Ning concealed his presence, the pursuer always managed to keep pace, and he could never pinpoint their location. This indicated that the pursuer's strength was on par with his own. Jiang Ning hurried onward until he reached the outskirts of the capital, arriving in an open wilderness. Since you have followed me for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, he declared, gripping the Jinyuan Jishu, a sword in his hand. As his words fell, a deathly silence enveloped the area. A shadowy figure materialized before Jiang Ning. How astonishing! The figure exclaimed, it is widely rumored that the most handsome man in Tianyuan is a cultivator devoid of power. Yet today I see that this so-called waste possesses strength at the Yupu realm. Who are you? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow upon recognizing the visitor. The Champion Marquis's personal deputy. Does the Champion Marquis truly wish to kill me? Is it truly jealousy born of passion? Dead men have no need for reasons. The deputy spoke tersely, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent as he lunged forward, with a ferocious burst of spiritual energy. The deputy unleashed a lethal strike, showing no inclination for probing. Jiang Ning's spiritual energy surged around him as he thrust the Jinyuan Jishue sword forward. Tianxian sword art, Gale's End, with a single stroke. The deputy was struck by the sword chi before he could even respond. Impossible. You are merely at the 9th level of Yupu. How can you wield such formidable sword power? The deputy was forced to halt his attack. Attempting to steady his breath, Jiang Ning scoffed. To use your own words, dead men have no need for reasons. As his voice echoed, Jiang Ning formed a hand seal, a nearly ethereal power coalescing silently. Black Prison Soul Curse, this formidable battle technique, a 7th-tier celestial skill learned from the soul consciousness of the Supreme Emperor of the Chu Kingdom, had been cultivated by Jiang Ning over the past year, enabling him to finally unleash this powerful technique. Soul power. So your backing is from the Chu royal family. The deputy gasped, feeling the piercing pain of the ethereal force on his soul. Besides killing me, what other schemes does the Champion Marquis have? Jiang Ning's tone was calm, yet laden with murderous intent. The Marquis is a paragon of heroism, destined to soar and transform. His actions and schemes are beyond your comprehension. Even now, the deputy remained resolute. Being at the 9th level of Yupu, you willingly serve as a lapdog. Very well, I shall send you on your way. With that, Jiang Ning sprang forth, the soul power he had condensed transforming into a tempest. Hurtling toward the deputy with lightning speed. Soul power destruction, shattering all laws. Great desolation's shattering finger. 2 fingers shaking the mountains and rivers. From the black heavens above, 2 colossal fingers of ancient might emerged. Enveloped in tremendous pressure, descending toward the deputy. The deputy, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul, braced himself against the 2 ancient fingers. Yet before he could catch his breath, Jiang Ning closed the distance. Sword in hand. Tianxian sword art, Divine Luo's ascendancy. The Tianxian sword art, a 6th-tier celestial skill obtained by Jiang Ning during his time on Qinjue Mountain, was already fearsome in its own right, and when paired with the Jinyuan Jishue sword, it became overwhelmingly powerful. This time, the deputy could not withstand the onslaught. The Jinyuan Jishue sword tasted blood for the first time. Jiang Ning, for the first time, took a life. Royal retreat. The most secure location in the Great Zhou. Aside from the palace, here, the royal family's powerful cultivators and the dynasty's honored guests resided and trained. Nestled within the mountains and fields, the royal retreat was rich in spiritual energy, surrounded by open plains. Unless one specialized in concealment techniques, approaching was nearly impossible. Yin Lishuang had been in seclusion for 2 years, with no signs of emerging. As Jiang Ning neared the retreat, he sensed several formidable pressures of spiritual energy. There is a formation here, at least 10 Taishu realm experts. It appeared that entering undetected would be quite challenging. After recovering from his shock, Jiang Ning concentrated, the ethereal power within him subtly trembling. This was the pinnacle technique of soul cultivation from the Chu royal family, only achievable after mastering the art. Soul departure. Thus, Jiang Ning, in a state of ethereal soul energy, infiltrated the royal retreat. The Taishu realm experts within the retreat remained oblivious. After much searching, Jiang Ning arrived at the location of Yin Lishuang's seclusion. That I married you in a haze, and we have yet to become acquainted. Now that you have suddenly entered seclusion, this will be our farewell. Jiang Ning thought to himself, that I in the cultivation chamber. Yin Lishuang sat cross-legged, her spiritual energy swirling rapidly, as though another force was exerting pressure from the shadows. That is she attempting to break through? Jiang Ning pondered. Something is amiss. Why is there another force within her spiritual energy? Suddenly, Jiang Ning seemed to uncover something significant. Each time Yin Lishuang attempted to circulate her inner energy to break through, another force emerged within her, directly countering her breakthrough energy, rampaging within her. This explained her choice to seclude herself for 3 years. The resistance she faced during her breakthroughs was insurmountable. What kind of force is this? So domineering as thunder and fierce as raging flames. As he contemplated, Jiang Ning recalled a previous event. During the encounter on Xinjue Mountain, had it not been for the mark left by Yun Lishuang on his brow, which erupted to counteract half of the malevolent energy during the Supreme Emperor of the Chu's attempted soul takeover, Jiang Ning would have perished. That mark had saved his life, and now, seeing Yun Lishuang in distress, he resolved to assist her. However, she was currently in seclusion and unable to speak. Perhaps he should consult that person. Chapter 9. The Curse Breaker, the source of resistance deep in the night, the Imperial Study. After attending to several matters of state, the Cloud Pinnacle took a moment to circulate his spiritual energy, hoping to alleviate his fatigue. Yet, at that moment, the Black Prison Soul curse flared within him. Cough, cough. His breath faltered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty. The 4 elite guards, Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, hurried forward, but the Cloud Pinnacle waved them off, casually wiping away the blood. It is nothing serious, merely a momentary disturbance. The 4 guards were the Cloud Pinnacle's most trusted subordinates, so he willingly disclosed the matter of the curse to them. Your Majesty, I have heard that to remove the Black Prison Soul curse, one merely needs the assistance of someone who has mastered this technique. There are several members of the royal family within the Chu Kingdom who have cultivated it. Why not send subordinates to capture one and cure this ailment? The Wind Guardian exclaimed urgently, Your Majesty, the cabinet is constantly monitoring this matter. It cannot be allowed to leak even a whisper. Moreover, this remedy is merely rumored. Enough, you may leave. Yun Dingtian waved his hand, dismissing the 4 great guardians. After they retreated, the guardians continued to stand watch around the Imperial Study while Yun Dingtian resumed his handling of the memorials. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the study solidified momentarily. Yun Dingtian furrowed his brow and commanded, Come out. As his words echoed, a resolute figure emerged from the shadows. Jiang Ning, paying respects to Your Majesty, upon seeing the newcomer. Yun Dingtian was taken aback. The fact that Jiang Ning could enter the Imperial Study undetected by the 4 great guardians spoke volumes about his strength. It seems your survival on Xinjue Mountain is attributable not just to my hidden protection, but also to your considerable abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning realized that aside from the retired emperor of the Chu dynasty, he had encountered no other dangers on Xinjue Mountain, thanks to the covert guardianship of Yun Dingtian. A faint smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. That I am grateful for Your Majesty's clandestine protection. Who exactly are you? Yun Dingtian's expression turned grave. Your Majesty, it seems your memory fails you. I, Jiang Ning, am your son-in-law. Yun Dingtian did not call in the 4 great guardians at the door, having already discerned that Jiang Ning, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, posed no threat to him. If you are from the cabinet, you should not expose yourself so early. If you are a spy from another dynasty, your actions are rather reckless. Jiang Ning, 2 years ago, you were indeed an ordinary person. What fortuitous opportunities have you encountered since? After a moment's contemplation, Yun Dingtian articulated his analysis. Your Majesty possesses great insight. Indeed, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity on Xinjue Mountain. I have come here rather audaciously to inquire about a matter. Jiang Ning understood that since Yun Dingtian was willing to provide him covert protection, he was not devoid of reason, by revealing some of his background. He could gradually gain the Emperor's trust. Speak. Yesterday, I visited the royal villa and chanced upon the princess in distress during her cultivation. Might Your Majesty enlighten me on the nature of the obstacles she faces? Jiang Ning stated candidly. Yun Dingtian snorted coldly, replying, What use is it to tell you? The obstacles faced by Xuan cannot be resolved even by a formidable expert in the Divine Will realm, let alone someone at the Jade Purity realm like you. Your Majesty, why such rashness? Though I am at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, did I not manage to enter the Imperial Study? Upon uttering these words, Yun Dingtian's mood softened slightly. Even if I were to tell you, it would be of no use to Xuan is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough to the Void realm. Any misstep could spell disaster. Your Majesty, Jiang Ning raised his voice slightly. If you heed my words, I can help you eliminate the Black Prison Soul curse. Will you then divulge the matter concerning the princess? Eliminate the Black Prison Soul Curse. Yun Dingtian's expression shifted. You seem to have overheard quite a bit, but with your 9th level Jade Purity Realm strength, such claims are rather fanciful. Please, Father Emperor, observe. As Jiang Ning spoke, he unleashed his cultivated soul power, having been tormented by the Black Prison Soul Curse for several years. Yun Dingtian recognized this force instantly. This is soul power. If your majesty trusts me, allow me to attempt it. Jiang Ning began to channel his soul power, gradually manifesting the embryonic form of the Black Prison Soul Curse. You can also wield the Black Prison Soul Curse from the Chu royal family. Do not question my origins, your majesty. Dare you let me try? Jiang Ning exclaimed. After a moment's reflection, Yun Dingtian's palm glimmered with the light of the Black Prison Soul Curse. Come! With a commanding shout, Jiang Ning held nothing back and directed his soul power forward. The Black Prison Soul Curse, a 7th-tier celestial skill, must be executed based on one's own soul power. The cursed individual is doomed to suffer endless torment. Without intervention, they are bound to perish. Over the past year, Jiang Ning had devoted himself to his cultivation, and the Black Prison Soul Curse had already reached great mastery. To break the curse, one must understand how to cast it. The profound soul power enveloped the entire imperial study, and Yun Dingtian cooperatively extended his palm, allowing Jiang Ning to work his magic. The former emperor of the Chu dynasty had indeed been a powerhouse in the Divine Wheel realm, and the incantation he had cast was immensely potent. Jiang Ning mused inwardly. As time passed, Yun Dingtian distinctly felt multiple forces dissipating as Jiang Ning's soul power touched the curse imprint. An hour later, Jiang Ning, utterly drained, gradually withdrew his soul power. Yun Dingtian looked at his palm, where the curse that had troubled him for years had vanished completely. He quickly circulated his breath to stabilize his spiritual energy. Jiang Ning produced several medicinal pills and swallowed them hastily, beginning to recuperate. Now, all that remained was to await Yun Dingtian's recovery. Another hour elapsed, and Yun Dingtian exhaled a long breath. The Black Prison Soul Curse has finally been dispelled. Seeing the delight on Yun Dingtian's face, Jiang Ning was not overly surprised. After all, from the moment he withdrew his soul power, he had known this endeavor would succeed. Your Majesty, do you now trust me? Jiang Ning inquired eagerly. Jiang Ning, you have previously deceived even me. At your age, to cultivate to the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm is indeed a remarkable talent. As long as you promise not to be adversarial to the Great Zhou in the future. I shall divulge the information, perhaps due to the removal of the curse. Yun Dingtian's voice had grown considerably more resonant. Since I have become the son-in-law of Great Zhou, I am thus part of Great Zhou. Jiang Ning declared resolutely. Observing Jiang Ning's earnest demeanor, Yun Dingtian set aside his lingering doubts. When Shuang'er was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Flames and thunder descended together, which the cabinet deemed to be divine punishment. A surge of thunderous flames broke through the palace's formation and entered Li Shuang's body, leaving her on the brink of death for 7 days and nights. Fortunately, Shuang'er was blessed by fortune and survived. However, every time she cultivates, she is incessantly besieged by this thunderous flame, particularly during her breakthroughs, when its power is most vigorous. I have employed many methods to expel the thunderous flame from her body. Yet all have met with failure. Though Shuang'er possesses extraordinary talent, the existence of this thunderous flame has made her path to cultivation exceedingly arduous. As Yun Dingtian spoke, he was filled with melancholy. So it is. That force is indeed a thunderous flame. Even with your cultivation in the Divine Wheel realm, you are unable to address it. Jiang Ning contemplated briefly, but could not devise a solution at that moment. Over the past few years, the rewards he had received primarily enhanced his cultivation. He had seldom encountered healing-type spiritual items. Now that I understand the root cause, do you have any solutions? Yun Dingtian inquired. Jiang Ning shook his head somewhat helplessly. At present, I cannot think of a good solution. However, knowing the source allows for targeted remedies. Today, I must thank your Majesty for your revelations. I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Ning made to depart. Wait. Yun Dingtian called out, producing a token from somewhere. Next time you visit the royal villa, do so with all due propriety. With those words, Yun Dingtian tossed the token to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning caught it, noticing the 2 robust characters carved upon it. Yun above and Zhou below, signifying the Yun family of Great Zhou. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ning accepted the token. Jiang Ning, since you are unwilling to disclose your origins, I shall not press you. However, should you engage in any actions detrimental to Great Zhou or Shuang, I will not spare you. Understood. Jiang Ning responded with a wry smile as he exited the imperial study. Chapter 10. The Champion Marquis's Fury. The seal breaks the flame in the residence of the Champion Marquis. A messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble is brewing. A grave situation has arisen. What on earth is happening? Has the sky fallen?" The Champion Marquis was in the midst of intimate affairs, the woman in his arms clad only in disarray, her hair cascading down, skin glistening with perspiration. Reporting to the Marquis. "We have just received news that the body of the deputy commander has been discovered outside the imperial capital." What? The Champion Marquis was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. The deputy commander's cultivation is at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. Those capable of killing him in the imperial capital are few and far between. The messenger continued, "The cabinet has sent people to verify, and it is indeed the deputy commander. He perished due to the destruction of his soul." Destruction of the soul? The Champion Marquis furrowed his brows. Could this be the doing of the Chu royal family? No, I instructed the deputy commander to keep an eye on that fool. He shouldn't have gone off to do anything else. Could it be? The Champion Marquis's thoughts became increasingly chaotic as he glanced at the woman beside him, an eruption of anger surging within him. "Get out." Understood. The woman, terrified, hastily gathered her clothes and fled. The messenger stole a glance, licking his lips before swiftly exiting the room. After a few breaths, the Champion Marquis's breathing began to steady. The destruction of the soul could only be executed by those who cultivate soul power. What connection could Jiang Ning possibly have with the Chu royal family? Jiang Ning had never left the palace, and the deputy commander had died just outside the imperial capital. What could be the reason? Regardless, Jiang Ning must not be allowed to live. After engaging in a soliloquy, the champion penned a letter and dispatched it via a messenger. As Jiang Ning exited the imperial study, the horizon to the east had just begun to reveal the pale light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Within the palace, it was indeed my first visit to this imperial study. I wonder what rewards await for signing in here. The peril level of this sign-in location is rated 7 stars, with the reward being Earth Tier 9th rank battle technique, Ice Pattern Cold Soul Seal, Earth Tier 9th rank. How peculiar! Initiating the learning of Ice Pattern Cold Soul Seal. An electronic voice echoed, and a mysterious pattern manifested in Jiang Ning's mind. Ice Spirit Transformation, Chilling Aura. This technique resembles a spell. By condensing this pattern and releasing it upon another, an immensely potent coldness will invade their body. As Jiang Ning displayed his spiritual power, he casually sketched the pattern. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. The coldness emanating from this pattern seemed capable of suppressing the force of the thunderous flames. Having previously encountered the thunderous flames, Jiang Ning was struck by this realization while performing the Ice Pattern Cold Soul Seal. The thunderous flame power is formed from the convergence of thunder and fierce fire. Since ancient times, ice and fire have been incompatible. Thus, the coldness of the Ice Pattern Cold Soul Seal must surely be able to counteract the fierce flames. After his musings, Jiang Ning felt enlightened and immediately turned his gaze toward the royal villa's direction. "Wait for me," he silently affirmed, and with a leap, Jiang Ning soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. A short while later, at the royal villa, armed with the token bestowed by Yun Ding Tian, Jiang Ning no longer needed to project his soul to enter the villa. He hurriedly made his way to the location where Yun Lishuang was in seclusion. Disregarding all else, and barged in without a second thought. Yun Lishuang was still seated in meditation, her auras swirling around her, indicating she was attempting to break through. Upon entering, Jiang Ning immediately sensed the violent, thunderous flame power within Yun Lishuang. "How dare she attempt to break through in such a state?" Jiang Ning exclaimed. Yun Lishuang opened her eyes, and upon recognizing him, her fury ignited. "Jiang Ning, what are you doing here? Speak less and stabilize your aura. Do not let the thunderous flame power reverse." "How did you know?" Before Yun Lishuang could fully express her astonishment, Jiang Ning swiftly moved to stand behind her. Ice Spirit Transformation, Chilling Aura. Pure coldness manifested in the training room. And the moment this power appeared, Yun Li Xuang experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort. Stabilize your aura quickly, Jiang Ning urged with great urgency. Once assured that Jiang Ning bore no ill intent, Yun Li Xuang relaxed her brows and began to stabilize her aura. Jiang Ning focused intently, channeling his spiritual power. A blurry mark materialized in his hand. The coldness intensified, penetrating directly into Yun Li Xuang's body through the mark. The instant the coldness entered, the thunderous flame power within Yun Li Xuang began to ease. Yun Li Xuang frowned slightly, beads of sweat glistening upon her long lashes, creating a delicate and enchanting aura. Breakthrough. The mark before Jiang Ning became increasingly distinct, radiating brilliance as the aura within the room condensed into ice. Yun Li Xuang instinctively understood what needed to be done. Her spiritual energy converged, and her meridians began to circulate. Jade purity, representing unrefined jade, though it possesses great talent, it remains unexpressed, void, signifying the initial realm of spirit. When jade is sculpted, it shines with brilliance, revealing spiritual energy, shattering illusions. In this crucial moment, Jiang Ning disregarded all else and directly pressed his finger against Yun Li Xuang's back, allowing the coldness from the mark to enter her body more swiftly. The fierce flames within the thunderous flame power were completely suppressed by the ice pattern Cold Soul Seal, leaving only the thunder power, which posed no threat to Yun Li Xuang. Void Realm, break. A beam of radiant light soared into the sky from the royal villa. It scattered and descended, exuding a magnificent spiritual power that seemed to pierce the heavens. As the light filled the sky, spiritual energy surged forth. Has someone else ascended to the Void Realm? Who could it be? This position belongs to the princess. The Void Realm experts within the royal villa were all astonished, hastening toward the training room where Yun Li Xuang was in seclusion. Moments later, Yun Li Xuang exhaled a long, deep breath. This moment, she was resplendent, radiating vitality, akin to a phoenix reborn. Will you not remove your finger? Though Yun Li Xuang's words carried an edge of anger, her tone was unexpectedly gentle. Only then did Jiang Ning realize that after imprinting the ice pattern Cold Soul Seal on Yun Li Xuang's back, he had kept his hand there for safety's sake. How rude of me. I overstepped my bounds. Jiang Ning withdrew his hand, savoring the moment. Indeed, she possessed an ethereal beauty. Who exactly are you? Yun Li Xuang suddenly stood up. Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, You are the third person to inquire about this in the past few days. Yun Li Xuang, not curious about the identities of the previous two, continued, Then what is the answer? The Crown Prince of Great Zhou, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stated earnestly. Or rather, your husband. Upon hearing this title, Yun Li Xuang's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Rest assured, your husband's fortuitous encounters have led to today as transformation. I harbor no ill will toward Great Zhou, nor toward you, Jiang Ning said slowly. Initially, I was brought to Jiang Ning to serve as a shield, yet now, Yun Li Xuang found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Ning. She had only been in seclusion for 2 years, and Jiang Ning had ascended from an untrained waste to the 9th layer of jade purity. What immense fortune must this entail? Yun Li Xuang pondered briefly, but remained perplexed. The fierce flame power within you is temporarily suppressed, yet the thunder power still lingers. Although you have ascended to the Void Realm, your foundation is unstable and requires some time for solidification. You should continue your seclusion here, while I seek ways to suppress the thunder power. Why do you treat me this way? The reason I left that mark within you was the same as my treatment of you. But there is an even more significant reason. What is it? Yun Li Xuang inquired, puzzled that we are, after all, a married couple who have shared a chamber. Jiang Ning replied with a smile at his words. Yun Li Xuang's expression flushed once more, and her gaze toward Jiang Ning softened with a hint of tenderness. That it seems many people have arrived. You should attend to them, that I shall take my leave, without waiting for Yun Li Xuang's response. Jiang Ning departed. The Void Realm experts of the royal villa gathered, all of whom were royal figures connected by blood to Yun Li Xuang. She greeted them one by one, though her gaze often drifted toward the direction Jiang Ning had exited. Chapter 11. Shangguan Qingyu, Black Prison Wraith. After leaving the royal villa, Jiang Ning embarked on his journey back to the palace. Why now? It was afternoon, and the atmosphere outside the imperial city began to grow restless. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ning glanced around numerous times, his brow furrowed. Someone is following me, Moreover, it is a skilled practitioner. Despite his repeated glances, Jiang Ning could not locate the person tailing him. A suffocating aura gradually enveloped him. Upon reaching an open area, Jiang Ning halted his steps. "You have followed me for so long. Why not reveal yourself?" As his voice faded, the wind whispered eerily, and the surrounding aura fell silent. "You have followed me for so long. Presumably to take my life. I stand here, so what harm is there in revealing yourself?" Still, there was no response. Despite Jiang Ning's various attempts, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of the pursuer. Did I end this situation? He could not act hastily. After all, he was in the light while his enemy was in the dark. Acting recklessly would only provide the opponent with an opportunity that if you do not reveal yourself soon. "I shall take my leave. Ahead lies the capital city, and no matter how powerful you may be, you would not dare to act within the city, would you?" Jiang Ning declared, waiting for several breaths without any reply before stepping forward. Bang! The moment Jiang Ning took a step, a formidable surge of spiritual power surged from the side, spiraling towards him with violent momentum. A void realm expert? Jiang Ning's spiritual power erupted, and he swiftly maneuvered. Summoning the Jingyuan Jishua sword, invoking the heavenly profound sword technique, Liao Yuan Baijian. Like a fiery cloud at dusk, it erupted into existence as Jiang Ning's sword intent descended, colliding head-on with the oncoming spiritual power. The heavenly profound sword technique is one of the heavenly tier battle techniques Jiang Ning acquired from signing in, consisting of 9 sword forms. Previously, against the champion Ho's deputy, Jiang Ning had employed the Gale as absolute silence and divine Luo skyward techniques. Liao Yuan Baijian was the 3rd form, its power surpassing the previous 2. Boom! The 2 forces collided in midair, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling outward as the spiritual energy dissipated and the dust settled. A slender figure emerged from the haze, clad in a dark, fitted outfit that accentuated her flawless form, her hair tied back, with a cascade of strands obscuring half of her cold, bright gaze that to unleash a heavenly tier battle technique upon first contact. "You truly are the so-called waste who cannot cultivate." The woman's voice was laced with amusement and a hint of disdain. "Itsu." Jiang Ning's brows furrowed slightly. This woman, named Shangguan Qingyu, was a renowned assassin of the Han Dynasty, possessing the cultivation of the Void Realm. Jiang Ning recognized her entirely because 3 years prior, before he was captured and brought to the Great Zhou Dynasty, he had a history with Shangguan Qingyu. "I thought you had become the crown prince of Great Zhou against your will. It seems you are willingly embracing it," Shangguan Qingyu remarked, her words wafting with an intoxicating allure, "whether by coercion or willingly. I am now indeed the crown prince of Great Zhou. You sought me out for what purpose?" It is precisely because Jiang Ning shares a past with Shangguan Qingyu that he understands her character more deeply. As an assassin of the Taisu realm, Shangguan Qingyu does not strike without cause. However, once she does, her prey has never escaped her grasp. "I am an assassin, and it is only natural for me to kill." As she spoke, a glimmering sword, radiating with starlight, materialized in Shangguan Qingyu's delicate hand. Moonfall Starfall Sword, with the marks of the stars and moon. Where it strikes, life ceases. "Wait," Jiang Ning, aware that he was no match for Shangguan Qingyu, hastily interjected, "considering our shared history, could you grant me a clear understanding of my demise?" Shangguan Qingyu brandished the Moonfall Starfall Sword and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Champion Marquis." As her words fell, a burst of moonlight illusion coalesced in an instant, and Shangguan Qingyu lunged forward. Such is the swiftness of a strong individual from the Taisu realm. Jiang Ning steadied his mind, his fingers coming together as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. The heavens twisted, heralding the end of worlds. The Moonfall Starfall Sword pierced toward Jiang Ning's stana. Clang, radiant gold erupted forth, and the ethereal silhouette of a divine dragon surged from Jiang Ning's form. With a resounding roar, it seemed to echo with the voice of a dragon, as a formidable wave of spiritual energy, accompanied by golden light, surged outward. Sensing the disturbance, Shangguan Qingyu swiftly retracted her sword. At that moment, an illusory force swept over them. Black Prison Soul Curse. Relying on the heavenly flame divine dragon armor, Jiang Ning managed to withstand Shangguan Qingyu's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he conjured the Black Prison Soul Curse toward her. This was a terrifying curse born of soul energy. Even Yun Ding Tian, with his divine wheel realm prowess, could only temporarily suppress it, unable to fully eradicate it. Stealthy shadow, a gray beam of light suddenly shot from Shangguan Qingyu's eyes. And in the instant the black prison soul curse descended, she vanished without a trace, her presence entirely extinguished. The curse struck the ground, creating a deep pit, dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a hellish scene. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Ning swiftly fled toward the capital, not daring to show even a hint of laxity, not even glancing back. Fortunately, he entered the capital unscathed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Upon returning to the palace, Jiang Ning forced himself to walk to his courtyard. "Prince Consort, you have returned. Why do you look so weak?" Inger rushed over from where she had been playing with Dabai. Her expression filled with concern upon seeing Jiang Ning's frail state. "Chirp, chirp." Dabai's cries were laced with worry. "Cough, cough. It's nothing that I just exercised a bit. I'll rest in my room for a while." "Inger, could you fetch me something to eat? I'm a bit hungry." Although she knew he was just trying to distract her, Inger nodded, albeit still worried. "All right, Prince Consort, I will prepare it right away." After Inger left, Jiang Ning returned to his room, shedding his garments. Looking at the completely shattered heavenly flame divine dragon armor, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The full-force strike of a Tai Su realm expert was truly formidable. Even the national treasure of the Great Tang Dynasty could not withstand it. "Chirp, chirp." Dabai's voice carried a touch of concern that I'm fine. "Had I known, I would have taken you along to face it first," Jiang Ning said as he removed the broken armor. "Chirp, chirp." Dabai huffed indignantly. Outside the capital, in the mountains, Shangguan Qinyu sat upon a large stone, the moonfall starfall sword resting beside her. Her aura was unstable. A bead of sweat quietly trickling down from her delicate brow. Flipping her hand, she revealed a black curse mark in her fair palm. Though somewhat blurred, it exuded a menacing aura. This was the source of her instability. Jiang Ning, Champion Marquis. Wait for me. Chapter 12. Suppression in the court, the might of the emperor after a night of cultivation. Jiang Ning's injuries had improved significantly as dawn approached. Dabai was still sound asleep beside him. And Inger had not yet come to bring him breakfast. "Sign in." Jiang Ning issued the command. The danger level of the sign-in location was 5 stars, and he received a reward, Creation Condensing Pill. As the electronic voice faded, 3 gleaming pills appeared in Jiang Ning's hand. Creation Condensing Pill seizes the essence of heaven and earth, condensing the 3 pure yuan spirit, a healing elixir that looked promising. Though regrettably, he only had 3 as Jiang Ning spoke, he stored the 3 creation condensing pills into the silver moon realm wind bottle. "Prince Consort." Suddenly, Inger's anxious voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Inger's tone was unusually urgent, prompting Jiang Ning to realize something was amiss. "Chirp, chirp." Dabai stirred awake, his blue eyes still drowsy. Jiang Ning hurried to the courtyard. "What happened?" Inger took several deep breaths before replying. Early this morning, the 5 elders of the cabinet and Champion Marquis went to see His Majesty. It seems they are coming for you." "Coming for me?" Jiang Ning was taken aback, then began to ponder. However, before they could discuss further, a loud proclamation rang out from outside the courtyard, announcing Prince Consort Jiang Ning entered the imperial study to pay respects, truly swift and decisive. "Inger, take care, Dabai. I will return shortly." Jiang Ning tidied himself slightly and followed the guard's orders. "Imperial study. Your Majesty, I have ascertained that Jiang Ning is not the untalented individual rumored outside. In fact, he possesses at least the strength of the Jade Purity realm," Champion Marquis declared, sealing the fate of the matter. The cabinet elders continued. "My lord, you mentioned that Jiang Ning killed your deputy. However, your deputy died due to soul destruction. Could he, Jiang Ning, be from the Chu royal family?" It appeared that Jiang Ning's position as Prince Consort of the Great Zhou was indeed part of a larger scheme. "Your Majesty, please investigate Jiang Ning thoroughly. The Chu people are the most cunning. Remember, Your Majesty, when you returned victorious from battling the Chu, you were ambushed by the Chu's Grand Emperor. This shows that Jiang Ning's hidden identity as our Great Zhou's Prince Consort is certainly not without ill intentions." Though the Grand Elder remained silent, the situation had already fallen under his control. Yunding Tian was increasingly agitated. The Champion Marquis was raised within the cabinet since childhood, nurtured by the 5 elders. making it clear that these 6 individuals were united in purpose. Their performance was rather discomforting to Yun Ding Tian, the sole observer. What you all speak of ultimately lacks evidence. These doubts can wait until Jiang Ning arrives. Yun Ding Tian declared sternly that his voice echoed. A call from outside the imperial study rang out. Prince Consort Jiang Ning, pay your respects. Upon stepping into the imperial study, Jiang Ning was immediately overpowered by an imposing aura. The 5 elders of the cabinet and Champion Marquis regarded him with hostile gazes. Jiang Ning, do you know your crimes? Champion Marquis thundered. Jiang Ning paid no heed to him and respectfully saluted Yun Ding Tian. After receiving a nod from the emperor, he turned to Champion Marquis. Might I inquire what crime you accuse me of? Champion Marquis, aggressive in demeanor, stated, You killed my deputy outside the capital, the do not deny it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt disdain in his heart. What was there to deny? Indeed, I killed him. He continued before Champion Marquis could react. However, I did so because he was ordered by you to kill me. Jiang Ning stood his ground, boldly revealing Champion Marquis' earlier scheme. You speak nonsense. Champion Marquis was about to erupt in anger when the Grand Elder shot him a glance and interjected. Champion Marquis, your deputy died from soul destruction. This is a secret art of the Chu royal family. Jiang Ning, does this mean you acknowledge that you are of the Chu royal lineage? The Grand Elder's cunning was evident as he shifted the focus of the conflict between Jiang Ning and Champion Marquis into a larger confrontation between the Great Zhou and the Chu. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Indeed, I killed the deputy using soul techniques. However, my mastery of such techniques was acquired by chance and bears no connection to the Chu royal family. What a marvelous coincidence. Everyone knows that the art of soul cultivation is the foundation of the Chu royal family. Even in death, such knowledge would not be divulged. Do you think your mere chance discovery can cover it up? The Grand Elder pressed on relentlessly, then turned to Yun Ding Tian, saying, Your Majesty, do not be swayed by Jiang Ning's words. He is surely a spy from the Chu. I implore you to deal with him swiftly. The cabinet will never allow a Chu spy to remain within our Great Zhou. This declaration was tantamount to tearing the facade apart. Jiang Ning remained silent, while Yun Ding Tian fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Elder's aura began to intensify. Since your Majesty is unwilling to issue an order, allow this old minister to eliminate the threat for the Great Zhou. As his words fell, a tremendous pressure surged down like a tidal wave, the overwhelming force barreling toward Jiang Ning that a strike from a divine wheel realm expert. Jiang Ning had no hope of retaliation. The pressure completely immobilized him. This was the chasm of difference in their realms. Just as the torrential wave was about to crash upon Jiang Ning, Yun Ding Tian thrust out a hand, releasing a pure stream of energy that absorbed the Grand Elder's assault completely. Impudent. This is the imperial study. A voice as resonant as a thunderous bell reverberated, and the Grand Chancellor's gaze deepened with intensity. Yun Ding Tian proclaimed, The matter of Jiang Ning acquiring the methods of soul cultivation is a scheme devised by me. The Vice-General's crime of attempting to assassinate the royal family justifies Jiang Ning's actions. He has brought this upon himself. The Champion Marquis shall face a penalty of 1 year's salary for his failure to manage his subordinates. This matter is concluded. In the imperial study, silence fell like a shroud. After a moment, Yun Ding Tian turned to the Grand Chancellor and inquired, Does the Grand Chancellor have any objections? The Grand Chancellor fell into a contemplative silence, but ultimately bowed and replied, Your Majesty's foresight and wise judgment are commendable. Upon hearing the Grand Chancellor's response, the Champion Marquis could not help but furrow his brow. The Grand Chancellor's concession implied that Yun Ding Tian's earlier words would indeed be enacted. A year's salary may seem trivial, yet for the Champion Marquis, it was a matter of pride. He was none other than the illustrious Champion Marquis, renowned for his youthful fame and prowess as a god of war in the military. To be penalized a year's salary was a source of humiliation if it were to leak out. Champion Marquis, do you consider the punishment excessive? Yun Ding Tian then gazed at the Champion Marquis. The Champion Marquis might have wished to retort, but a mere glance from the Grand Chancellor suppressed any such inclination. This matter arises from my inadequate oversight. I am willing to accept the punishment. Yun Ding Tian understood the Champion Marquis' indignation, yet all he sought was a superficial agreement. Let it be so. We are all subjects of the Great Zhou dynasty, and there is no need for such hostility. You may withdraw. After Yunding Tian spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Jiangning. The 5 elders of the cabinet and the champion marquis took their leave, while Jiangning remained behind. Chapter 13. Dispatching Guards. Jiangning establishes authority. Thank you, Father, for upholding justice for me. Yunding Tian snorted coldly and replied, Enough of these pleasantries. If it were truly justice, the champion marquis should face a severe punishment, not this. What is the Grand Chancellor's level of cultivation? Jiangning inquired. Yunding Tian sighed. The realms of the 5 cabinet elders surpass my OWN that I in truth. They are the 5 most powerful individuals in the great Zhou dynasty. Upon hearing this, Jiangning began to comprehend the difficulties Yunding Tian faced. The military was dominated by the champion marquis, while the court was bolstered by 5 elders whose powers eclipsed Yunding Tian's. Caught between them, Yunding Tian was undeniably restrained. Moreover, prior to this, he had endured the suppression of the Black Prison Soul Curse, making his position as emperor particularly stifling. The princess has successfully ascended to the Taisu realm. I believe the pressure on you will significantly lessen in the future, Jiangning said slowly. Li Shuang has informed me about this. You have rendered great service. Upon hearing this, Jiangning internally murmured, If you think I have achieved great merit, then do grant me some rewards, instead of merely voicing praise. The champion marquis is arrogant and vindictive. You must be cautious of him in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Yunding Tian continued, Here is what I propose. I will send the 4 guards, Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan, to protect you. After a while, I will seek an opportunity to transfer the champion marquis away from the imperial capital, and you will be safe. Thank you, Father. Jiangning understood Yunding Tian's intentions and expressed his gratitude before departing. In the imperial study, Yunding Tian remained alone. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, The 5 elders of the cabinet. The champion marquis, Jiangning, that as the sovereign of a dynasty, one naturally hopes that the courtiers surrounding them are all obedient, rather than presenting such challenges to control. The elders' realms exceed Yunding Tian's. The champion marquis is hard to manage, and Jiangning's background is shrouded in mystery. Even though Jiangning currently appears to lean towards Yunding Tian, the lack of clarity regarding his origins leaves Yunding Tian perpetually uneasy. After leaving the imperial study, Jiangning returned to his courtyard, where he found 4 armored guards already waiting. Your Highness, we have come at the behest of His Majesty to provide protection. The 4 guards, each at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, were renowned as Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan. Jiangning nodded slightly, fully aware of Yunding Tian's intentions. The guards were ostensibly there for protection but were, in reality, a means of surveillance. As the ruler of a nation, Yunding Tian would not permit the presence of an uncontrollable individual like Jiangning within the palace. From now on, I will rely on the 4 of you at your service, Your Highness. There is no need for such formalities, replied Feng, the lead guard. Jiangning said nothing further and opened the door to the courtyard. Your Highness, you have returned. Inger rushed forward to greet him with Dabai in tow. Before Inger could utter another word, the 4 guards followed Jiangning into the courtyard, and her expression immediately changed. Servant Inger pays her respects to the esteemed generals. The 4 guards, being direct subordinates of Yunding Tian and holding significant positions, warranted Inger's respect. Inger, these 4 generals are here to ensure my safety. Jiangning explained to At that moment. Dabai, who had been following Inger, let out a few barks. The guards furrowed their brows upon seeing Dabai. After a brief commotion, Jiangning settled into the pavilion in the courtyard to begin his cultivation. Inger took Dabai out to find something to eat, while the 4 guards positioned themselves around the courtyard, occasionally whispering to one another, Isn't it said that this prince is a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate? Indeed, but he appears to be cultivating, doesn't he? And what about that pure white creature? It seems to be a spirit beast. The guards were unaware of Jiangning's true strength and thus grew increasingly curious. As night deepened and dawn approached, Jiangning remained in the pavilion, immersed in his cultivation. The curiosity of the 4 guards intensified that I just got a bit closer, and I sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy around this prince that suggests he possesses the strength of the Jade Purity realm. What could this possibly mean? His Majesty has sent us to ensure his safety, but what danger could there be within the palace? I cannot hold back any longer. I must test him. As they debated, the eager Huagard conceived the idea of probing Jiangning. Lin, wishing to dissuade him, was halted by Feng's intervention. Let the third brother give it a try. We must ascertain the truth of His Majesty's command. With Feng's encouragement, Huagard's resolve strengthened. The moment the sun fully rose, Huagard summoned a column of energy with his fingers, channeling it slightly before launching it toward Jiangning in the pavilion. All four guards focused intently. The energy column moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was nearly upon Jiangning's skin. Yet in that fleeting instant, the energy column dissipated into nothingness. How could this be possible? Huagard exclaimed in astonishment. However, before his surprise could fade, the dissipated energy column reappeared, this time hurtling towards Huagard. Be careful. The energy column moved even faster than before, leaving Huagard no time to react. Huagard sprang into action. With a powerful surge of spiritual energy, the small energy column unleashed a force akin to a colossal wave. Seeing that Huagard struggled to contain it, the remaining three guards quickly joined in to suppress it. Meanwhile, Jiangning spoke softly. That energy column soared into the sky, transforming into an overwhelming force that surged forward. What immense power! The four guards, despite their collective effort, found themselves at a disadvantage, though they shared the same 9th level of the Jade Purity realm as Jiangning. The disparity in strength between those of the same realm was stark. Jiangning was undoubtedly the strongest among the 9th level of Jade Purity. At that moment, the four guards' gazes shifted from disdain to sheer terror as they looked at Jiangning in the pavilion. With a resounding thud, the four guards collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Simultaneously, Jiangning waved his hand, and the overwhelming force dissipated in an instant. Jiangning slowly rose and approached the four guards. We have overstepped our bounds. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Huagard quickly apologized that Jiangning's expression remained as calm as a still pond, and with a slight wave of his hand, for spiritual pills suddenly appeared, radiating a gentle aura in midair. These are Qi recovery pills that, if you trust me, consume them. They will not only heal the injuries you sustained, but may also yield additional benefits. Spiritual pills? The four guards exchanged glances, hesitating slightly before Huagard took the lead and grasped a pill, swallowing it. The other three followed suit. As the pills entered their mouths, the pure and clear spiritual energy flowed through their meridians like celestial dew, swiftly restoring their previously strained conditions. Moreover, the residual spiritual energy from the pills began to nourish their sea of energy. The four guards found the previous barriers to their advancement at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, showing signs of loosening. Chapter 14. Bestowing the Four Symbols. Cabinet schemes. After a moment, having absorbed the effects of the Qi recovery pills, the four guards were filled with joy. Your Highness does not hold our transgressions against us. Instead, you bestow us with pills to assist us. Truly, we are unworthy. Huagard knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, Rise. I am not a narrow-minded individual. You four were originally His Majesty's personal guards. It is only natural you would feel some discontent in now serving me. I shall not hold this matter against you. Thank you, Your Highness. The guard stood up. Are you all at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm? Jiangning inquired of the Duke. We, for a number, have endured years of rigorous training within the confines of the Jade Purity realm, yet advancement to the void remains elusive. The words of the Wind Guard carried a tone of resignation. Every individual possesses their own limitations, and for some, the Jade Purity realm serves as an insurmountable threshold, while for others, it represents a pinnacle they may never transcend. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiangning that I observe that your strengths align closely. And having worked together for many years, I happen to possess a combat technique that you may find beneficial. With that, he produced the battle skill he had acquired at Qinjue Mountain, the Four Symbols Prison Dragon Formation. This was a formation technique that could only be executed through the concerted effort of the four, rendering it of little use in Jiangning's solitary hands. The Wind Guard took the technique, glancing over it briefly. This is a celestial-grade battle skill. Jiangning had not previously prioritized its rank. Responding casually, I stumbled upon it. It requires four to wield, and it serves little purpose if I keep it. So I gift it to you. The Wind Guard was overwhelmed with excitement. Celestial-grade battle skills are rare treasures, and as guards of the Cloud Summit, the four of them had only managed to learn a single celestial-grade technique thus far. Now, Jiangning had nonchalantly bestowed upon them another, particularly one that was a formation skill, perfectly tailored for their group. We express our deepest gratitude, Duke. We shall gladly risk life and limb for you. There is no need for such dramatic gestures. Should I require assistance in the future, I trust you will lend your support within reason. Jiang Ning replied, fully aware that a single pill or a battle skill could not entirely win over a person's loyalty. It would necessitate earnest effort on their part. Jiang Ning quickly shook his head, saying, enough of this pomp. Should the emperor learn of it, he may grow suspicious. Simply fulfill your duties, and let us not have a repeat of the earlier incident. The Duke's combination of gentleness and authority was indeed a fine strategy for winning hearts. Duke, it is time for your meal. At this moment, Ing Er arrived. The 4 guards, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly withdrew. Jiang Ning opened the door, and Dabai was the first to rush forward, chattering excitedly. Its snow-white fur was soft, clearly freshly bathed. Get back, I still need to eat. Jiang Ning showed no leniency, tossing Dabai aside before taking the food box from Ing Er's hands and heading to the pavilion to dine. Dabai, undeterred, continued to circle around Jiang Ning, seemingly yearning for a taste of his meal. How peculiar. I've already given Dabai plenty to eat, yet it still craves more, Ing Er pondered aloud. This creature is an insatiable bottomless pit. It consumes so much, yet it yields no results. Chatter, chatter. Dabai protested indignantly from the side, that, oh, you still have the audacity to be upset. Care to shine a light? Jiang Ning taunted. Dabai spun in place a few times, gathering its energy, and its entire body shimmered with a burst of white light. Wow, Dabai can emit light too, Ing Er exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Ning could only sigh. This creature, besides its ability to glow, offered little else of value. Chatter. Upon hearing this, Dabai exerted itself further, its blue eyes shimmering with a hint of spiritual energy. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise as the white light emanating from Dabai intensified. The cabinet, the most powerful institution in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, indeed the most formidable place across the entire Tianyuan continent, was fortified by 5 formidable divine wheel realm powers, necessitating that anyone who entered must temper their presence and proceed with caution. Yet there was one exception. The champion Marquis entered the cabinet with the ease of returning home. It was no wonder, for he had grown up there. Master, I believe Jiang Ning's strength exceeds the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. He may have already ascended to the void, in the grand hall of the cabinet. The champion Marquis addressed the Grand Elder. I personally examined him in the Imperial study. I cannot be mistaken. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The champion Marquis continued. A few days ago, I coerced a Void Realm assassin from the Han Dynasty to eliminate Jiang Ning, to my surprise. After the assassination attempt, Jiang Ning returned to the palace and scathed, a Void Realm assassin. Indeed, I hold leverage over that assassin. She will undoubtedly not hold back, which is why Jiang Ning managed to escape from a Void Realm powerhouse, the champion Marquis stated with a hint of cunning. Enough. The Emperor has dispatched Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan for protection. Let us not dwell on the assassination for now. The Grand Elder sighed heavily. This master, this individual is deeply concealed. If we do not eliminate him swiftly, it may lead to unforeseen complications detrimental to our future plans. The champion Marquis exclaimed urgently, I have already said, enough of this. Let it go, the Grand Elder responded, somewhat irate. Very well, the champion Marquis replied reluctantly. Even if he is a Void Realm, he cannot stir up much trouble. Right now, you must focus on ascending to the Divine Wheel Realm. Would you be willing to concede to someone even the Wang of Guangping can surpass? That old fellow from Guangping, despite his age, has only managed to ascend to the Divine Wheel Realm with your guidance, Master, the champion Marquis remarked dismissively, though the Wang of Guangping benefited from my pointers. He cannot be entirely relied upon. Remember, we are in the same boat. For you to ascend to the throne, obstacles such as the Cloud Summit's father and daughter, the Wang of Guangping, and now Jiang Ning must be cleared. While I and your other masters can protect you, your own strength must also be cultivated. The Grand Elder admonished earnestly. The champion Marquis feigned indifference as he listened, and when the Grand Elder finished speaking, he respectfully bowed. Disciple understands. Thank you for your teachings, Master. The Grand Elder nodded, stating, that Void Realm assassin, if your leverage is strong enough, you might use her to probe the royal estate. Word has it that Yun Li Suang has already ascended to the Void Realm. This was somewhat unexpected. Given the formidable power of the Thunder Flame, she had managed to ascend to the Void Realm. Truly a favored daughter of heaven. The champion Marquis mused, with the Thunder Flame at her disposal. I imagine the Void Realm must be her zenith, that in your future ascension to the throne, her status will be vital. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the champion Marquis's lips curled into a smile. Rest assured, Master. Yun Li Suang will soon be within my grasp. Chapter 15. Soul Imprint. The trial of the Shangguan for several consecutive days. Jiang Ning continued his rigorous training, and the barriers of his 9th level in the Jade Purity Realm began to show signs of yielding. Ascending to the Void Realm is indeed a significant challenge. Otherwise, Yun Li Suang would not need to seclude herself for 2 years. The 4 guards, Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan, had diligently studied the 4 symbols prison dragon formation for a few days and had now mastered it. When the 4 joined forces to execute it, the power was astonishing, leaving Jiang Ning astounded. The 4 symbols represented the sun, the moon, the lesser yin, and the lesser yang. Their combined might could imprison dragons and vanquish the heavens. That day, after the meal, Jiang Ning was about to resume his training when suddenly, a tremor coursed through his soul. Frowning, he unleashed his soul force to sense the disturbance. After a while, he exhaled deeply. His expression tinged with bitterness that it turned out that his black prison soul curse had indeed found its mark. Before escaping from Shangguan Qingyu, Jiang Ning had employed the black prison soul curse as a delaying tactic. Originally, Su Yang believed that given Shangguan Qingyu's void realm status, this curse would not hit its target. Yet now, Jiang Ning felt his soul power faintly manifesting upon Shangguan Qingyu. Jiang Ning steadied his mind. Seeking to trace that ethereal soul energy back to Shangguan Qingyu's location, that as time passed, Jiang Ning grew increasingly adept at capturing his own soul force. Finally, he pinpointed the location. This place was the royal estate. Confirming the location, Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Why was Shangguan Qingyu at the royal estate? He began to ponder. Shangguan Qingyu's attempt on his life had been under the orders of the champion Marquis. And now she appeared at the royal estate. Could this also be the champion Marquis's doing? The royal estate lacked a divine wheel realm protector. Given Shangguan Qingyu's capabilities, she could indeed infiltrate. But who was the target of Shangguan Qingyu's assassination this time? After much contemplation, one answer emerged. Yun Li Suang. Having just ascended to the Void Realm, her aura remained unstable, necessitating further seclusion to solidify her foundation. With this thought, Jiang Ning felt a surge of anxiety. The top assassin of the Han Dynasty, having been in the Void Realm for years, could easily eliminate someone who had just ascended to that realm, even if she had been afflicted by Jiang Ning's black prison soul curse. Generals, Jiang Ning called out into the courtyard that his voice echoed. The 4 guards, Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan, appeared shortly thereafter. What orders do you have, Duke? Jiang Ning, his expression urgent, replied, An assassin has infiltrated the royal estate. Will you accompany me to apprehend her? The Wind Guard hesitated momentarily. The royal estate is outside the imperial city. How do you know there's an assassin within? However, despite his confusion, the Wind Guard responded, I am willing to follow you. Duke, upon arriving at the royal estate, Jiang Ning and the 4 guards rushed forward only to find everything appeared normal, with no signs of disturbance. Jiang Ning concentrated, sensing his soul force as he led the 4 guards to a secluded grove adjacent to the royal estate. Upon entering the grove, ancient trees soared high, enveloping the area in a deep and tranquil ambience. Duke, there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy here. After a thorough examination, the Wind Guard spoke. Jiang Ning has not relaxed his guard. Indeed, he senses the absence of any spiritual fluctuations within this dense forest. However, Jiang Ning understands that as a Taishu realm assassin, Shangguan Qingyu possesses her own methods of concealment. Come forth, since I have tracked you to this location. You must realize that finding you is not a difficult task. Jiang Ning attempted a feint that his words echoed. Several leaves fell from the trees in the forest. With a rustling sound, Jiang Ning turned to see Shangguan Qingyu materialize. This ruse had indeed drawn her out. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards were taken aback. If even they failed to detect her presence, it was evident that her strength surpassed theirs. Jiang Ning, I never anticipated that you would be of the Chu dynasty royal lineage. If you lift the Black Prison Soul curse upon me, I shall refrain from taking your life. Shangguan Qingyu exclaimed in a fit of rage upon their first encounter that it was evident that the Black Prison Soul curse had significantly affected her. Upon hearing her words, the four guards were utterly astonished. The mention of the Chu dynasty royal lineage and the Black Prison Soul curse struck deep chords of discomfort within them. Leave the Great Zhou at once and cease your killings. I will lift the curse, Jiang Ning replied slowly. Shangguan Qingyu furrowed her brow and retorted, as the first assassin of the Han dynasty, do you truly believe I can refrain from taking lives? The name Shangguan Qingyu elicited an even greater shock among the four guards. 3 years ago. I knew you only killed the unjust. After 3 years apart, what has the Champion Marquis offered you to make you so reckless? The Champion Marquis? Humph. Once I have eliminated those he wishes me to kill, he shall be next, Shangguan Qingyu declared with indignation. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Ning said, if you have grievances, feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you. No. Shangguan Qingyu scoffed at the 9th level of the Yupu realm. What do you think you can do? The Champion Marquis possesses at least the 5th level of the Taishu realm. Even I lack absolute certainty. How will you know unless you try? The 5th level of the Taishu realm does not sound insurmountable. Trying is futile. Today, the one I intend to kill is your princess. If you attempt to stop me, I shall eliminate you. Shangguan Qingyu's words dripped with a chilling malice. Jiang Ning sighed. If you do not believe me, then come and test it. 4 generals, present. 4 symbols prisoning the dragon. At Jiang Ning's command, the stunningly bright sword, Jingyuan Jishue, suddenly appeared in his hand. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards immediately summoned their spiritual energy, the overwhelming power of the 4 symbols soaring skyward. Without hesitation, Shangguan Qingyu propelled herself into the air. Her pure spiritual energy coalescing into an immensely formidable pillar of energy that charged toward Jiang Ning. Shadowless strike. Jiang Ning focused his mind, unleashing his spiritual energy. Heavenly profound sword technique, divine law of the heavens. With a single thrust, he met the shadowless strike head-on. The moment their energies collided, Jiang Ning's sword aura shattered, yet the shadowless strike continued its relentless advance. This exemplified the chasm between the Taishu realm and the Yupu realm. Heavenly ruined finger, 4 fingers breaking the firmament. Faced with such an opponent as Shangguan Qingyu, Jiang Ning dared not show the slightest slackness. He released 4 fingers, invoking a natural disturbance in the vast sky. 4 ancient colossal fingers descended, imbued with immense spiritual power. Shangguan Qingyu furrowed her brow, and her moonset starfall sword quietly materialized. Star radiance. Brilliant starlight flickered as she executed a horizontal slash, causing the 4 colossal fingers to shatter in an instant. Jiang Ning, do not obstruct me. The Yupu realm is but an ant in my eyes. Is that so? Jiang Ning suddenly glanced at the 4 guards. At last, their formation was complete. Sun Moon. Lesser Yang, Lesser Yin. Yin and Yang create the dawn and dusk. The 4 symbols stabilize the heavens and earth. The overwhelming aura descended like a tidal wave, infused with an intense primordial killing force, unleashing a fierce and blinding gale. Chapter 16. Capturing Shangguan and the reason for lifting the curse. Shangguan Qingyu turned to behold the scene. And for the first time, a hint of panic flickered in her icy gaze. The heavenly grade battle technique, requiring the cooperation of 4, was bound to wield tremendous power as the astonishing aura bore down on her. Shangguan Qingyu steadied herself, positioning her long sword before her. Layer upon layer of her spiritual energy erupted. Destruction begins. At the moment her words fell, an overwhelming primordial aura surged forth, reversing the heavenly canopy. Unleashing an unparalleled pressure, layers of chaotic spiritual energy collided. And as the 2 forces converged, a deafening explosion resonated, causing the forest to collapse in an instant. Within the royal villa, numerous Taishu realm experts emerged, all equally astonished. Such might could only belong to someone at least at the 5th level of the Taishu realm, who would dare engage in combat near the royal villa. Quickly investigate. Activate the villa's defenses to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. They reported to the Imperial Palace. There are Taishu realm experts engaged in battle here. Amidst the collapsing forest, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed, feeling the combined weight of the 4 symbols' pressure and Shangguan Qingyu's unleashed force. As a Yupu realm cultivator, he was bearing more than he should to AT that moment. Jiang Ning finally grasped the overwhelming strength of a Taishu realm expert. Yet even so, he would not allow Shangguan Qingyu to break the four symbols formation. Heavenly Ruin Finger, 5 fingers shifting the universe. Heavenly Profound Sword Technique, reversal of the divine melody. With both techniques unleashed, the resounding echoes of exploding spiritual energy reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The ground trembled. Dust scattered, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged across the entire forest, causing Jiang Ning to bleed from all 5 orifices. The 5 ancient colossal fingers converged into a palm. Heavenly Ruin Shattering Palm. The 4th form of the Heavenly Profound Sword Technique, reversal of the divine melody. The ancient colossal palm, the reversal of the divine melody. Jiang Ning, you seek death. Upon witnessing this scene, Shangguan Qingyu was enraged. Jiang Ning continually provoked her limits, destruction. Shangguan Qingyu redirected her sword, disregarding the incoming 4 symbols force, and aimed directly at Jiang Ning, piercing forth. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Observing Shangguan Qingyu's demeanor, Jiang Ning realized that the champion Marquis must possess something of utmost importance to her. Boom! The 2 forces collided explosively, and in an instant, the majority of Jiang Ning's effort was consumed by the Heavenly Ruin Shattering Palm, which Shangguan Qingyu pierced through. The reversal of the divine melody shattered. Shangguan Qingyu charged forward. This time, Jiang Ning lacked the protection of the Heavenly Flame Divine Dragon Armor. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly perish. Majestic 4 symbols, prisoning dragon suppression. Just then, the formation of the wind. Forest, fire, and mountain guards finally descended. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon Shangguan Qingyu. In that fleeting moment, Shangguan Qingyu lost her strength, her long sword slipping from her grasp. Prison. Shangguan Qingyu slowly closed her eyes. Succumbing to unconsciousness, I am sorry that a voice as cold as ice echoed as the 4 symbols' power fully locked Shangguan Qingyu in place. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards assumed their positions, standing firm, exuding majesty. Marquis, are you unharmed? Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, wiping the blood from his 5 orifices, slightly stabilizing his spiritual energy. Hurry, someone is approaching. The Taishu realm experts from the royal villa were already investigating nearby. Jiang Ning understood that he absolutely could not allow them to discover Shangguan Qingyu's presence. Otherwise, she would be doomed. Understood. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards followed Jiang Ning, hastening back to the palace. After a swift journey, Jiang Ning, accompanied by the 4 guards and the captured Shangguan Qingyu, returned to their courtyard. Immediately, he produced healing elixirs, hastily swallowing several before distributing some to the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards that as he absorbed the elixir's medicinal properties. Jiang Ning finally felt some relief. Through this battle, he had fully realized the immense power of Taishu realm experts. Marquis, how shall we deal with her? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, You may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with her. Marquis, she is a Taishu realm expert. It required all 4 of us to capture her. The Wind Guard expressed his confusion regarding Jiang Ning's decision. No matter. I have my methods, Jiang Ning insisted. The 4 guards exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to retreat, that we shall remain outside the courtyard, should you require assistance. We will be here promptly, understood. Jiang Ning waved his hand, that as the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards departed. He gazed at the unconscious Shangguan Qingyu, memories from 3 years ago resurfacing. 3 years prior, Jiang Ning and Shangguan Qingyu had shared a past, journeying together with carefree spirits. Though they had not formally committed to each other, Jiang Ning had indeed harbored feelings at that time. After Shangguan Qingyu's abrupt departure, he had lingered in melancholy. Now, 3 years later, they met again, only to find themselves at odds. Jiang Ning took Shangguan Qingyu's hand, observing the black curse mark in her palm, and gently shook his head. Releasing his soul energy, he began to dissolve the curse he had cast upon her. Subsequently, Jiang Ning produced a pill and placed it in Shangguan Qingyu's mouth. Shangguan Qingyu suddenly awakened. The first sight that greeted her was Jiang Ning. You are awake. Jiang Ning. Shangguan Qingyu braced herself to rise, suddenly sensing something amiss. Instinctively, she raised her palm and beheld the vanished black abyss soul curse. With a sigh of relief, Shangguan Qingyu pondered, Why did you not kill me? I yearn to uncover the reason. Champion Ho, What means did you employ to drive one to such madness? Is it as you mentioned, Guo? She brushed aside her delicate hair and continued, do you truly believe that by revealing this to you, you will be able to contend with Champion Ho? Your ability to capture me is solely due to the Black Abyss Soul Curse having depleted my strength significantly. Champion Ho will not be so easily subdued. Trust me once, for I believe you can discern Champion Ho's character. Even if you assist him in eliminating his targets, he shall not readily allow you to fulfill your desires. Jiang Ning spoke the truth, and a heavy silence enveloped them. Finally, Shang Wanqingyu came to a realization and spoke. Gur is my daughter. As these words fell, Jiang Ning's heart was filled with a complex array of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Had she truly married? Did this imply that Guo had been abducted by Champion Ho? Who was her husband? Jiang Ning harbored numerous questions but refrained from voicing them. Perhaps we could join forces to rescue Guo, suggested Jiang Ning. Shang Wanqingyu scoffed lightly, responding with resignation. The cabinet of the Great Zhou dynasty is fortified by 5 formidable Shen experts. To rescue someone from here is far from easy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning comprehended Shang Wanqingyu's plight. With her void realm strength, it was indeed impossible for her to rescue her child from the hands of the 5 elders of the cabinet. But how will you know if you do not attempt it? Jiang Ning replied slowly, his gaze filled with scheming intent. Chapter 17. Jiang Ning's planning. The cabinet's affair. The night was clear, and the air was cool as water. Within the cabinet, the 5 elders convened in the great hall. What transpired at the royal estate? It seems that those sent by Champion Ho were discovered by individuals within the estate, all of whom are of the Void Realm, leading to an inevitable clash. Indeed, according to Champion Ho, his envoys should not have acted so recklessly. The Grand Elder pondered, a hint of skepticism in his expression. Just as they were deliberating, a wail echoed through the hall, prompting the Grand Elder to glance towards the other elders. This is a child delivered by Champion Ho some time ago, entrusted to the care of the cabinet servants. The second elder replied that a child. The Grand Elder mused, perhaps beginning to connect the dots. And his curiosity waned, that if the cries grow urgent, we might need to take measures. His tone was grave. With that, the Grand Elder prepared to leave, but at that moment, a surge of void energy materialized in the great hall. Who goes there? The 5 elders simultaneously sensed the presence of this power. Indeed, the Shen experts are formidable. With 5 elders stationed in the Great Zhou, we are truly unassailable. This void energy was none other than the power of souls. And the voice belonged to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, the Grand Elder waved his hand, sealing off the area of the cabinet. The second elder couldn't help but feel elated, exclaiming, indeed, it is the power of souls. Which faction do you belong to? From the Chu dynasty? Jiang Ning's soul projection materialized before the 5 elders that, as I mentioned, my cultivation of soul techniques was a stroke of fortune. I have no ties to the Chu dynasty. Regardless, since you have come today, you shall remain here forever, the second elder chuckled. The Grand Elder wore a smile as well, saying, you cannot believe that by infiltrating the cabinet with soul power, we 5, who have trained in soul techniques, would be rendered powerless against you. Jiang Ning was aware of this possibility. After all, his own cultivation, the 3rd finger of the great desolation shattering heaven, could indeed inflict severe damage upon souls. The 5 elders possessing profound cultivation undoubtedly had means to capture him. Yet before that, did they not wish to know why he had come tonight? Jiang Ning spoke calmly. The second elder raised an eyebrow. Do tell that I acquired the art of soul cultivation in the Qinjue Mountains. Jiang Ning began recounting his true experiences. Last year, I offended Champion Ho and was punished by the Emperor to be confined in the Qinjue Mountains. On the very first day of my confinement, a soul, much like my current form, appeared before me. The 5 elders were intrigued, for the art of soul cultivation was unique to the royal family of the Chu dynasty and was never divulged to outsiders. Then, Jiang Ning continued, weaving a tale, that soul intended to take me as a disciple, threatening to kill me otherwise. That time, I was powerless and had no choice but to accept his tutelage. For a year, he taught me the ways of soul cultivation, allowing my realm to break through to the 9th layer of the Jade Purity realm. And then, the Grand Elder inquired, bewildered at this. Jiang Ning realized his deception had taken root. However, on the day I left the Qinjue Mountains, he placed a curse upon me, demanding that I sow discord between the Emperor and the cabinet, disrupting the court of the Great Zhou, and that I regularly report back to him. Lest this curse take my life that a curse, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed slightly. Jiangning cooperatively illustrated the form of the Black Abyss soul curse with his soul power. This is the curse. Once afflicted, one's cultivation stagnates, living in a state worse than death. Jiangning lamented, his expression full of grievance. The Black Abyss soul curse. The 5 elders exclaimed in unison. That soul resides in the Qinjue Mountains? The second elder pressed anxiously. Feigning calm, Jiangning nodded. Indeed, he forbade me from speaking of this, or else he would take my life that I sought you, esteemed elders, to request your assistance in eliminating the soul in the Qinjue Mountains and freeing me from this curse. The 5 elders exchanged glances. Over the years, only the supreme emperor of the Chu dynasty has vanished. Could it be? I recall 3 years ago, upon the emperor's return from warring with the Chu dynasty. The supreme emperor of the Chu has not been seen since that he possesses Shen cultivation. What a coincidence! The Grand Elder furrowed his brow suddenly, coldly demanding, Jiangning, do you speak the truth, beyond a shadow of a doubt? If I utter a falsehood, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Jiangning's soul vowed earnestly, please assist me, and upon success, I am willing to serve you, esteemed elders, with utmost loyalty. The Grand Elder disregarded Jiangning entirely. Instead, turning to the other elders, time is of the essence. With a glance from the Grand Elder, the 5 elders swiftly departed. Hey, elders, don't mention my name when you leave, or I shall surely perish. Jiangning called after them as they vanished from sight. The spectacle of 5 Shen experts departing was indeed grand. Outside the cabinet, Shangguan Qingyu, who had been concealed for some time, finally made her appearance. In an instant, she infiltrated the cabinet's estate, guided by an inexplicable instinct, directly locating Guer. Who are you? The guard stationed at Guer's side exclaimed. This individual, possessing only the strength of the Tianyang realm, was inconsequential in the eyes of Shangguan Qingyu, who was of the Void realm. With a single strike, she obliterated him. Guer lay in a deep slumber, her sallow complexion, parched lips, and tear-stained eyes resembling the clarity of a full moon, to Guer embracing her child once more. Shangguan Qingyu let out a sigh of relief. Without delaying further, she quickly departed, vanishing into the vast night in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the cabinet, Jiangning found himself in a predicament. The 5 elders had indeed left, yet the domain established by the Grand Elder remained unsealed. Jiangning was trapped within the hall. Could my luck be this poor? Is it a forced exchange? Jiangning fretted, akin to an ant on a hot stove, that he understood that should the 5 elders return from the Qinjue Mountains without discovering the soul, they would inevitably vent their wrath upon him. To toy with Shen experts was indeed a tale worth boasting about. However, the cost was exorbitantly high. Although the domain established by the Grand Elder was hastily conjured, it still contained a trace of Shen energy. With Jiangning's Jade Purity realm strength, and in his soul form, he was utterly incapable of breaking free. The plan Jiangning and Shangguan Qingyu had devised entailed her locating the child and departing immediately, while he would find a way to escape. Yet now, Jiangning could not conceive of a solution. Just as he was at a loss, a familiar figure entered the great hall. Jiangning felt as though he had spotted a savior. Chapter 18. The Valley of Fallen Blossoms, the annihilation of Qinjue on this night. Champion Ho arrived at the cabinet. Where are the 5 masters? Why is there still a domain array in the hall? Champion Ho immediately sensed something was amiss. Break it for me. With a powerful punch, Champion Ho unleashed his mighty spirit energy, crashing against the domain array. The domain shattered. Jiangning silently applauded Champion Ho from within. What force is this? Jiangning had no intention of engaging in prolonged conflict with Champion Ho, as he was not yet a match for him. With all his might, the soul energy surged forth. And as he passed by Champion Ho, Jiangning courteously remarked, "Thank you, my dear lord." Champion Ho was taken aback. "Jiangning, you are in the cabinet?" Jiangning could not be bothered to respond, allowing his soul energy to escape the cabinet. As his soul re-entered his body, he made a beeline for the Imperial Palace. "Once I reach the palace, I shall be safe." After a brief moment of reflection, the champion Marquis remaining in the cabinet hurried to check on the child he had left there. However, it was too late. The lifeless body of a Tianyang realm guard had already proclaimed the grim reality that I in the palace courtyard. Jiang Ning rushed in, panting as he entered the room, by the flickering candlelight. Shangwan Qingyu was tending to the rescued girl, presenting a stark contrast to the cold assassin she had been in the past. "Thank you for this," Shangwan Qingyu said slowly. Jiang Ning chuckled, responding, "I told you. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Just like 3 years ago, while my strength may falter, my banter remains unparalleled," Shangwan Qingyu replied with a long-awaited smile. Jiang Ning glanced at the slumbering Guo and furrowed his brow slightly. "How old is this child?" "Just over 2 years," Shangwan Qingyu replied without looking up. "Just over 2 years," Jiang Ning repeated absently. What a timely coincidence. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Ning's spine. Surely, I want to find myself in the position of being a father. "Will I?" "The child's father is dead," Shangwan Qingyu stated firmly before Jiang Ning could finish. Curiosity lingered in Jiang Ning's mind. "This child's eyes resemble mine a bit," he mused. Shangwan Qingyu shot him a disapproving look. "This child has no connection to you, so don't think too much about it." With that, Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. "That I wasn't thinking too much. I merely meant to say that the child is quite adorable." He added, feeling somewhat awkward, "that as long as it's not yours. That's all that matters. That I plan to leave tomorrow. The imperial capital of the Zhou dynasty is far too perilous, with my strength at the Taisu realm. I cannot adequately protect Guo," Shangwan Qingyu stated. "Understood. I will arrange for those 4 guards from earlier to assist you." Jiang Ning nodded. Suddenly, Shangwan Qingyu turned her gaze toward him, scrutinizing him closely. "That aren't you the least bit curious why I left without a word 3 years ago, and why I have returned to the Zhou dynasty now?" Jiang Ning paused before responding. "If you're willing to share, then I would be curious." Shangwan Qingyu's spiritual energy flickered as she appeared lost in thought. After a moment of melancholy, she finally spoke. 70 miles north of the Zhou dynasty's capital lies a place called Luohua Valley. "What about Luohua Valley?" "Luohua Valley is the site where the saintess of the Great Han Dynasty fell," Shangwan Qingyu revealed. "The saintess of the Great Han Dynasty?" Jiang Ning exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, the saintess was a figure who, decades ago, stood at the pinnacle of the Shinshu realm, looking down upon the entire Tianyuan continent. Thanks to her presence, the Great Han Dynasty not only fended off the beast tide from the north, but also quelled the temper of the Zhou Dynasty in the south. Yet such a figure fell 20 years ago under mysterious circumstances, marking the rise of the Zhou Dynasty. She fell within the territory of the Zhou Dynasty." Jiang Ning questioned, perplexed. Shangwan Qingyu nodded. "That I came to the Zhou Dynasty upon the request of an old acquaintance to search for the site of the saintess's fall. However, the champion Marquis discovered my whereabouts and abducted Guo, forcing me to work for him." Listening attentively, Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. "That I have no interest in the site of the saintess's fall. You need not worry. I won't go there to know. What I desire is for you to go to Luohua Valley in a month's time to ensure someone's safety." Shangwan Qingyu's tone became more amicable. "That would be the little princess of the Great Han Dynasty, the saintess's daughter." Shangwan Qingyu hesitated. Jiang Ning felt overwhelmed. Having just dealt with one matter, he now faced another. "In a month, I will do my best, but if it pertains to the fate of 2 dynasties, I would prefer not to get involved. That if you go, you will not regret it." Shangwan Qingyu smiled. "The little princess of the Great Han Dynasty is quite charming, not inferior to your own princess." "Please don't think of me that way," Jiang Ning said helplessly. Shangwan Qingyu smiled without responding. "By the way, why did you leave without a word 3 years ago?" Jiang Ning suddenly inquired. "Do you wish to know?" Jiang Ning nodded. "When you help the little princess accomplish her goals, I shall tell you," Shangwan Qingyu replied with a smirk. "Goodness, you're keeping me in suspense." Shangwan Qingyu, "One day, you will tell me willingly," Jiang Ning retorted. Vexed, "Keep your voice down. You'll wake the child." Shangwan Qingyu snapped back, equally annoyed. As the night passed and dawn approached, Shangwan Qingyu chose to depart with Guo. Jiang Ning provided the necessary travel permits from the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain to ensure her safe exit from the capital. With Shangwan Qingyu's capabilities, once she left the city, she would be free to go wherever she pleased. After handling this matter, Jiang Ning pondered the tasks ahead in a month and let out a sigh. A new day began, and he resumed his training to Sainan. The danger level of the Sainan location was rated 5 stars, and he received a reward: Wind Blade Celestial Wood Armor. Wind Blade Celestial Wood Armor? Perfect! Since the Tianyan Divine Dragon Armor was destroyed, I have yet to find suitable armor. Jiang Ning donned the armor without hesitation. At that moment, Inger arrived with her pet, Daba. Prince Consort, have you heard? Something monumental has occurred. Inger exclaimed, her face filled with shock. Chirp, chirp. Daba echoed enthusiastically. Jiang Ning frowned. What monumental event? Inger, brimming with excitement, declared last night Qinjie Mountain was razed to the ground. What? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Once he processed the information, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. For some inexplicable reason, he envisioned the 5 elders of the cabinet, frantically scouring the entirety of Qinjie Mountain in search of the soul spirit, their faces twisted in frustration. The 5 elders of the cabinet are indeed quite formidable. Why are you laughing, Prince Consort? Inger asked, and I'm simply in a good mood. I was trapped in Qinjie Mountain for over a year. Naturally, I'm delighted it has been leveled. Jiang Ning laughed heartily. Did I ask that so? Then I'm happy for you too. Inger chimed in, her spirits lifted. Chapter 19. The Origin with you. Using a knife to kill, having infiltrated the cabinet under the cover of night. Toyed with the 5 elders and successfully escaped from the champion Marquis. Jiang Ning understood that these actions would ensure he would no longer receive any amicable treatment from the elders or the Marquis. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was currently in the palace, under the protection of Yunding Tian, which made the elders think twice before acting against him. It seemed he would need to exercise caution when leaving the palace in the future. After finishing his meal, it took Daba away for a second helping, as Daba had not eaten enough. It was amusing how Daba had formed a bond with Inger, behaving affectionately, as if she had been the one to feed him for over a year. Jiang Ning consoled himself, thinking it was merely a flashlight, nothing to be overly concerned about. As he practiced in the courtyard, his own strength at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm gradually stabilized. To advance further would require breaking through to the Taisu realm. Jiang Ning had been learning about the power of the Taisu realm over the past few days. The explosive strength displayed by Shangguan Qingyu, or even the casual punch from the champion Marquis, contained immeasurable power. As the afternoon sun peaked, the heat intensified, and even the slightest breeze became bothersome. Jiang Ning resumed his training, feeling the waves of spiritual energy swirling around him as he approached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. After several hours, the courtyard door creaked open, and a graceful figure strode in. Yun Lishuang was as stunning as ever, her face as serene as the cold moon, with her dark hair adorned with several hairpins. Exuding elegance while retaining a sense of poise, that you've returned. Jiang Ning greeted with a smile upon seeing her. Yun Lishuang did not respond, but instead made her way to the pavilion, sitting gracefully. What did you do yesterday? Yesterday. Jiang Ning was somewhat taken aback. Yun Lishuang, how did you know so quickly? Outside the royal estate, you battled with my father's guards and apprehended someone. Yun Lishuang explained, her brow furrowing in confusion. Jiang Ning then recounted the events in detail, carefully omitting his prior acquaintance with Shangguan Qingyu. After listening, Yun Lishuang nodded. Before returning, I visited my father and learned that you had lifted the black prison curse from him. Then, Yun Lishuang hesitated, and Jiang Ning waited. But silence ensued that he could tell she wanted to express her gratitude, but having grown up in a royal environment, such words were likely rare for her, leading to her momentary pause. Jiang Ning smiled gently and said, You need not thank me. We agreed to help each other. With that reassurance, Yun Lishuang finally relaxed. 2 years ago, when I took you away, it was indeed a last resort. But let bygones be bygones. If you hadn't taken me, I might not have had the chance to acquire the skills I possess today. Now, I am no longer the incapable being I once was. I have at least gained the ability to protect myself in this Tianyuan continent. Jiang Ning dismissed her words with a smile that I won't pry into your background or the opportunities you've mentioned. I initially brought you here to serve as a shield. Now that my father has regained his strength, and you have helped me suppress my hidden affliction. As Jiang Ning listened, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. What do you mean by that? Just as you said, you have gained the ability to protect yourself in the Tianyuan continent, that if you wish to leave, you are free to do so. Our marriage ends here. Yun Lishuang stated, her voice as clear as a spring. Leave? Jiang Ning paused for a moment and replied, I shall not depart. The Great Zhou dynasty is undoubtedly the most formidable empire in the Tianyuan continent, and I am the esteemed prince consort of Great Zhou, with a lifetime of wealth and splendor at my fingertips. Why should I leave? Though Great Zhou is prosperous, it is not without its perils. My father, despite his cultivation in the divine wheel realm, still treads cautiously. With your prowess at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, you could live in ease and comfort in another dynasty. With no need to fret. Enough! Jiang Ning interrupted Yun Li Shuang's lengthy discourse that as the gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard. It carried away the delicate fragrance that clung to her point 2 years ago. You abducted me. And now, 2 years later, you wish for my departure. Yun Li Shuang, do you perceive me as a mere servant, summoned and dismissed at will? The opportunities one have gained are entwined with you. We have shared a bridal chamber. Although we have yet to fulfill our marital duties, we are bound by the title of husband and wife. I shall assist you in ascending to the supreme void realm and alleviate my father's hidden ailments. As the prince consort of Great Zhou, I am indispensable. I shall not forfeit even a fraction of this lifetime's glory. As his words lingered in the air, the wind stilled, and the fragrance froze. Yun Li Shuang gazed at the man before her, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar stirring within her, a sentiment she had never experienced before. Jiang Ning? You still call me Jiang Ning? Another silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Yun Li Shuang's crimson lips parted softly. I shall no longer enter seclusion. Shall we dine together tonight? Jiang Ning casually replied, very well. Yun Li Shuang nodded. Shall we drink? I am not good with alcohol. Will you drink or not? All right. That evening, both suppressed their respective realms and indulged in a drunken revelry. In the cabinet, the atmosphere was exceedingly grim. The 5 elders had yet to calm their tempers after an entire day. This matter is undoubtedly orchestrated by the shadowy figure behind Cloud's summit. Jiang Ning must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, my resentment shall fester. Why don't we head to the Imperial Palace and tear that brat to shreds? Enough, the Grand Elder interjected. Jiang Ning is indeed capable and possesses a modicum of luck, but now is not the time to confront his majesty openly. Upon hearing this, the other elders fell silent. This matter must be kept under wraps, as it would undoubtedly tarnish the elder's reputation. For now, they could not seek revenge. They had no choice but to bury their grievances deep within. After a moment, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. Recent intelligence indicates that the great General Yi Kanyang of the Wu dynasty has ascended to the 5th level of the Divine Wheel realm. The 5th level of the Divine Wheel realm? The second elder furrowed his brow. I did not expect Yi Kanyang to achieve the 5th level. I thought the 4th level was his pinnacle. The elders contemplated the implications of the upcoming 7 Kingdoms martial competition organized by the Wu dynasty. Sensing a deeper scheme at play, the Grand Elder nodded solemnly. This matter requires utmost caution that on the surface, it is merely the 7 Kingdoms martial competition. In reality, it is likely a stratagem for alliances. With Yi Kanyang in charge, it would be difficult for us, the old guards of the Divine Wheel realm, to intervene. However, our Great Zhou cannot idly watch while the 7 Kingdoms form alliances so easily. 7 years ago, following the Great War, Yi Kanyang harbored deep resentment towards our Great Zhou. It is said he established a military decree that permits the execution of any Great Zhou personnel without cause. Suddenly, the second elder had a flash of inspiration. Our Great Zhou prince consort is young and talented. He is more than capable of shouldering this responsibility. Upon hearing this, all the elders understood to employ a dagger to slay an enemy is the most insidious tactic. Let Jiang Ning infiltrate the Wu dynasty as a spy. Chapter 20 Under the Blazing Sun. Amidst a torrential downpour. The next day, the sky was a clear blue as noon approached. Jiang Ning groggily opened his eyes to find scattered garments beneath the bed. As a lingering fragrance wafted through the air, he gradually recalled the events of the previous night. Stretching out his hand, he found no sign of his beloved prince consort. It is time for breakfast, came the cheerful voices from outside the courtyard. Jiang Ning snapped to attention, hurriedly dressing himself before rushing into the courtyard. The Ninger had brought breakfast, while the exuberant Bai seemed uninterested in the food box, clearly having had his fill prior to arriving. It is quite a feat for Bai to be full, Jiang Ning mused. Prince consort, have you just risen? Inger remarked, noting Jiang Ning's bleary-eyed state, which was a rarity since he usually meditated peacefully by the time she arrived. And please set the meal aside for now, I. Before he could finish, the courtyard door swung open. Yun Li Shuang appeared with a hint of melancholy on her countenance, gazing at Jiang Ning with a soft sigh. What troubles you? Jiang Ning immediately sensed something amiss in Inger, standing nearby. quickly bowed to Yun Li Suang, who did not dismiss her. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "During this morning's court assembly, the 5 elders of the cabinet strongly recommended that recommended you to the Wu dynasty to investigate the schemes behind the 7 Kingdoms martial competition. My father, the emperor of the Wu dynasty, has agreed." Jiang Ning had anticipated the cabinet's retaliation, but was taken aback by the speed and cunning of their tactics. The cabinet's elders have put forth their recommendation, and the officials in court are in agreement. Given your undeniable abilities, the emperor is unlikely to act against the consensus, Yun Li Suang explained helplessly to this juncture. Jiang Ning understood the implications of her words. Observing the slight furrow in Yun Li Suang's brow, he laughed heartily. "It is no big deal. I shall simply make a trip to the Wu dynasty and return shortly." Yun Li Suang added, "The cabinet insists that you depart immediately. Damn it." Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse. Having just become a true prince consort the night before, he was now to set off for a foreign land the very next day. The cabinet elders are truly malicious. Inger, prepare a wealth of supply for the prince consort. Everything he might need. Yun Li Suang commanded. Inger complied and hurried off with Dabai in tow. "You possess a spatial treasure, do you not? I have some protective talismans and healing elixirs. I can spare you those that I lack nothing in that regard," Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. Yun Li Suang pondered briefly, "Then allow me to leave you a protective mark." Jiang Ning shook his head. "Inger has left. Supplies, talismans, healing elixirs, or even a protective mark. None of these matter. What matters is you," Jiang Ning declared, sweeping Yun Li Suang into his arms that a flush of crimson blossomed on her cheeks. And the warmth of her presence enveloped him. Jiang Ning swiftly carried her into the room, and throughout, Yun Li Suang offered no resistance. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, while within, the rain fell in torrents. 5 days later. In the Wu dynasty, Wujing City, the Wu dynasty was hosting the 7 Kingdoms martial competition, inviting 7 dynasties, including itself. However, the Great Zhou dynasty received no invitation, a clear indication of the underlying intentions. This was precisely Jiang Ning's purpose for coming here. Having traversed treacherous paths and remote mountains, Jiang Ning had mentally greeted the cabinet elders 100 times by the time he finally arrived at last. He exhaled, gazing upon the imposing gates of Wujing City. As he glanced at the weary Dabai, a grin crept across his face to evade the scrutiny of the Wu dynasty's border guards. Jiang Ning had taken a route through perilous mountains and secluded valleys. Although Dabai's fur remained bright, the prolonged journey had certainly taken its toll. "This is precisely why you insisted on accompanying me. You cannot blame me." Dabai chirped in response. Jiang Ning patted its head. "Look, we are almost at the city. Once we enter, we shall feast to our heart's content." Dabai's excitement was palpable as it leapt with joy. With that, Jiang Ning and Dabai made their way toward Wujing City. Upon entering, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Perhaps due to the fame of the 7 Kingdoms martial competition, Wujing City was teeming with people of diverse attire and origins, with throngs from various dynasties continuously streaming in through the city gates. Jiang Ning sought out an inn, intending to indulge in a hearty meal, when a commotion erupted within. Roar. A girl of around 17 or 18, her hair styled in a high ponytail, radiated an air of arrogance. Clad in luxurious garments, she sported a long whip adorned with shimmering scales around her waist. Most striking, however, was the enormous, fierce tiger by her side, nearly 3 meters long, displaying its fangs and roaring defiantly. "The princess of Qianfeng from the Great Tang dynasty," someone exclaimed within the inn. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning understood the unusual pairing of a girl and her tiger. The Great Tang dynasty was close to the vast Spirit Beast Mountains in the Tianyuan continent, where spirit beasts frequently gathered. Over time, organizations dedicated to breeding spirit beasts emerged, extracting cubs or eggs from the mountains to sell to affluent families. Wealthy families would raise these spirit beasts, which in turn would protect their homes and ensure their family's well-being. Thus, it was only natural for the princess of Qianfeng to possess such a formidable spirit beast. At that moment, the princess glared at the innkeeper, her voice booming. "This princess can certainly afford to pay. Why must you deny my pet a meal here? Is this not a place for dining?" Having spoken, the fierce tiger beside Princess Qianfeng let out a thunderous roar that sent shivers down the spines of the tavern's proprietor. The tavern owner, now rendered speechless, had originally declined the princess's request for a meal here out of caution, but Princess Qianfeng's temper flared instantly, and it was evident that the more one spoke, the worse it would get that if you refuse me a meal, I shall let Ahu feast upon you. Just as the princess was poised to escalate her intimidation, an elderly man ambled over to her side. Your Highness, considering we are within the realm of the martial dynasty, it would be prudent to act with restraint, he advised. Upon hearing this, Princess Qianfeng glanced at the tavern owner, who was nearly cowering on the ground, and let out a sigh. Martial capital, is it really just this? With that, she affectionately patted the tiger's massive head and turned to leave the tavern. The crowd parted immediately, granting passage to Princess Qianfeng and her imposing tiger. Jiang Ning, amidst the throng, also took a few steps back, that as Princess Qianfeng brushed past him. He couldn't help but be captivated by her unparalleled beauty. What a remarkably handsome man, he thought, momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. While his companion, the white creature, chirped joyfully. Following the sound, Princess Qianfeng's eyes lit up with fervor. The white creature, now animated, suddenly leaped onto the back of the once dominating tiger, who, to everyone's astonishment, displayed an unexpected docility. The three-eyed celestial tiger, a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the chaotic heavenly tiger, had been raised by Princess Qianfeng since its infancy and had attained the power of the Tianyang realm. Standing at 3 meters long, with fearsome fangs and a pair of eyes now showing slits, this formidable beast was now completely subdued by the diminutive white creature, which stood barely half a meter tall. Jiang Ning, sensing the situation was amiss, hastily called out, "Dabai, get down quickly." Yet upon hearing this, Dabai, the white creature, only leaped more joyously upon the tiger's back. The three-eyed celestial tiger dared not even breathe, allowing Dabai to frolic freely. Princess Qianfeng, bewildered, exclaimed, "Who? What is the matter with you?" The tiger remained obedient, shedding its earlier ferocity. The onlookers gathered around the tavern, murmuring in astonishment. Why has this tiger become so submissive? Something is amiss, I know. This is the bloodline suppression among spirit beasts. Bloodline suppression? Are you suggesting that this white creature is even more formidable than the tiger? Standing before Princess Qianfeng, Jiang Ning contemplated how many days he would need to starve Dabai after today. Your Highness, I must apologize that MY's spirit beast has a rather mischievous temperament, Jiang Ning said with a sheepish grin, and before Princess Qianfeng could respond, he leaped into the air, performing a somersault to grasp the exuberant Dabai, who was bouncing on the tiger's back. With a thud, Dabai landed, and Jiang Ning promptly held down the creature's head. Dabai, with a bit more force, he reassured Princess Qianfeng. It's all right, we shall depart shortly. He had intended to maintain a low profile in martial capital to investigate the truth behind the Seven Kingdoms martial competition, but now, everything had been disrupted by Dabai. Wait. Princess Qianfeng suddenly called out to Jiang Ning, her gaze fixed intently upon Dabai, as if appraising a precious jewel. Jiang Ning was contemplating whether he should make a hasty retreat when the elderly man, who had been behind Princess Qianfeng, quietly appeared at his side. Might you also hail from the Great Tang dynasty? Indeed, among the 8 great dynasties of the Tianyuan continent, only the Great Tang was known for nurturing spirit beasts. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am not that I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. I shall take my leave. Wishing to avoid entanglements with the proud princess of the Great Tang, he sought to escape the situation. At such a young age, you have already reached the 9th level of the Yupu realm, that I find myself intrigued by your origins. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed at this revelation. The man had discerned his strength at a glance. He was a powerful figure of the Tai Su realm. Jiang Ning wished to depart swiftly, but the elder was relentless. Stepping forward and pressing a hand onto Jiang Ning's shoulder, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping him. The martial dynasty is hosting the Seven Kingdoms competition. Yet the Zhou dynasty was not invited. You refuse to disclose your origins. Could it be that you originate from the Zhou? This statement ignited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. 7 years prior, the Zhou dynasty had invaded the martial dynasty, defeating hundreds of thousands and claiming vast territories, causing even the martial dynasty's general, Yi Qianyang, to retreat in defeat. This event was a source of shame for the martial dynasty. And even after 7 years, it remained a painful memory. Would a person from the Zhou dynasty dare to step into martial capital? If he is from the Zhou, I would be the first to confront him. The Zhou are nothing but a pack of rabid dogs. Jiang Ning's brow deepened as he felt the energy within him surge, breaking free from the elder's grip. The people of the Great Tang dynasty indulge in such baseless accusations. Dabai, sensing the tension, immediately became more subdued, retreating behind Jiang Ning. Out of sight of Dabai's face, Princess Qianfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. Uncle Qin was merely inquiring about your origins. Why speak of our Great Tang dynasty so thoughtlessly? It was clear that the princess had grown accustomed to her haughty demeanor in the Great Tang. I am but a wandering soul, drawn to the martial dynasty's spectacle of the Seven Kingdoms competition. With no intention of creating enmity with either of you, that I humbly request that you let this matter rest, Jiang Ning replied calmly. However, the elder, referred to as Uncle Qin by Princess Qianfeng, remained unyielding. To have gained the allegiance of the ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe, I am curious to learn which dynasty you claim to belong to. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The ancient divine beast. Bai Zhe, is that not a legendary spirit beast? Could it be true? Is this little creature truly Bai Zhe? It seems plausible. Otherwise, how could the three-eyed tiger allow itself to be bullied? The surrounding populace erupted into fervent discussion, their eyes turning towards the white creature behind Jiang Ning. Dabai, realizing its faux pas, let out a few pitiful chirps. Jiang Ning patted its head, indicating that it was not entirely to blame. Princess Qianfeng paused, then turned to the elder. Uncle Qin, is this truly Bai Zhe? The elder nodded. This must indeed be the divine beast Bai Zhe. Your Highness, with just a drop of its blood, you could fully awaken the third eye of your three-eyed tiger. Upon hearing this, Princess Qianfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had nurtured the three-eyed celestial tiger for over a decade, expending countless rare materials, yet had only managed to open a mere sliver of its third eye. The prospect of awakening it completely with just a drop of Bai Zhe's blood was simply irresistible. Jiang Ning, too, recognized the implications of the elder's words. If Dabai was indeed the ancient divine beast Bai Zhe, its blood would surely possess extraordinary properties. Young hero, might we engage in a transaction? The princess inquired. Absolutely not, Jiang Ning firmly rejected. While a single drop of blood seemed inconsequential, he understood that such an exchange could lead to unforeseen consequences. He was well aware of the adage that a man who possesses something precious may invite trouble. I shall offer you a satisfactory reward, Princess Qianfeng pressed on. This matter is not about the reward. I simply cannot agree to it. The road ahead is long. Let us part ways here. With that, Jiang Ning turned to leave with Dabai in tow. Uncle Qin, this. Princess Qianfeng furrowed her brow as she looked at the elder. The elder smiled gently. Fear not, Your Highness, it is merely a drop of blood. I shall return shortly. As he spoke, the elder emanated a robust aura, rushing towards Jiang Ning. Stand aside, he bellowed, prompting the crowd to scatter in haste. With swiftness, the elder advanced, the surrounding spiritual energy swirling chaotically around him. Indeed, a powerful figure of the Tai Su realm is truly formidable. This old man shows no mercy. It was said that the warriors of the great martial dynasty were fierce. But Jiang Ning found the Tang people equally formidable. The elder unleashed a punch, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, which ignited into brilliant flames. Azure waves ignite, the flames surge through the air, engulfing the space in a brilliant blaze. The chaotic whirl of spiritual energy roared, and the winds howled fiercely. As a Tai Su realm expert with years of battle experience, the elder was confident in his attack, hoping to seize Jiang Ning's divine beast Bai Zhe with this strike. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning drew his Jinyuan Jishue sword, infusing it with pure spiritual energy. Tianxian sword technique, Gale's End. The first move of the Tianxian sword technique cleaved forward. The wind blades emanating from the Jinyuan Jishue sword were potent and fierce. Clang! Two formidable forces converged in midair, and in a fleeting moment, they ignited a cascade of shockwaves that erupted in rapid succession. The onlookers either fled in panic or sought refuge, while those possessing a modicum of strength channeled their spiritual energy to resist. After the clash, the crowd gazed in astonishment at Jiang Ning, whose form remained resolute. Could he have withstood a blow from a strong man of the Void Realm? That sword technique just now was a heavenly tier combat skill. The beast recognized its master, and with a heavenly tier combat skill in his possession, Who exactly is this person? The elder regarded Jiang Ning with a sly smile, acknowledging a degree of strength that a mere drop of blood essence would pose no threat to your Baizhe. Would it? Surely, you must reconsider? Jiang Ning tightened his grip on the long sword, addressing the elder directly. "My dear old man, shall we dispense with the niceties? The blood of Baizhe can indeed awaken the celestial vision of that tiger. And naturally, it would also heal the injuries you have harbored for years. Would it not?" Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes suddenly sunk, becoming unfathomably profound. In just one encounter, Jiang Ning discerned the elder's concealed ailment. Otherwise, why would a Void Realm expert willingly serve as a subordinate? The elder's lips moved slightly, his spiritual energy weaving into sound waves, audible only to Jiang Ning. "Your strength surpasses my expectations. I require just a drop of Baizhe's blood essence. Should you agree, I shall offer you my utmost in return." Jiang Ning shook his head once more, firmly declining. "Uncle Qin," at this moment, Princess Qianfeng interjected, "if he is unwilling, then let it be so." The elder paid no heed. Fixated solely on the Baizhe following Jiang Ning, with a powerful whirl of spiritual energy gathering, the elder unleashed his full might without reservation this time. Anticipating this, Jiang Ning readied his sword. Channeling the fifth form of the Tianxian sword technique, poised for action. The Tianxian sword technique gallops across mountains and rivers. A fierce sword intent surged forth, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy descending relentlessly. Concurrently, a surge of turbulence rippled through Jiang Ning's soul. The power of his soul quietly emerged, coalescing beneath the vast spiritual energy into a singular, peculiar seal. The very fabric of this realm twisted at the emergence of such power. What is this force? My head is pounding. Soul power, could this be soul power? The method for cultivating soul power is not limited to. Upon hearing this, Princess Qianfeng was momentarily taken aback. The soul cultivation method possessed by the Chu dynasty is unique throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. The elder's astonishment deepened. Amidst their confrontation, he instantly recognized the seal formed by the gathering of soul power. The Black Prison Soul Curse. The Chu dynasty, in an instant, the fourth form of the Tianxian sword technique. Galloping across mountains and rivers, drew near. At that same moment, the Black Prison Soul Curse coalesced into form, shattering the void. The two could only evade one. "Uncle Qin," Princess Qianfeng exclaimed, in a heartbeat. The elder made his decision. He must not allow the Black Prison Soul Curse to strike. With a swift turn, the elder unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, akin to a surging tide. The Black Prison Soul Curse missed its mark, sending tremors through the surrounding soul power. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning transformed his sword into a streak of light. Darting forward, the heavens roared, and the mountains trembled. "Break!" Princess Qianfeng quickly looked up as the chaotic flow of spiritual energy dissipated, shattering the street in front of the tavern, dust swirling into the air. The elder coughed up a mouthful of black blood, the long sword embedded in his shoulder, radiating an overwhelming, oppressive force. The onlookers were all left in shock. How could a Jade Purity Realm practitioner triumph over a Void Realm expert? It was beyond anyone's comprehension. Jiang Ning shot a glare at the elder before turning his gaze towards Princess Qianfeng. "Having pressed so far, did you ever consider the consequences of this encounter?" With that, Jiang Ning drew the Jinyuan Jishua sword, disregarding the elder's agony. "Have you not been eager to uncover my origins? Now, do you finally understand?" Jiang Ning smiled, exuding an air of dominance. Princess Qianfeng hurried to support the elder, while the three-eyed celestial tiger beside them maintained a surprisingly obedient demeanor. "This person hails from the Chu dynasty royal family. No wonder. I wonder which prince he is. It's astonishing, defeating a Void Realm practitioner with a Jade Purity Realm cultivation. This upcoming tournament among the 7 nations promises to be thrilling." In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Ning, accompanied by Dabai, made his way towards the tavern. The crowd parted for him, and the tavern owner promptly ushered him into the prestigious Room 1. Jiang Ning began his meal, undisturbed by any further interruptions, in the capital of Wujing, at the Grand General's residence. General Yi Kanyang's renown had grown immensely in recent years, subtly overshadowing the royal family. Recently, having ascended to the 5th level of the Divine Wheel realm, he announced a collaboration among various dynasties to host the Tournament of the 7 Nations, further solidifying the awe the people of Wu dynasty held for him. At this moment, Yi Qinyang was engaged in conversation within the Grand Hall with 6 extraordinary individuals, each adorned in distinct attire. These 6 included a prince from one dynasty, a regent from another, and a renowned minister from yet another, all prominent figures within their respective realms. Outside the Grand Hall, nearly 100 guards stood vigil, complemented by an imposing array of formations, ensuring impenetrable security after a considerable time. The discussions within the hall drew to a close that Yi Qinyang declared, "Since all of you are in agreement, let us formalize the alliance among our 7 nations. Once the tournament concludes, we shall identify the top 10 victors to lead the charge against the Zhou dynasty. Following that, under the banner of my Wu dynasty, we shall jointly assault the Zhou dynasty. Any who refuse shall be deemed traitors, and we shall unite against them." As his words echoed, the representatives of the various dynasties displayed a range of expressions. The Zhou dynasty stands as the foremost dynasty of the Tianyuan continent, its national strength formidable. The combined might of the 7 dynasties could scarcely rival it, and on the surface, the tournament of the 7 nations appeared to be a mere contest held in Wujing. Yet beneath it lay the scheming of an alliance against the Zhou dynasty, an assembly of the 7 nations united in their purpose. Chapter 23. The Strategy of Kanyang, the dragon surname of the Chu royal family, once the envoys of the various dynasties departed. Yi Kanyang's aides entered the Grand Hall. "General, not long ago, Princess Qianfeng of the Great Tang dynasty clashed with a young man in the city, engaging in a fierce battle before the tavern." The aide reported the unusual occurrences within the city, that Yi Qinyang pondered briefly before responding. "As far as I know, although Princess Qianfeng's attendant bears old injuries, he is still a Void Realm practitioner. Who would dare provoke her?" The aide continued, "The origins of this individual remain unclear, but based on the intelligence we have gathered, his cultivation is at the 9th level of the Jade Purity Realm, and he is highly likely to hail from the Chu dynasty." Delving deeper, the aide elaborated, "This individual possesses a heavenly tier combat skill, a unique sword technique, and during the battle, he even employed the Chu dynasty's ultimate technique, the Black Prison Soul Curse. The Black Prison Soul Curse is indeed an exclusive technique of the Chu dynasty, rumored to be kept secret even in death. That it appears this individual truly originates from the Chu royal family. Moreover, he is accompanied by a spirit beast. According to Princess Qianfeng's attendant, this spirit beast is an ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyang appeared contemplative. The Great Tang dynasty has always conducted thorough research on spirit beasts. Their insights should not be mistaken. Yet it is curious. I just met with the chancellor of the Chu dynasty, and he did not mention the arrival of such an individual. The aide nodded in agreement. "At present, that person is dining in the tavern. Should the general wish to, indeed, perhaps this person has come alone. That a 9th-level Jade Purity Realm practitioner is undoubtedly a talented youth. Such individuals are precisely what we lack for the impending campaign against the Zhou dynasty." "Which tavern? I must meet this person." Yi Kanyang's expression turned resolute, his gaze sharp. Dabai was indeed ravenous, and Jiang Ning ordered an abundant array of dishes, before he had even taken a few bites. They had all vanished into Dabai's belly. "Dabai, your drop of blood is truly remarkable. I had not anticipated it before." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Gurgle." Upon hearing this, Dabai abruptly halted his eating. "What is the matter? After devouring so much, you can't spare a drop of blood?" "Gurgle." Dabai retreated 2 steps, visibly anxious. "Ha! What a foolish creature! Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Hurry and eat. I have important matters to attend to after this." Jiang Ning reassured him. "Gurgle, gurgle." Dabai smiled widely, then resumed devouring his food. That moment, a tavern attendant approached the door of the private room and knocked gently, respectfully saying, "Young Master Long, someone wishes to share a drink with you." Inside, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback by the title Young Master Long. To share a drink would be one thing, but why on earth are they referring to him as Young Master Long? "Do I even have the surname Long? Have you mistaken the person?" Jiang Ning called out to the attendant outside. The attendant quickly replied, "Young Master Long, there is no mistake. A distinguished guest wishes to share a few drinks with you." "I'm not." The words were on the tip of Jiang Ning's tongue. When he suddenly stopped, he recalled that the surname Long is that of the Chu royal family. The Chu royal family bears the surname Long. Realizing this, Jiang Ning understood that ever since he had unleashed the Black Prison Soul Curse, those outside had mistaken him for a member of the Chu royal family. Naturally, the Chu royal family bears the surname Long, thus addressing Jiang Ning as young Master Long. He had been fretting over his lack of identity in Wujing, and now it has presented itself. Please let him in. Jiang Ning cleared his throat and spoke slowly. As he finished, the door of room number 1 swung open, revealing a robust, middle-aged man who strode in. This man did not channel any spiritual energy, yet an overwhelming aura subtly emanated from him, exuding an imposing pressure with each deliberate movement that Da Bai instinctively tensed up and darted behind Jiang Ning. The middle-aged man cast a glance their way, slightly raising an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Jiang Ning remained seated, and the middle-aged man showed no reluctance, taking a seat directly across from him. "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Jiang Ning asked, regaining his composure. The middle-aged man poured himself a glass of wine and remarked, "There is no need for you to be anxious. Young Master Long, that my surname is Yi, and I am considered a person of influence in this martial capital that I have come upon hearing that you possess a spirit beast. The divine beast by Zhe, and I wish to witness it for myself so you are General Wade. It is an honor to finally meet you." Jiang Ning, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the weight of the situation as soon as he heard the surname Yi. With such an aura and authority, it could only belong to General Yi Qianyang of the martial dynasty, a figure at the pinnacle of the 5th cycle of the divine wheel, before arriving in the martial capital. Yun Lishuang had cautioned Jiang Ning to be particularly wary of Yi Qianyang. Yet, on his very first day in martial capital, Yi Qianyang had sought him out. Jiang Ning's heart felt heavy with despair. Seeing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, Yi Qianyang couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. "Why did you not travel with the envoy, young Master Long?" he inquired. Jiang Ning's mind raced in response that "I am merely here out of interest in the martial arts competition presided over by General Yi. As for the envoy, I am unaware of any such arrangements." That Yi Qianyang nodded, finding Jiang Ning's explanation plausible. This competition, while a pretext for the alliance of the 7 nations, had indeed consumed much of Yi Qianyang's efforts. The rewards for excelling in the competition included numerous celestial-grade combat techniques, elixirs, and treasures, an enticing prospect for any martial artist. "That is it true that your spirit beast is indeed by Zhe?" Yi Qianyang shifted his gaze to Da Bai, who was still hiding behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is by Zhe that I, the younger generation, have been fortunate enough to gain its allegiance. That to have such a divine beast choose you as its master speaks volumes of your fortune. Young Master Long, I trust you will undoubtedly excel in the upcoming martial arts tournament." "Thank you for your kind words, General. That my participation in the competition serves 2 purposes: to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough and to refine my own skills." Jiang Ning gradually guided the conversation. The Yi Qianyang's expression remained inscrutable, his formidable power making it difficult to discern his thoughts. "That I hear that you possess a celestial-grade sword technique." It appeared that news in martial capital traveled swiftly. "Indeed, I am practicing a celestial-grade combat technique known as the Tianxian sword technique," Jiang Ning openly affirmed. Yi Qianyang smiled. "I too have studied the sword, and I am well-versed in celestial-grade sword techniques. Would you be willing to spar with me, young Master Long, to mutually enhance our swordplay?" Jiang Ning gasped in astonishment. Yi Qianyang was a 5th cycle expert, a full realm above him. To engage in a spar with such a person? "Do not worry, young Master Long. During our sparring, I will suppress my realm, focusing solely on the exchange of sword techniques. Nothing more," Yi Qianyang reassured. With the conversation having reached such a point, Jiang Ning felt more at ease. "Very well, it would be an honor to spar with General Yi. The general's residence is not far from here. Young Master Long, please follow me." "After you, General." Thus, Jiang Ning departed the tavern, following in Yi Qianyang's wake towards the general's residence. Chapter 24. 10,000 Blades of Floating Life, Chaotic Divine Source in the martial capital. At the general's residence, as the sound of spiritual energy exploding echoed from the training grounds, the guards within the general's residence were utterly bewildered. What was the background of this young man who could engage the general for such an extended period? The general must have suppressed his own realm. Otherwise, that young man wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike. It appeared they were merely exchanging sword techniques. Yet the young man's swordplay was surprisingly able to hold its ground against the general. In the training ground, Jiang Ning gripped the Jinyuan Jishu's sword tightly, his expression resolute. This was the first time he had fought with such exhilaration. Opposite him, Yi Qianyang, whose realm was suppressed to the ninth layer of the Jade Purity realm, was equally invigorated. Fierce wind, divine lightning, scorching blade, reversal of heaven's song, and galloping rivers. Each of these 5 forms has its unique might that I wonder what the 6th form will entail. Yi Qianyang mused with anticipation, his weapon also being a sword, naturally igniting his passion for swordplay. General Yi, do exercise caution. Tianxian sword technique, 10,000 blades of floating life, 6th form. As the words fell, flecks of spiritual energy began to coalesce around Jiang Ning, reaching a peak before suddenly erupting. The entire training ground trembled as countless blades materialized. Jiang Ning stood at the epicenter of this blade light, surrounded by shimmering blades suspended in mid-air, that in an instant, the training ground was enveloped in a void of swords. Outside the training ground, the guards of the general's residence were taken aback by the brilliance of the sword light. Even at a distance of several dozen paces, they could still feel the lethal aura emanating from the blades. As if a mere flash of the sword light could claim their lives. What a formidable sword energy! The general's swordplay is truly extraordinary. Wait, this is our general's swordplay? Look! The figure amidst the sword light is remarkably young and quite handsome. Could this be the young man's sword energy? This was a realm of swords. Some blades exuded a solemn and deadly aura, while others were lively and vigorous. Some blades radiated a chilling malevolence, and others flickered unpredictably. Countless blades, countless sword energies. Yi Qianyang gazed upon this scene with increasing delight. Swords devour the void, 10,000 blades of floating life. What a magnificent sword! What a magnificent sword indeed! Within the sword light, Jiang Ning's expression was one of exasperation, musing that he would also have to commend Yi Qianyang's swordplay when it was his turn. Young Master Long, behold this sword! Yi Qianyang bellowed, his form suddenly transforming into a streak of light. Looking closely, there was no one. Observing intently, there was no sword. Man and sword became one. A resplendent sword cloud blossomed in the sky, unleashing waves of spiritual energy that surged endlessly towards the heavens. Figures emerged from all directions, only to vanish again. Wherever they passed, the sword energy rippled, and cold light flickered. Bang! Following a seemingly inconspicuous collision, Jiang Ning's Jinyuan Jisha, the sword quivered slightly. The sword energy dissipated, and the blade vanished. As Yi Qianyang reappeared, Jiang Ning praised General Yi. What an exceptional sword! Man and sword in unison. You truly embody the spirit of the sword. Yi Qianyang chuckled. There is no need for such flattery, young Master Long. At your age, to have achieved such mastery in swordplay is truly humbling for an old man like me. The two of them tacitly descended from the training ground, dispersing the spiritual energy that enveloped them. Dabai scampered over, nudging Jiang Ning's calf affectionately. Young Master Long, have you just arrived in martial capital today? Indeed, Jiang Ning affirmed. Yi Qianyang continued, since young Master Long did not travel with the envoy of the Chu dynasty. How about residing in my residence? The competition begins in a few days, and during this time, we can continue to refine our sword techniques together. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected offer. So easily had he forged a connection with Yi Qianyang. General Yi, your generosity is greatly appreciated. Jiang Ning clasped his hands in gratitude. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Within the borders of the Chu dynasty, Yi Qianyang's residence would likely be the most perilous for someone like Jiang Ning, a spy. Youthful genius, young Master Long, please, after you, General. Thus, Jiang Ning took up residence in Yi Qianyang's abode. Dabai, well-fed and content, drifted into a peaceful slumber. Jiang Ning conducted a thorough investigation of the general's residence. Aside from its formidable defenses, everything appeared normal. With this assurance, he focused on his cultivation. The bottleneck at the ninth layer of the Jade Purity realm grew increasingly loose. In the dead of night, within the general's study, a flustered aide rushed in, glancing at Yi Qianyang, who was intently studying the sand table. Have you verified the information? Yi Qianyang inquired without lifting his gaze. The aide steadied himself and replied, Report to the general. We have confirmed that this person is named Jiang Ning, that he previously resided in the Tang dynasty and is renowned as the most handsome man of the Tianyuan continent. 2 years ago, for reasons unknown, he became the prince consort of the Zhou dynasty. Yi Qianyang lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips. Very good. The aide, somewhat apprehensive, continued, "General, what shall we do next?" "Let him stay under careful watch." "General, this man is a spy sent by the Zhou dynasty. How can we?" Yi Qinyang waved his hand dismissively. "Since he has come to participate in the competition, let him compete." The aide seemed to have an epiphany. "So, General means that among the top 10 in this martial arts competition, it is imperative that his name appears." The aide's understanding dawned fully. Truly insightful, General. A night passed, and with the dawn of a new day, Jiang Ning chose to check in. The danger level of the check-in location is 9 stars. Reward: Chaotic Divine Source Fruit. As the electronic voice faded, Jiang Ning's heart surged with excitement. After more than 2 years of check-ins, this was the first time he had encountered a 9-star check-in location. Observing the red fruit in his hand, roughly the size of a fist, Jiang Ning couldn't help but murmur, "Chaotic Divine Source Fruit, what a commanding name. I wonder what effects it will have." The rewards for a 9-star check-in must surely be exceptional, he thought, as he prepared to take a bite of the fruit. However, the moment Jiang Ning bit into it, he nearly shattered a tooth. "What is this? It's so hard. I can't bite through it. Is it really this tough?" Jiang Ning, in a fit of rage, swallowed the entire fruit in one gulp. At that moment, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the Chaos Divine Source fruit, causing it to tremble violently. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Ning's head jerked back, and he promptly expelled the Chaos Divine Source fruit from his mouth. "What on earth is this? I won't eat it anymore." As the fruit was ejected, it shimmered with a crimson light, emanating a peculiar force. Simultaneously, above Wu Jing City, a blinding red beam shot down from the heavens, sweeping across the sky and filling the atmosphere with immense pressure. On the other side, Yi Qinyang, who was in his study, sensed an overwhelming aura approaching and rushed outside. He beheld a radiant red pillar descending with unstoppable force, landing squarely on the general's mansion. A truly magnificent sight. Yi Qinyang was taken aback. The power of the divine source. How could this be possible? Upon closer inspection, he realized the energy column struck precisely where Jiang Ning was located. "Zhou Dynasty Jiang Ning, what do you intend to do?" Yi Qinyang's voice boomed like thunder, accompanied by waves of spiritual energy crashing down. Within his abode, Jiang Ning felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon hearing those words. Had he already been exposed? Indeed, his smooth integration into Yi Qinyang's circle and his stay at the general's mansion were merely a ruse. The peculiar energy emanating from the Chaos Divine Source fruit intensified. And Jiang Ning, now in close proximity, sensed that this force was in a state of extreme instability, as if it could collapse and explode at any moment. Jiang Ning retrieved the Silver Moon Realm Wind Bottle, attempting to temporarily contain the Chaos Divine Source fruit, but as he channeled his spiritual power, he realized that it was utterly impossible to capture it. What on earth was this thing? His composure was unraveling. Chirrup, chirrup, to his surprise, Dabai seemed to become exhilarated, frolicking around the Chaos Divine Source fruit. Inside Jiang Ning's chamber, the strange power became increasingly potent, while above Wu Jing City, the crimson sky was filled with tumultuous clouds, ready to descend at any moment. What was happening? A natural phenomenon. Who dared to act so recklessly in Wu Jing City, unafraid of the general's wrath? Wait, it seemed that the source of this energy column was indeed within the general's mansion? Oh, then there was nothing to worry about. Within Wu Jing City, the citizens were abuzz with speculation. What just transpired? Could it be that our great general has fallen into a frenzy during his cultivation? To destroy the entire general's mansion in such a manner, truly a testament to our mighty Wu dynasty's general. By the way, who was that beggar holding a white dog floating in the sky? The notion of Yi Qinyang losing control during cultivation and obliterating the general's mansion became a popular tale among the common people of Wu dynasty. However, as this story spread beyond Wu dynasty, it morphed into something quite different. Have you heard? The Wu dynasty's General Yi Qinyang's residence was blown up by a beggar with a white dog. Recently, a great incident occurred. General Yi Qinyang angered a white dog, and his mansion was destroyed. I can't believe it. General Yi Qinyang fell in love with a white dog, and after abandoning it, the dog blew up his mansion. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous, yet Yi Qinyang never appeared to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Observant individuals noted an increase in troop deployments at the border between Wu Dynasty and Zhou Dynasty, suggesting that a great battle was imminent. 80 miles outside Wujing City, in a verdant mountainous region, lay the renowned Spirit Beast mountain range, rich in spiritual energy and towering peaks. Chirrup, chirrup. Dabai, clutching a piece of red jade, happily dashed through the dense forest. After crossing a brook and navigating a valley, a figure appeared before Dabai. How many times must I tell you? I don't need this trinket, yet you keep searching for it. Jiang Ning exclaimed in frustration upon seeing the red jade in Dabai's mouth. 3 days prior, Jiang Ning had escaped Wujing City in a severely injured state, finally reaching this dense forest to recuperate. After consuming numerous spiritual pills, his condition improved, and he even brushed against the threshold of the Taisu realm. However, during these past few days of attempting to break through to Taisu, Dabai had become infatuated with a unique type of red jade found in the Spirit Beast mountain range. Over the course of 3 days, Dabai tirelessly scoured the mountains, bringing back hundreds of these stones. Jiang Ning had inspected the red jade meticulously and found it to be utterly useless aside from its aesthetic appeal and its ability to glow red at night. He had warned Dabai countless times, yet Dabai paid no heed, fetching one piece after another, creating a small mountain of jade by Jiang Ning's side, illuminating the night with its dazzling red hue. Chapter 26. The martial arts competition begins. Spirit Beast Mountain Range in the Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Imperial Guard Feng entered the study, his face alight with joy. Your Majesty, I have gathered all the information. Yunding Tian nodded. The person who fled Wujing City was the Prince Consort. Indeed, Feng replied excitedly. The spies in Wujing City reported that the Prince Consort was approached by Yi Qinyang upon entering the city, suggesting that his identity had been compromised. Just when we feared for his safety, the next morning, a blinding red light erupted from Yi Qinyang's residence, engulfing Wujing City as if it were the end of days. The Prince Consort managed to escape, while Yi Qinyang's mansion was completely destroyed. This Prince Consort is always full of surprises. The To escape from Yi Qinyang's hands is something even I cannot fathom. Yunding Tian mused. However, Your Majesty, should we investigate the leak of the Prince Consort's identity? Yunding Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to investigate such an obvious matter. Feng appeared puzzled. The 5 elders of the cabinet or the Duke of Champion? Yunding Tian retorted angrily. Send word to the border troops. If the Prince Consort seeks aid, they must do everything in their power to assist. Understood. Feng clasped his fists in response. Outside Wujing City, the long-awaited martial arts competition among the 7 nations finally commenced. Young talents from 7 dynasties have gathered at the city gates of Wujing. Yi Qinyang presides over the gates, exuding the formidable pressure of his 5-fold divine wheel, surveying the throngs below. Uncle Qin, how can there be so many people? Exclaimed Princess Qianfeng of the Great Tang Dynasty, who had arrived early that morning. Although she had been in Wujing for several days, she had yet to witness such a crowd. The An elder beside her responded. It is likely that numerous participants in the martial arts competition have not entered the city and have been waiting outside until today. Outside the gates, there were thousands of young elites, each radiating at least the aura of the Tianyang realm. Had it not been for the recent destruction of the general's residence, even more would have attended. Amidst the crowd, a striking young man spoke. His name was Yang Xiao, the 2nd prince of the Yin dynasty, who had traveled thousands of miles to participate in this grand competition among the 7 nations. Isn't that the 2nd prince of Yin? Why is he not in the palace enjoying his luxurious life, but here to join the contest? A burly man remarked, casting an inquisitive glance at Yang Xiao. It is Duan Wuwei, the iron colossus of the Wei dynasty, exclaimed someone in the crowd, recognizing the imposing figure. Duan Wuwei, hailing from the Wei dynasty, had entered the military at a young age, by the age of 13. He had already achieved the rank of vanguard. Renowned for his fearless combat prowess, he had famously slain 7 adversaries of the same realm in a battle against the Yin dynasty, earning him the moniker Iron Colossus of Wei. Ironically, the envoy sent for peace talks after that defeat had been none other than Prince Yang Xiao himself. This humiliation would forever linger in Yang Xiao's memory. Duan Wuwei. Yang Xiao enunciated, his voice steady. It is truly an honor that the 2nd prince remembers me, Duan Wuwei replied with a hearty laugh. However, with the alliance formed among the 7 nations prior to this competition, Your Highness, any lingering animosity must now be set aside. Yang Xiao snorted derisively and retorted, Duan Wuwei, did you not witness how Duke Zhou's champion decimated the Wei border recently? You were present for that battle, were you not? Upon hearing this, a flicker of tension crossed Duan Wuwei's face. Your Highness, do be cautious in our upcoming contest. And you as well? Iron Colossus. Yang Xiao replied indignantly. As the crowd stirred, a streak of light suddenly shot through the AI. In an instant, the light dissipated, revealing a resplendent seven-colored peacock adorned with clouds and mist. Shimmering beautifully, as it approached, the onlookers discerned a young woman clad in simple attire seated atop the majestic creature. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue. The pristine garments could hardly conceal her alluring figure, perfectly accentuating her curves. The princess of the great Zhao dynasty, murmured the crowd, recognizing the emblematic peacock. With a graceful leap, the girl descended from the peacock. Her eyes sparkled like water, exuding both tenderness and an intense, fiery vigor. How flamboyant it is to arrive riding a peacock. She is indeed the princess of the great Zhao dynasty. Could one expect anything less? With the princess participating in the competition, if she performs well, could she not attract a suitor? From his vantage atop the wall, Yi Qinyang observed the unfolding events below without further comment. As the time approached, he rose and addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends who had traveled from afar, this martial arts competition among the 7 nations is truly a fortuitous occasion that I shall now elucidate the rules of the contest. In his words, the unique aura of a divine wheel master enveloped the crowd, silencing all chatter. Located 80 miles outside Wujing is the Spirit Beast mountain range of our great Wu dynasty, teeming with spirit beasts and dense forests. Within those mountains resides a rare red gemstone, which will serve as the focal point of this competition. Those under 30 years of age may enter the Spirit Beast mountain range to seek out 10 red gemstones to complete the challenge. The first 10 to accomplish this feat will not only receive the promised rewards, but also an additional mysterious prize. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a hushed murmurs that I've seen those red gemstones. Although unique to that mountain range, they are exceedingly rare. For an ordinary person to find even one is challenging, let alone 10. This competition seems quite haphazard. Are we merely picking stones in the mountains? Despite some complaints within the crowd, enthusiasm prevailed. As soon as Yi Qinyang concluded, several individuals had already set off towards the Spirit Beast mountain range. The Yi Qinyang made no further remarks, allowing the crowd to disperse. Yang Xiao and Duan Wuwei moved forward in tandem. Uncle Qin, shall we make our move as well? Princess Qianfeng of the Great Tang dynasty inquired of the elder beside her. The elder shook his head. Princess, did you not hear? Only those under 30 may enter the Spirit Beast mountain range. I am too old to proceed. I nearly forgot. She replied, it is one thing for who to be excluded, but to deny you entry as well makes this competition rather dull. Not underestimate the gravity of this contest, my princess. Although the rules state to seek red gemstones, it will inevitably lead to fierce confrontations. Should you find yourself in peril, remember to withdraw promptly, the elder cautioned. Fear not, I am well aware. The princess assured him before joining the throng heading toward the Spirit Beast mountain range. Chapter 27. A Long Wait. Bullying the weak Spirit Beast mountain range. After failing his 7th attempt to break through to the Void Realm, Jiang Ning let out a long sigh. The Void Realm truly felt like an unattainable dream. Calming his swirling spiritual energy, Jiang Ning rose. Chirp chirp. A plump creature scampered over, its mouth glowing with a hint of red light. Jiang Ning felt exasperated, utterly perplexed by the creature's fascination with the red gemstones. All right, Dabai, we must leave now and return to the Great Zhou. Chirp. Dabai spat out the gemstone from its mouth, joyfully spinning around a pile of red light. You want me to take all these stones with me? Chirp. Jiang Ning felt his frustration boiling over. Are you asking for a beating? I'll starve you for 3 days. Do you believe me? What good are these worthless stones aside from glowing? Chirp chirp. Indeed, just like you, glowing but utterly useless, Jiang Ning grumbled. Chirp. Jiang Ning's patience wore thin. Pleading would get him nowhere. He declared, I've said I want to take them. Now you have 2 choices. Either I leave alone, or you come with me. Chirp chirp. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning, seething with frustration, stored the pile of red gemstones into the Silver Moon Wind bottle and proceeded towards the outskirts of the Spirit Beast mountain range with Dabai in tow. Chirp! Dabai bounced along, its spirits high. Jiang Ning had already decided that upon returning to the Great Zhou, he would confine Dabai to a small dark room for several days, not far along their path. A conversation caught Jiang Ning's attention, prompting him to quickly hide with Dabai. Strange, did Yi Qingyang not say the Spirit Beast mountain range was home to red gemstones? I've climbed 5 or 6 mountains and found nothing. Are you really this foolish? Do you think such red gemstones are commonplace? With thousands participating in the contest, it's not that easy to find them. It shouldn't be this difficult to locate. Jiang Ning listened intently, piecing together their dialogue. Red gemstones, a competition? He pondered, contemplating the implications of their words. Could it be that I've stumbled upon something fortuitous? He glanced at Dabai. You really are something. Chirp! Yang Xiao moved slowly, meticulously searching each area, fearful of missing any potential hiding spot for the gemstones. Yet, despite his diligence, he found only a single gemstone after a full day of searching at this rate. By the time I gather 10 gemstones, the competition will be over. Did I come to the wrong place? After crossing another mountain and avoiding several resting spirit beasts, Yang Xiao discovered another red gemstone nestled among some boulders. As he triumphantly retrieved the gemstone, a sudden burst of energy shot forth from an unknown source. Who goes there? Yang Xiao leaped aside to evade the energy blast. Suddenly, a figure darted out like a wraith. Bang bang, they exchanged several blows in midair, and the red gemstone Yang Xiao had just acquired was snatched away by the unexpected intruder. Duan Wuwei. Realizing who it was ignited Yang Xiao's fury. Your Highness, what a coincidence. It seems we've crossed paths, Duan Wuwei remarked playfully, toying with the stolen gemstone. Return the gemstone to me. I found it first. Your Highness, surely you are not so naive, although the rules state to collect gemstones. The method of acquisition is not restricted to mere searching within these mountains. Obtaining them from others through any means is equally valid. Duan Wuwei explained with feigned benevolence. That is utterly disgraceful. Prepare to face my wrath. Yang Xiao suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, causing a tempest of dust to rise in the dense forest. Duan Wuwei smirked disdainfully and retaliated with a punch. The overwhelming shockwave instantly neutralizing the spiritual force that in the blink of an eye, Duan Wuwei closed the distance. Bang! Yang Xiao was struck, staggering backwards several steps as his energy surged tumultuously. Your Highness, how do you find my charge? The bull rampage? Iron-footed chuckled twice and attempted to escape. Yang Xiao yearned to pursue, yet his own breath had not yet steadied, leaving him no choice but to relent. That moment, a languid voice drifted through the air. To snatch away someone else's belongings and think to depart. How brazenly tyrannical. Following this, an odd sound echoed, giggly giggly. As the sound faded, Duan Wuwei scanned the surroundings warily, the lush forest and babbling brook surrounding him. Who speaks? Reveal yourself. Before Duan Wuwei could finish his query, an ancient aura of pure power descended upon him. Taiwang's Sutian finger, a single strike to shatter heaven and earth, concealed in the shadows, Jiang Ning. Having witnessed the entire unfolding drama, emerged, wielding the Taiwang's Sutian finger, descending with force. Bull strength. Duan Wuwei hastily summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a phantom of a mighty bull. Boom! The stream erupted, cascading like torrential raindrops as trees toppled outward. Dust swirling, spiritual energy surging. The clash of their forces created a vast open space within the forest. Duan Wuwei was directly suppressed by that singular strike, rolling on the ground several times before finally halting. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, utterly weakened. Who are you? Dabai joyfully dashed to Jiang Ning's side. Jiang Ning glanced at Duan Wuwei and casually remarked, Chu Chao, Long Shuang. Struggling to rise, Duan Wuwei trembled. Chu Chao, of the Long clan? You are the Prince of Chu Chao? Jiang Ning nonchalantly nodded. If you believe so, then it is indeed the case that I have no prior acquaintance with you. So why do you attack me? Jiang Ning shrugged. You may interpret it as a sense of justice, or perhaps as mere displeasure with your demeanor. What do you mean? You're merely at the 3rd level of the Yupu realm. Hurry back home to wash up and sleep. Do you believe I couldn't strike you down again, leaving you with no strength to rise? As he spoke, Jiang Ning felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, wielding power to bully others was quite exhilarating. Duan Wuwei huffed angrily for quite some time, reflecting on their earlier confrontation, ultimately deciding to relent. Long Shuang, we shall meet again. With that, Duan Wuwei turned to leave. Giggly, before he could take a step, Dabai bounded to his side. Leaping and biting down. Dabai clamped onto Duan Wuwei's wrist, the sudden pain causing him to drop the red jade stone he held. Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly. Dabai seemed to covet the red jade stone more than food itself. Dabai seized the fallen red jade and joyfully scampered back to Jiang Ning. Ew. Duan Wuwei's face quivered with rage, but seeing Jiang Ning's resolute figure, he ultimately swallowed his anger. The mountains are high, and the roads long. I shall not see you off. You are welcome to visit Chuchao in the future, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Chapter 28. Exhausting family wealth, the Void's response after Duan Wuwei departed. Jiang Ning turned to Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao spoke first. Thank you, young Master Long, for your assistance. Jiang Ning accepted the red jade stone that Dabai had brought. Smiling, it was nothing, merely a matter of witnessing injustice that as he spoke, Jiang Ning tossed the red jade stone to Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, bewildered, caught the jade. Young Master Long, what is the meaning of this? Giggly. Dabai looked equally perplexed, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Ning. This was Dabai's most cherished treasure, even more than food. Jiang Ning ignored Dabai and said, Shall we become friends? Yang Xiao could not contain his excitement. I am Yang Xiao, the second prince of the Dian dynasty. This jade stone is rightfully yours. I have no claim to it, so please keep it. Jiang Ning generously replied. Thank you for your kindness. Young master, did I wonder how many jade stones you have collected thus far? Yang Xiao's address towards Jiang Ning shifted. This left Jiang Ning momentarily taken aback. I have approximately 300 stones. Not many, really. Have you not collected a few? Would you like me to share some? Yang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. In martial competitions, one should be forthright. Though my strength is lacking, I have no interest in underhanded tactics. Before he could finish, Yang Xiao was taken aback as Jiang Ning casually produced a handful of jade stones, around 30 in total. How does young master have so many? Yang Xiao was momentarily speechless. Recalling the arduous journey he undertook to find just one stone, while 30 lay before him now. By the way, the requirement for the competition is to collect a certain number of stones. Correct? Jiang Ning inquired. 10 stones will suffice. Yang Xiao replied eagerly. Jiang Ning pondered and nodded. So I have already collected enough. Alas, I have unwittingly taken from others. How about this, young Master Yang, since we have formed a bond? I have no use for so many stones. Allow me to gift you some. How about 10? That seems a bit. Yang Xiao hesitated. 10 stones might be precarious. Should we encounter another like earlier, they could be snatched again. Take 15 instead. No, young master. What I meant was, very well, 20 stones. Take them and leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Ning did not wait for Yang Xiao to respond further, leaving him with 20 pieces of red jade. Seizing Dabai and leaping away. Our meeting is fate, young Master Yang. No need for thanks. As Jiang Ning departed, Yang Xiao gazed at the 20 glowing red stones, his expression shifting. After a few breaths, he hurriedly collected the stones into his possession. Forthright, I never claimed to be, regardless of what others say. I, Yang Xiao, have never claimed. After parting with Yang Xiao, Jiang Ning began to console the aggrieved Dabai. Dabai, we are engaged in a very meaningful endeavor. In this competition, they will undoubtedly select the most gifted individuals to challenge our dynasty. Thus, we must interfere with the outcome, as we did earlier, handing jade stones to those of lesser prowess, ensuring their victory in the competition, which will ultimately favor us in future battles. Do you understand? Jiang Ning reiterated the rationale to Dabai. Giggly. Dabai appeared resigned. When we return, I shall have her treat you to a grand feast of meat. Eat to your heart's content. Giggly, indeed, it is true. I would not deceive you. Giggly. Jiang Ning chuckled. Come, let us continue our mission. In the following days within the Spirit Beast mountain range, a peculiar occurrence unfolded that left many participants bewildered. A mysterious man accompanied by a white spirit beast would toss several jade stones upon encountering others and then turn to depart, as if to vanish in a thin air. Young man, I see great potential in you. These 10 jade stones are entrusted to you. You shall achieve great success in the future. Little lady, your beauty is captivating. These 10 jade stones suit you well. I give them to you, good sir. Did you drop these 10 jade stones? I just found them behind you. In this manner, Jiang Ning meticulously selected individuals who had recently ascended to the Yupu realm or were in the Tianyang realm, distributing the jade stones generously. By the time his family wealth was exhausted, Jiang Ning was thoroughly fatigued. Having accomplished his task, he prepared to depart when a melodious voice rang out behind him. After gifting away several hundred red jade stones, what is your intention? Jiang Ning froze, realizing someone had approached him silently. A master. An absolute master. Turning around, he found an enchanting beauty had suddenly appeared beside him. In Wujing City, within the general's mansion, a hidden chamber remained untouched by the devastation above caused by a violent explosion that had obliterated the mansion's exterior. At that moment, Yi Qinyang stood within the chamber, his spiritual energy surging, a golden divine wheel revolving gently behind him. Before him lay a golden fruit, emanating waves of incomparably pure power. If Jiang Ning were present, he would instantly recognize this golden fruit as the chaotic divine source fruit obtained from signing in. Yi Qinyang was currently absorbing the power from the fruit, solidifying his own strength and foundation. Time passed, and as the golden radiance of the fruit diminished, Yi Qinyang ceased his actions, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, rejuvenated. Jiang Ning, you never imagined that this fruit, brimming with divine source power, has been refined by me, did you? Subsequently, Yi Qinyang exited the hidden chamber, where his aides awaited at the entrance. Is the competition proceeding normally? Yi Qinyang's voice boomed like thunder. General, several individuals have completed the challenge, but according to the reports, the jade stones within the Spirit Beast mountain range seem to be more elusive than before. The aide responded, it is not a significant matter. This competition was merely a facade. The alliance between the 7 dynasties has already been established, rendering the outcome of the contest rather inconsequential. However, the general inquired. Among those who completed the challenge, the highest realm achieved is merely the 3rd layer of the Jade Purity realm that not somewhat peculiar. Surprisingly, there is no news of a princess from the Great Zhao dynasty among the victors. The aide shook his head and replied, I have yet to hear any news regarding a princess from the Great Zhao dynasty. Logically, she is a powerhouse of the Void Realm and should possess a sensitivity to that red jadeite. Thus completing the challenge swiftly, Yi Qinyang furrowed his brow and said, send someone to investigate the Spirit Beast Mountains, that if anything unusual arises, report back promptly. Understood. Chapter 29. The Beggar Himself. The illusion of flowers in the mirror. Jiang Ning gazed at the girl before him, who resembled a lotus emerging from water, finding it hard to associate her with the top-tier expert who had stealthily approached him. Are you speaking to me, young lady? The woman coldly replied, answer my question. Perhaps this girl had mistaken him. How could he have collected hundreds of jade stones? Jiang Ning awkwardly stated. Although these jade stones may seem inconsequential, they contain a trace of chaotic power to which individuals of the Void Realm possess a unique sensitivity. The woman softly remarked. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this jade stone had such a function. So, this contest was indeed designed for those of the Void Realm. In that case, he felt no need to elaborate. He had simply given away the jade stones, treating himself as a benevolent individual. Jiang Ning explained, I fear that is not the case. The recipients of your jade stones are primarily those who have just ascended to the Jade Purity realm. And even individuals of the Heavenly Sun realm are included, while those of slightly higher realms you have completely disregarded. Furthermore, participants in this contest, those in the early stages of the Jade Purity realm and the Heavenly Sun realm, will not complete the challenge. Your actions are evidently intended to interfere with the results of this contest. Who exactly are you? Caught off guard by the woman's incisive words, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. Chirp! At that moment, Dabai peeked out from behind Jiang Ning. The woman immediately furrowed her brow, this spirit beast entirely snow-white. So you were the beggar. Beggar? Jiang Ning was taken aback by this sudden appellation. Jiang Ning. Conduct myself with integrity. When did I become a beggar? It was you who destroyed the Grand General's residence of the Martial Dynasty, wasn't it? The woman demanded sternly. Jiang Ning fell silent, left with no retort. At a loss for words, are you? Speak honestly. What is your objective in doing this? And who are you? Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. As for who I am, that is something I cannot disclose. The mountains are high and the roads long. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, Jiang Ning seized a bai and leaped away. Trying to flee? The woman tightened her brow, her gaze sharpening that I in an instant. She stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power. Sensing the formidable pressure approaching from behind, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a sense of gravity. This woman possessed the strength of the Void Realm and had previously managed to track him silently. If they were to fight, his chances of victory seemed slim. The woman's spiritual energy surged, her power as a Void Realm expert manifesting in full force. In the blink of an eye, the woman transformed into a fleeting shadow, her true form appearing before Jiang Ning. Without affording him any time to react, a colossal pillar of energy erupted forth, enveloped in a chilling aura, striking towards Jiang Ning like a bolt of lightning. Before the pillar could reach him, everything in its path was rendered desolate. Jiang Ning, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly drew the Jingyuan Jishua sword. Heavenly profound sword technique, divine roaming heaven strike. Two forces collided midair, and a tempestuous gale erupted from the depths of the forest. The woman staggered back a few steps, but simultaneously, another energy pillar surged forth, exploding in the air and instantly transforming into dozens of luminous shadows, cleaving towards Jiang Ning from all directions. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Ning flipped his palm, unleashing a torrent of magnificent energy. Ancient desolation shattering finger, for fingers breaking the firmament, for colossal golden fingers, imbued with an ancient aura, descended from the heavens, sending waves of energy rippling through the forest. The numerous luminous shadows were instantly suppressed by the energy waves, vanishing without a trace. Yet another heavenly-grade combat skill. You are indeed no ordinary person. The woman brushed away the surrounding dust and spoke with conviction that as she spoke, a green glow emanated from her jade hand, unleashing a formidable surge of power, floating light breaking dawn. A low chant resonated. And in an instant, a vast expanse of void energy descended, coalescing behind the woman that a colossal ancient tree soared into the sky, vibrant green and teeming with life. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree swayed gently, producing melodious sound waves that reverberated throughout the Spirit Beast Mountains. The sudden appearance of the ancient tree's illusion in midair drew gasps from many competitors. Another fight has broken out for giant fingers. An ancient tree. What a grand spectacle. This must be a heavenly-grade combat skill. How magnificent! Uncertain of the identities of the combatants, those observing this clash realized they would gain much from witnessing such a battle. The woman, looking down from above, gave a slight wave of her hand. The ancient tree behind her trembled violently, enveloping the entire Spirit Beast Mountains in sound waves. The power of the sound waves surged through the four ancient giant fingers. And in a mere moment, the fingers shattered and vanished into the void. Jiang Ning was astonished. While he had encountered Void Realm strength before, he had never seen such a formidable practitioner as this woman. It is still not too late to concede. The woman spoke lightly. Void Realm strength is merely that. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. Uninformed, the woman shook her head, her spiritual energy swirling around her. Mirror flower connection. Sound waves erupted, and the ancient tree behind the woman shook violently. In an instant, the entire world resonated with these sound waves. After a few breaths, as the sound waves subsided, the space before Jiang Ning began to warp, and a powerful void energy coalesced. Following this, a figure identical to Jiang Ning slowly emerged, much to his astonishment. Mirror flower connection. So that is the meaning behind it. Jiang Ning observed the identical figure before him and raised an eyebrow. He sensed that this shadow not only mirrored his appearance, but astonishingly, the spiritual energy within it surged with a striking similarity to his own. This meant that it was not merely an illusion, but a replica formed from his very essence. This shadow was connected to the ancient tree behind the woman, and judging by the earlier display of power, this shadow's strength might even surpass Jiang Ning's. Seeing the astonishment in Jiang Ning's eyes, a hint of pride crept into the woman's expression. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the shadow suddenly surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, lunging towards Jiang Ning. Bang! Jiang Ning met the shadow's fist head-on, gauging its strength to be roughly 70% of his own. Having failed to land a blow, the shadow immediately struck again. Brilliant azure light flickered around it, and the ancient tree behind the woman erupted with waves of sound. Whoosh! A violent surge of energy cascaded forth, akin to a raging tide. Jiang Ning harnessed his spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, he discovered that under the influence of the ancient tree's sound waves, his own spiritual energy flow appeared to be disrupted. Indeed, the methods of a Void Realm expert were truly profound. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning retained a backup plan. Since he could not fully utilize his spiritual energy, he would resort to the power of his soul. Jiang Ning took a brief moment to gather himself, unleashing a thunderous roar from deep within his soul. It was at that moment that the shadow charged once more, and Jiang Ning raised his hand to meet it. In an instant, his soul energy surged forth, causing Jiang Ning to raise his eyebrows in surprise. It turned out that his soul energy could be infused into this shadow. Chapter 30. The Puppet's Reversal. The route of escape. Contemplating this, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. He glanced upward. The woman was still commanding the ancient tree, compelling it to emit unceasing sound waves. Today, allow me to demonstrate the concept of reaping what you sow. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning's mind shifted. His soul energy spread throughout his body, directly infusing it into the shadow before him. Boom! In mere moments, a surge of pure energy erupted from within the shadow, its spiritual energy swirling violently, and a fierce glint ignited in its eyes. The woman, noticing this, furrowed her brow slightly, although she sensed something was amiss. She did not halt her actions. Just then, Jiang Ning sprang into action, leaping high into the air. Following suit, the shadow rose, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ning. How is this possible? A wave of tension swept across the woman's clear eyes. However, before she could make a move, Jiang Ning and the shadow charged forward together, overwhelming her. The shadow unleashed the ancient desolation-shattering finger. 5 fingers moved the universe. Jiang Ning concentrated all his soul energy. One shadow, one reality. 2 completely different forces surged forth. The woman was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the puppet she created through mirror flower connection could be tamed by another. What astonished her even more was the soul-stirring void energy. Soul energy? The young woman is a princess of the Great Zhao dynasty, known as Song Ling. Although she has never personally encountered the power of the soul spirit, she has heard tales of it throughout her formative years of training. The fearsome Black Abyss soul curse is etched deeply in her mind. She would rather perish than fall victim to its curse. In a fleeting moment, Song Linger resolved to evade the true Jiang Ning. With a swift turn, vitality surged from the ancient tree behind her. That instant, an unforeseen change occurred. The entity of Jiang Ning, enveloped in soul spirit power, unexpectedly dissipated its aura, drawing forth a long sword instead. The Heavenly Xian Sword Technique, a divine chant that defies the heavens. As this sword technique was unleashed, a tremendous sonic wave erupted, reverberating in layers, consuming the sound waves emanating from the ancient tree. The once vibrant tree withered away. Boom! 5 colossal fingers appearing from the void descended with thunderous force, akin to a tumultuous tide. Song Linger, unable to defend herself, was swept away by the 2 forces, crashing heavily to the ground. Her complexion turned ashen, starkly contrasting with the blood she coughed up in the air. As the ancient tree withered, the phantom beside Jiang Ning also vanished. Subsequently, Jiang Ning descended beside Song Linger. Surrender? Not a chance, he scoffed coldly. You are still too young. Thinking that you could create a puppet using the ancient tree and remain unscathed. Struggling to rise, Song Linger cast a piercing gaze. Those from the Chu dynasty are treacherous and vile. Jiang Ning shrugged, contemplating that she could curse him all she wished. After all, he was not from the Chu dynasty. Focus on your sword technique. It's best not to force yourself that if you recover your luck now. The damage won't be permanent. Upon hearing this, Song Ling shot him a cold glare. Otherwise, shall I invoke the Black Abyss soul curse once more? This time, you won't escape, will you? Jiang Ning's tone turned exceedingly ruthless. At this, Song Linger felt a wave of frustration. Had she not summoned that phantom, Jiang Ning would not have seized the opportunity. That was utterly humiliating for her, a being of the Void Realm. to be defeated by someone of the Jade Purity realm like Jiang Ning. However, it was too late for regrets. As Jiang Ning stated, if she did not recover her luck now, she might sustain permanent injuries that would hinder her progression for life. Thus, Song Linger resigned herself to sit cross-legged, channeling her energy to heal. Dabai rushed over once more, chattering as he gazed at Song Ling. Jiang Ning affectionately patted Dabai's head, exclaiming, "Goodness, you were the quickest to flee when I was fighting. Dabai, when will you ever live up to your title as an ancient divine beast?" As he spoke, Jiang Ning suddenly sensed something amiss that he halted, furrowing his brow. Chattering, he shook his head, dismissing the notion as overthinking. Meanwhile, Song Linger quietly focused on her recovery, and Jiang Ning regarded the strikingly beautiful young woman, murmuring to himself, "She must belong to a prominent family, indeed attractive, yet still pales in comparison to my Shuang." Afterward, Jiang Ning lost interest in further interaction with Song Linger and prepared to leave with Dabai. "Wait." At that moment, Song Linger called out to Jiang Ning, "Do you truly wish for me to cast the Black Abyss soul curse upon you before you relent?" Jiang Ning responded with a question. "Who exactly are you?" With a cold snort, he countered, "First, reveal your identity." Song Linger of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Realization struck Jiang Ning instantly. The Song surname was indeed the royal family name of the Great Zhao Dynasty. It seemed that this Song Linger was either a princess or a county princess. Jiang Ning, the son-in-law of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Jiang Ning disclosed his own name and background. Thereafter, he departed without a backward glance. Song Linger watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure, a hint of sorrow in her gaze. The son-in-law of the Great Zhou Dynasty? How could this be? As Jiang Ning exited the Spirit Beast Mountains, he contemplated swiftly returning to the Great Zhou Dynasty. His mission in the martial dynasty was to sabotage the Seven Kingdoms martial competition and uncover the truth behind the alliance. The competition was likely nearing its downfall. And as for the truth of the alliance, Jiang Ning believed the 5 elders of the cabinet could deduce it. What other purpose could the Seven Kingdoms, apart from the Great Zhou Dynasty, have in forming an alliance? Simply to conspire, of course. In essence, the cabinet elders had sent Jiang Ning to the martial dynasty with the intent of orchestrating his demise, merely using him as a pawn. Yet they underestimated his strength. 3 days later, in the capital of Marshal Jing, at the general's mansion, the aides were loitering outside the recently renovated hall until they heard Yi Kanyang's booming voice, prompting them to enter. How did the matter proceed? Yi Kanyang's voice resonated like thunder. The aide, feeling a bit anxious, replied, "General, my subordinate has dispatched personnel to patrol the borders day and night, yet we have still not located Jiang Ning." With a sigh, Yi Kanyang remarked, "You were patrolling the borders of the Zhou dynasty?" "Indeed." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Kanyang instructed, "Withdraw the men and notify the guards at the Han dynasty borders, should Jiang Ning be spotted. They are to kill him on sight." The Han dynasty borders? The aide was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's thought, he grasped Yi Kanyang's intention. Given the uproar Jiang Ning had caused in the Martial dynasty, attempting to return to the Great Zhou via the borders of Martial and Zhou would undoubtedly be perilous. However, if they first headed north to the Han territory before entering the Great Zhou, it would be significantly safer. Understood. Chapter 31. The Black Wind Duo. Granting an opportunity 7 years prior, the Martial dynasty boasted an army of 1 million, with 5 commanding generals, all possessing Void Realm cultivation, overseen by the divine Wheel Realm Yi Kanyang. Truly a formidable force. Yet, this very army suffered a disastrous defeat against the Great Zhou dynasty, losing 3 of the 5 generals, with Yi Kanyang barely escaping with severe injuries. The once mighty million-strong army dwindled to merely 100,000, that this battle depleted half of the Martial dynasty's national strength, rendering any hope of competing with the Great Zhou for supremacy non-existent. The 2 generals who survived that harrowing encounter, having been injured, retreated from the martial borders to recuperate along the borders of the Wu and Han dynasties. These 2 generals came to be known as the Black Fiend and the Wind Fiend. 7 years passed, and while their injuries healed, their cultivation and official ranks were no longer destined for advancement. Initially planning to retire in peace along the borders, one day they received an order from the capital of Marshal Jing. Jiang Ning made his way northward, finally arriving at the border between the Martial and Han dynasties. At this moment, Jiang Ning remained blissfully unaware that the escape route he believed to be safe was already under Yi Kanyang's control. As dawn approached, the rosy glow of dawn danced lightly across the eastern horizon, the blue-black silk gradually illuminated by golden rays. Fluffy white clouds, reminiscent of cotton, were painted with a captivating orange hue. Adorned with golden edges, sign in danger level, 6 stars, reward. 1,000-mile disappearance talisman. As the electronic voice faded, an unusual jade talisman radiating a green glow appeared in Jiang Ning's hand, its intricate patterns resembling celestial scripts. Emitting waves of strange energy that made the surrounding void seem to warp, the 1,000-mile disappearance talisman allows the user to instantly travel 1,000 miles away. Instantly relocating 1,000 miles is indeed impressive. But it appears to be a single-use item. I leaned closer, chattering curiously. Jiang Ning quickly reassured, patting Dabai's head. Don't worry, I won't use it. I would never abandon you, chatter. Jiang Ning clicked his tongue, thinking to himself how clever Dabai had become. Let us go. We should be able to leave the Martial Dynasty today. Once we reach the Han territory, we have to traverse mountains and rivers. Jiang Ning sighed heavily. The Han Dynasty, located at the northernmost end of the Tianyuan continent, bordered both the Martial and Zhou dynasties. Returning to the Zhou through the Han was his safest route. As Jiang Ning and Dabai continued their journey, the border was sparsely populated, vast in expanse. Their pace quickened, and just as Jiang Ning was about to cross the border line, 2 pairs of ominous eyes locked onto him. In the shadows, the wind howled ominously. It must be him, a 9th-level Jade Purity Cultivator, accompanied by a white spirit beast. Indeed, the general is astute. He has truly arrived. Let us make our move. It would be inconvenient to act once he crosses the border. Suddenly, Jiang Ning halted mid-stride. Turning around, he saw 2 figures charging toward him, each emanating a dense aura of energy. Black Fiend and Wind Fiend. Sensing their overwhelming presence, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. 2 Void Realm experts. It had taken all his effort to contend with Song Linger, a single Void Realm cultivator, and now he faced 2. Determined not to be caught off guard, Jiang Ning immediately summoned his energy. Taiwang's Shattered Sky Finger. 5 fingers moved the universe. 5 ancient fingers materialized in the air, and with a mental command, they converged into a palm. Taiwang's Shattered Sky Palm. In the void, a colossal palm descended, the heavens trembling with its might. A powerful storm of spirit energy connected heaven and earth, sweeping forth towards the combined energies of the Black and Wind Fiends. Boom! The ground shook violently as layers of explosions erupted. The Black and Wind Fiends managed to shatter the immense palm imprint, while the surrounding area echoed with the relentless sounds of spirit energy detonating. Having thwarted their ambush, Jiang Ning steadied his resolve. Gesturing for Dabai to retreat to safety. 2 of you, to initiate such an aggressive attack right from the start is rather excessive, don't you think? Haihei let out a cold snort and said, Jiang Ning, is it? My companion and I are here under the orders of the great general to take your life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a sense of resignation. What was meant to come could not be avoided. Give me a chance, Arthur. Haihei was momentarily taken aback. What Arthur? I am Haihei, and he is Feng Hai. The countless Zhou people who perished at our hands 7 years ago, your death will not make a difference. Haihei was somewhat intrigued by the mention of Arthur. Feng Hai, growing impatient, interjected, Stop wasting time with this brat. He is merely at the Jade Purity realm. Let us strike quickly, so we can return to Wujing City. Then let us engage. Thus, the Black Wind Twin Evils reached a consensus that in the next moment, their spiritual energy surged explosively. A spiritual energy whip over 10 Zhonglong coalesced, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. This energy was not mere spiritual power. An ominous aura subtly enveloped them. At this moment, the 2 distinct forces perfectly merged, emanating a wave that seemed to pierce through the void. Though this wave appeared unremarkable, it bore an overwhelming aura that could sweep across the world. The power of the void, piercing through nothingness, Jiang Ning murmured, clearly aware that these 2 Void Realm cultivators were far superior to Song Ling. Boom! The formidable spiritual energy whip roared forth like a colossal wave as the Black Wind Twin Evils unleashed their might. Jiang Ning summoned the Jingyuan Jishua sword and channeled all his energy into executing the Tianxian sword technique, floating life's 10,000 blades. Thousands of sword blades manifested, shaking the heavens and earth. As the spiritual energy whip collided with his attack, the two forces converged. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment of impact, the very fabric of reality trembled, creating a fleeting crack, and all nearby matter was reduced to dust. In the distance, the vast torrent of spiritual energy surged forth wildly, and an unparalleled flame storm erupted as the spiritual energy whip exploded, transforming into a torrential rain of fire that descended from the sky. Possessing heavenly-grade combat skills and swordsmanship, it was no wonder the general himself had issued the order. Your death would be worthwhile. Easily dispelling Jiang Ning's technique, Feng Hai smiled indifferently that at this moment, the overwhelming aura surrounding him firmly suppressed Jiang Ning. What of your heavenly-grade combat skills? At the 9th layer of the Jade Purity realm, you are no different from a dog in my eyes, Hai mocked, though Jiang Ning was reluctant to admit it. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the truth was indeed as such. However, Jiang Ning was no ordinary individual. You too seem to be wounded as well. It appears you have little hope of advancement in this life. Do you really take yourselves so seriously? Jiang Ning, wielding the Jinyuan Jishua sword, floated in the air. His shout resonated like thunder, instantly echoing across the heavens and earth as his voice fell. Jiang Ning swung his sword, his other hand forming a fist, spiritual energy and soul power intertwined, a torrent surging forth. Tianxian sword technique, scorching blade of 100 cuts, Tai Huang's shattering finger, 4 fingers breaking through the firmament. The reason he only used 4 fingers was that Jiang Ning intended to reserve the last finger for his trump card, the Black Prison Soul Curse. In mere moments, 3 distinct auras coalesced, and Jiang Ning dove straight towards the Black Wind Twin Evils. Chapter 32. The White Beast displays its might, vanishing without a trace. This time, Jiang Ning unleashed 4 lethal moves at once. Counting the 3 techniques and his own abilities, the Black Wind Twin Evils watched as Jiang Ning treated them as mere tools of attack, unable to suppress their derision. However, when they discerned the dark seal in the sky and sensed the turmoil deep within their souls, both were struck with shock, soul power. It turns out this brat is of the Chu dynasty royal lineage. He cannot be spared. Hai Hei's figure shifted, his eyes swirling with agitation. Feng Hai mirrored his expression, and at that moment, their gazes turned ominously dark. The space before them suddenly emitted a tearing sensation, and a dark spatial rift, hundreds of zhonglong, materialized out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, the fierce winds devoured Jiang Ning's 3 lethal moves entirely. As the fiery rain falling from the heavens became even more resplendent, the scorching waves of fire spread through the air, vaguely resembling the emergence of a demon. Eye of Reincarnation, the Black Wind Twin Evils shouted in unison, simultaneously launching an attack. A surge of reincarnation power fused with malevolent energy swept across the sky, instantly merging with the fiery rain, transforming into a massive light screen that enveloped Jiang Ning as he charged forward. Crack, crack. Jiang Ning's 3 lethal moves vanished without a trace, and at the moment of contact with the light screen, the Windblade celestial armor he wore split apart. Ultimately, Jiang Ning was violently thrown back, his armor reduced to dust. At the 9th layer of the Jade Purity realm, you dare to fight to the death. Hai Hei scoffed. Feng Hai snorted coldly, saying, what else could he do? There is no escaping for him. Why not capture him alive and present him to the general? Surely, the general would be delighted. Hai Hei proposed. Unthinkable. Feng Hai shook his head. This individual possesses heavenly-grade swordsmanship and martial arts, and has learned the secret techniques of the Chu dynasty royal family. The sword in his hand and the armor he wears are both rare, spiritual treasures, which speaks volumes of his background. He must be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, we may encounter unforeseen complications, trapped within that light screen. Jiang Ning swung his sword desperately, but the light screen remained unmoved. This was the chasm between the Void Realm and the Jade Purity Realm. Was he truly destined to perish here today? Regret welled up within Jiang Ning. The Black Wind Twin Evils, having made up their minds, charged towards Jiang Ning, preparing to deliver the final blow. At this moment, Jiang Ning was like a fish caught in a net, unable to evade, prepare to die. Hai Hei's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he advanced on Jiang Ning. In a dire moment, Gugu! Trapped within the light screen, Jiang Ning heard the sound and quickly turned. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. The farther the better. Feng Hai smirked. I nearly forgot about this white-haired spirit beast. It seems to possess a commendable bloodline. Dabai, run. Jiang Ning shouted urgently. Gu. Hearing Jiang Ning's call, Dabai not only did not flee, but instead ran faster towards Feng Hai. A brilliant white light erupted from Dabai's body. Feng Hai was initially surprised, but in an instant, he realized that Dabai's radiance had no tangible effect. That Dabai, are you mad? Get away from here. Return to the Great Zhou. Gugu, Feng Hai gathered a powerful force in his palm and struck down. It is just a spirit beast, foolish. Dabai Gugu in an instant. The heavens paused, and all fell silent. The torrents of fury emanating from Haihei's eyes shattered suddenly. An endless expanse of power descended alongside the light. A white radiance burst forth, and all gods retreated. Before them, the mere half-meter-long form of Dabai transformed into a colossal divine beast hundreds of zhang long amidst the resplendent spiritual light, exuding an incredibly violent and defiant power that surged forth directly towards Feng Hai. What is this? Compared to Dabai's overwhelming power, Feng Hai's attack seemed utterly insignificant. The light screen confining Jiang Ning shattered, leaving him momentarily speechless in shock. Indeed, it was something Jiang Ning should have realized long ago. Song Ling had once mentioned that Void Realm experts possess a unique sensitivity to the red jade of the Spirit Beast Mountain. How could Dabai, having found hundreds of pieces of jade, lack such sensitivity? Jiang Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, invigorated by Dabai's display, his own spiritual energy trembling that he hastily retrieved a handful of spiritual pills, recklessly stuffing them into his mouth. The raging spiritual energy surged within him, and Jiang Ning coughed up another mouthful of blood. The Jingyuan Jishua sword trembled, blood spreading, with no path of retreat, and the great road shrouded in darkness. He unleashed the seventh form of the Tianxian sword technique, Sun and Moon of Yellow Springs. A torrent surged forth as two powerful forces clashed, causing the entire region to tremble incessantly. This place, situated on the border, caught the eyes of both the Tang dynasty and the Wu dynasty armies as they witnessed this earth-shattering battle. Feng Hai was knocked to the ground by Dabai's power, but quickly rose again. The overwhelming spiritual energy of a Void Realm expert was incomparable to that of the Jade Purity Realm. Black, I will hold this beast. You must swiftly deal with that brat. Upon hearing Feng Hai's shout, Haihei clenched his fists tightly, seemingly unconcerned about the formidable Huangquan sword, launching an attack and exchanging blood for blood. Dabai, radiating blinding white light, suddenly leaped into the air. Gugu. Jiang Ning immediately understood Dabai's intent. If we are to leave, we leave together. Gugu, enough talk, Dabai. Remember, if you die today, you will never eat meat again. Jiang Ning, already incoherent, unleashed the Sun and Moon of Yellow Springs, immediately exhausting himself and plummeting downward. Dabai, you must flee. Get out of here. Haihei chose to absorb the full force of the Sun and Moon of Yellow Springs with his body, losing half of it in the process. Blood flowing profusely, yet his attack showed no sign of weakening as he barreled directly towards Jiang Ning. Feng Hai mirrored his intention. Dabai quickly descended, enveloping Jiang Ning with its immense form. Gugu, Jiang Ning roared. I said we leave together. Dabai's towering body encircled Jiang Ning as Feng Hai and Haihei's attacks bore down upon them in succession. Boom boom! Two powerful energies struck Dabai, causing an instant dispersal of its boundless radiance. Gugu, with another call, a flicker of eerie blue light suddenly flashed within Dabai's eyes. The white Zune displays its might. Gugu, the stark white eyes, filled with a myriad of complex emotions, gazed intently at Jiang Ning, resolute in its willingness to face death. Tears welled up in Jiang Ning's eyes as he recalled the first encounter on Qinjue Mountain when the white creature was still young and innocent. He remembered returning to the palace, finally savoring a hearty meal that he recalled the moment in Wujing City when the Lord of Shanfeng coveted them. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ning had grown accustomed to the presence of the white creature. And now fate had led them to such a tragic end. Suddenly, the white creature dashed forward, its spiritual power surging like a tempest to go quickly. It seemed to convey to Jiang Ning, leave this to me. Meeting you has brought me joy. A wide tears streamed down his face. The Qinli Wuzong talisman materialized in Jiang Ning's hand, that I in the next instant. The white creature collided violently with the two dark winds of calamity. The talisman in Jiang Ning's grasp shattered into pieces. The space quivered, vanishing into the void. Chapter 33. The Assassination List. Han Dynasty Border, Wujing City, General's Mansion. The aides hurriedly arrived at the recently renovated Grand Hall. General, the news from the two dark winds of calamity has arrived. Jiang Ning has perished at their hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyang pondered briefly. Are you certain it was Jiang Ning? The aide, momentarily taken aback, replied, their description fits. Capable of wielding spiritual power, accompanied by a white spirit beast, and possessing exceptional swordsmanship. Then it is indeed fortunate. Yi Qingyang sighed in relief. If Jiang Ning is not dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our dynasty in the future. To be by the way, General, the message from the Dark Winds of Calamity also stated that they sustained considerable injuries while pursuing Jiang Ning and hoped to return to Wujing City to recuperate. Yi Qingyang waved his hand dismissively. You may make the arrangements. At least they could be considered loyal individuals and may still prove useful in the future. Understood. The aide replied and began to withdraw. Wait! Yi Qingyang called out to the aide. What did that matter? How has it progressed? The aide immediately understood the implication and reported, everything has been arranged. The list of critical individuals from the Zhou dynasty has been prepared. And we are merely waiting for the top 10 from the martial arts competition to set off before we can take action. On that list. Add one more name. Yi Qingyang paused momentarily before stating. Yun Dingshan, the Emperor of Zhou. The aide exclaimed in surprise. General, the top 10 from the martial arts competition are merely at the Taishu realm. How could they possibly kill Yun Dingshan? Yi Qingyang smiled slightly. Then let us add one more person to the list of assassins. The aide was taken aback that Yi Qingyang slowly spoke. Yi Kanyanji, as he spoke. Golden light flickered in his eyes, seemingly imbued with divine energy. This moment, Jiang Ning, weakened and injured, had forcefully unleashed the Tianxian sword art under extreme circumstances, further exacerbating his injuries. Fortunately, he had managed to swallow a handful of spiritual elixirs at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could survive. After shattering the Qinli Wuzong talisman, Jiang Ning's consciousness slipped into the void, unable to awaken, speak, or move. It was unclear how long this state lasted, but eventually, in his blurred awareness, he sensed the presence of two figures nearby, a girl around 15 or 16 and an elderly man with yellow hair. Yet he could not comprehend what they were saying or doing. Your Highness, this person's life is no longer in danger. We must leave, the elderly man spoke. The girl, adorned in finery, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, radiated elegance. But he hasn't awakened yet. He is gravely injured. What if he encounters more danger? The elderly man frowned. A person injured to such an extent that the Yupu realm indicates the strength of their enemies. Your Highness, our departure from the palace to Zhou dynasty has already been discovered by the crown prince. It won't be long before someone comes to obstruct us, that we must not complicate matters further. Since we are within the territory of the Han dynasty, he is naturally one of our OWN ASA princess. How can I turn a blind eye? The girl insisted. Your Highness, the elderly man was visibly anxious. We are not far from the border. This person is likely not one of our Han people, that we must prioritize the greater matter. The girl paused, then responded, You often tell me that one's appearance reflects their heart. Look at this person, so handsome. How could he possibly be a villain? The elderly man was at a loss for words. When the princess was determined, it was impossible to dissuade her. Old Mu, let us wait for him to awaken. Shall we? Once he is awake, we can depart, the girl said hopefully. There is still time before the deadline set by Sister Shangwan. We will surely arrive at Falling Flower Valley before those coming to meet us. Old Mu, filled with resignation, could only agree to the girl's wishes. Once he awakens and confirms his safety, we shall leave. And remember, Your Highness, do not reveal your identity. The girl nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Old Mu, I am well aware. A gentle breeze dispersed the past, and the mist faded, unveiling a scene of ethereal beauty. Jiang Ning exhaled a breath of stale air, his hand instinctively clenching. It hurts, he thought, struggling internally. Slowly he opened his eyes, and a slender figure came into view. Though the girl did not possess the flawless beauty of Yun Li Suang, she exuded a certain regal charm. You are awake, Seeing the girl's worried expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile, realizing he had not fallen into perilous circumstances. However, where was this place? I found you by the river. Your face was ashen, and had it not been for the faint breath of life, I would have left. She explained. They were in a somewhat modest wooden hut, with Jiang Ning lying on a hard bed. Through the window, he could see the sign of an inn outside. Indeed, he was in a tavern. My name is Wei Yi. The girl hesitated before adding, You can call me Qing Qing. Jiang Ning mustered his strength to sit up and said, I am Jiang Ning. Thank you for saving me. The girl's speech was somewhat careless, and Jiang Ning discerned that her name should be Wei Qing Qing. Old Mu mentioned, Your meridians have sustained severe injuries. It may take a long time for you to recover. Jiang Ning paused briefly and smiled faintly. For an ordinary person, such an injury would indeed require considerable time to heal. But for Jiang Ning, with his extraordinary physique known as the ancient sacred body, it would not be without its benefits. Miss Qing Qing, may I inquire where this place is? The girl replied, This is an inn at the border. The border? Jiang Ning was taken aback and cautiously asked, Which dynasty's border? It seemed Old Mu was indeed correct. He was not one of the Han people. The girl retorted, Are you not a citizen of the Han dynasty? Jiang Ning, tired of fabricating lies, spoke candidly, I am from the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou dynasty? The girl frowned slightly. What a coincidence. What do you mean? She began to answer, but just then, the wooden door creaked open, and an elderly man entered. Jiang Ning took a glance and assumed this must be the Old Mu the girl had mentioned. Old Mu, see. He has awakened. Old Mu nodded solemnly, then turned to Jiang Ning. If you have awakened, you have likely escaped serious peril. Your injuries will heal on their own, and our assistance has been out of kindness. With no expectation of reward, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Old Mu then looked at the girl. In that case, miss, we should be on our way. Old Mu, can we not stay for another day? Miss, we have already delayed long enough. If we miss the appointed time, it would jeopardize our mission, Old Mu urged. Hearing this, although the girl was reluctant, she ultimately lowered her head. Jiang Ning could sense that these two had pressing matters at hand. However, what did you mean by coincidence? The girl, sensing the urgency, turned to Jiang Ning. We must depart now, you. Before she could finish, Jiang Ning interjected, Are you heading to the Zhou dynasty? Chapter 34. Sorrowful silence. Coincidences abound upon hearing this. Old Mu frowned and glanced at the girl. Ignoring the elderly man's gaze, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Oh yes. You just said you are from the Zhou dynasty, so are you also returning to Zhou? Jiang Ning nodded under Old Mu's fierce glare. Old Mu, he's on our way. Why not, miss? Old Mu was somewhat angered. Do not forget our purpose. We cannot involve outsiders. As soon as the words left his lips, the girl contemplated for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Then she turned to Jiang Ning, wanting to say something. Jiang Ning, understanding her intent, quickly replied, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving kindness, but given my current injuries, I fear I cannot repay you. Since you both have important matters to attend to, I do not wish to complicate things. Upon hearing this, Old Mu's fierce gaze softened a bit. Jiang Ning then looked at the girl. Miss, once again, I am truly thankful for your life-saving grace. Should there be a chance in the future, I will certainly repay it. The girl smiled. It's nothing. You should focus on recovering, but I must take my leave now. Jiang Ning returned her smile. May our paths cross again. Afterward, the young girl followed the old man away from the inn. Observing their hurried demeanor, it was evident they were embarking on a significant undertaking. Jiang Ning, whose injuries had yet to heal, remained at the inn to recuperate and cultivate. Occasionally, he recalled the fierce battle, which inevitably left him with a lingering sorrow. The familiar sounds of chatter were no longer present. After using the 1,000 miles untraceable talisman, Jiang Ning lost consciousness that he was indifferent to the outcome of the battle, yet a singular answer lingered in his heart. Oh, Dabai, clearly in the Void Realm. Why did you not inform me sooner? You must take care and await my return. In the Great Zhou, within the Imperial Palace's study, the night was deep, yet the room remained brightly lit. Father, you summoned me at this hour. What is the matter? Yun Lishuang slightly furrowed her brow, noticing the deep frown on Yun Dingtian's face. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Dingtian finally spoke. We have just received some news from the Wu dynasty. Is Jiang Ning in trouble? Yun Lishuang responded immediately. For the past half-month, her greatest concern had been Jiang Ning, far away in the Wu dynasty. Whenever news from Wu arrived, she felt compelled to know at once. Yun Dingtian sighed and hesitated briefly. What has happened to him? He perished at the border between the Wu and Han dynasties. After speaking, Yun Dingtian turned away. Following a moment of silence, Yun Lishuang exhaled deeply. I understand, I shall take my leave. Her tone was flat, as if nothing had transpired. The grand tragedy bore no form, and profound sorrow echoed silently. Yun Dingtian slightly furrowed his brow, realizing that a person of Yun Lishuang's temperament expressed her grief in this manner. At the Han dynasty's border, in an inn, after a full day of recuperation, Jiang Ning's injuries had improved considerably. Sign in. The danger level of this location is 5 stars. Reward, Shadow Enchantment. Shadow Enchantment. Refined 5 poisons. Seize Heaven's Wrath. Strike from the shadows. Gradual bewilderment. Hidden weapons? Jiang Ning toyed with the circular spiritual treasure known as Shadow Enchantment. Roughly deducing its purpose that it appeared quite powerful. It would be immensely useful during ambushes. After accepting Shadow Enchantment, Jiang Ning continued to recuperate until he felt ready to depart. The sooner he returned to the Great Zhou, the sooner he could see Yun Lishuang. Thus, having inquired about the direction, Jiang Ning left the inn. He marched swiftly and finally arrived at the Han dynasty's border. Beyond lay the Great Zhou. The borders of the 2 dynasties were heavily guarded, and travelers faced rigorous inspections. Given that the 7 dynasties had formed an alliance, the Han army was likely not very secure either. Seeing the Han soldiers conducting inspections from a distance, Jiang Ning changed his mind and instead ventured into the unguarded wilderness. Crossing through the wild mountains would also allow him to reach the Great Zhou. Dashing into the endless expanse of towering mountains, Jiang Ning pressed on toward the Great Zhou, hacking through thickets as he went. As he approached the territory of the Great Zhou, he unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals traversing the mountains toward the same destination. There were about a dozen of them, and Jiang Ning sensed from afar that they were all at the Jade Purity Realm. Strange, a dozen experts at the Jade Purity Realm are attempting to enter the Great Zhou from these mountains. Although he felt suspicious, Jiang Ning feared alarming them, as he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries. If these dozen Jade Purity experts were enemies, he had no second 1,000 miles untraceable talisman left. Jiang Ning began to stealthily follow them and eventually waited until they paused to rest. Brother, we are about to enter the territory of the Zhou, yet we have yet to catch even a glimpse of the princess. Fool. With them are Mu accompanying her. The princess must be taking the border route. We are merely taking a shortcut. Brother is right. Once we enter the Great Zhou, we only need to set an ambush at the princess's inevitable path. Mu is at the 9th level of the Jade Purity Realm. Can we manage? The prince's orders are to ensure the princess does not return alive. We only need to deal with her. As for Mr. Mu, we can delay him while we focus on eliminating the princess. The second brother is correct. That is our strategy. Now, let us not linger any longer. We must enter the Great Zhou before the princess and Mr. Mu. After their brief discussion, the dozen Jade Purity experts rose once more and continued toward the Great Zhou. Jiang Ning approached the place where they had rested, contemplating his next move up. Mr. Mu, could it be the same Mu who saved me? If that is the case, then the young girl, Wei Qingqing, Wei being the surname of the Han dynasty. Is she the princess? Countless thoughts swirled in Jiang Ning's mind, and he began to doubt if he had developed a princess complex. Why was he encountering princesses so frequently? The princess of the Zhou, Yun Lishuang, the princess of the Zhao, Song Ling'er, and the princess of the Han, Wei Qingqing. Not to mention, there was also the Tang dynasty's princess Qianfeng. As Jiang Ning pondered this, another memory surfaced. Previously, Shangguan Qingyu had entrusted him with a task, to go to the Falling Flower Valley a month later to protect the Han dynasty's little princess. Could it be that the little princess Shangguan Qingyu wanted me to protect is Wei Qingqing? What a remarkable coincidence. An unending stream of clues converged, and Jiang Ning gradually pieced together the truth of the entire situation. It appeared that these dozen Jade Purity experts were intent on eliminating them. Having been saved once, and with Shangguan Qingyu's request, it seemed that this time I could hardly hurry back to the capital. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ning set off in pursuit of the direction the dozen Jade Purity experts had taken. Chapter 35, The Prince's Guards, Crimson Flame Eyes in the Great Zhou, outside the border city. The roads were flanked by lush forests, and whenever a passerby came through, the wind whistled through the trees that Mr. Mu, How far are we from Falling Flower Valley? Wei Qingqing, alongside Mr. Mu, had passed the border inspection and embarked on the path to Falling Flower Valley. Mu contemplated briefly before responding. If Miss Shangwan's information is correct, we should reach Falling Flower Valley within a day. Wei Qingqing nodded and gazed into the distance, lost in thought. She had never seen her mother. And her impression of her mother, like that of countless others, was formed solely through hearsay. Her mother was a saint of the Han Dynasty, assisting Wei Qingqing's father in ascending to the throne, repelling the northern beast tide, expanding the Han's territory, and purging treacherous officials from the court. Yet this legendary figure had vanished without a trace. Now, Wei Qingqing had received news that her mother had perished in a place called Falling Flower Valley in the Great Zhou. What could await her there? Would her mother have left something behind for her? Princess, the saint left too abruptly. I believe she must have left something for you in Falling Flower Valley, Mu seemed to sense Wei Qingqing's doubts and explained. Mr. Mu, what I do not understand is why I was not allowed to inform father about this trip to Falling Flower Valley. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mu sighed, realizing that Wei Qingqing was still too naive. Your father dotes on you excessively, that he once drunkenly expressed his desire to pass the throne to you, making the prince wary of you. This trip to Falling Flower Valley concerns the legacy of the saint. Should word get out, unforeseen events could arise. Wei Qingqing was taken aback. But my elder brother the prince treats me well. Princess, knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. The prince's methods are beyond our conjecture. After hearing this, Wei Qingqing was at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. The two continued on their journey, traversing mountains and streams that as they passed through a mountain pass. A group of Jade Purity Realm experts descended from above. Blocking their path Mu immediately shielded Wei Qingqing behind him. Mr. Mu, long time no see. The lead man greeted him with a smile. Mu was not surprised that they recognized him. Rather, it was Wei Qingqing who was so startled that she could not speak. Prince's guards? The lead man nodded. Mu is quite perceptive. We are here under the prince's orders to take the princess's life. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing immediately broke down. How could this be? My elder brother the prince has always treated me so well. Princess, I've warned you before. The prince, the lead man grew impatient. Mr. Mu, we are in dire straits. Let's cut to the chase. Mu understood that the lead man was bold enough to openly admit to being the prince's guard, confident that neither he nor Wei Qingqing would leave alive. You few dare to speak so arrogantly. Mr. Mu's palms surged with spiritual energy, his eyes filled with fury. You call us dogs of the prince. Yet you are merely a dog of the princess. Oh, I almost forgot. You should be called a dog of the saint. The saint has been dead for over a decade, and yet you, old dog, remain so infatuated. Upon the utterance of these words, the prince's guards erupted into hearty laughter. Wei Qingqing, momentarily taken aback, cast a glance towards old Mu. With a protective gesture, old Mu cautioned, Princess, be wary, although these individuals are merely at the initial stage of the Jade Purity realm. Should a conflict arise, this old man may not be able to safeguard your safety. Before Wei Qingqing could respond, the leader of the guards bellowed, attack. The leader surged forward with incredible speed, a torrent of spiritual energy swirling around him. As he lunged towards old Mu with lightning speed, a technique known as the Divine Eagle's ghostly strike, spiritual darts materialized in an instant, hurtling towards old Mu. Simultaneously, a dozen others from behind the leader also unleashed their attacks. Old Mu's spiritual energy surged dramatically, forming a powerful protective barrier, adorned with an indistinct spell seal. Bang, bang, bang. Several spiritual darts struck the barrier, instantly dissipating into nothingness, while the barrier itself began to crack. The other guards executed their own techniques. And old Mu, intending to defend, was astonished to realize that the targets of the remaining guards were none other than Wei Qingqing. Princess, be careful. Old Mu leaped suddenly, intent on shielding Wei Qingqing, but a spiritual dart erupted from behind him. The infatuated one, your opponent is me. Old Mu had no time to regard the leader's assault, enduring the pain as he channeled his spiritual energy, swiftly leaping to stand before Wei Qingqing. Get away from me! He roared, gathering a formidable flow of spiritual energy to strike at the group of guards. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the strength of old Mu at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm was displayed in full force. quickly repelling the guards. The leader snorted coldly, unleashing several more spiritual darts. Bang, bang, bang. Old Mu, unable to divert his attention, felt multiple darts pierce his flesh. Old Mu. Wei Qingqing cried out, horrified at the sight of his wounds. She attempted to channel her own spiritual energy, but as a mere practitioner of the ocean observation realm, she felt utterly insignificant before these jade purity masters, akin to an Antita oh not worry. Princess, it is but a minor injury. Before Old Mu could finish, a dart, significantly larger than the previous ones, surged forth, enveloped in immense spiritual power, and pierced through Old Mu's body. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth crimson. Why must this be? With your strength at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm, you could easily be a distinguished guest in any dynasty, for the sake of a saintess long deceased. It is not worth it. Old Mu wiped the blood from his lips, responding, whether it is worth it or not, does not require your opinion. Wei Qingqing, terrified, had never witnessed such brutality, having grown up in the opulence of the imperial palace. Old Mu, despite his immense pain, offered a gentle smile to Wei Qingqing. Princess, you must run with all your might to the Falling Flower Valley. There, Miss Shangguan's people will be waiting to assist you. Old Mu, I will not leave. I will not go to Falling Flower Valley. They only want my life. Let them take it, Princess. Old Mu unleashed a fresh wave of spiritual energy. You must survive, if you perish. My existence shall hold no meaning. In the air, the leader looked down upon the two with a hint of pity. To die is inevitable. Why must you act out this farce? With that, another wave of darts was launched. Old Mu suddenly pushed Wei Qingqing aside, his spiritual energy spiraling into chaos. Run. In the next moment, Old Mu's eyes turned blood red, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. The Scarlet Flame Eye. Chapter 36. The bewildering display of power. The golden crow splits the heavens. Several flame-like blades shot forth, targeting the group of Jade Purity realm fighters in the air. Those caught off guard cried out in anguish as they were struck. Wei Qingqing took a few steps forward but stopped, overwhelmed with concern. Her gaze fixed upon the frenzied Old Mu. Seizing the opportunity, the leader deftly evaded the onslaught of the Scarlet Flame Eye and, gathering his strength, charged directly at Wei Qingqing. Seeing the unfolding situation, a wave of unease washed over Old Mu. Stop him, the leader barked, and the remaining Jade Purity realm fighters surged forward simultaneously, bang, in an instant. An uncountable array of techniques was unleashed upon Old Mu. Puff. Old Mu's complexion turned ashen, yet he still managed to throw a punch. Scarlet Flame Heart Shatter. The frenzied spiritual energy erupted forth, striking the leader with astonishing force. Boom! The leader crumpled to the ground, while Old Mu, after enduring several breaths, was overwhelmed by the relentless barrage from the guards and slammed to the ground. The guards, sensing victory, did not relent, as Old Mu lay fallen. They hastily summoned their power, unleashing their combined disciplines upon him. With his last ounce of strength, Old Mu resisted their onslaught, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wei Qingqing. Princess, run! Wei Qingqing, merely a 15-year-old girl, found herself ensnared in the grandeur and tragedy of this battle, her mind racing with confusion on how to act. Old Mu. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Wei Qingqing turned back and dashed toward Old Mu. The leader, struggling to rise, witnessed Wei Qingqing's return, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. That I told you, you shall all die. As his words fell, the leader's spiritual energy surged. Just then, an eerie sound pierced the air. Hiss! Accompanying this sound was an ominous chill. The leader glanced at his comrades, confusion evident on their faces. What is that? Before the leader could finish, a shadow burst forth from the darkness, racing towards the Jade Purity fighters with incredible speed. Bang! With a horrifying sound, one of the Jade Purity fighters was pierced through. The shadow vanished once more. A gaping hole oozed forth crimson, and the struck Jade Purity master struggled for breath before plummeting to the earth. Hiss! As other Jade Purity fighters sought to rescue their fallen comrade, the shadow struck again. Bang! Another Jade Purity fighter fell. The leader's demeanor shifted to one of dread. What is that shadow? Who's there? Show yourself. The leader summoned his spiritual energy, forming a protective armor around himself, and the remaining Jade Purity fighters followed suit, scanning their surroundings for the elusive shadow. Hiss! The shadow launched another assault. Bang, bang, bang with each strike. 3 more Jade Purity fighters succumbed. The leader focused intently, finally locating the source of the shadow's appearance. Boom! A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, aiming directly at that spot. Bang! 2 forces collided, creating a burst of energy that rippled through the air. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Jiang Ning began to regret using the shadowy bewilderment technique 3 times in quick succession, as this repetitive use had revealed his hiding place to the leader. Otherwise, he could have dealt with even more adversaries that IS'd him. Wei Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment as she saw Jiang Ning emerge from the haze. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed to support Old Mu. Old Mu was devoid of any color, each breath seeming to consume his very life force. "Who are you?" the leader asked, his expression grave as he regarded Jiang Ning, while the Jade Purity fighters in the air prepared for battle. Jiang Ning glanced at Wei Qingqing and Old Mu and replied, "I am merely here to repay a debt of gratitude. My identity is of little consequence." "Repay a debt?" The leader was taken aback. "No matter who you are, today you shall pay for the harm done to my brothers with your life." "You seek my life?" Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. "Then come and take it. But be forewarned. I swear to protect these 2. The leader felt a surge of annoyance at Jiang Ning's unexpected appearance. "Brothers, unite. Eliminate this meddlesome fool and avenge our fallen comrade." Jiang Ning had already dispatched 5 Jade Purity fighters with his shadowy bewilderment technique. The remaining 9 glared at him with pallid faces, their gazes filled with malice. "Kill!" In an instant, the 9 Jade Purity fighters shouted in unison, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that intertwined, forming a colossal light formation in the air, enveloping Jiang Ning entirely. The Golden Crow splits the heavens formation. Jiang Ning recognized the formation at a glance. It was akin to the 4 symbols prison dragon formation he had acquired, designed to combine the spiritual energies of multiple practitioners into a powerful, versatile array. Although the strongest among the 9 was merely at the 3rd level of the Jade Purity realm, their combined forces would yield an overwhelming potency. The formation expanded, gradually enveloping nearly 100 yards, sending waves of energy rippling outward. Bang! A spectral entity materialized, emanating a terrifying and tremulous power. Gradually, this ethereal figure took shape, resembling a golden crow, enveloped in a ferocious and malevolent aura that shattered the surrounding space. The golden crow descended, causing the heavens to rend and the earth to quake. The 9 formidable warriors of the Jade Purity realm unleashed a thunderous roar, their overwhelming murderous intent surging into the sky. The fully formed golden crow immediately radiated a chilling malevolence, gathering its strength before breaking through the void, hurtling towards Jiang Ning with devastating force. Jiang Ning, invigorated, swiftly drew the Jinyuan Jishua, a sword, and unleashed the heavenly mystique sword technique, traversing mountains and rivers with vigor. The immense force of the mountains and rivers surged forth. With one stroke of his sword, Jiang Ning swiftly withdrew and struck again. The heavenly mystique sword technique. Divine array of celestial conquest. Alone, Jiang Ning engaged the spectral golden crow in direct combat. Meanwhile, the leader of the group charged fiercely towards Wei Qingqing. "Princess, retreat." Outside the grand formation, Old Mu's crimson eyes blazed with an endless fury, his body trembling violently as he lunged towards the leader, akin to a frenzied beast, ready to clash. Chapter 37. The Shifting of All Things. Jiang Ning repels the enemy in the Great Zhou Dynasty's cabinet. The champion Marquis observed the 5 elders, each bearing solemn expressions, and felt a tinge of confusion. "Masters, why the haste in summoning your disciple? What is the matter?" The Grand Elder, seated high on the throne, closed his eyes without a word. The second elder spoke. "We have received news from the border. A princess of the Han Dynasty has entered our Great Zhou territory." "That a princess of the Han Dynasty?" The champion Marquis furrowed his brows, his understanding of the Han royal family limited, leaving him ignorant of this young princess's identity. This princess is the bloodline of the Holy Maiden of the Han Dynasty from over a decade ago. Noticing the Marquis's confusion, the other elders explained, the daughter of the Holy Maiden of the Han Dynasty. The champion Marquis was well aware of the Holy Maiden's renown. Indeed, she is the one who once stood unmatched on the Tianyuan continent at the 9th level of the Divine Wheel realm. only to mysteriously vanish over a decade ago. The second elder continued, "This visit by the Han Princess to our great Zhou likely seeks to uncover the whereabouts of the Holy Maiden or to seek her relics. How could the Holy Maiden of the Han Dynasty be within our great Zhou?" The champion Marquis questioned, perplexed. The grand elder's brow furrowed, showing signs of displeasure, and the second elder remained silent. The elder who had previously explained shook his head in resignation, stating, "Over 10 years ago, when the Holy Maiden was alive, half of our great Zhou's territory was under Han jurisdiction." As the word settled, silence enveloped the cabinet, following the disappearance of the Holy Maiden. The great Zhou rose, expanding its territory by thousands of miles through numerous campaigns over the years. "Ahem," the champion Marquis said awkwardly, "are you five masters suggesting that I—" The second elder interjected, "You must journey to the border, locate the Han Princess, and discern her intentions. Should you uncover any news regarding the Holy Maiden, inform us immediately." The champion Marquis promptly agreed, "I shall depart at once." Outside the border city, chaotic spiritual currents surged relentlessly. A bloody battle raged on. Jiang Ning found himself ensnared within the Golden Crow, rending the heavens formation, fiercely entangled in combat with the spectral figure of the Golden Crow. Though he was slightly at a disadvantage, he managed to hold back the 9 Jade Purity Realm warriors. That on another front, Old Mu's battle with the leader was nothing short of brutal. With each strike, torrents of crimson flowed from Old Mu's wounds, while Wei Qingqing remained unharmed, sheltered behind him. She longed to assist but found herself powerless. As Jiang Ning unleashed a sword strike, he caught sight of Old Mu, now on the brink of collapse. Realizing he needed to break the formation swiftly, inverting his sword, he focused his thoughts, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy that rapidly expanded. That a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from Jiang Ning, manifesting another celestial combat technique he had once mastered. "Transform, Ghost Wolf." With this battle cry, a spectral figure emerged behind Jiang Ning, eerie and terrifying, exuding an aura of the netherworld, a wolf-headed humanoid. The ghostly wolf stood poised behind Jiang Ning, mimicking his every movement as if they were one. A heavenly stage battle technique, the Myriad Forms technique. Harnessing the primordial force, Jiang Ning stepped forward, his magnificent and potent spiritual energy exploding into the air. A dazzling brilliance swirling across the sky. That moment, Jiang Ning threw a punch, and the ghostly wolf mirrored him. The ghostly wolf surged forth with unmatched ferocity, howling into the skies, its punch unparalleled. Bang! The sound of cataclysmic spiritual energy exploding resonated through the heavens, causing the entire valley to tremble, waves of violent force cascading around them. The Golden Crow within the formation shuddered as it was struck by the Ghost Wolf's punch, causing the 9 Jade Purity Realm warriors to recoil in unison, spitting out crimson blood moments later. As the formation shattered, Jiang Ning swiftly withdrew the Ghost Wolf, replenishing his energy before summoning the shadowy mirage once more. Boom, boom, boom. The injured guards could not withstand the onslaught. 3 more fell in an instant. Jiang Ning had intended to eliminate the remaining guards, but upon glancing back, he saw Old Mu had been toppled by the leader. Barely clinging to life, the leader's next target was none other than Wei Qingqing. Jiang Ning hurriedly recalled the shadowy mirage, directing his charge towards the leader. The shadowy mirage swept forth like a spectral wraith, its movements elusive. Just as the leader prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Wei Qingqing, the shadowy mirage appeared suddenly, clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the valley, accompanied by an explosive wave of energy. The shadowy mirage was forcefully repelled, while the leader staggered back several paces. In this distant clash, Jiang Ning discerned the leader's formidable strength, 9th level of the Jade Purity Realm. In his previous encounters, most foes had been of the Void Realm. To secure a victory against this equal, Jiang Ning felt at least a 90% assurance. "Who are you?" the leader demanded, glaring at the corpses and the severely injured comrades around him, his fury igniting. "Just someone here to repay a debt. Didn't I mention that before?" Jiang Ning's spiritual energy began to converge, exerting a tremendous pressure towards the leader. Feeling the weight of this pressure, the leader trembled. The remaining guards, blood still staining their lips, knelt to the ground. Although Jiang Ning appeared to hold the upper hand, he was in reality on the verge of collapse, severely wounded, and having expended excessive energy through the heavenly mystique sword technique and myriad forms technique. He was nearing his limit. That I'll give you a chance. Leave Great Joe now. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Ning forced his energy to its zenith. Heavenly Desolation Fracture Finger. 5 fingers move the universe. 5 colossal fingers. Infused with an ancient ferocity, materialized in the air, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy. A brilliant light erupted at that moment, a torrent of spiritual force surging forth. With a gesture, the universe trembled. The immense pressure bearing down on the leader rendered him breathless, while the guards beside him collapsed to their knees. I can't hold on much longer. Brother, save me. I don't want to die. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, though he had come bearing orders. If he could not preserve his life, how could he fulfill them? Retreat, the leader bellowed, hoisting 2 fallen guards and hastily withdrawing. Once he confirmed their escape, Jiang Ning abruptly retracted his spiritual energy. The 5 colossal fingers dissipated into the sky, and Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, his face ashen. Observing this situation, Old Mu's lips curled slightly, his eyes gradually closing. Beside him, Wei Qingqing began to call out loudly, "Old Mu, they have gone! Old Mu, Old Mu!" Chapter 38. The Falling Blossom Array Stone. The time of doom approaches. Jiang Ning approached Wei Qingqing, assessing Old Mu's condition. After a moment, he sighed deeply that he has passed. Tears streamed down Wei Qingqing's cheeks as she softly called out, "Old Mu." Throughout her life, Old Mu had been her steadfast companion, guiding her in her cultivation and safeguarding her well-being, that he had been more like family to her. But now, all was lost. Let us bury him first. We must proceed to the Falling Blossom Valley. Jiang Ning spoke calmly. Wei Qingqing suddenly looked up. "How do you know about Falling Blossom Valley? Who are you?" Jiang Ning replied solemnly, "I was entrusted by Shangguan Qingyu to ensure your safety." Wei Qingqing was taken aback, struggling to believe that the person she had rescued in the Tang dynasty was the very one sent to protect her. "You find it hard to believe, don't you? Is it too coincidental?" Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly. "I too find it quite coincidental, as if some unseen force is orchestrating everything." Wei Qingqing remained unresponsive, tears once again welling at the corners of her eyes. Perhaps recalling the past, Jiang Ning, not wishing to rush her, turned his attention to disposing of the bodies of the guards, subsequently conducting a thorough search of the surroundings. After confirming that no one was approaching, he excavated a small pit and then sat down nearby to meditate and await Wei Qingqing's response. After a considerable while, Wei Qingqing gently rubbed her tear-stained eyes and approached Jiang Ning. He understood her unspoken thoughts and proceeded to lay the old wood to rest. Once everything was arranged, he observed Wei Qingqing, lost in contemplation before the grave, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. Life and death are fated. This too was the choice of the old wood. Remember the hatred, and in the future, reclaim it with your own strength. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qingqing lowered her head slightly. If what you say is true, that there is someone orchestrating these events from beyond, then I believe that person cannot be virtuous. With that, she rose and walked towards the direction of Falling Flower Valley. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, remarking that they hardly qualified as human. Subsequently, he and Wei Qingqing set forth on the path to Falling Flower Valley. After their departure, a considerable time passed, and atop the mountain hollow that had witnessed the recent battle, a figure soared into the sky. Arriving a step too late, the champion Marquis surveyed the surroundings, quickly reconstructing the entire scene of conflict. Having traveled from the border, he deduced that their destination must be Falling Flower Valley. Contemplating this, the champion Marquis furrowed his brow and took to the skies once more. Falling Flower Valley. Jiang Ning and Wei Qingqing journeyed tirelessly for a day and a night, finally reaching the end of their quest. Before them lay Falling Flower Valley, nestled between 2 towering peaks, its depths profound and gorges steep. During the blooming season, this locale was renowned throughout the Great Zhou dynasty for its breathtaking scenery. However, the spiritual energy surrounding Falling Flower Valley was scant, and during times like this, when the blossoms remained in bud, it was seldom visited. What else did Shangguan Qingyu tell you? Jiang Ning observed the somewhat fatigued Wei Qingqing and frowned slightly. Enter the valley, walk 100 paces. Open the array stone, and behold the flowering trees. Wei Qingqing recounted Shangguan Qingyu's instructions, leaving Jiang Ning perplexed. Those of the Void Realm certainly enjoy the art of obfuscation. Enter the valley, walk 100 paces. Jiang Ning murmured, let us proceed then, and take 100 steps first. With that, the two entered Falling Flower Valley. After walking 100 paces, Jiang Ning's heart sank. Open the array stone, and behold the flowering trees. Frowning deeply, he searched the vicinity multiple times and exclaimed in frustration, why can't Shangguan Qingyu simply clarify where the array stone is? Wei Qingqing appeared slightly dazed, as if a peculiar force within Falling Flower Valley was influencing her. Jiang Ning continued his search, with sheer cliffs rising on either side, the flowering trees intertwined, the faint pink of the unripe buds barely visible. Wei Qingqing's condition grew increasingly chaotic after just a few more steps. She seemed on the verge of collapsing. What is wrong with you? Jiang Ning, noticing her distress, quickly inquired. Wei Qingqing, however, waved her hand and looked up. The array stone is there. Hearing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly followed her gaze and discovered, nestled within the cliffs on either side, a pair of unclaimed stones. When viewed from one side, they appeared unremarkable, but together, they seemed to resonate with one another, suggesting that the thin spiritual energy of Falling Flower Valley was drawn together by these two stones. Realizing this, Jiang Ning leaped into the air, hovering beside the array stone. Aside from the rising spiritual energy, the array stone bore no distinction from the ordinary stones on the cliffs. What could the term open signify in open the array stone? Jiang Ning placed his hand upon the array stone, sensing the pulsing spiritual energy, but receiving no further information. At that moment, Wei Qingqing shouted from below, to open the array stone, it should be infused with spiritual energy. Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded at Wei Qingqing. Then he channeled his energy, pouring a stream of pure spiritual force into the stone. Bang! Suddenly, the array stone emitted a powerful roar, completely absorbing Jiang Ning's spiritual energy. It appears to be effective, but it seems my energy is insufficient. Contemplating this, Jiang Ning unleashed another surge of power. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the valley, echoing back. Once the noise subsided, everything returned to normal. Jiang Ning's frustration mounted. He thought to himself, here I am, at the 9th level of the Jade Purity Realm, and I can't even open an array stone. Are you capable, or not? If not, we shall devise another plan. Wei Qingqing, too, felt a sense of urgency below. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's fist clenched tightly. Did I say, man? The most intolerable words to hear are not capable. Spiritual energy surged forth. Like a tidal wave, his spiritual energy surged. A torrent sweeping through, and the mountains trembled. Boom! A powerful cyclone of spiritual energy erupted, overwhelming the valley with an immense pressure. The booming sound echoed within the valley, like a resounding bell, unsettling the minds of those present. Moments later, as silence fell, Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. Think again. What else did Shangguan Qingyu tell you? Is open the array stone truly as simple as that? Wei Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, about to speak, when an eerie cold wind swept through. From afar, a shadow quickly approached, bringing with it a chilling gust. As the wind settled, the shadow came to a halt in the air. Jiang Ning and the figure both gasped in surprise. The Champion Marquis? Jiang Ning's brow furrowed upon seeing the Champion Marquis. The enmity forged between them had escalated to a life-or-death situation. The Champion Marquis, upon spotting Jiang Ning here, was equally astonished. Didn't you perish at the border of Wuhan, 2 dynasties? How could you be here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning snorted coldly. Do you wish for my demise? If so, I must disappoint you this time. Disappointment is hardly the right term, since we have met today. Let us settle your death today, the Champion Marquis said, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Simultaneously, the Champion Marquis unleashed a fist, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surging forth directly towards Jiang Ning. Chapter 39. Thunder strikes, flowers bloom, the ferocious force coalesced into a vortex in the air, carrying with it an overwhelming momentum, the sound of slicing wind echoing sharply. The impact of the fist shattered the surrounding space. As a practitioner at the 5th level of the Void Realm, The champion Marquis showcased extraordinary power with this strike, far surpassing the opponents Jiang Ning had faced previously. The fist rapidly enlarged in Jiang Ning's gaze, and he focused his mind, that in an instant, brilliant golden light surged forth from within him, coalescing before him to form a nearly 10-foot-tall golden spiritual barrier. Boom! The formidable fist collided with the golden barrier, the overwhelming might radiating outward, rapidly pushing the golden barrier closer to Jiang Ning's face. However, just as the golden barrier was about to make contact with Jiang Ning, the fist's force dissipated entirely. The golden barrier halted, leaving Jiang Ning unscathed. Witnessing this, the champion Marquis' eyes flickered with a hint of spiritual energy, and another burst of power erupted forth, aimed directly at a single point. Pierce. The projectile shot forth like lightning, piercing through the spiritual barrier, its speed seemingly unimpeded as it hurtled towards Jiang Ning. Crack. At that moment, Jiang Ning had already drawn the Jinyuan Jishua sword, positioning it before him to block the incoming attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning propelled himself upwards, the spiritual energy swirling wildly around the Jinyuan Jishua sword. The Tianqian sword technique, Gale's absolute silence. Jiang Ning unleashed his signature sword technique. The champion Marquis observed Jiang Ning's strike, watching as the cyclone of Gale's absolute silence surged forward, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. Oomph! With a cold snort, he shifted his hand gestures, suddenly summoning a cataclysmic force akin to thunder. The power radiating from his palm. Tio me, you are merely an ant, a practitioner at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. The overwhelming force intensified, continuously emanating from the champion Marquis, gradually enveloping him in a tempestuous aura of thunder. From a distance, Jiang Ning observed the champion Marquis, feeling the intensity of this power. His brow furrowed deeply. This lightning power, it seems familiar. Within Yun Lishuang resides a force of heavenly thunder, alongside a force of raging flames. At this moment, the power the champion Marquis unleashed mirrored that of the heavenly thunder within Yun Lishuang. Could it be that the thunder flame power within Yun Lishuang is connected to the champion Marquis? Jiang Ning mused to himself, unwilling to let his guard down. After all, that thunder flame power could even confound a divine wheel realm expert. Heavenly thunder, a world-shattering force, with lightning swirling around him. The champion Marquis took a step forward, gathering strength, pointing a finger. Instantly, it transformed into a deluge of lightning shadows, directly locking onto Jiang Ning's Gale's absolute silence. The roaring winds tore through the air, where clashes erupted, the explosive sounds of spiritual energy reverberating with increasing intensity. Sharp currents of energy radiated outward, flourishing in the valley of falling flowers, that in an instant, rocks cascaded from the cliffs, and the force of spiritual power struck. Wei Qingqing, at the valley's base, was compelled to channel her own energy for protection. Jiang Ning cast a glance, finding Wei Qingqing relatively unharmed, which offered him a measure of solace that in his battle against the champion Marquis, Jiang Ning had to dedicate his full concentration. Any misfortune befalling Wei Qingqing at that moment would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. While fending off the chaotic spiritual currents from above, Wei Qingqing gradually maneuvered to a safer location. She sensed the formidable nature of several of these fierce energies, leading her to hold a modicum of respect for Jiang Ning, who hovered above. Could it be that I cannot even breach the formation left by my mother? Jiang Ning, relying on the golden spiritual jade, weathered the onslaught of energy that as he observed the champion Marquis preparing to strike again. He steeled himself for yet another confrontation. Tai Huang Sui Tianji, 5 fingers moved the universe. 5 colossal ancient fingers coalesced in the sky, and with a mental command, Jiang Ning drew them together into a palm. Tai Huang Sui Tianzhong. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the champion Marquis unleashed another punch. The two forces, akin to twin dragons, surged through the valley of falling flowers, colliding with tremendous impact. Bang, bang, bang. The moment of collision unleashed a cacophony that shook the heavens. A visible torrent of spiritual energy spiraling upwards, forming a circular tempest. The cliffs on either side of the valley instantly fractured, sending boulders tumbling down. After the two energies converged, Jiang Ning was violently thrust back several feet, the surrounding air tearing apart with a disorienting hum. Deadeye in stark contrast. The champion Marquis remained steadfast, showing no signs of faltering, even hinting at another impending strike. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. The chasm between the Taisu realm and the Yupu realm was too vast. Even with his utmost effort to the champion Marquis, Jiang Ning's strength merely seemed like a warm-up. The champion Marquis narrowed his eyes, the frigid intensity in his gaze deepening, a grave expression settling upon his face. Through their two exchanges, he discerned Jiang Ning's true capabilities. Indeed, Jiang Ning was the most formidable individual of the Yupu realm the champion Marquis had encountered. Even he couldn't claim that anyone else in that realm could rival Jiang Ning. Yet the champion Marquis was a fifth-level Taisu, towering above Jiang Ning by an entire realm, not to mention an additional 5 minor realms, as long as the champion Marquis did not reveal a flaw. Victory in this battle was assured. Jiang Ning, you are indeed a talent, but your gravest mistake was provoking me. As his words hung in the air, another surge of thunderous power erupted forth in an instant. The sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Moreover, the champion Marquis emanated the unique spiritual energy of a Taisu realm expert. With lightning crackling and spiritual energy howling, Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, preparing to counter with his soul spirit technique. The Black Prison Soul Curse. Just then, Wei Qingqing's voice rang out. Jiang Ning looked to the sides. He turned to see, under the champion Marquis's overwhelming spiritual energy, 2 formation stones on either side of the valley walls glimmering with brilliant light. A surge of realization flooded Jiang Ning's mind. So, it is only when these formation stones come into contact with the unique spiritual energy of the Taisu realm that they can be activated. No wonder all my previous attempts were futile. With the truth of the formation stones unveiled, Jiang Ning surveyed the ferocious champion Marquis in midair, a resolve forming within him. Champion Marquis, you are nothing extraordinary. Despite your vast superiority in realms, you still cannot kill me. The taunt ignited a flicker of anger in the champion Marquis. Arrogant fool, I shall ensure your demise today. As his voice faded, thunder crashed down, and a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Jiang Ning steadied himself, executing a horizontal slash. Tian Xian sword technique, blaze of 100 strikes. The energies converged as the champion Marquis's spiritual force collided with the sword energy, immediately splitting into 2 streams. Jiang Ning propelled himself forward, the 2 energies barreling towards the formation stones on the cliffs. The champion Marquis, witnessing this turn of events, could not help but scoff at a bolt of thunder struck down, landing squarely on Jiang Ning. Boom! Jiang Ning had no other recourse but to endure the onslaught of thunder, a mouthful of crimson spilling forth, cascading down to the valley floor. The champion Marquis contemplated delivering another strike of thunder to ensure Jiang Ning's complete annihilation. But at that moment, the formation stones on either side radiated an incomparably resplendent glow, and a flower tree rapidly sprouted in the center of the valley of falling flowers, within mere breaths. Its branches reached up to the valley's heights. Activate the formation stones. Witness the blossoming tree. Chapter 40. The entrance to the legacy. The debate of war. Wei Qingqing exhaled, staring in awe at the magnificent tree before her, as if perceiving something extraordinary within it. Under the radiant glow of the formation stones, the tree bloomed with vibrant colors, its branches soaring above the cliffs, still pulsing with vigorous life, continuing to ascend, seemingly nearing the champion Marquis above. The champion Marquis, suspended in midair, was taken aback. This spectacle evoked memories of what the 5 elders of the cabinet had once conveyed to him. Could it be that the legacy of the Han dynasty's saintess truly lies within the Valley of Falling Flowers? At the valley's base, not far from the flower tree's roots, Jiang Ning stood, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Residual thunderous energy still crackled around him, each burst sending waves of sharp agony through his body. He retrieved several pills, hastily swallowing them, seizing the moment to regulate his breath, while the champion Marquis remained momentarily distracted. Suddenly, the resplendent light of the formation stones dimmed, and the flower tree abruptly ceased its growth. Moments later, the tree lost its vitality entirely. The pink sea of petals began to fall, some swaying in the wind, others spinning against the cliffs, while some danced wildly in the air. The valley floor transformed into an ocean of petals. Wei Qingqing caught a falling petal, rushing to Jiang Ning's side. Jiang Ning brushed the petals from his brow, staring vacantly upwards. The cliffs on either side rumbled ominously, fissures several yards wide splitting through their centers. Rocks tumbled down, and a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from the crevices. On both sides, the energies surged skyward, converging. The champion Marquis perched on one side of the cliff, feeling the overwhelming forces swell. His heart racing with excitement. So, there lies a formation, seemingly meant to suppress something. Finally, as the energies from the crevice dissipated, the flower tree in the valley wilted and perished. The three onlookers immediately grasped a singular truth. The fissures in the cliffs were two entrances. The entrances led to the legacy of the Han Dynasty's Saintess. Which path shall we take? Jiang Ning inquired, glancing at Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing, somewhat astonished, felt a distinct pull towards one side of the cliff. The champion Marquis above seemed to have heard Jiang Ning's words, and his spiritual energy surged violently. Wei Qingqing furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before extending her hand to point towards the left cliff. The true entrance lies that way. As her words settled, Jiang Ning grasped Wei Qingqing's hand, preparing to advance. But at that moment, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, crashing directly in front of Jiang Ning. The legacy of the Han Dynasty's Saintess is mine. With that declaration, the champion Marquis surged forward, unleashing several waves of energy, propelling himself towards the fissure indicated by Wei Qingqing in a blink of an eye. The champion Marquis had vanished into the left cliff's crevice, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Ning, still nursing his wounds, hesitated. Should he pursue, he would inevitably encounter the champion Marquis again, and at that juncture, it would spell certain doom. Shall we follow him now? Jiang Ning asked. Wei Qingqing, however, remained silent, staring blankly at the fissure she had just chosen, pondering for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, she remarked, "The true entrance must be this one. That person went the wrong way." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. "Good heavens, you truly have opened my eyes." A subtle smile crept across Wei Qingqing's lips, marking the first smile she had worn in days. "Let us hurry. If that individual discovers the truth, it will pose further obstacles." Agreed. With their target set, Jiang Ning and Wei Qingqing ascended together, entering the other side, the genuine entrance to the legacy in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Guangping County. Guangping County lies at the border between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Chu Dynasty. Since the war 3 years ago, the Chu Dynasty has waned, while Guangping County's military might has surged, with soldiers and generals brimming with ambition, not only within the military but even among various sects and factions within the populace. Whenever the Zhou Dynasty faced shortages in resources, they would frequently cross the border to the Chu Dynasty, seeking to take advantage of the situation. Overwhelmed by the might of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the beleaguered Chu Dynasty could only swallow their grievances, retreating 30 miles from the border, effectively enduring the humiliation. However, even a cornered rabbit will bite. 3 months ago, the Chu royal family, unable to withstand the mounting anger from the populace, finally devised a plan to restore their military strength and safeguard their borders. Yet, just as the Chu Dynasty was preparing to act, a confidential report reached the military, revealing that the Chu border forces had not only failed to regain their military prowess, but had retreated another 30 miles, relinquishing a full 60 miles of territory. The contents of the secret report indicate that the Prince of Guangping, a formidable figure stationed in Guangping County under the Great Zhou Dynasty, has broken through to the Divine Wheel Realm 3 months ago. With the powerhouse of the Divine Wheel Realm stationed at the borders, any friction between the two dynasties under his watch could result in far greater losses for the Chu Dynasty than merely 60 miles of territory. The Prince of Guangping is the Emperor's uncle, Yun Dingtian, of the Great Zhou, but he was granted the fief of Guangping County decades ago and has not set foot in the imperial capital since. However, rumors persist that the prince harbors ambitions for the throne. Recently, Guangping County has been rather tumultuous. An assassin has appeared out of nowhere, targeting key officials within the county in just over a week. More than 10 officials have met with a tragic demise. The Prince of Guangping has been greatly enraged, personally taking action to form a spiritual array with unparalleled might. Ultimately, on one fateful night, he captured the assassin just as she was about to strike another key official. Though his hair and beard have turned white, the newly ascended Prince of Guangping emanates a formidable aura. Observing the pitiful and frail-looking woman before him, he finds it hard to reconcile her with the assassin responsible for the deaths of numerous officials. That I have ascertained your identity, he declares. The female assassin raises an eyebrow, but remains silent. You are the princess of the great Zhao dynasty, Song Ling'er, at the first level of the Void Realm. You participated in the Seven Kingdoms martial arts competition hosted by the Wu dynasty days ago, and then made your way directly to my great Zhou dynasty, where you proceeded to assassinate over 10 of my trusted officials. Surely, you must be acting under Yi Kanyang's orders? As the prince stated, this female assassin is indeed Song Ling'er, who once crossed paths with Jiang Ning in the Spirit Beast mountain range of the Wu dynasty. The Zhou dynasty engages in militaristic expansion and bullies the weak. The people of Tianyuan continent yearn for their downfall. At this moment, Song Ling'er, bound by the prince's seals and deprived of her spiritual power, speaks with a voice full of despair. Having endured cruel torture, that my great Zhou dynasty is strong and prosperous, while your dynasty is rife with factional strife and corruption in the military, leaving the populace in dire poverty and suffering. Our wars are fought solely to ensure that more people may lead peaceful and prosperous lives. Bah! Song Ling'er retorts angrily. 10 years ago, the Zhou dynasty invaded my great Zhao, seizing 1,000 miles of territory and slaughtering 7 cities, leaving countless civilians dead or wounded. Is this what you call ensuring the people's peace and prosperity? Truly, you are a princess, gifted in debate. Yet you fail to realize that the 1,000 miles of territory my great Zhou seized from your so-called great Zhao is now a bountiful land rich in fish and rice. The cities that were once ravaged have been rebuilt, bustling with life. And as for your great Zhao, it is now plagued by disarray and the suffering of its people. Do you not acknowledge this? The Prince of Guangping retorts indignantly. Song Ling'er glares at him, rendered speechless, and no words left to say. You are still too young. The prince exhales deeply. In a few days, I shall return to the imperial capital, and I shall take you with me to witness what constitutes the true first dynasty of the Tianyuan continent. With that, the prince departs. Song Ling'er furrows her brow, grappling with both the pain of her torment and the truth of the prince's words. Chapter 41. The appearance of the Saintess and the past of the beast tide, floating amidst the vast expanse of clouds. One cannot help but feel a sense of lightness upon entering the fissure. I found myself in this peculiar place, surrounded by a blinding whiteness with no discernible exit or return path. Jiang Ning attempted to release his spiritual power to sense his surroundings, but found no useful information. In contrast, Wei Qingqing appeared remarkably composed, slowly stepping forward, her eyes radiating a fervent glow. There is a mysterious force guiding me, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning promptly followed in her wake, recognizing that this was a place of inheritance left by her mother, intrinsically tied to her bloodline. However, Jiang Ning was well aware that venturing into such perilous territory necessitated his own arrival. The danger level of this location was rated at 9 stars, and the reward was instant flourishing. As the electronic voice declared, a lotus flower, about the size of half a palm, gently descended into Jiang Ning's hand. Instant flourishing. In the blink of an eye, 60 instants pass, and within a single instant, life and death are reborn. In the vastness of chaos, glimpsing the pinnacle. Whoever possesses this flourishing shall attain eternal life in that fleeting moment. After reading the description of this treasure, Jiang Ning grasped its significance. Activating the lotus would momentarily freeze all existence except for himself, rendering him the sole conscious entity in that brief span of time. Although an instant may seem fleeting, Jiang Ning, having experienced numerous battles, understood that in combat between masters, victory or defeat could hinge upon a mere moment. This marked Jiang Ning's second encounter in a 9-star perilous location. The first had occurred in the estate of Yi Kanyang in the Wu dynasty, where he had to abandon the Chaos Divine Source fruit due to an unexpected phenomenon. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that such an extraordinary item must have been a treasure of unparalleled worth. With a sigh, Jiang Ning stored the small lotus named Instant Flourishing and continued to follow Wei Qingqing. After traversing a distance, Wei Qingqing suddenly halted. Before her lay a swirling mass of ethereal spirit, shimmering with richness. Jiang Ning reached out to touch it, and in an instant, the surrounding whiteness receded, revealing a towering and exquisitely crafted statue before them. The statue depicted a woman whose breathtaking beauty could only be described as unparalleled. "Mother," Wei Qingqing tentatively called out as her words fell. The statue began to crumble, the fragments cascading downwards. Jiang Ning swiftly grasped Wei Qingqing's arm, pulling her back. Once the statue had completely collapsed, a surge of ethereal power began to coalesce upon its pedestal. Within mere breaths, a spectral figure materialized before Jiang Ning and Wei Qingqing. Draped in flowing garments as white as snow, with a fragrance reminiscent of ethereal blossoms, the soul of this woman opened her eyes. And the surrounding aura surged to its zenith. "After nearly 2 decades, someone has finally arrived here," she murmured, her lips moving as her crystalline gaze sparkled with a captivating hue, accentuated by perfectly arched brows that adorned her flawless visage. As her words echoed, they reverberated with a grace that softened their regal tone. "Mother." Wei Qingqing seemed to sense something and rushed forward. The spectral figure glanced at the excited Wei Qingqing and smiled gently. "Qingqing," upon hearing her name, Wei Qingqing's excitement intensified. Having not seen her mother since she could remember, yet knowing her name had been given by her, she realized that this soul before her was indeed the Han Dynasty's saintess. "Mother, Mu Lao has died." Confirming the identity of her mother, Wei Qingqing's long-suppressed sorrow erupted, and she wept bitterly before the Han Dynasty's saintess. "The Crown Prince's men came to hunt me, and Mu Lao sacrificed himself to protect me." Jiang Ning, understanding the gravity of the moment, respectfully stepped back, recognizing that this reunion of mother and daughter after many years should be a private affair without outsiders. Wei Qingqing recounted her experiences piece by piece. While the spectral figure of the Han Dynasty's saintess sighed deeply, her heart heavy with regret. "Qingqing, my dear daughter, it is I who failed as a mother, leading to Mu Ji's demise," wiping the tears from her eyes. Wei Qingqing implored, "Mother, I have come to Luohua Valley. Will you return to the Great Han with me to avenge Mu Lao?" From a distance, Jiang Ning shook his head at her words, with the power of the soul. He had come to understand that this Han Dynasty's saintess was merely a spirit now. Her physical form had likely perished long ago. In such a state, the soul could only leave Luohua Valley by seizing a new body. The saintess shook her head gently, replying, "Qingqing, as you can see, I am but a remnant of the soul, a mere imprint left behind. The true me has already perished." Wei Qingqing appeared astonished. "Mother, I have heard rumors that you were a peerless powerhouse at the 9th level of the Divine Wheel Realm. Who could have caused your downfall? And why did you leave the site of your inheritance here? This is not an inheritance site. Rather, it is a grand formation I established with overwhelming celestial might to suppress one individual. If that person does not perish, I shall be unable to leave this place." The saintess explained, "A grand formation." Jiang Ning pondered briefly, realizing that the array stones flanking the cliffs of Luohua Valley confirmed this. But who could compel a 9th-level Divine Wheel Saintess to exert all her strength in suppression? "Qingqing, do you know of the Beast Tide in the northern frontier of our Great Han?" Wei Qingqing nodded. "I know. The Beast Tide originates from the extreme cold of the northern lands, raging and merciless, taking countless lives. 20 years ago, you built the Great Wall in the north of our Great Han to keep the Beast Tide at bay. Even now, reports of successful defenses against the Beast Tide emerge yearly, resonating throughout the continent." The saintess affirmed, "The Beast Tide that the Great Wall holds back is but a fraction of the original onslaught." "Do you know the full story behind the Beast Tide?" Wei Qingqing shook her head. "The world is vast, and the Tianyuan continent is not the only realm that if you venture further north, you will find another land known as the Ice Ocean Continent, from whence the Beast Tide emanates. The Ice Ocean Continent is the primordial realm from which all spirit beasts originate. Countless spirit beasts converge here, harnessing the celestial energies of heaven and earth to be born. However, due to the continent's harsh conditions, these spirit beasts are compelled to depart, thus giving rise to a tide of beasts. 20 years ago, I constructed the Great Wall to withstand the onslaught of these beasts. Yet the leader of the tide, a spirit beast of 9th-tier Divine Wheel strength, infiltrated our defenses with the intent to obliterate the Great Wall and allow the relentless tide to engulf the entire Tianyuan continent. I discovered his presence and cunningly lured him here, where I set up an array to suppress him. His name is Beiji Xiong." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing and Jiang Ning were momentarily stunned, their worldviews being reshaped. Wei Qingqing murmured, "Mother, if the array has already suppressed him, then why?" Beiji Xiong is immensely powerful, embodying chaotic energies, and while the array can restrain him, it cannot annihilate him. Thus, I must remain here. Nearly 2 decades have passed, and the array's spiritual energy has been nearly exhausted, that I ultimately perished during one of Beiji Xiong's assaults, leaving only my spirit to barely maintain the array as you can see. On either side of the falling flower valley, one fissure leads to my side, while the other is where I employed the great array to suppress Beiji Xiong. As her words fell, Jiang Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Wei Qingqing too wore a face of astonishment. The fissure on the other side was the one through which the champion Marquis had entered. Chapter 42. The Champion's Tribulation. The reversal of heavenly thunder. This place resembled a chaotic realm yet to be unveiled. Devoid of sky, earth, or humanity. Nothingness itself. Yet what shattered the champion Marquis was the torment of that power, intensifying with each moment. To usurp my body, such a foolish dream. Upon entering the fissure, the champion Marquis had scarcely ventured far when he was suddenly enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy. His soul was violently torn, and he instantly comprehended that someone sought to usurp him. In this grand array, where darkness reigned for over a decade, how could there be talk of daylight? The force invading the champion Marquis' body boomed. You are merely at the void realm. To take over your body is a blessing for you. Surrender to my darkness. The champion Marquis clenched his fists, his gaze igniting with ferocious, killing intent. What if it is darkness? I, the champion Marquis, am the chosen one. How could I simply allow you to usurp me? As his words echoed, thunderous roars erupted from within him, visible arcs of lightning flickering. As currents surged in his eyes, a mere soul dares to usurp me. You should be my slave instead. Yield quickly, and I shall spare your life. Endless thunder rumbled forth, illuminating the dark array as brightly as day. With thunder, he shattered the darkness. The overwhelming power of heavenly thunder surged through the firmament, dispelling the nocturnal curse. Indeed, a prodigy, so let us engage in battle. I, Beiji Xiong, have traversed a lifetime. How could I bow to another? An eerie and malevolent force surged forward, clashing head-on with the power of heavenly thunder. In the cabinet of the great Zhou dynasty, the expressions of the 5 elders varied dramatically as they reviewed the recently submitted intelligence reports. Yi Qinyang swaggered into the realm, heading straight for the imperial capital. This was an utter disregard for us. Indeed, a mere 5th-tier divine will practitioner. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Should we not join forces to capture him? As the elders deliberated, the Grand Elder raised a hand. Yi Qinyang's purpose for this journey is evident. He seeks to engage in battle with Yunding Tian. The 2nd elder nodded, asking, Even so, what do you imply? Brother, after a moment's reflection, the Grand Elder remarked, Ever since his return from the campaign against the Chu dynasty 3 years ago, Yunding Tian has not publicly revealed his strength. The last time he acted was when he intercepted me in the imperial study. The 2nd elder immediately grasped his brother's intent. What you mean is that since Yi Qinyang wishes to battle Yunding Tian, we should refrain from intervening and watch from the sidelines. The Grand Elder nodded. According to the rules established by the great Zhou's founding emperor, only those who ascend to the divine wheel realm may inherit the throne. Over a decade ago, the royal family faced a decline in talent, with only Yunding Tian ascending to the divine wheel, thereby solidifying his claim to the throne. Now, however, there are others within the royal family who have achieved divine will status, even if he were to fall to Yi Qinyang. What of it? News from Prince Guangping indicated that he would soon return to the imperial capital. As his words fell, the other elders were taken aback. Prince Guangping is returning to the capital. Yunding Tian actually agreed. This is truly unexpected. It appears Yunding Tian believes that a freshly ascended divine will practitioner poses no threat to him. After much discussion, the Grand Elder concluded, Let us first observe the battle between Yi Qinyang and Yunding Tian. Once the champion Marquis returns, along with Prince Guangping's assistance, we should be able to seize control of the great Zhou realm. Mother, how may I assist you now? Wei Qingqing's eyes brimmed with longing. Jiang Ning understood well. To free the Saintess, it was imperative to first annihilate Beiji Xiong, suppressed in another fissure, and then find someone willing to be usurped, allowing the Saintess to take their place. However, both tasks were formidable. The Saintess gently replied, Ching, your mother requires no aid to see you once more before my spirit dissipates is already a rare satisfaction. Mother, the saintess, in her spiritual form, tenderly patted Wei Qingqing's head before turning to Jiang Ning. I hear that it was Shangguan Qingyu who entrusted you with the task of safeguarding Qingqing. Jiang Ning respectfully replied, I am Jiang Ning, having had a connection with Miss Shangguan. This time, I come in her stead to ensure the safety of the princess. As she tends to her infant, the saintess nodded. Qingyu, though she is my disciple, I have not taught her for long. That she still thinks of Qingqing demonstrates that I did not err in choosing her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback. That so, Shangguan Qingyu is actually the saintess's disciple. Given her youthful appearance, it seems she must have started her tutelage at a tender age of 8 or 9. No wonder she ascended to the Void Realm and became the first female assassin of the Han Dynasty. Such connections explain it all. You have done well. I shall offer you a reward that will surely satisfy you. Jiang Ning did not decline. Rejecting the gratitude of a 9th-tier Divine Wheel Saintess would be folly. Qingqing, I see you have only reached the 7th tier of the Observing Sea Realm. Wei Qingqing slightly nodded in apology, saying, I have been too enamored with play. Though Elder Mu has urged me, I have never truly focused on my cultivation. The saintess smiled, about to speak, when suddenly, an ominous disturbance erupted. Boom! A malevolent aura descended like a tempest, causing the saintess's expression to shift in alarm. Could it be that others have entered the other fissure? Wei Qingqing panicked. Indeed, someone has entered the other fissure. This is dire, the saintess proclaimed, her feet glowing with golden light as a vast array activated. The intruder seems intent on rescuing Beiji Xiong. Understanding the gravity of the situation from the saintess's previous words, Jiang Ning suggested, Shall I go and stop them? The saintess, channeling the array, furrowed her brow. There is no time. They are about to leave. Qingqing, step back. As her voice fell, the tremendous power of the array surged forth. Several golden rings of light swirled beneath the saintess's feet, exuding a majestic aura that formed a dazzling wave. On the other side of the fissure, the voice of Beiji Xiong erupted in laughter. This body is indeed formidable, possessing the power of heavenly thunder. After being trapped for over a decade, I can finally see the light of day. But before Beiji Xiong's laughter could fully resonate, the overwhelming force of the array surged towards him. Saintess, do you truly wish to engage in a fight to the death with me? Beiji Xiong bellowed. Beiji Xiong, even if it costs me my very soul today, I shall suppress you for eternity. The saintess's voice echoed through the fissure where Beiji Xiong stood. Let us see, for I am no longer merely a spirit. With a thunderous gathering of heavenly thunder, unmatched and reverberating through the world, just as Beiji Xiong sought to break free from the array's suppression, a piercing sound echoed in his mind. This is my body. You shall roll out. The power of heavenly thunder reversed its direction, striking down in layers of electric brilliance. Chapter 43. Willing to be a vassal, forging thunder to cut the ancient your body, is now under my control. If I do not extinguish you, it is already a mercy. Obey and become my parasite, and you may yet live. Though Beiji Xiong had managed to overpower the champion Marquis and seize control of the body through his formidable 9th-tier divine will strength, he could not entirely annihilate the soul's consciousness of the champion Marquis. Instead, he was forced to allow it to remain within, coexisting with him. Yet now, in this crucial moment when the saintess was about to employ the grand array to suppress him, the champion Marquis surged forward, attempting to reclaim control of his body. In that instant, Beiji Xiong found himself besieged from within and without. Enough of your prattling. If I do not extinguish you, it is merely because you lack the ability. I am the chosen one. How could I allow you to usurp me so easily? As his words fell, the champion Marquis unleashed his power once more. The vast thunder roared to life, and the saintess's array power surged as well. Fool! Beiji Xiong bellowed with fierce indignation. Regardless of your willingness, I have already seized control of your body. As you can see, I have been suppressed within this grand formation for over a decade. My physical form has perished, and my soul is shattered, forever unable to rise again. If you dare to engage in battle with me now, our fate shall be sealed. Upon hearing these words, Champion Ho hesitated. The overwhelming force of the formation's suppression was palpable. Not only could Beiji Xiong sense it, but Champion Ho was also filled with trepidation. In that fleeting moment, the power of the heavenly thunder slightly abated, relieving some of the pressure on Beiji Xiong at this moment. Only by uniting our strengths can we break free from this formation and grasp a sliver of hope. How can I trust your words? Who exactly are you? Champion Ho questioned with skepticism. Beiji Xiong, straining against the suppressive force, responded with difficulty. The specifics of my identity are not to be clarified at this moment, but you must understand that if either of us loses focus now, we shall be eternally trapped. Boom! The resounding power of the formation surged forth, a dazzling golden light rendering Beiji Xiong unable to open his eyes. Beiji Xiong succumbed to this suppression. The voice of the Saintess, though ethereal and soothing, carried an undeniable weight of intimidation. After much deliberation, Champion Ho, feeling the increasing intensity and burden of the suppressive force upon him, ultimately ceased his hostilities toward Beiji Xiong. It seems you've come to a realization. Quickly, lend me your strength, Beiji Xiong exclaimed with joy. No. Champion Ho declared resolutely that we may join forces, but I must retain dominion over my own body. You must become my vassal. Even at this critical juncture, you still cling to such trivialities? Are you not afraid of being eternally suppressed? I am the chosen one, the son of thunder. Today I am Champion Ho, tomorrow the emperor of the Great Zhou. How could I ever serve beneath you? Champion Ho, having achieved renown as a prodigy from a young age and having fought valiantly across the lands, was not inclined to become anyone's subordinate. You are exceedingly foolish. The people of Tianyuan continent are all treacherous, Beiji Xiong shouted in anger. Yet the power of the formation, wielded by the Saintess, grew ever more formidable, enveloping the entire rift in golden light, as it appeared on the verge of collapsing entirely. If you refuse, I shall gladly perish here. Champion Ho shouted once more. Beiji Xiong exhaled deeply, his fists clenched, blood welling forth. Very well. I, Beiji Xiong, am willing to be your vassal. Bring it on. With a thunderous roar, Beiji Xiong's soul power surged, causing his body to tremble violently, before his eyes closed tightly. Moments later, a piercing gaze emanated from him. Champion Ho, return. Together, we shall break through the formation. Champion Ho cried out. A searing and ferocious surge of spiritual power erupted forth, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The heavenly thunder and malevolent spirit energy converged, myriad distinct auras amalgamating, charging toward the towering formation. Wei Qingqing observed from a distance, noting the increasingly agonized expression on the Saintess's face, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Jiang Ning, what shall we do? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. You stay here. I will investigate another rift to see if I can be of assistance. With that, Jiang Ning darted away from the scene. Wei Qingqing began to blame herself, resenting her own lack of strength. She could only ever be the passive one, that while there was safety in the shadows of others. The ability to soar freely and witness the vastness of the heavens brought the greatest satisfaction. This time, the Saintess had left no room for error. The entire formation pulsed with immense spiritual energy, entirely under her command. With every movement, the very heavens seemed to alter. Countless rainbows erupted from the rift, and the dazzling golden light radiated boundless, tumultuous energy, staunchly withstanding the assault from Champion Ho and Beiji Xiong. Seizing the opportunity, the Saintess consolidated the formation once more. The inexhaustible power of suppression ensnared Champion Ho tightly. Within Champion Ho's body, Beiji Xiong yelled, at such a critical moment, you're still holding back. If you do not unleash your ultimate techniques now, you may never have another chance. Hearing this, Champion Ho's spirit trembled. Kill, a thunderous roar echoed, and the skies above Falling Flower Valley were suddenly shrouded in tempestuous clouds. Rumble. The surrounding landscape quaked, thunder illuminating the day. A torrent of thunderous might surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. I ascend to the peak of the 9 heavens, forging thunder to ascend as an immortal. Thousands of bolts of thunder crashed down in unison, their mighty force stripping the world of all existence. Falling Flower Valley was obliterated. Rocks were ground to dust, petals became spring mud. Break the formation. Champion Ho swung forth the immense thunder, striking heavily against the grand formation. The Saintess's ethereal form visibly weakened, as countless auras dissipated before the naked eye. The gaps in the golden formation widened, and in an instant, it shattered. Beiji Xiong, within Champion Ho's body, rejoiced, Saintess, you have suppressed me for nearly 20 years. Today the formation lies in ruins, and you shall face the backlash and perish. The Saintess did not respond, her aura shimmering with a faint light, teetering on the brink of collapse. Quickly, kill her, and we can finally escape this place. Beiji Xiong urged Champion Hou at this moment. Champion Ho's eyes gleamed with lightning, his hair transforming into silver, shooting up toward the heavens. Kill! The overwhelming might of thunder erupted forth, racing toward the Saintess. Boom! In an instant. 5 colossal fingers, as if conjured from the ages, emerged in this realm, their robust and pure spiritual energy directly blocking the thunderous attack. How humiliating it is for me, the champion of the Great Zhou, to be reduced to this ghastly form. Jiang Ning's spiritual energy surged as he approached with measured steps. Jiang Ning, it's you again. Champion Ho's animosity toward Jiang Ning intensified, especially since it was Jiang Ning's fault that he entered the erroneous rift, leading to Beiji Xiong seizing his body. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Jiang Ning cast a glance at the weakened Saintess, his expression slightly grave. You shall perish. Enraged beyond reason, Champion Ho condensed another bolt of thunderous energy, sweeping through with a devastating force. Chapter 44. Fleeting Splendor. Heart of Thunder. Gazing at the bolts of thunder before him, Jiang Ning steadied his mind, drawing forth the Jinyuan Jishua sword, unleashing his spiritual energy. Heavenly Profound Sword Technique. Reversal of Heaven's Divine Chant. The Jinyuan Jishua sword radiated with magnificent spiritual energy, producing a sound that resonated through the soul. The earth trembled, dust scattering as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, engulfing the entirety of Falling Flower Valley. With a single strike, he met the thunderous onslaught head-on. Boom! The 2 columns of energy collided, the reverberations of defiance dissipating instantaneously. The thunder continued its relentless assault, an unstoppable force. With Jiang Ning's strength at the 9th level of the Jade Purity Realm, he indeed could not contend with the 5th level of the Taishi Realm Champion Ho. Especially not now, when Champion Ho had unleashed a secret technique. Yet Jiang Ning had already resolved his plan in his heart, and in the next moment, soul energy surged forth, ethereal energy converging from all directions. Jiang Ning had mastered the unique soul cultivation methods of the Chu dynasty, making his soul energy exceedingly powerful. Even upon physical demise, he could linger in this world in soul form. However, individuals like the Saintess and Beiji Xiong, despite not having practiced soul arts, could rely on their supreme spiritual energy to preserve their souls after their physical forms perished. Yet their soul intensity paled in comparison to Jiang Ning's. This was Jiang Ning's sole advantage in this battle. Jiang Ning's soul energy erupted, a fearsome curse imprint materialized. Black Abyss Soul Curse. Simultaneously, the Saintess, having been struck by the backlash from the shattered formation, took action once more. The remaining golden light of the formation coalesced, transforming into a radiant arrow. With a slight exertion, it surged forth powerfully. Boom! The arrow shattered, and the thunder was rendered void. Boundless soul energy bore down upon Champion Ho, initiating the suppression. Though souls are not physical entities, should a soul be extinguished, the body cannot survive. Cackling. At the moment the soul energy touched Champion Ho, the surrounding thunder flickered violently. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted, scattering in all directions as Jiang Ning's concentrated Black Abyss Soul Curse was obliterated. I am the son of thunder. How could I fear the onslaught of soul energy? Champion Ho effortlessly shattered Jiang Ning's painstakingly gathered Black Abyss Soul Curse with his thunderous might, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Before he could condense his soul energy, Jiang Ning had contemplated that the thunderous force would be impervious to soul attacks. Nevertheless, he chose to take the gamble. This time, Jiang Ning lost. Now Jiang Ning was utterly convinced that the incident involving Yun Liswang being afflicted by the thunder fire was inexorably linked to Champion Ho. At this moment, the Saintess turned her gaze toward Jiang Ning. Though he is merely at the 5th level of the Taishi realm, with the aid of thunder, he can rival those at the 9th level. I can expend my full strength to dispel his thunderous enhancement. Afterward, do you possess the confidence to strike? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes gleamed coldly. After some contemplation, he replied, 30%. The moment the words left his lips, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Ning, and he thought of something. Perhaps 50%, the Saintess nodded. The safety of the Tianyuan continent rests upon your shoulders. With that, the Saintess, her form nearly transparent, began to gather her spiritual energy once more. Tempestuous winds converge, and flowers bloom amidst the shadows. A flowering tree began to sprout, reminiscent of the scene when the formation stone was first opened. In the rift where Wei Qingqing stood, the residual shadow of the Saintess completely dissipated. The surroundings returned to a brilliant white light. "Mother," Wei Qingqing cried out, racing swiftly toward the rift's exit. Observing the blossoming tree, Champion Ho's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Before the Son of Thunder, you dare to counterattack? How utterly foolish!" In swift succession, an overwhelming surge of thunder converged, its might exponentially surpassing that which had come before. The thunder's strike left nothing but annihilation in its wake. The resplendent celestial might surged forth, its momentum unparalleled, its force unmatched. The blossom-laden trees flourished, their delicate beauty enchanting, as a petal descended, unleashing waves of energy akin to deep waters. The moon fell, flowers bowed. Two gentle voices began to chant, embodying the purest essence of divine resonance. The sound of a bell resonated, clear and crisp. Wherever the sound waves traveled, the thunder was silenced. In but a fleeting moment, the thunderous power that the champion duke took pride in dissipated along with the spirit of the Saintess. "This is impossible." The champion duke's heart trembled, struck with astonishment as Wei Qingqing entered the fissure, witnessing the Saintess's spirit vanish. "Mother." The Saintess turned to Wei Qingqing, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful smile, as the last petal before the withering of the flower tree floated towards her. Beside her, Jiang Ning soared into the air. The eighth form. Blood spills across mountains and rivers. The legacy of 1,000 years floats in life. A sword cleaved through the vast expanse, startling the abyss and clearing the snow. The champion duke, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of scorching spiritual power. "Even without the thunder's might, you remain no match for me." In an instant, Jiang Ning closed the distance, tracing crimson arcs in the air. The powerful spiritual energy erupted in all directions, surging towards the heavens. And just as the two forces were about to collide, a petite lotus flower blossomed in Jiang Ning's hand. "I call it a fleeting moment." The hope of grandeur, the words fell. The drifting petals lingered in midair. Wei Qingqing's tears ceased to swirl, and the mountains and rivers lay in tranquil silence, as both heaven and earth flourished. In that instant, only Jiang Ning remained. The heavenly profound sword technique, a legacy spanning millennia. With a shattering crack, the champion duke beheld the sword in Jiang Ning's grasp, his entire being plunged into chaos. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ning plunged the sword into the champion duke's heart. This was Jiang Ning's trump card, a moment of splendor. Yet, rather than elation, Jiang Ning felt a more terrifying revelation as the sword pierced the champion duke's heart. It revealed not flesh, but a tempestuous heart of thunder. The heart of thunder. In an instant, Jiang Ning grasped why the champion duke considered himself the son of thunder. He possessed a heart of thunder. As both Jiang Ning and the champion duke stood in shock, the champion duke's inner strength, that of the Northern Ji hero, could not be restrained any longer, that he immediately summoned the last vestige of spiritual power. Enveloping himself entirely before dashing away, whoosh, in an instant, the champion duke's form vanished, leaving behind traces of thunder. Subsequently, the Jinyuan Jishu sword in Jiang Ning's hand emanated unparalleled thunder, shattering into dust in an instant. In the capital city of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yi Qinyang gazed upon the towering city walls, filled with emotion. Indeed, it surpassed the martial capital, rightfully the foremost city of Tianyuan. The people bustled about. The guards at the city gate tightened their focus upon hearing these words. The martial capital, that is the city of the martial dynasty. "Who are you?" The inquiries followed swiftly. Yi Qinyang looked at the gate guard from the Tianyang realm and chuckled softly. "I am Yi Qinyang of the great martial dynasty, here to pay my respects to the emperor of the Zhou dynasty." As his voice echoed, the sound resonated like a heavy bell. The guards were genuinely startled. Yi Qinyang of the martial dynasty, a general of the 5th tier of the Divine Wheel realm. In recent years, tensions had escalated between the two dynasties. Declaring oneself as Yi Qianyang before the Zhou dynasty's capital was clearly a death wish. Even if this man were truly Yi Qianyang, it would still be a quest for death. Within the capital, the Emperor Yun Dingxian and the 5 elders of the cabinet all possessed divine wheel realm cultivation. Was Yi Qianyang not throwing himself into a trap? Are you truly Yi Qianyang? Yi Qianyang chuckled. Raising a hand, a torrent of spiritual power surged forth. A fierce wind erupted at the city gate. Propelling the guards aside, a magnificent cloud of swords blossomed in the sky, generating waves of spiritual energy that rippled endlessly, reaching the heavens. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. With that, Yi Qianyang withdrew his power, and the tempest ceased. The sword cloud hanging low. The guards, terrified, scrambled to their feet, the captain shouting, "Quickly, go report to the palace, the cabinet, the royal estate." Yi Qianyang smiled and strolled calmly into the city. Chapter 45, Concealed Journey. Seeking the Emperor. The Valley of Fallen Flowers no longer existed. Surveying the area for 10 miles, it had become a desolate wasteland. Having failed to eliminate the champion duke and to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Ning led Wei Qingqing away from the Valley of Fallen Flowers to a secluded courtyard to recuperate. Observing Wei Qingqing, whose eyes were swollen from crying, Jiang Ning felt a profound sorrow. In a span of mere days, she had lost 2 loved ones. Were he in her position, he too would be devastated, let alone that Wei Qingqing had merely been an unawakened young princess before this. "Please give me the petal in your hand." Jiang Ning spoke gently to Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing hesitated. The petal she held was the last remnant of her mother. Jiang Ning exhaled deeply, "If I am not mistaken. This petal contains your mother's legacy. Fear not, I shall not seize it. I only wish to unlock it for you." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing reluctantly handed it over. Taking the petal, Jiang Ning gently channeled his spiritual power. A wisp of ethereal spirit emanated from it. "Qingqing, by the time you hear this, I will likely have departed from this world." This was the voice of the saintess. Wei Qingqing immediately focused her heart and gazed intently at the petal. Her mother's life was one of ascension to the divine wheel, expanding territories, commanding beast tides, and subduing lords, wielding the name of the saintess to look down upon the entire Tianyuan continent, leaving no regrets. Only her arts remained without a legacy. "You are my bloodline, entrusted to you. Most fitting. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. My mother endured great hardships in her life, that I hope you can choose the best path and find happiness." As her words faded, the petal returned to tranquility, a flicker of spiritual pattern vanishing in an instant. That it seems this was the legacy petal the saintess prepared in advance, for she anticipated that she would ultimately perish in the Valley of Fallen Flowers to suppress the Northern Ji hero. Although the events unfolded with twists and turns, they ultimately aligned with the saintess's expectations. Yet, heaven had opened its eyes, allowing the saintess to witness Wei Qingqing just before her demise. "Did I ask this petal truly the entirety of my mother's legacy?" Wei Qingqing inquired of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded. "Within it lies a fragment of her spiritual consciousness. Open your heart, and I shall unlock it for you. Did I wish for you to join me in accepting my mother's legacy?" Wei Qingqing suddenly declared. Jiang Ning was taken aback. "This is your mother's gift to you. Sharing it with me seems inappropriate, does it not? My mother intended to entrust it to me. I believe even in her presence she would agree with my decision. Furthermore, I not only wish to share this with you. When I see Sister Shangwan in the future, I will also inform her of this legacy," Wei Qingqing stated with a touch of stubbornness. Jiang Ning had no choice but to concede. "Very well, I shall open this legacy within the petal for you." With that, Jiang Ning focused his spirit, and the petal emanated a vast power. Enveloping both of them in an instant that as time flowed, they began to receive the legacy left by the saintess. Insights on cultivation, combat techniques, and even the grand formation of the Valley of Fallen Flowers were meticulously recorded within. An hour later, Jiang Ning was the first to open his eyes. The legacy of a 9th-tier divine wheel realm expert was immensely beneficial to him. The obstacles he faced in cultivation were instantly swept away, and he sensed a potential opportunity for advancement. Jiang Ning immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual power to connect with the flow of energy beside him. Wei Qingqing also felt deeply enlightened, involuntarily entering a state of meditation and cultivation. Several hours later, A vast torrent of spiritual power surged forth from Jiang Ning's body, carrying a hint of ethereal energy that in an instant, a radiant light shot up into the sky, the sign of ascension to the Taishu realm. The initial realm of spirit, blossoming brilliance, radiating vitality, dispelling illusions, ascending to Taishu. With a deep exhalation of turbid air, Jiang Ning opened his eyes, beginning to comprehend the changes brought by the Taishu realm. The additional wisp of ethereal energy within his spiritual power intensified his sensitivity to certain matters. It was akin to the crimson jade found in the Spirit Beast Mountain of the Martial Dynasty or the formation stones within the Valley of Fallen Flowers, without being in the Taishu realm. Such sensitivity would be nearly impossible. The Sanus' legacy contained not only insights for cultivation, but also hundreds of combat techniques, all above the earthly tier. Jiang Ning explored the techniques in his mind. While many were formidable, most were ill-suited for him. Only one particularly caught his fancy, that was a fourth-tier heavenly combat technique named Concealed Journey of the Shadow. During his previous battle with Shangguan Qingyu, she had employed it. Upon use, it completely concealed one's form and presence, allowing one to traverse the shadows and strike at the opportune moment. This was one of the signature techniques that enabled Shangguan Qingyu to become a formidable assassin. Jiang Ning realized that this technique resonated perfectly with one of his own methods, Fleeting Splendor. Previously, in his confrontation with the Champion Duke, it was precisely due to the Fleeting Splendor, a treasured artifact obtained from the 9-star sign-in, that he gained the upper hand. That must be said, the power of this artifact was truly formidable. It allowed the user to transcend the constraints of time, creating a fleeting moment. Jiang Ning would utilize this moment to execute the Concealed Journey of the Shadow. This would render him a lethal arrow lurking in the shadows, striking when the enemy was least prepared. Jiang Ning immediately began to practice the Concealed Journey of the Shadow, while Wei Qingqing, too, seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. The energy flowed, and the spiritual power trembled. Originally at the 7th tier of the Observing Sea realm, Wei Qingqing began to ascend consecutively. The view of the sea is layered in 8-fold. Reaching the 9th layer of the Celestial realm. Upon stepping into the Celestial realm, Wei Qingqing finally came to a halt. Jiang Ning produced several spirit pills and handed them to Wei Qingqing. Having just achieved a breakthrough, her spiritual power was unstable. These pills would help solidify her qi. Wei Qingqing accepted the pills without hesitation and swallowed them. Thereafter, the two continued their training, laying a solid foundation and digesting their inheritance. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yun Dingtian gazed at Yi Qinyang within the grand hall, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain stood in the hall, their faces grave, their spiritual power at its zenith. Yet, it was evident to all that the strength of the 4 guards was insufficient to shake Yi Qinyang in the slightest. Outer Minister Yi Qinyang greets the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty. Yi Qinyang's voice resonated like a mighty bell. His posture is straight as an arrow, his aura magnificent, and it is indeed General Yi. After 7 years, your prowess remains impressive, Yun Dingtian replied. Yi Qinyang chuckled, entirely disregarding the imperial dignity of Yun Dingtian. 7 years ago, in our battle, the Emperor bested me with a single move. I have since remained in seclusion for 7 years, recently advancing to the 5th level of the Divine Wheel Realm. I have come to seek counsel with the Emperor. Yun Dingtian, seated high upon his throne, feigned a smile and remarked, General Yi, attaining the 5th level of the Divine Wheel Realm certainly secures your position as the Grand General of the Martial Dynasty. Yet in my Great Zhou dynasty, it is hardly noteworthy that Yi Qinyang retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, I have heard that the 5 elders of the Zhou dynasty's cabinet possess strength exceeding the 5th level of the Divine Wheel Realm. But where are they now? With these words, Yun Dingtian's expression shifted slightly. Yi Qinyang had entered the city. It was reasonable to assume the cabinet had received news in tandem with the palace. Yet, now that Yi Qinyang had reached the palace, the cabinet had not sent any word. Chapter 46. On the verge of conflict, escorting the prison cart, the cabinet intends to use Yi Qinyang to probe Yun Dingtian's true strength. As the emperor of a dynasty, Yun Dingtian quickly grasped the reason behind the cabinet's absence. The cabinet is the foundation of my Great Zhou dynasty, unless it is a matter of national significance. There is no need for their presence. Before the outer minister, Yun Dingtian maintained his imperial demeanor. As his words fell, a rush of spiritual energy surged from outside the palace hall. Dawei Qinyang turned to look. A slight smile gracing his lips. Just a group of Void Realm warriors, hardly worthy of mention in his eyes. Entering the grand hall were Yun Li Suang and the Void Realm offerings from the royal residence. At this moment, Yun Li Suang was clad in simple garments, her demeanor somewhat despondent. Yun Li Suang cast a cold glance at Yi Qinyang, her eyes brimming with killing intent. "Father, Your Majesty," Yun Li Suang and the royal offerings bowed to Yun Dingtian. He raised his hand, signaling that no further courtesies were necessary. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew, increasingly tumultuous, as the royal offerings and the four guards unleashed their spiritual power. Dawei Qinyang remained unfazed. Instead, offering Yun Li Suang a placid smile, "It is indeed the arrival of Her Highness the Princess, as radiant as the blossoming spring." Yun Li Suang remained silent. Dawei Qinyang continued, "I have come to discuss a matter with the princess." At this, Yun Li Suang's spiritual energy surged dramatically. Those present understood all too well the topic Yi Qinyang intended to broach: the death of Jiang Ning. "Shower, do not be impudent," Yun Dingtian immediately called out to Yun Li Suang. Although the Void Realm is a formidable force within the Tianyuan continent, in the eyes of a fifth-level divine wheel realm powerhouse like Yi Qinyang, they are but insects in this grand hall. Only Yun Dingtian could contend with Yi Qinyang. Since the princess is unwilling to listen, I shall refrain from speaking further. This matter is a grave error on the part of my great martial dynasty, and we shall offer recompense in due course." Yi Qinyang chuckled. Yun Dingtian declared loudly, "General Yi, as it is your first visit to my great Zhou imperial capital, why not take some rest at the relay station and witness the splendor of my capital?" Yi Qinyang gently shook his head. "No, I must prioritize matters of great importance, that I shall return with my army to admire the capital's beauty at a later date." As his words echoed, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew even more tense. Yun Dingtian calmed his aura, raising his hand slightly. "If that is the case, then please proceed. Respectfully, I shall comply." With that, Yi Qinyang's spiritual power surged forth. Boom! The immense force radiated outward, causing the four guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain to stagger back several steps. Subsequently, Yi Qinyang leaped into the air, exiting the grand hall. Yun Dingtian shielded those within the hall, following closely behind. The two formidable forces of the divine wheel realm were on the brink of battle. Several carriages rolled along the official road, the sound of wheels echoing urgently, flanked by soldiers with serious expressions, appearing battle-hardened. Each carriage bore a flag towering 2 men high, inscribed with the words Guangping, exuding a fearsome reputation. The front carriages contained large boxes sealed with wax, presumably filled with treasures of gold and silver, fine silks, and brocades, while the last carriage was a prison cart. Occasionally, the unevenness of the road would jolt the female prisoner within, causing her body to tremble. At the rear of the prison cart, 2 guards assigned to watch over it began to murmur, "That I heard that the woman we are escorting is the princess of the Zhao dynasty?" The guard on the left glanced at a scout riding away, whispering, "You seem well informed. How fortunate to see a princess in this lifetime." The guard on the right replied, "Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. It's a shame she has met such a fate," the left guard remarked, gazing at Song Linger in the prison cart, his expression one of lascivious desire. "Be careful. This Zhao princess possesses the cultivation of the Void Realm. And what of it? With our Lord's wind and frostbone erosion seal upon her, she is likely unable to contend even with a child of the Yuan Vein realm." The right guard smirked. "What do you mean by that? With just 2 days until we reach the capital, the young lord seems to have vanished in a thin air. Tonight I plan to," as the left guard spoke. He cast a glance at Song Linger, his throat bobbing. "Are you seeking death? She is a key criminal captured by our lord and a princess of the Void Realm. The captain has ordered us to guard her day and night, ensuring she reaches the capital on schedule. How dare you think of indulging yourself?" "Ah." The right guard chuckled. "Brother, invite me along tonight." The two exchanged lewd smiles, their gazes towards the prison cart growing increasingly lascivious. Inside the prison cart, Song Linger, who had overheard the conversation of the 2 guards, furrowed her brow, gazing into the distant twilight with a forlorn expression. After a while, the scout returned, and the lead captain of the escort team issued a command. The captain orders that we travel 10 miles before nightfall and rest at the abandoned courtyard. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. Understood. The soldiers replied in unison that the abandoned courtyard. Jiang Ning and Wei Qingqing stood at the entrance. Their cheeks flushed in the glow of the evening light. The cavalryman we saw earlier was likely a scout. Soon, a military force will arrive here, that we cannot linger. After evading the officer's inspection, Jiang Ning stated. Wei Qingqing nodded. My mission in the Zhao dynasty is complete, so we shall part ways here. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow slightly. Part ways here? Do you truly believe you can return safely on your own? Your so-called prince brother, having failed to strike once, will surely exhaust all means to set a trap along the way, let alone the capital Luoyang. It is uncertain whether you can even cross the borders of the two dynasties. As he spoke, Wei Qingqing gazed at Jiang Ning in a daze. Will you escort me back? I promised Shangguan Qingyu that I would protect your safety to the end, Jiang Ning replied, contemplating the trust placed in him, which served as a resolution between him and Shangguan Qingyu. Jiang Ning, thank you, Wei Qingqing murmured, her lips moving softly. This gratitude would be better directed towards Shangguan Qingyu, Jiang Ning replied, just as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed. Did I ask that the scout returning with reinforcements? Wei Qingqing said anxiously. Her identity, if discovered by the Zhao dynasty soldiers, would surely make her a target. Jiang Ning peered into the distance. It is an escort team. They likely intend to rest here. Let us hide to the side and wait until they set up camp before we leave. All right. The two concealed themselves by the roadside. Before long, soldiers on horseback passed by, followed by carriages laden with large boxes. None of this surprised Jiang Ning, but when the final prison cart rolled past, his gaze sharpened. Wei Qingqing beside him nearly gasped. Quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Sister Linger, as the escorting team entered the courtyard, Wei Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 47. A Flaw of the Nation. The essence of the divine source, do you know that person? Jiang Ning asked, observing Wei Qingqing's expression of disbelief. Wei Qingqing nodded. That is Song Linger, the princess of the great Zhao dynasty, that a few years ago, she came as a delegate to our great Han for the Ice City gathering. Jiang Ning marveled at the smallness of the world. His encounter with Song Linger had seemed but a fleeting moment, yet here they were, crossing paths once more. However, Wei Qingqing soon expressed confusion, but wait. A few years ago, Sister Linger was already at the 9th level of the Jade Purity realm. Why is she captured now? Observing the flags of the horse-drawn carriage, it is evident that these must belong to the subordinates of the Wang of Guangping. Your Sister Linger should be in Guangping County, and it is highly probable that she has been captured by the Wang of Guangping himself. It seems that she is to be escorted to our grand imperial capital of Dezhou. As it stands, I perceive that the leading officer possesses merely the strength of the 9th level of Tianyang realm, while your Sister Linger may either be gravely injured or have her cultivation suppressed, rendering her unable to unleash her powers. Jiang Ning meticulously analyzed the situation. Wei Qingqing, feeling anxious, declared, I cannot allow Linger to be transported to your Zhou dynasty's capital. I must rescue her. The sky darkened, and a fire was lit in the courtyard. Two soldiers emerged to commence their guard duties. Jiang Ning was naturally aware of the reasons behind Song Linger's capture, as a formidable presence in the Taishu realm. Even with Jiang Ning's interference during the martial arts competition of the Wu dynasty, she could have easily secured a position within the top 10 rankings. The tasks assigned to those in the top 10 by the Wu dynasty were precisely the reason for Song Linger's capture. With a hint of helplessness, Jiang Ning remarked, I have already mentioned that the leading officer possesses the strength of the 9th level of Tianyang realm. You have only just ascended to the Tianyang realm. Do you truly believe you can manage this? Upon hearing these words, Wei Qingqing furrowed her brow. Isn't it you who is capable? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt rather at a loss. But I am indeed a subject of Dezhou. Though he had been abducted and brought to Dezhou midway, Jiang Ning had become the prince consort upon his arrival and had developed feelings for this dynasty over the course of 2 years. Song Linger was evidently an enemy of Dezhou, having been captured for serving the Wu dynasty under Yi Qinyang, yet Wei Qingqing insisted that Jiang Ning should rescue her. If you refuse, I shall not press you. I will go alone. Wei Qingqing, perhaps having grasped Jiang Ning's predicament, spoke resolutely to herself. Jiang Ning found himself embroiled in inner turmoil. Wei Qingqing had only just ascended to the Tianyang realm. If she were to confront that officer of the 9th level, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, if he intervened, he felt he would be betraying Yun Li Suang. After much contemplation, Jiang Ning resolved to let Wei Qingqing attempt the rescue. But he would intervene if she encountered peril. They were bound to rest for the night, and if action were to be taken, it must be at an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing's expression soured, though she said nothing in response. Instead, she followed Jiang Ning's counsel and remained concealed. Gradually, a thin mist enveloped the air, and the moonlight dimmed. The fire in the courtyard transformed into a wisp of white smoke. And the two guards at the entrance changed shifts, with the newcomers evidently still half asleep, soon dozing off again at that moment. The door creaked open, and a soldier stepped out, confirming that the guards at the entrance were sound asleep before beckoning to someone behind him. Another soldier, bending low, jumped out, carrying an unconscious woman on his back. The slumbering figure was none other than Song Ling, in her current state, unable to even manifest the strength of the Yuanmai realm. Song Linger was easily subdued by these two soldiers that AS discussed earlier that afternoon. These two soldiers were up to no good. What are they planning? Could it be? Jiang Ning, who had been intently watching the entrance, suddenly stirred, causing Wei Qingqing to spring up in alarm. Though Wei Qingqing was naive to the ways of the world, she could still discern the gravity of the situation. Is this what you call the Zhou? Wei Qingqing rose immediately. Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words. One of the soldiers was at the 3rd level of Tianyang realm, while the other was at the 4th. Let me handle this, lest further complications arise. Even the most flawless of individuals may have flaws. How much more so for a nation? Jiang Ning and Wei Qingqing rose in unison, trailing behind the two soldiers as they circumvented the abandoned courtyard. Such a delicate figure. She must surely be a princess of noble birth, one soldier remarked. Who would have thought such fortune would fall upon us? Truly a boon to our lineage. The soldiers set the unconscious Song Linger upon the ground, their rough hands and lecherous visages closing in on her. Brother, let me have the first turn. I've been holding back all this while. All right, just be quick about it. The soldier who had seized the initiative reached out. But at that critical juncture, thud, a strange sound startled the soldier, who turned to find his so-called brother dead on the spot. Who goes there? Thud. Another bizarre sound resonated, and the second soldier collapsed as well. Jiang Ning stepped forth from the shadows, retracting his cloaked presence. Wei Qingqing rushed over, pulling the unconscious Song Linger from amidst the bodies of the slain soldiers. Jiang Ning approached to investigate, his gentle spiritual energy flowing into Song Linger. How is Sister Ling? She has been sealed. Her spiritual energy cannot be wielded. She must have forced her Qi Si to activate, resulting in damaged meridians. She requires urgent healing. Do you still have that elixir you previously provided? Wei Qingqing inquired cautiously. Jiang Ning sighed, replying, I do, but we cannot heal here. We must first find a safe place. With that, Jiang Ning lifted Song Linger into his arms and hastened away from the scene. In the dead of night, the capital of the Zhou thrummed with life. The citizens of Zhou dynasty had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Though it was late, 2 radiant lights vied for prominence above the capital. Those with a modicum of cultivation understood that these 2 lights were unique to the powerful beings of the divine wheel realm. Periodically, a surge of potent spiritual energy cascaded from the heavens, seemingly poised to obliterate the world. Yet, just before this energy could descend upon the capital, a group of individuals appeared in time to absorb and neutralize the force, safeguarding the city. These individuals were the esteemed Taishu realm guardians from the royal estate. Although they could not intervene in the fierce battle between Yuntian and Yi Qinyang, they were more than capable of warding off the spiritual energy unleashed during the fray, ensuring the safety of the capital's populace. Above the skies, Yi Qinyang appeared buoyant and invigorated, entirely unfazed by having fought for several hours. He looked as if he had merely been spectating. In contrast, Yuntian showed signs of fatigue, despite his efforts to maintain composure. Occasionally, he cast his gaze downward where the inner cabinet of the capital resided. The silence from the cabinet spoke volumes. After several hours of combat between Yuntian and Yi Qinyang, there had been no response. 7 years have passed, and the emperor's strength has not only stagnated, but regressed. I find this rather perplexing, Yi Qinyang remarked, hovering in midair. Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly. General Yi, you exaggerate. We are both at the 5th level. Our spar has yet to conclude. Why jump to conclusions? If that is the case, Yi Qinyang chuckled. Then please, Emperor, behold my trump card. As his words fell, a golden fruit materialized in Yi Qinyang's hand, emanating an exquisitely pure aura that wafted through the air. Is that the essence of the divine source? Yun Tian exclaimed in alarm, completely losing his regal demeanor. Fortunately, I acquired it, Yi Qinyang asserted, his gaze sharp and imposing. Chapter 48. The True Leader, the Primordial Treasure, as dawn broke. The mountains stirred awake, and clouds drifted from the peaks that a ray of morning light streamed into the cave, causing Song Linger's delicate brows to furrow slightly as she leaned against the rocky wall. Her head swaying gently. Suddenly, her weary eyes fluttered open, and she beheld a familiar face. You are awake, Jiang Ning whispered, glancing at Wei Qingqing, who had just succumbed to slumber beside him, before turning his attention back to Song Linger. Following Jiang Ning's gaze, Song Linger was taken aback. She kept vigil over you all night, but could no longer withstand the fatigue and has just fallen asleep. Are you able to rise? We must speak outside. Jiang Ning spoke softly, wary of disturbing Wei Qingqing. Song Linger gently rubbed her forehead, exhaling deeply before stealthily rising to join Jiang Ning as they exited the small cave. Occasional beastly roars echoed through the wilderness, and sunlight filtered through the towering foliage, dispersing the lingering mist. Yesterday, the two of us rescued you. Jiang Ning recounted the general events, refraining from elaborating further, striving to preserve Song Linger's dignity. Who are you truly? And how did you come to be with Qingqing? Why is she within the territory of Zhou dynasty? Song Linger inquired, perplexed. Jiang Ning, unable to evade her questions, elaborated on the entire sequence of events. After hearing his account, Song Linger's expression shifted. Thank you. Jiang Ning offered a gentle smile. That it is of no consequence. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Qingqing. She remained by your side until dawn, fearing you would awaken distressed. Song Linger remained silent for a moment, attempting to channel her spiritual energy. This seal must have been cast by someone of the divine wheel realm. With my strength, I cannot even budge it. Jiang Ning inquired. All my meridians are completely sealed. After several attempts, I can only sigh in resignation. Song Linger replied, nodding helplessly. What compelled you to take such a risk, daring to assassinate the Wang of Guangping with your Taishu realm cultivation? Song Linger shook her head. I am not foolish enough to do that. I simply had a stroke of bad luck and caught the Wang of Guangping's attention. Are you truly willing to stake your life for this assassination on behalf of Dezhou? And yet you speak of mere luck. Jiang Ning chuckled. Moreover, the martial arts competition among the 7 nations was conducted rather casually. As victors, you all acted even more recklessly. Is it worth risking your life for a fragile alliance? The casual nature of the 7 nations martial arts competition is largely due to you, is it not? Song Linger retorted, while Jiang Ning felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, no matter what one says, a woman always manages to find fault. As the princess of the Zhou dynasty, you have journeyed thousands of miles to assassinate in the Great Zhou, and as the prince consort of the Great Zhou, it is only natural that I must act in the interest of my realm. Song Linger offered a calm smile, refraining from further comment. For years, the 2 dynasties had been embroiled in relentless warfare, one striving to reclaim lost territories, while the other sought to defend its ill-gotten gains. Yet as the battles stretched on year after year, the lands lost by Zhou and seized by Zhou only multiplied. Whenever individuals from the 2 courts met, envy and animosity flared. Strangely, as Song Linger gazed at Jiang Ning, she felt no hint of hostility. Instead, after observing him for a while and reflecting on their shared experiences, an unfamiliar emotion blossomed within her. Jiang Ning, too, caught in her gaze, found himself drawn to her. And the 2 exchanged silent looks, words unspoken. Clearing her throat, perhaps due to lingering injuries, Song Linger furrowed her brow, coughed twice, and diverted her gaze, asking, Where are we? This wilderness and dense forest do not resemble the landscape of Guangping County. If we continue north from here, we should reach Han territory in about 2 days. Jiang Ning recalled traversing these towering mountains to return to the Great Zhou. Yet, fate had other plans, before he could even reassure Yun Lishuang upon entering the imperial capital. He was now compelled to journey toward Han once again. For Song Linger, accompanying Wei Qingqing to Han was a reasonable precaution. Frowning at the prospect of a 2-day journey, Song Linger remarked, "I believe we must hasten our pace. The soldiers escorting you possess no more than Tianyang realm cultivation. Even if they pursue us, there is no need for concern." Song Linger shook her head, replying, "They are not to be feared, but among my escort. There exists one who is the true leader of that group. He merely departed temporarily." "Who is it, and what is his strength?" Jiang Ning asked, noting the gravity of Song Linger's expression. "The son of King Guangping, Yun Feiyang, possesses the cultivation of the 7th level of the Yupu realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback. "Yun Feiyang is the owner of that sword." Song Linger nodded. 30 years ago, when Yun Feiyang was merely 6 years old. He was playing in the outskirts of the city when an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A spirit sword imbued with primordial energy descended. All surrounding guards fled in terror, yet 6-year-old Yun Feiyang, as if guided by instinct, bit his finger and dripped blood to refine the sword. Later, King Guangping determined that this sword was the treasured weapon of an ancient saint, a primordial artifact. Yun Feiyang named it Shirshin Zhantian. He entered the battlefield at the age of 10. Although his aptitude in cultivation was unremarkable, wielding the Shirshin Zhantian sword allowed him to frequently defeat enemies beyond his realm, striking fear into the hearts of the Chu dynasty soldiers. As Jiang Ning pondered this, he found himself silently hoping that Yun Feiyang would pursue them. After all, the Jinyuan Jishua sword he had been using had shattered during his battle with the champion Marquis, and he had yet to find a more suitable weapon among the rewards he had signed for. The legendary primordial artifact stirred a yearning within him. If Yun Feiyang were to catch up, perhaps he could borrow it, if not seize it outright. After all, how formidable could Yun Feiyang be, being merely of the 7th level of the Yupu realm? Sister Ling. Just then, Wei Qingqing woke up and rushed to the cave's entrance. Calling out, "Qingqing, I'm here." Song Linger waved her hand. Wei Qingqing hurried over and embraced Song Linger tightly. Sister Ling, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, revealed a vulnerable side that only appeared in the presence of someone she completely trusted. With Jiang Ning, despite believing in him, she could not fully express her emotions. Having heard Jiang Ning recount Wei Qingqing's experiences, Song Linger naturally understood the current situation. After all, she was still merely a 15-year-old girl. "Qingqing, I'm here. There's no need to fear," Song Linger reassured, gently patting Wei Qingqing's head. "Rest assured, I shall protect you on our journey back." Yet, as she spoke, a sudden realization struck her. She was currently bound by a seal, unable to exert any of her spiritual power. How could she promise protection? Jiang Ning, sensing the awkwardness, coughed lightly and said, "Do not worry. I am here, indeed, a mere tool." Wei Qingqing clung to Song Linger for what felt like an eternity, until tears fell onto Song Linger's garment, at which point she reluctantly let go. However, the moment they separated, a thin mist enveloping the mountains dissipated, and a surge of spiritual energy surged forth. "Someone is coming," Jiang Ning exclaimed urgently. Before his words fully registered, a long, piercing sound of a sword echoed, a green radiance erupting, slicing through the sky. Chapter 49. A sword in midair, unstoppable. The spiritual energy in the wilderness surged in response to this green light. Several whirlpools materializing, thickening the very air around them. As the green light drew closer, Jiang Ning discerned that it was a technique of swordsmanship, an exceedingly fierce one at that. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly. At once, his own spiritual energy surged, fingers aligning. He unleashed a technique. Taiwang Sutian finger, for fingers shattering the firmament. For colossal ancient fingers descended from the heavens, enveloped in overwhelming spiritual energy, crashing down toward the green light. Bang! The two forces collided, creating ripples of spiritual energy that cascaded above the mountains. When the tumult subsided, the wilderness returned to tranquility, yet the figure of the swordsman remained elusive. Song Linger shielded Wei Qingqing behind her. A habit formed from their shared experiences, both forgetting that it was Song Linger who now required protection. "Criminal Song Linger, this king spares your life, yet you dare to flee. You must be tired of living." A sharp voice rang out, and soon after, a figure wielding a long sword descended from the sky. Jiang Ning looked up to see a man in his 30s, clad in luxurious garments, his expression fierce, with two small mustaches at the corners of his mouth, giving him a sinister appearance. What caught Jiang Ning's attention most was the long sword in the man's hand. even from a distance. He could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from IT. I asked him. Jiang Ning glanced at Song Linger. Yes, she replied, her brow slightly furrowed, nodding in confirmation. This man was none other than Yun Feiyong, the son of King Guangping. Jiang Ning felt a touch of helplessness. If the matter were to be evaluated, he and Yun Feiyong shared quite a significant connection. King Guangping was the uncle of Yunding Tian, who happened to be Yun Feiyong's elder brother. Thus, in this light, Jiang Ning would have to address Yun Feiyong as uncle. Fortunately, Yun Feiyong did not recognize Jiang Ning, nor did Jiang Ning intend to reveal his identity. King Guangping harbored ambitions of ascending to the throne, while Yun Feiyong had gained the allegiance of the Saint Sword. Their attitudes toward the lineage of Yunding Tian remained ambiguous. In midair, Yun Feiyong brandished the Shirshin Jiantian sword, releasing an overwhelming aura. Though at the 7th level of the Yupu realm, his presence appeared more formidable than Jiang Ning, who was at the Taishu realm. Who are you? Jiang Ning asked loudly. As his voice fell, Yun Feiyong descended gracefully, landing before Jiang Ning. Having gauged Jiang Ning's strength from their previous exchange, Yun Feiyong discerned that Jiang Ning was at the Taishu realm. Such a young Taishu realm expert was a rare sight for Yun Feiyong, prompting him to furrow his brow. However, he felt no fear. Wielding the Shirshin Jiantian sword, he was known for defeating enemies beyond his realm. You do not even know this king's name. It seems you are quite blind, which explains your audacity in rescuing people from my Guangping County soldiers. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Positioning the two women behind him, he had heard of the young king's prowess in crossing realms with the Shirshin Jiantian sword, which explained his disdain for Jiang Ning. With a cold snort, Yun Feiyong sneered. Achieving Taishu at your age is indeed a commendable feat, but you must also understand that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. When I was merely at the 5th level of the Yupu realm, I drove a Taishu of the Chu dynasty to abandon his armor and flee. Realm distinctions are trivial. True power is the way of kings. What a profound statement regarding true power being the way of kings. Song Linger suddenly stepped forward, saying, if you were to lose that sword in your hand, I doubt you would utter such words. Yun Feiyong smirked. This sword recognizes me as its master. We are one and the same. If you are afraid, then quickly roll away. I may spare your life. With that, Yun Feiyong cast a glance at the cave entrance. Eyeing Song Linger with a playful smile, my father instructed me not to harm you, and I have endured this far, but you have proven to be quite ungrateful. However, now that I have you in my grasp, I shall ensure you experience my might, Zhao Dynasty Princess, who possesses a modicum of beauty. You! Song Linger clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming, despicable, utterly despicable. Wei Qingqing echoed her sentiments with a scornful remark. Yun Feiyong then noticed Wei Qingqing for the first time, exclaiming, I almost overlooked this one. She is truly a beauty as well. Haha. If you two are willing to serve this king, perhaps I shall be in a good mood and spare your lives. Jiang Ning felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Despite being the chosen one of the divine sword and the son of King Guangping, his demeanor was utterly base. Yun Feiyong, cease your daydreaming. If you wish to save your people, you must first pass through me. With those words, Jiang Ning's spiritual energy surged violently. Since Yun Feiyong had pursued them, a battle was now inevitable. Another foolhardy Taishu realm warrior. As he spoke, Yun Feiyong's expression turned grave, and he unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the air. A glimmer of cold light surged forth, radiating with boundless brilliance as the sword was unleashed. Yun Feiyong appeared to merge with the divine slaying, heaven-smiting sword, emanating an endless, vast power that swept in all directions, as if to overturn the very heavens and earth. In Jiang Ning's eyes, he could only perceive a glimmer of cold light that expanded relentlessly. And in an instant, it manifested before him, revealing a brilliance that reached the skies. Such a fierce display of swordsmanship. Had the Jinyuan Jishu sword not shattered, Jiang Ning would have truly wished to compete with Yun Feiyong in a duel of sword techniques. However, bereft of his trusty long sword, Jiang Ning was left to rely on other combat skills to respond. Transform, Ghost Wolf, Jiang Ning bellowed, and an ethereal figure coalesced into being. The terror of the ghost, the slaughter of the wolf. The towering phantom, over 10 zhang high, fused with Jiang Ning, unleashing a powerful aura of the netherworld in the blink of an eye. the radiant light surged forth, carrying with it boundless might. Bang! When the ghost wolf phantom collided with the light emitted by the divine slaying sword. A cacophony of shattering sounds erupted, followed by a resounding thud as the ghost wolf phantom was torn to shreds. Despite Jiang Ning's status in the Taishu realm, this technique of ghost wolf could easily subdue even formidable opponents of the same level. Yet now, it faltered against Yun Feiyang's sword technique, wielded with the strength of a 7th-layer Yupu realm practitioner. The rumors proved true. This divine-slaying sword was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Yet Jiang Ning had a contingency plan. The remnants of the ghost wolf phantom were swiftly retracted and reformed behind him. Transform, spirit whirlpool. The air vibrated with a humming sound as a vortex descended before Jiang Ning, radiating immense force as it surged towards Yun Feiyang. The whirlpool shimmered with vibrant spiritual energy, leaving a trail of dazzling light in its wake. Without delay, Jiang Ning took a couple of deep breaths, fingers coming together. Taiwang's shattered heaven finger, 5 fingers stir the cosmos. The robust spiritual energy surged forth, and Jiang Ning flipped his hand, calling out once more, Taiwang's shattered heaven palm. The two techniques, laden with the strength of the Taishu realm, were unleashed. Surely they would be enough to counter that sword strike. He thought, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. However, the ensuing spectacle left Jiang Ning utterly astonished. The whirlpool met the light, and like the ghost wolf phantom, it shattered instantaneously. The Taiwang's shattered heaven palm, while still resilient, was on the brink of collapse against Yun Feiyang's soaring sword. Spiritual energy erupted in all directions, forcing Song Linger and Wei Qingqing to retreat to the cave. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows, his heart ablaze with indignation. This divine-slaying sword was truly worthy of being the favored weapon of an ancient saint. No matter how Jiang Ning responded, Yun Feiyang effortlessly dismantled his every technique with a single sword strike. Boom! The Taiwang's shattered heaven palm disintegrated with a thunderous crash, its vigor exhausted, prompting Yun Feiyang to come to a halt. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, he hovered in midair, surrounded by a radiance of azure light. Exuding an air of invincibility, that I previously told you, under my divine-slaying sword, there exists no distinction of realms. Only absolute power prevails. Jiang Ning cursed inwardly, realizing that he had always been the one to transcend boundaries in battle. Was he now destined to become the prey? Thunder rumbled. Yun Feiyang, wearing a look of disdain, struck again with his sword, unleashing a tempestuous aura that reverberated through the mountains and fields. Jiang Ning, observing the myriad of sword shadows, felt a moment of clarity as he quickly consolidated his spiritual energy that a phantom force began to emerge, and he suddenly lunged forward, conjuring a fearsome curse seal. Black Prison Soul Curse, as the seal shot forth. Jiang Ning retreated, an ominous shadow materializing in his hand. Shrouded in mystery, in contrast, Yun Feiyang continued his straightforward assault, showing no inclination to waver. However, in an instant, the shadow approached with an uncanny trajectory. Yun Feiyang formed a seal with one hand, gathering a torrent of spiritual energy. Wind speech, gather. A low cry echoed, and the surrounding forest roared with howling winds. Ripples emanated from Yun Feiyang, dispersing in all directions, and upon encountering the myriad sword shadows, they coalesced, forming a barrier of sword intent around him. Bang! The shadow collided with the sword intent barrier, and in an instant, it was sent crashing backward, a heap of shattered remnants strewn across the ground. Jiang Ning's heart ached at the sight, yet he felt utterly helpless. Following closely, the Black Prison Soul Curse pressed forward. Yun Feiyang's form suddenly withdrew, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Wind speech, unite! Another low cry erupted, and Yun Feiyang merged with the sword light. The divine-slaying sword radiated with a brilliant azure glow, the man and sword becoming one. Jiang Ning's heart sank. This was a dire situation. The Black Prison Soul Curse fell short, leaving only wisps of soul energy in the air. The spiritual techniques were effortlessly dismantled by a single sword strike, and even with the soul energy encroaching, Yun Feiyang evaded with the unity of man and sword. This divine-slaying sword was simply too formidable. As the sword light surged towards him, it seemed poised to pierce Jiang Ning in the very next moment. Coming to his senses, Jiang Ning hastily summoned his spiritual treasure. Momentary splendor, a lotus blossomed forth, and time itself appeared to freeze. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jiang Ning leaped into the air. Bang! The sword light descended, and spiritual energy surged forth, causing the mountains and forests to tremble. Yun Feiyang reappeared, frowning slightly as he muttered, You managed to evade my sword?" Jiang Ning, having tucked away the momentary splendor, materialized behind Yun Feiyang. "That last move of yours was the Black Prison Soul Curse, wasn't it?" he queried. "Indeed." Jiang Ning's expression remained calm and composed. "Curiously, I have battled against Chu Chao for decades, with the royal family entirely under my control." "Who are you?" Jiang Ning, indifferent, replied directly. "The prince consort of the Great Zhou." Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "Prince consort Jiang Ning?" he exclaimed, both puzzled and shocked. "Did you not perish at the hands of the black-winged twin evils of the Wu dynasty?" "Just a mere rumor. Perhaps there is some truth to it," Jiang Ning replied ambiguously. Yun Feiyang, suddenly shifting his demeanor, coldly laughed. "If that is the case, you should be addressing me as royal uncle." Jiang Ning paid no heed, swiftly regulating his breath. "Coincidentally, my father is in the imperial capital to ascend the throne. Your status as a prince consort possessing Taishu realm strength certainly exceeds my expectations. Since we have crossed paths today, I shall dispose of you, lest you become a hindrance to my ambitions." With that, Yun Feiyang channeled his sword, a brilliant azure glow surrounding him, spiritual energy surging forth. Having realized his predicament without a sword in hand, Jiang Ning understood that should Yun Feiyang merge man and sword once more, it would be a formidable challenge. However, Wei Qingqing was resolute in her desire to rescue Song Ling'er, and protecting Wei Qingqing was a promise Jiang Ning had made to Shangguan Qingyu. A friend's request must be honored. Jiang Ning gathered his spiritual energy once more. Suddenly, the mountains and fields trembled with the surge of spiritual energy. A crisp voice echoed from afar. "Yun Feiyang, if you dare lay a hand on anyone here, I will stop at nothing to seek your demise." As the words fell, all four present felt a jolt of recognition. Jiang Ning was well acquainted with that voice. Song Ling'er and Wei Qingqing were equally stirred. Shangguan's sister? In the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, a radiant wheel of light descended from the heavens, and had it not been for the timely protection of the Taishu realm guardians from the royal estate, the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within would have surely reduced the entire capital to ruins. Then another wheel of light appeared in the sky. Sensing the divine essence swirling around him, Yi Qinyang felt that he was the true sovereign of the Great Zhou imperial capital at that moment. He cast a cold gaze towards the location where the previous wheel of light had descended, determination etched upon his face. Within the capital, Yun Ding Tian's complexion turned pale, the light behind him gradually dimming. "Your Majesty, are you well?" inquired the concerned Taishu realm guardian surrounding him. Yun Ding Tian coughed twice, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Did I ask there's still no news from the cabinet?" The guardians responded, "We checked earlier. The doors are tightly shut, and their aura is concealed." Yun Ding Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that with Yi Qinyang wielding a secret treasure, he was no match for him. "Quickly send a decree to the cabinet. Otherwise, the capital will be in peril." Immediately, one of the guardians departed, racing towards the cabinet. At that moment, Yi Qinyang descended, landing before Yun Ding Tian, while the remaining Taishu guardians swiftly surrounded him, unleashing their formidable spiritual energy. "The Emperor's techniques are unparalleled. I can only rely on my spiritual treasure to contend, which feels somewhat inadequate," Yun Ding Tian remarked, wiping the crimson from his lips. "Not at all. General Ye's possession of such a spiritual treasure is indeed a tremendous boon. It is worthy of celebration," Yun Ding Tian replied. That Yi Qinyang chuckled, completely disregarding the Taishu guardians encircling him, and continued, "I believe the Emperor has yet to witness the true power of this spiritual treasure. Shall we continue our spar?" Once these words were uttered, Yun Ding Tian found himself in a dilemma. Should he accept the challenge, he knew he would be at a disadvantage against Yi Qinyang's secret treasure. Yet if he chose to retreat, his imperial dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. Just as he hesitated, 5 figures soared into the air. Since the Great Wu's general possesses a secret treasure, why not allow this old man to test its might? As the words fell, Yunding Tian looked up to see the 5 elders of the cabinet suspended in midair, their spiritual energies surging. The arrival of the 5 elders caused the atmosphere to grow tense. Following closely, Yun Li Suang, accompanied by the 4 guardians of wind, fire, and mountain, also made their way to stand behind Yunding Tian. "Father, you are injured." Yunding Tian waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that he was unharmed. Although Yunding Tian expressed such sentiments, Yun Li Suang keenly sensed the chaotic aura beside her. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, in midair, the 5 elders of the cabinet made their appearance. And Yi Kanyang's expression grew somewhat solemn. It turned out that the 5 elders had arrived. My apologies for the oversight. The Grand Elder, surrounded by a formidable aura of spiritual energy, seemed to possess the Chaos Divine Source fruit acquired by the great general of the Martial Dynasty. If this old man is not mistaken, the Chaos Divine Source fruit? This was the first time Yi Kenyang had heard such a name. Previously, he had only known that this golden fruit contained immense power, sufficient to significantly enhance one's strength with just a small absorption. The Grand Elder, with extensive experience, remarked, "This treasure was an unexpected acquisition of mine. Its power is indeed overwhelming." "Overwhelming power?" The Grand Elder smiled knowingly. "I observe that the general's aura is robust. Since you were present, why not spar with this old man?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kenyang contemplated for a moment. He had only heard of the formidable prowess of the 5 elders of the Great Zhou cabinet, but had never witnessed their true strength. As the great general of the Martial Dynasty and the commander of the impending campaign against Zhou, he naturally wished to ascertain the true capabilities of these 5 elders. "It is a great honor to receive guidance from the Grand Elder," Yi Kenyang exclaimed. The Grand Elder chuckled, "Please," as his words fell. The other elders stepped back, leaving only the Grand Elder suspended in midair. Boom! A magnificent golden wheel appeared in the sky, its grand aura causing the entire imperial capital to tremble. An endless pressure cascaded down, coalescing spiritual energy into a turbulent flow. Yi Kenyang inhaled sharply, murmuring, "The 7th realm of the divine wheel." Before Yi Kenyang could fully recover from his astonishment, the Grand Elder exuded a wave of ethereal power. It coalesced into a searing heat, a breath of energy swirling in the air. Below, Yun Li Suang frowned, while Yunding Tian clenched his fists tightly. The blazing power emanating from the Grand Elder shared the same root as the searing energy that had plagued Yun Li Suang's cultivation for years. A surge of anger welled up in Yunding Tian's heart, and the injuries he had just managed to suppress collapsed in an instant. "Father." Yun Li Suang hurriedly supported him. The 2nd Elder observed this scene and declared, "Your Majesty's injuries are severe. He must be taken back to the palace to recuperate." Yun Li Suang shot a furious glance at the 2nd Elder, her eyes filled with boundless resentment. "The Shuanger, return to the palace," Yunding Tian said, his face pale, articulating each word with gravity. Suppressing her indignation, Yun Li Suang, flanked by the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, along with several Tairu realm offerings, escorted Yunding Tian away. That moment, the heavens above shimmered with golden and azure light. An endless surge of spiritual energy pulsing forth. The 2nd Elder and the others unfurled their divine wheels, utilizing supreme power to shield the entire imperial capital. The battle above was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 51. Unity of Man and Sword. Wind language sword technique at the border of the Zhouhan realm. Amidst dense forests, the setting sun plunged into the shimmering starlit fields. The mountains and rivers were enveloped in twilight as old friends reunited. Shangguan Qingyu's eyes radiated a chilling aura as she locked gazes with Jiang Ning for a prolonged moment, each movement exuding heroism. Song Linger and Wei Qingqing could hardly contain their excitement, the 2 sisters calling out and waving to Shangguan Qingyu. Jiang Ning flashed a smile at Shangguan Qingyu, exhaling a sigh of relief, thinking that this heavy burden was finally lifted from his shoulders. Yun Feiyang regarded the suddenly arrived Shangguan Qingyu with a smirk, his expression mischievous. She was indeed a remarkable person. Song Linger and Wei Qingqing displayed subtle astonishment, their expressions reflecting disdain toward Yun Feiyang. Shangguan Qingyu's countenance was frosty as she turned to Yun Feiyang, stating, "The God-slaying sword is indeed a divine blade. It is a shame it is in the hands of someone like you." Yun Feiyang chuckled. "If the lady is interested, why not observe this God-slaying sword closely? I assure you, You will be thoroughly satisfied that I heard you enjoy crossing borders to slay enemies. Shangguan Qingyu retorted coldly. Of course. Yun Feiyong raised his head, pointing at Jiang Ning. Just a moment ago, with a single thrust of my sword, I forced this waste of the Tairu realm to exert all his strength. Jiang Ning let out a breath, explaining to Shangguan Qingyu, I am unarmed. Shangguan Qingyu nodded, saying nothing more. The last time Shangguan Qingyu visited the Great Zhou was to investigate the inheritance site of the Han Dynasty's saintess. Concerned for her daughter, she brought her along, intending to return after the investigation without any incident. Unexpectedly, on the way back, they encountered the champion Marquis, and her daughter was abducted. Had it not been for Jiang Ning, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Upon returning to the Han Dynasty, her daughter was traumatized, and Shangguan Qingyu could only send Wei Qingqing and Old Mu to Falling Flower Valley while she stayed in Luoyang to care for her daughter. However, just a few days ago, Shangguan Qingyu received news that Song Ling had been captured and Wei Qingqing was being pursued by the Han Dynasty's crown prince. For years prior, Princess Song Linger of the Zhao Dynasty formed an alliance with the Han Dynasty, meeting with Shangguan Qingyu and Wei Qingqing, and the three became sworn sisters. With her two younger sisters in peril, Shangguan Qingyu wasted no time, hastily entrusting her daughter to another's care and setting off under the cover of night. To reach the Zhou Dynasty as swiftly as possible, Shangguan Qingyu ventured deep into the dense forests along the border of the two dynasties, only to unexpectedly encounter Jiang Ning and his companions within that very forest. Upon seeing Song Linger and Wei Qingqing safe and sound, she felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Ning. Her two younger sisters were perfectly well, and Jiang Ning had fulfilled his promises that I am at the fifth realm of the Tairu. Shangguan Qingyu declared with composure. Yun Feiyong scoffed. Under my god-slaying sword, a single strike can shatter all laws. Then let us see. To battle such a remarkable opponent is a rare opportunity. Yun Feiyong surged forth with his sword, the god-slaying sword radiating divine might once more. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the forest, azure light dazzling, and boundless spiritual energy surged. Shangguan Qingyu signaled Jiang Ning to keep his distance. Then, she summoned the Moonfall Starshatter Sword, unleashing layers of spiritual energy around her. The name of the mystic thunder resonated, establishing its mark, and the majestic phoenix danced, soaring through the heavens, before her words faded. A vast primordial aura erupted, instantly enveloping the entire sky, and a formidable pressure surged from all directions. Yun Feiyong transformed into azure light, shattering all laws. The two forces collided at the edges, creating a terrifying explosion that sent tremors through the world. Shangguan Qingyu channeled this thunderous momentum, using her Moonfall Starshatter Sword as the foundation, enveloping the overwhelming aura, dominating the skies. Boom! The endless sounds of explosions reverberated, as if the heavens themselves were about to reverse. Yun Feiyong, wielding the azure light, encountered this unparalleled force and frowned. Damn woman, you possess quite a bit of skill. As his words fell, Yun Feiyong unleashed another strike, transforming it into a radiant breath, merging with the god-slaying sword once again. Wind language destruction. This wind language sword technique was Yun Feiyong's signature move, a heavenly ranked battle skill. Combined with the god-slaying sword, he had felled countless enemies, establishing the formidable reputation of the Little Guangping King. The god-slaying sword showcased overwhelming sword intent, casting a shadow over the entire void, before swiftly condensing into a single point, charging straight into Shangguan Qingyu's unparalleled force. Crackle! A resounding thunderous roar erupted, and the unmatched aura crumbled like a mountain, transforming into a flicker of light, vanishing in an instant. Yet Yun Feiyong did not revel in triumph. His target was Shangguan Qingyu herself. He abruptly withdrew, gripping the god-slaying sword, his body brimming with a menacing energy, akin to a rampaging dragon, seemingly ready to unleash storms and lightning. Another strike erupted with divine might. Humph! Shangguan Qingyu snorted coldly, the surging aura behind her suddenly expanding, as the Moonfall Starshatter Sword in her hand unleashed a straight thrust. The Star Moon Sword mark appeared, and life perished before it. The two swords clashed, with the god-slaying sword naturally overpowering the Moonfall Starshatter Sword in that instant. The supreme sword intent reversed, unleashing a series of fissures in the air. This clash seemed as though it would tear the very fabric of space apart. Shangguan Qingyu relied on her solid Tairu realm strength, while Yun Feiyong depended on the power of the god-slaying sword. The two swords collided thousands of times, carving myriad sword marks into the forest. Bang! Another tremendous impact sent both Shangguan Qingyu and Yun Feiyong reeling backward, retreating. The Moonfall Star Shatter sword bore several inconspicuous cracks. While the god-slaying sword remained astonishingly powerful, Shangguan Qingyu took a moment to catch her breath. Even at the fifth realm of the Tairu, one needed time to stabilize their spiritual energy after such a fierce battle. In contrast, Yun Feiyong once again united man and sword, transforming into a radiant rainbow charging forth. The piercing sword intent and the blazing azure sword light grew larger in Shangguan Qingyu's cold gaze. Beside her, Jiang Ning frowned, astonished that the god-slaying sword could wield such power without needing to stabilize its energy. As he spoke, Jiang Ning seemed to realize something. Shangguan Qingyu's expression grew serious, facing Yun Feiyong's renewed assault. She chose to evade the onslaught. With a sudden leap, she soared toward the heavens. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Yun Feiyong scoffed, adjusting his trajectory, charging directly at Shangguan Qingyu, in the night sky. A golden sword shadow surged toward the heavens, and no matter how long he pursued, Yun Feiyong found it impossible to catch up to the elusive Shangguan Qingyu ahead of him. Wind language. Swift, in a fit of desperation, Yun Feiyong suddenly summoned all the power of the god-slaying sword, commanding it with fervor. The god-slaying sword trembled subtly, and in an instant, it closed the distance significantly. What of the fifth level of the Void Realm? Halt before me! As Yun Feiyong was on the verge of catching up to Shangguan Qingyu, he let out a piercing cry, thrusting forward towards her back. Chapter 52. The Fragmented Mark of the Sword. Memories like tides. Observing the two imposing figures growing ever closer in the night sky, Jiang Ning could no longer afford to hesitate and sprang into action. If his thoughts were indeed true, this would be his only chance. Pure soul energy surged forth, seemingly intent on enveloping the entire heavens. Within the night sky, as the sword approached, Shangguan Qingyu performed a hand gesture, murmuring incantations, concealment of shadows. A gray beam of light manifested in her eyes, and her figure instantly vanished into the void. Another strike missed its mark, and in the blink of an eye, Shangguan Qingyu's presence faded completely. Yun Feiyong swiftly emerged, gripping the god-slaying sword, his form aglow with azure radiance, akin to the bright moon in the night sky. Fortunately, it was still the Void Realm, allowing for such tricks to be played. Without delay, Yun Feiyong unleashed another fierce strike. The azure light surged forth, emitting blinding brilliance that illuminated the entire sky as if it were day. Following this, a mighty sword aura rolled through the air. The god-slaying sword would sweep away all malevolent spirits from the world. A wisp of aura, guided by the supreme sword intent, reached Yun Feiyong's side. He scoffed coldly, and without hesitation, he dashed forward, thrusting abruptly. Boom! This strike met Shangguan Qingyu, who had just appeared from the void. The overwhelming sword force surged forth, and the fractures on the Moonfall Star Sword in Shangguan Qingyu's grasp became increasingly apparent. Conceal! A strike had missed, and Shangguan Qingyu once again slipped into the void. Humph! Yun Feiyong chuckled disdainfully, his figure darting downward as he wildly waved the god-slaying sword, thrusting into the air. Astonishingly, he struck Shangguan Qingyu, who was lurking in the shadows of the void. You insolent woman, taking my kindness for granted, I have no qualms about slaying you first and then making you serve me. As he spoke, Yun Feiyong intended to withdraw his sword and strike again. At that moment, however, the wounded Shangguan Qingyu abruptly extricated herself, disregarding the blood that flowed forth, and charged downward. Jiang Ning. The instant those words left her lips, an overwhelming wave of soul power surged forth, enveloping Yun Feiyong in an instant. Jiang Ning then revealed himself, unleashing his soul energy to its fullest extent, a ruthless force against all living things. Delusional! Yun Feiyong exclaimed, his form transforming into a streak of radiant light, preparing for another fusion of man and sword. Jiang Ning steadied his mind, a lotus blooming in his hand, a moment of flourishing beauty. The night sky suddenly froze, the flow of spiritual energy halted, and silence reigned supreme. Jiang Ning's spirit raced, and he finally found that fragment of a mark on the god-slaying sword, a mark that Yun Feiyang had refined with his own blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning poured all his soul energy into obliterating it. In an instant thud, the streak of light collided with the god-slaying sword, ricocheting violently. Yun Feiyang reappeared, astonished. How is this possible? Why can't I unite with my sword? In his moment of shock, Shangguan Qingyu transformed into a shadow, erupting forth with an indescribable speed. Boom! The shadow pierced through Yun Feiyang, who spat a mouthful of crimson, his expression twisted with fury. Once more, he gripped the god-slaying sword, disregarding words, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, and with a fierce swing, he struck down. Jiang Ning, having exhausted all his soul power, could not withstand this retaliatory strike. In the blink of an eye, the shadow that had pierced Yun Feiyang turned and rushed towards Jiang Ning. Shangguan Qingyu's figure suddenly materialized, gripping the nearly shattered Moonfall Star Sword, her visage pale. "Take care of my sister and my daughter." As she spoke, Shangguan Qingyu forcefully pushed Jiang Ning downward. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. "The sword comes," he shouted, forcing out a sliver of spiritual energy to propel himself in reverse. Shangguan Qingyu, in a daze, let go of the Moonfall Star Sword. Jiang Ning grasped it directly, and the violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, radiating brilliance. The heavens turned, the might of annihilation descended. Heavenly Xian Sword Technique. Ninth Form. The opening of heaven and earth. The blazing sword intent spread through the air, a fierce sword force seemingly poised to cleave the night sky asunder. Bang! An endless torrent of power erupted in the air. The blinding sword light illuminating the entire border of the Zhou-Han as if it were day. The Moonfall Star Sword shattered. Yun Feiyang fell. The overwhelming shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave. And Jiang Ning lunged forward, seizing the god-slaying sword from Yun Feiyang's grasp. Shangguan Qingyu rushed forward, enveloping Jiang Ning in her embrace as they plummeted together. "Jiang Ning, you must not die." Jiang Ning chuckled foolishly. "Tell me, Gora, whose daughter is she?" Shangguan Qingyu shouted. "Yours, of course. She is yours, Gora. Lovely name. Though it seems I've wronged you somewhat." Those words fell. Jiang Ning closed his eyes. They fell ever faster. The god-slaying sword in Jiang Ning's hand still emanated flickers of golden light, appearing like a shooting star from below. Shangguan Qingyu, bereft of spiritual energy, could only surrender to the descent. Closing her eyes, the entirety of Shangguan Qingyu's life surged forth in an instant, cultivating at 5, killing at 6, until today, she had slain nearly 1,000 unjust souls. The more she killed, the more indifferent she became to the affections of the world, until she met Jiang Ning, who was carefree and playful, devoid of any masculine vigor. Yet, it was this very charm that made Shangguan Qingyu develop an irresistible fondness for him. Since that first encounter, she could no longer bring herself to kill, once proud and lofty. She never considered that the problem lay within herself. Thus, she sought out Jiang Ning, wandering the mountains and rivers together, thinking that with time, her affections would wane. But fate had other plans, having never experienced the warmth and coldness of humanity. It took but a few sweet words from Jiang Ning for endless feelings to surge within her heart. After a drunken night, she was bound for life. Yet unable to accept it, Shangguan Qingyu left without a word, only to discover later that she was with child. Coincidence begets fate. After a year of seclusion, she gave birth to Gora, intending to express her feelings to Jiang Ning on Gora's 100th day, only to hear the news of Jiang Ning becoming the prince consort of the great Zhou. Love turned to hate, and the deeper the love, the sharper the hate. The last time Shangguan Qingyu was entrusted by Elder Mu to journey to the great Zhou, it was entirely unnecessary to bring Gora along, yet she could not resist. Who would have thought, upon discovering that the Falling Flower Valley was a place of the Sainus' legacy, that Gora would be captured by the champion Marquis, using her as leverage to compel Shangguan Qingyu to slay Jiang Ning? Their paths crossed once more. The matters of cause and effect are notoriously difficult to judge. Jiang Ning was oblivious from beginning to end. How could he speak of regret? The two fell like shooting stars, faster than the eye could see. Song Linger and Wei Qingqing could not keep pace with this golden light. Yet, just as they were mere yards from the ground, the god-slaying sword seized from Yun Feiyang suddenly blazed with golden radiance. Endless sword power poured forth, enveloping the two in layers. Thud. Falling from a height of 10,000 feet, the two emerged unscathed. Chapter 53. A determined leap into death. The region of Guangping, in the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. High above, it was impossible to discern whether it was deep night or bright day, as radiant light seemed to freeze the flow of time and space here. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the air, and a golden wheel of divinity slowly descended to Wei Qinyang. You have been defeated. The speaker was the Grand Elder, radiating with blinding golden light, his divine aura overwhelming, his body ablaze with intense heat. Akin to the sun in the heavens, as his words fell, another figure descended, to Wei Qinyang's face drained of color, his clothes darkened as if scorched by fire, and the chaos divine fruit in his hand had split in two. The violent energy rippling through the realm, causing tremors in the very fabric of existence. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder had received guidance from the upper realms. This time, it was my oversight, the Grand Elder chuckled. Had it not been for this chaos divine fruit, I would surmise the 5th level would be your zenith. Yi Qinyang, you are indeed a child of destiny, having witnessed my power today. Do you still intend to challenge the Great Zhou? Yi Qinyang coughed a few times, replying, the Zhou dynasty is tyrannical, trampling the lives of the people, extinguishing the Tian Yuan, a target of collective hatred among the divine beings, intolerable by heaven and earth. The Grand Elder's expression shifted momentarily. Very well, since you are determined to face death, the Great Zhou shall no longer pursue a gradual approach, that I shall allow you to depart, awaiting the arrival of your Seven Kingdoms alliance. One by one, to meet their demise at the hands of the Great Zhou. As his voice echoed, the atmosphere surged, and Yi Qinyang vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder retracted the divine will behind him, waving his arms slightly to disperse the dazzling light that filled the sky. Approximately half an hour later, the Grand Elder returned to the inner court. What is the current situation? He inquired immediately. The other 4 elders began to recount. Your Majesty has sustained severe injuries. The power of the chaos divine fruit in Yi Qinyang's hands is unfathomable. This dawn, Prince Guangping entered the imperial capital. Waiting to pay his respects, the champion Marquis conveyed word that he had suffered injuries in the sacred land of the Han Dynasty's Saintus and was currently recuperating at the border. Unable to return to the capital for the time, being one matter after another weighed heavily upon the Grand Chancellor, his brow furrowed in distress. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, the source of chaos has indeed been destroyed by my hand. Its power diminished by more than half. With Yunding Tian gravely injured, it is the perfect opportunity to execute our next scheme. The Prince of Guangping has arrived. He must fulfill the promises he made to me. We shall wait for him to enter the palace, and together we will proceed. Since the champion Marquis is stationed at the borders, let him remain there, striving to bring the border troops of Guangping under our command during this great war. On that afternoon, within the imperial palace of the capital, the Prince of Guangping and the 5 elders of the cabinet entered to pay their respects. The palace steward announced their arrival, and the 6 elders entered the imperial study in unison. Inside the study, Yunding Tian exuded an air of imperial authority, though his slightly pallid complexion betrayed his weakness. Yun Liswang stood beside him, while the 4 guardians, Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan, stood sentinel around the room. Long live your Majesty. The Prince of Guangping and the 5 elders bowed respectfully. Yunding Tian replied, there is no need for such formalities, my royal uncle. You have guarded the eastern frontier of our Great Zhou for 30 years. Your contributions are indeed commendable. The Prince of Guangping paused for a moment before respectfully stating, your Majesty is too kind. Safeguarding the borders is the duty of a loyal subject. The 5 elders, having been overlooked by Yunding Tian, straightened their backs after a brief bow. Yun Liswang displayed a hint of displeasure. Before Yunding Tian could utter a word, the Grand Chancellor interjected, your Majesty, yesterday Yi Qinyang caused a commotion in the capital. As your loyal ministers, we failed to act in time, resulting in your grave injury, that we beseech your forgiveness. There is no need for such concern. Grand Chancellor, as far as I know, Yi Qinyang has already been defeated by you. You have turned your merits into atonement. Truly a pillar of our Great Zhou, Yunding Tian said, emphasizing the word pillar with a somber tone. Unfazed by Yunding Tian's demeanor, the Grand Chancellor continued, may I inquire about the state of your injuries? Your Majesty? Yunding Tian smiled faintly. It is of no consequence, Your Majesty. The martial dynasty's Yi Qinyang has allied with 6 other dynasties to wage war against our great Zhou, and conflict shall erupt soon. Given your condition, I fear the upcoming battles may exacerbate your injuries. Therefore, Grand Chancellor. Yunding Tian interrupted sharply. Did you not hear me? My injuries are of no concern. During the forthcoming war, I shall remain in the capital, issuing commands. Should the need arise, I will personally lead our forces into battle. The Grand Chancellor, seemingly deaf to Yunding Tian's declaration, continued, For the safety of your Majesty, we advise that the Prince of Guangping govern in the capital, while you and the Princess retire to a villa for recuperation. A heavy silence fell upon the imperial study. After a moment, an aura of authority radiated from Yunding Tian. Yun Lishuang's displeasure was evident as she exclaimed, Grand Chancellor, are you attempting a coup? Your Highness, do not jest. All our actions are for the benefit of our great Zhou. The Prince of Guangping has ascended to the Divine Wheel realm. His regency will command respect across the realm. The Grand Chancellor's aura grew ever more imposing. The Prince of Guangping stood quietly to the side, not contributing much to the conversation, instead observing the unfolding drama. Yunding Tian's gaze turned sharp as he addressed the prince. Royal uncle, do you share this sentiment? The prince hesitated, uncertain of how to respond when the Grand Chancellor swiftly turned to him, a murderous glint in his eyes. The prince quickly replied, I am willing to share your Majesty's burdens. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 cabinet elders burst forth with a formidable aura. The 4 guardians, sensing the tension, broke through the door. The 3rd elder scoffed, Does someone of the Jade Purity realm dare to act so brazenly again? With a wave of his hand, the 3rd elder unleashed a powerful surge of energy, sending the 4 guardians flying out of the imperial study. Yunding Tian slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, Grand Chancellor, do you seek rebellion? The Grand Chancellor chuckled. Your Majesty has ruled for decades, naturally burdened by state affairs. However, with war imminent and your injuries still unhealed, the princess, though in the Void Realm, is still vulnerable. As he spoke, a surge of fiery energy emanated from the Grand Chancellor's fingers, enveloping Yun Lishuang in an instant. The fiery energy within her resonated violently with the outside world. With a gasp, she coughed up blood and collapsed before the desk. The Shuang and Yunding Tian rushed to support her, both father and daughter casting a fierce glare at the Grand Chancellor. The lightning and flame energy that plagued Yun Lishuang's ability to cultivate stemmed from the Grand Chancellor. The Prince of Guangping frowned slightly, his expression betraying his discontent, that he wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Your Majesty, the Grand Chancellor continued, even disregarding your own health, you must consider the safety of the princess. Yunding Tian's fury ignited. You treacherous minister. Having served in the cabinet for many years, all our strategies are for the welfare of Great Zhou. The officials on the court are witnesses to this. If your Majesty refuses to relinquish power, do you truly believe you can contend against Yi Qinyang alone? As the Grand Chancellor's words hung in the air, Yun Lishuang regained some composure and grasped Yunding Tian's arm. Yunding Tian's expression was filled with melancholy, that if he refused to yield power, the 5 elders, the Prince of Guangping, and the Champion Marquis commanding 1,000,000 border troops would no longer be the left and right arms of Great Zhou. If Yunding Tian could not defeat Yi Qinyang, how could he defend Great Zhou? Father, please endure, Yun Lishuang whispered softly. Yunding Tian's aura was chaotic, and his injuries worsened. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if I govern, I shall uphold the dignity of our Great Zhou, and its territory shall be firmly under the control of the Yun clan. With these words, Yunding Tian finally relinquished his imposing aura. After a prolonged silence, he coldly regarded the Grand Chancellor, speaking each word with deliberate weight. I consent to the Grand Chancellor's counsel. Chapter 54. The Power of Guangping. The art of disguise. On the day following Yi Qinyang's return to the martial dynasty, the alliance of the 7 dynasties commenced their war against Great Zhou. In the geographical divide, Great Zhou lay at the center of Tianyuan continent, surrounded by the 7 dynasties, transforming its entire border into a battlefield. 4 of the 5 cabinet elders rushed to the borders to take command. The 2nd elder against the Martial dynasty, the 3rd elder against the Tang dynasty, the 4th elder against Yin, and the 5th elder against Wei. The Champion Marquis commanded 1,000,000 border troops in the north, confronting the joint forces of Han and Zhao. While the Guangping garrison held off the assaults from the Chu dynasty, the Grand Chancellor and the Prince of Guangping stayed in the capital, issuing commands and addressing military affairs. Within a matter of days, a palpable tension and fervor enveloped all of Great Zhou. The Chu dynasty emerged as the most effective force in this campaign against Zhou. Initially, it was believed that the small prince of Guangping, Yun Feiyong, would provide protection within Guangping, leading to a hesitant offensive. However, once the Chu dynasty crossed the border and seized several key cities, it became evident that the once feared Guangping had become a mere shadow of its former self. From the garrison to the various local factions, none could mount a proper defense. This presented an opportunity for the long-oppressed Chu dynasty, who, emboldened, advanced rapidly. Within 7 days, under the command of the Chu dynasty's third prince, the vanguard general, they stood at the gates of Guangping County. Inside the county, the garrison commander, Su Yongguan, gazed down at the 100,000 enemy troops outside the walls, sighing heavily. Having withstood previous attacks, the morale of the remaining 10,000 troops was now dismal, far from the lofty spirit they once possessed. Fortunately, some influential families and factions within the county dispatched their experts to assist, managing to repel several assaults from the Chu forces that as Su Yongguan patrolled the walls with his deputy. They encountered a returning scout. "Has there been any word from the capital, Commander? Any news of the young prince?" Su Yongguan inquired, filled with hope. The scout sighed. "Commander Su, the response remains unchanged. The prince has sought aid from the champion marquis. But scouts from the northwest have yet to report any reinforcements." "Damn, that champion marquis." The deputy cursed. "I have heard he has already repelled the joint forces of Zhao and Han with great success. Yet he cannot spare even 1,000 troops to support us." Su Yongguan shook his head. "We can blame no one but ourselves that we, the Guangping garrison, have relied too heavily on the prestige of the prince and young prince over the years. Now that the prince is in the capital and the young prince is missing, we have become the most pitiful army. When the prince was present, our might forced the Chu to retreat 60 miles from the border. Yet now they have advanced 100 miles. If it weren't for the Chu dynasty believing the young prince was still in Guangping, they would have already attacked." The scout reported, "I cannot fathom why the prince has gone to the capital at this time. Is the title of regent truly that alluring?" The deputy questioned. "Did Dio not speak of it? Can you truly comprehend the prince's thoughts?" Su Yongguan scoffed. "Regardless of the reasons, as subjects of Great Zhou, we must defend our homeland in this dire situation." Fuming, Su Yongguan gazed fiercely at the enemy troops beyond the walls. Possessing a strength equivalent to the third level of the Jade Purity realm, he ranked among the finest commanders in Guangping. However, lacking experience in leading troops in a battle, he could only fulfill the role of a city defender. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed, and a tidal wave of spiritual energy surged from outside the county. The enemy was attacking the city, preparing for battle. Su Yongguan immediately issued commands, and the garrison sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. In the realm of Chu, the third prince of the Chu dynasty took the lead, followed closely by a formidable army of 100,000 soldiers of the lowest Tianyang realm. He himself boasted the prowess of the 8th level of the Yupu realm, coupled with his soul power cultivated to great perfection, instilling in him an unwavering confidence to seize the county seat of Guangping. The fierce winds howled as the third prince of Chu leaped into action, charging towards the city walls that Su Yongguan, instantly rising to his feet with a bone-piercing spear in hand, launched himself at the Chu prince. Immediately, the Yupu realm experts from both armies soared into the air, engaging in a grandiose battle above the battlefield. The Tianyang realm soldiers clashed fiercely on the ground, and the sounds of slaughter reverberated through the heavens and earth as spiritual energy surged in all directions that as he observed Su Yongguan rushing towards him. The Chu prince cast a disdainful glance, recognizing his opponent as merely a trifling third level of the Yupu realm, destined for death. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, imbued with a menacing aura. Su Yongguan bellowed, and the tip of his spear glimmered with brilliance as a powerful force erupted forth. Boom! Upon their collision, the two forces generated a cacophony of explosive shockwaves, forcing both men to retreat. The Chu prince felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had failed to secure victory with his first strike. Undeterred, he launched another attack. The 8th level of the Yupu realm held an absolute advantage over the 3rd level. Bang! a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, overwhelming Su Yongguan, who was sent reeling back dozens of feet, blood uncontrollably seeping from his mouth. Looking around, the troops defending Guangping were retreating in disarray, while on the battlefield, the forces of Chu were on the verge of breaching the city gates that in the air. The Yupu realm masters of various clans were also in dire straits. So you're the commander of this county's defense? I surmise that slaying you will bring this battle to a close. The Chu prince scoffed coldly, gathering a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy. The seal of annihilation erupted forth, a terrifying force of spiritual energy sweeping towards Su Yongguan. Blotting out the sun, with no hope for assistance, Su Yongguan once more condensed his spiritual energy, thrusting his trembling spear forward. Aware of his impending doom, he charged forth gallantly. But just then, a blinding golden light surged forth. A mighty sword force descended like a tempest. Bang! The seal of annihilation was instantly cleaved in two, and within the chilling golden radiance stood a figure blocking Su Yongguan's path. Su Yongguan looked up to see a man in his 30s, clad in splendid attire, with a fierce countenance. Although he lacked the signature 2 wisps of mustache, Su Yongguan still recognized him without difficulty. Little Prince, upon hearing this call, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling a renewed admiration for Shangguan Qingyu's skill in disguise. Nodding slightly, he unleashed another sword strike, blazing a trail of destruction. The overwhelming sword force burst forth, combined with the supreme pressure emanating from the god-slaying sword, sweeping towards the Chu prince in an instant. The Chu prince, still in shock, quickly leaped into the air, propelling himself dozens of feet into the sky. Alas, a poor Yupu realm expert behind the Chu prince met his end, never even realizing who had slain him. Yin Feiyang, you have returned, the Chu prince shouted angrily from above. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and leaped into the air, confronting the Chu prince directly. Are you astonished? Should I inform you, a trespasser, of my return to my homeland? The Chu prince cast a glance at the god-slaying sword in Jiang Ning's hand, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Below, the battlefield raged on, the cries of battle mingling with the continuous clash of spiritual energies. Yun Feiyang, I am the 3rd prince of the Chu dynasty, now at the 8th level of the Yupu realm, while you, being 7 years my senior, remain at the 7th level. It is only due to your divine sword that you have gained such renown. Dare you face me without the god-slaying sword? Jiang Ning found this statement almost laughable, recalling his moment of peril in the dense forests along the border of the Zhouhan, where he had bound himself to the divine sword to preserve his life. Over the past 7 days, Jiang Ning had recuperated in Luoyang and, once healed, hastened to Guangping, yet had barely tested the sword's might. Now that an opportunity had finally arisen, how could he let it slip away? I do not dare, Jiang Ning replied, his expression unperturbed. The Chu prince snorted coldly, his body trembling slightly. Yin Feiyang, I foolishly thought you a hero, but it seems you are merely a coward. If you do not dare, then I shall take my leave. Retreat! The Chu prince bellowed, and the Chu forces, embroiled in battle, immediately ceased their assaults, drawing back in large swathes. Seeing the Chu prince's actions, Jiang Ning couldn't suppress a smile. Who is this coward truly speaking of? You think you can leave without consulting the sword in my hand? A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes as the god-slaying sword shimmered with golden light. Heavenly profound sword technique. Gale silence. A vast wave of sword force erupted, entwined with an unparalleled gale, hurtling towards the Chu prince. Despicable. The Chu prince roared, hastening his escape, not daring to look back. From a distance, Jiang Ning felt helpless, pondering what Yun Feiyang had done in the Chu dynasty to incite such rage and hatred among its people. Boom! The force of the blow was more than twice as fast as the Chu prince, crashing into him in the blink of an eye. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted from the Chu prince, his expression one of shock. Shameless scoundrel, to use a divine sword against me. Is this true victory? As the esteemed 3rd prince of the Chu dynasty uttered such simple last words, it was indeed a lamentable sight. The Chu army, witnessing their prince's demise in midair, paused briefly before, as if in telepathic agreement. Unleashing their full strength to flee, clouds of dust billowed forth, obscuring the entire sky. Jiang Ning chuckled softly and unleashed another sword strike. heavenly profound sword technique, blazing a trail of destruction. Originally, the might of this sword technique was renowned for its overwhelming presence. And combined with the supreme sword force of the god-slaying sword, the resulting wave of energy surged nearly 100 feet. The tempestuous energy coalesced, manifesting like a monstrous wave crashing down upon the Chu army. Yun Feiyong has returned. Run, flee, do not stay and die. Cries of panic erupted within the Chu ranks, yet nearly everyone made the same choice: to flee. Moments later, the energy wave collided with the ground, causing the Chu army to disperse completely. This battle is a resounding victory. The troops within the county city shouted jubilantly. The little prince is magnificent. Jiang Ning turned to face the eager gazes of those below, gradually immersing himself in the identity of Yun Feiyong, the Su Yongguan. Regaining his composure, promptly led his officers and the masters from the family clans of the county city into the air. General Su Yongguan. I pay my respects to the little prince. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with Su Yongguan's immediate self-introduction, sparing him the trouble of inquiring further. General Su requires no formalities. This time, the defense of the city owes much to your capable leadership. Jiang Ning pondered before responding. Upon hearing this, Su Yongguan and the other commanders exchanged glances, whispers of astonishment rippling through them. The little prince is willing to speak with us, and he is so amicable. It is a stark contrast to the past. In the past, he would have undoubtedly charged in a Chu to seize women, despite the distance. Jiang Ning caught snippets of their conversation, reflecting on what kind of person Yun Feiyong had been in days gone by. I am unworthy of such praise. Now, half of the 14 cities within Guangping have fallen into the hands of Chu, and I nearly lost the city myself. The little prince shows great magnanimity by not punishing me. Su Yongguan, somewhat perplexed by the changes in Yun Feiyong, could only respond in this manner. Jiang Ning cleared his throat, contemplating briefly before saying, previously, I had urgent matters and could not oversee Guangping for my father, leading to Chu's rampancy. Now that I have returned, reclaiming our homeland is imperative. With this victory secured, we shall return to the city, and I would be grateful if General Su would inform me of the situation within the county. Looking into the eyes of those before him, although each bore expressions of confusion, none displayed doubt regarding Jiang Ning's identity. After all, transforming into Yun Feiyong had been facilitated by his bond with the god-slaying sword and Shangguan Qingyu's masterful disguise technique. Moreover, even if the truth were to be revealed, with Jiang Ning's prowess at the Void Realm, who among them could obstruct him, having slain the third prince of Chu in this defensive battle? Jiang Ning had already achieved a momentous feat. As long as he managed subsequent interpersonal relations well, it seemed unlikely anyone would dare challenge him, that if someone did, Jiang Ning would not hesitate to sever them with a single strike, ensuring that his purpose remained unimpeded. The little prince speaks wisely. I shall issue the order to withdraw our forces at once. Please, little prince, return to the city. Su Yongguan proclaimed loudly, and thus, Jiang Ning returned to the county city alongside Su Yongguan and the others. Upon reaching the city wall, Jiang Ning gazed over the entirety of the county city, his mind swirling with infinite reveries. After the battle in the dense forest, he had fallen into a deep slumber, awakening to find himself in the capital of the Han dynasty, Luoyang. Shangguan Qingyu expressed her heartfelt sentiments, and Jiang Ning reciprocated by revealing his past affections. Together, they visited Guo, suddenly having such a clever daughter. Jiang Ning found it difficult to accept at first, yet he was undeniably pleased. However, he soon faced a dilemma regarding how to manage the relationships with both Shangguan Qingyu and Yun Lishuang, which became a source of considerable distress. Just then, the great battle commenced. Initially, Jiang Ning intended to remain uninvolved, but upon hearing of Yun Lishuang's house arrest, he felt a pang of compassion and resolved to return to the capital of the Great Zhou to rescue her. Upon learning of this, Shangguan Qingyu mentioned that the Grand Elder was still in the capital, which made Jiang Ning acutely aware of the complexity of the situation. Thus, he devised a plan to disguise himself as Yun Feiyong and make his way to Guangping County. This place had been under the stewardship of the Guangping King for over 30 years. Now that the Guangping King had gone to the capital and Yun Feiyong had been slain by Jiang Ning, it provided an excellent opportunity for Jiang Ning to seize a significant advantage. His mission was to assume the identity of Yun Feiyong, repel the invading forces of the Chu dynasty, rally the troops of Guangping County, and then, leveraging his military achievements in the guise of Yun Feiyong, rescue the father-daughter duo, Yun Dingtian and Yun Li Suang, who were confined in the royal villa. Chapter 56. War Strategy, Royal Villa, Your Highness. This battle has resulted in a great victory, and the citizens within the city are celebrating with joy. Why not return to the residence and rest? Su Yongguan said slowly atop the city wall. Jiang Ning paused for a moment and replied loudly, "The current state of war is urgent, and much of it stems from my actions that I can only imagine that my father in the capital is also overwhelmed with difficulties. General Su, please hasten to report on the current battle situation." Su Yongguan couldn't contain his excitement and immediately exclaimed, "Your Highness possesses grand aspirations. I am in no position to compare. I implore Your Highness to proceed to the military camp, where I can provide a detailed briefing." With a sigh of relief, Jiang Ning thought to himself, "How would I know where the Guangping King's residence is?" He followed Su Yongguan to the main tent of the military camp, where several other generals and lieutenants, mostly of Tianyang realm strength, had gathered. Not bothering to regard anyone's expression, Jiang Ning stepped into the tent first. In the center lay a sand table, with chairs arranged on either side and a commanding seat above. Jiang Ning confidently took his place at the head of the tent. One could imagine that even the real Yun Feiyong would have acted similarly to Su Yongguan. Maintaining a composed demeanor, stood before Jiang Ning and began his report. "Reporting to Your Highness, the Chu dynasty's King Jingjiang, Zhu Zuijing, leads an army of 500,000, having invaded our territory 7 days ago. Initially, Zhu Zuijing exercised caution, but once news spread that Your Highness was absent from the county, he launched a large-scale offensive. Within these 7 days, 9 out of the 14 cities of Guangping County have already fallen into enemy hands. Today, the attacking force comprises the Chu dynasty's third prince, who commands an army of 100,000, though most of them are." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" Su Yongguan lowered his head and replied, "Of this 100,000-strong army, over half are either the guards of Guangping County or factions from the families that have lost their cities." "Good heavens!" Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. Even before the battle has begun, some already presume that the Great Zhou is destined for defeat. "General Su, be sure to document these traitors. Once the battle concludes, I shall impose severe punishments." "I shall obey." Hearing such bold words, Su Yongguan's attitude towards Jiang Ning shifted slightly. Jiang Ning nodded and continued. "What background does Zhu Zuijing of the Chu dynasty have, and where is he currently located?" Su Yongguan further reported, "Zhu Zuijing is the only prince of a different surname in the Chu dynasty. Favored by the royal family, that he has been entrusted with the cultivation of soul techniques and is himself at the 6th level of the Taishu realm. 3 days ago, he captured Jishui City and has since remained there without taking further action." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning considered that previously Yun Feiyong, at the 7th level of Yupu, wielded the God-slaying sword, which had posed significant challenges for Shangguan Qingyu, who was at the 5th level of Taishu. Now that the God-slaying sword was in Jiang Ning's possession, and he himself was at the 1st level of Taishu, he believed he could handle Zhu Zuijing should the need arise. "Where is the nearest enemy to the county city?" Jiang Ning asked, examining the sand table within the military tent, struggling to grasp its layout. "Reporting to Your Highness, the nearest enemy is in Qingyang City, which was originally occupied by the Chu dynasty's third prince. Now that he has been slain by Your Highness, Qingyang City should be in a state of chaos," one of the lieutenants responded. Jiang Ning nodded and proclaimed, "In that case, issue orders to mobilize the troops tonight. We shall march on Qingyang City at dawn." Upon hearing this, the officers led by Su Yongguan exchanged glances. "Your Highness, the remaining soldiers in the county city number less than 10,000, that if we empty the city, we risk it being overrun by enemy forces." With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Ning declared, "In that case, let us only dispatch 2,000 elite soldiers, that a mere Qingyang City does not require a large force." The officers hesitated once more. "Do you not trust in the strength of Your Highness?" "We do not dare to doubt Your Highness. Your might is unparalleled, and with the divine sword to protect you, you are indeed extraordinary, that we shall follow Your Highness," Su Yongguan flattered. Jiang Ning nodded, quickly counting the number of officers in the tent, and then produced several medicinal pills. "Gentlemen, these are qi recovery pills. Consuming them will enhance your cultivation. With the impending battle, should any of you seize this opportunity to break through, it shall be a boon for Guangping County. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Yongwan promptly accepted the pills, distributing one to each officer present. Although he bore the title of the Little Prince of Guangping, Jiang Ning understood that to truly win the loyalty of these officers, he would need to employ some means of persuasion. Having determined the next steps of their strategy, Jiang Ning concluded the military meeting. The other officers dispersed, leaving only Su Yongwan remaining in the tent. Your Highness, do you have any other instructions? Portraying someone was indeed not an easy task, especially considering that Jiang Ning arrived with only the name and identity of Yun Feiyang in mind. It seemed inappropriate not to return home at this time. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ning said, General Su, gather the troops at dawn, that I shall personally inspect them outside the city gate, that I shall obey. Su Yongwan replied, and upon Jiang Ning's departure, he left the military camp. As evening descended upon the county city, Jiang Ning, unaware of the location of the royal villa, wandered aimlessly through Guangping County City. Strangely, whenever a woman caught sight of Jiang Ning from a distance, she would turn pale with fright and vanish from the streets in mere moments. Jiang Ning grew increasingly curious about Yun Feiyang's previous demeanor. Perhaps by fate's design, after wandering a few circles within the city, Jiang Ning indeed stumbled upon the royal villa. The villa's location was so central and grand that it was nearly impossible to miss. Gathering his resolve, he approached the villa. Little Prince, the guards at the entrance immediately saluted Jiang Ning. Stealing a glance, Jiang Ning noted their strength at the 5th level of Tianyang, yet they served merely as gatekeepers. The Guangping King's residence truly exuded grandeur. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning stepped inside, untroubled by the fact that the Guangping King was absent, assuming that others would not discern his true identity as soon as he entered. An elderly man gasped and hurried over. Little Prince, you have returned. Jiang Ning paused, scrutinizing the old man, and perceived that he appeared to be in charge of the villa that a few days ago I had pressing matters that prevented me from overseeing the county. Has there been any confidential correspondence from my father? The old man, slightly taken aback, studied Jiang Ning for a moment before responding. Ah, your return is indeed fortuitous. You are correct. The king has indeed sent numerous confidential reports, all of which I have placed in your study. Jiang Ning nodded. Lead the way. During my absence, Guangping County has experienced considerable turmoil, and with the war now raging, I have devised a strategy with General Su to launch a surprise attack on Qingyang City. I must review my father's reports. The old man promptly complied and led the way. The Guangping royal villa was vast, adorned with opulent architecture that could rival a palace. Upon reaching Yun Feiyang's study, Jiang Ning immediately spotted several confidential reports on the desk and began to read one that the old man then remarked, Little Prince, do you still intend to visit the villa tonight? The villa, Jiang Ning mused, realizing that this must be where Yun Feiyang resided, and casually nodded. Yes, make arrangements for me. The old man received the order and quickly delegated tasks. Jiang Ning finished reading all the reports, which primarily contained directives for Yun Feiyang to secure Guangping County and strategies for warfare. Though sadly, they were no longer applicable. Shortly thereafter, the old man returned. Little Prince, arrangements for the villa have been made, and you may proceed there at your convenience. Jiang Ning nodded and followed the old man to the villa. As night deepened, Jiang Ning was eager to rest. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, the old man chuckled and opened the door for him before taking his leave. Though puzzled, Jiang Ning opened the door. What greeted his eyes left him utterly astonished. In his heart, Jiang Ning couldn't help but give Yun Feiyang a resounding thumbs up. Chapter 57. Debauchery and Indulgence. Divine might unparalleled though the hour was late. The courtyard was ablaze with light. Under the glow, numerous exquisite faces, adorned with enchanting eyes, fixated intently on Jiang Ning that a cursory glance revealed at least 50 women, encircling him in layers. They were heavily made up, clad in audacious attire, their necks adorned with swathes of alabaster skin, that as soon as Jiang Ning stepped inside, they flocked towards him. Young Prince, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly. Indeed, it has been over half a month since we last saw you. You must have suffered from the separation. Tonight, let us sisters serve you well. In the midst of this chaos, Jiang Ning found himself utterly bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. Had he been the genuine Yun Feiyang, he would have already taken up arms and engaged in battle. However, as he pondered, several bold women clung to his arms, their soft bodies providing an unexpectedly pleasant sensation, the fragrance of their makeup wafting towards him, while a few luscious lips sought to press against him. Wait. Rationality prevailed over desire as Jiang Ning pushed the delicate figures away, stating coldly, "I must prepare for tomorrow's military campaign. I have no time for distractions tonight." "You may disperse." As words fell, the group of heavily made-up women paused, immediately engaging in hushed whispers. What has come over the young prince? He seems different from before. The charming mustache he used to sport is gone. He lacks his previous allure. Could it be that the young prince has experienced something? Jiang Ning dismissed their speculations, realizing they would have no bearing on him. "I require rest. You need not attend to me tonight." With that, he made his way toward the room directly opposite the courtyard. Upon pushing open the door, Jiang Ning was taken aback. The spacious room was grand, rivaling 10 imperial study rooms. The furnishings left him utterly astonished. He had never imagined encountering an actual swimming pool in this realm. Steam rose from the water, which was ample enough to accommodate 50 or 60 women. Beside the pool stood an enormous bed, truly deserving of the term grand. Jiang Ning had never seen a bed of such size. Even 100 people could sleep upon it without disturbing one another. Yun Feiyang had indeed epitomized the essence of debauchery and indulgence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning turned slowly, "That I must attend to urgent military matters. You may rest on your own." With that, he disregarded any thoughts of how Yun Feiyang's consorts might react and promptly exited the courtyard. As he walked through the throng of flirtatious women, a mysterious force approached him. Soul power. Jiang Ning gazed around, captivated by the exquisite faces surrounding him, their beauty intoxicating as his piercing gaze swept over them. The soul power dissipated abruptly. Jiang Ning refrained from unleashing his own soul power and, after a brief contemplation, departed the courtyard. Once outside, Jiang Ning did not venture elsewhere. He remained perplexed by the soul power he had sensed within the courtyard. Could it be that among Yun Feiyang's widows, there were members of the Chu royal family? Given Yun Feiyang's nature, it was indeed plausible. If a woman possessed beauty, regardless of her status, she would become an object of his desire. Yet, the Chu royal family, even if captured by Yun Feiyang, would not easily submit unless there were ulterior motives at play. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was not the true Yun Feiyang. His soul power had nearly reached its peak, and most of the Chu royal family would likely not pose a challenge for him. With this thought, Jiang Ning felt somewhat reassured. He sought out a secluded spot within the county to begin meditating and cultivating. As the night passed, just before dawn, he received a notification. Sign-in, danger level, 3 stars, reward, silver moon crescent spear. Observing the shimmering spear in his hand, Jiang Ning shook his head, deeming it yet another inconsequential reward. His Silver Moon Realm wine bottles already contained over 100 items. After storing the spear away, he made his way towards the city gate, where he had arranged to meet Su Yongguan. After a brief interval, he arrived before the 2,000 soldiers that Su Yongguan had evidently been waiting for some time. "Young Prince, the 2,000 elite soldiers are lined up and ready for departure." Jiang Ning nodded, surveying the troops before him. All were of Tianyang realm strength, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level, with a few at the Jade Purity realm, specifically Su Yongguan and his deputy. Perhaps due to the early start or apprehension about the impending battle, the so-called elite soldiers appeared dispirited, lacking vitality. "Soldiers," Jiang Ning called out, capturing their attention. "The Chu have invaded our territory and slaughtered our city. Though we may not match their numbers, with me leading, there is no need for fear. I was chosen by the divine sword in my youth, destined to be a man of destiny. Under my command, should you display courage in this battle, I shall inform the imperial capital to reward you with titles and promotions." His brief speech indeed stirred their spirits. Su Yongguan immediately echoed, "Young Prince, mighty as ever." The soldiers joined in a chorus, "Young Prince, mighty as ever." Satisfied, Jiang Ning waved his hand decisively. "Our objective is Qingyang City. Let us march." With that, he led the 2,000 elite soldiers towards Qingyang City. Guangping County bordered the Chu kingdom entirely, and this time, the Chu had invaded through a single city, neglecting the other border towns and advancing straight into the heart of the county, leading to Qingyang City, falling into enemy hands. As they marched towards Qingyang City, it was already noon. After several reports from scouts, Su Yongguan grew concerned. "Young Prince, the scouts have confirmed that there are currently 30,000 enemy troops in Qingyang City." Jiang Ning nodded. General Su, remember to relay this information. During the assault, I shall lead the charge. Once the city gates are breached, you will act as you see fit. Su Yongguan responded, Young prince, your might is unparalleled. I shall follow your command. With that, Jiang Ning rose, soaring into the air, his spiritual power surging as he headed straight for Qingyang City. According to the battle reports from the previous day, the city was filled with remnants of the Chu Third Prince's defeated forces. Although they numbered 30,000, they were not to be feared. As he drew near, several pillars of spiritual energy erupted from the city walls, hurtling towards Jiang Ning, that he remained unfazed. With his strength in the Void Realm, no one within Qingyang City could harm him. However, as the pillars approached, an overwhelming force suddenly encapsulated him. Boom! A formidable pressure descended upon him, causing Jiang Ning to stagger back a few steps while airborne. What power is this? A Void Realm expert. Chapter 58. The Black General, Soul Power Duel. As Jiang Ning stood in shock, a shadow suddenly leaped from atop the city walls, followed by a billowing cloud of darkness. And military flags fluttered proudly above. The resounding beat of war drums echoed like thunder from the heavens. Who goes there? Jiang Ning shouted, drawing his sword to sever the oncoming pillars of spiritual energy. Directing his challenge towards a shadow above the city wall. Yun Feiyang, it has been half a year since we last met, and you have become even more fitting of your name. Have you even ceased to call me father-in-law? As his words fell, a middle-aged figure emerged, clad in resplendent robes, sporting a long beard. He spoke while stroking his beard, his gaze somewhat gloomy. Jiang Ning, momentarily stunned, was taken aback to father-in-law. With over 50 widows, which one of them is your daughter? Perhaps even Yun Feiyang himself cannot recall. Feiyang, so brazen, daring to lead only 2,000 soldiers in a battle while your father is absent. Did I ask this how you defend Guangping County, having not seen your tracks these past few days? Could it be that you have once again abducted some noble lady? The middle-aged man spoke rapidly, leaving Jiang Ning increasingly perplexed. Yet, observing the man closely, he surmised that this must be the Void Realm expert he had heard about. Jiang Ning recalled the information he had received the previous night. This man was none other than the Chu Kingdom's king of Jingjiang, Zhu Zuojing. Your Highness, I hope this meeting finds you well. Jiang Ning ventured cautiously, attempting to navigate the conversation without revealing his true identity. The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. Thanks to you, dear son-in-law, I am quite well. At this revelation, Jiang Ning confirmed that the man before him was indeed Zhu Zuojing, the king of Jingjiang, a formidable expert at the 6th level of the Void Realm. But why did he refer to himself as Yun Feiyang's father-in-law? Suddenly, Jiang Ning recalled the soul power he had sensed the previous night in Yun Feiyang's courtyard. This implied that one of the women in that courtyard was Zhu Zuojing's daughter. Putting the pieces together, Jiang Ning sighed deeply, realizing just how audacious Yun Feiyang truly was. Your Highness personally leads an army into enemy territory. You certainly hold Yun Feiyang in high regard. Jiang Ning replied with a nonchalant remark. Zhu Zuojing chuckled. Naturally, if I held you in low esteem, how could I have sent my own daughter to you as a concubine? However, this campaign against Zhou is a matter of great importance. I have heard that you excel in crossing borders to engage the enemy, that I wonder if you have the confidence to challenge me today. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning trembled once more. How could Zhu Zuojing, the one in command of the military, willingly offer his daughter to Yun Feiyang, a prince who held such power in his hands? Was willing to let his daughter become a concubine. There must be a grand scheme at play. If the prince were to battle, the son-in-law would naturally comply. Jiang Ning scoffed as soon as the words left his mouth. Zhu Zuojing frowned, his icy gaze fixed upon the god-slaying sword of heaven in Jiang Ning's hand. So be it. Let us fight. Zhu Zuojing bellowed, and the dark clouds behind him erupted with the sound of rolling thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a force akin to a mountain surged forth from the surrounding void, crashing down upon them. That a roar erupted from Zhu Zuojing as countless visible sound waves enveloped the dark clouds, compressing towards Jiang Ning from all directions. Jiang Ning gathered the spiritual energy from his entire being, and the god-slaying sword of heaven trembled subtly in his grasp. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blazing strike. The formidable sword energy cleaved through the sound waves, allowing the god-slaying sword to channel an abundance of sword intent. In an instant, Zhu Zuojing's figure was lifted by the dark clouds, and two immensely powerful black warriors, towering over 30 feet high, surged forth beside him, nearly touching the sky. Boom! One black warrior stomped its foot, causing the earth to tremble violently. With another step, it charged directly towards the 2,000 soldiers stationed at Shuyong Pass. The soldiers below hurriedly commanded their troops to halt, as powerful long spears coalesced with potent spiritual energy, surging forth alongside several deputy generals. The other black warrior swung its fist with tremendous force, striking down towards Jiang Ning. Boom! The sound of rupturing air was thunderous. The warrior's punch held astonishing might. Jiang Ning chuckled derisively, contemplating that this king of Jingjiang evidently had never clashed with Yun Fei Yang. Did he not know that the god-slaying sword of heaven could shatter myriad techniques with a single strike? The surging sword intent soared upwards, the heavenly profound sword technique, galloping across mountains and rivers. The overwhelming power of the mountains and rivers surged forth in an instant. A streak of light from his sword cleaved through the immense black warrior, severing its arm. Meanwhile, below at Shuyong Pass, the soldiers were no match for the black warrior, collapsing to the ground upon mere contact with its formidable might. As the warrior prepared to stomp down, it was merely a fleeting moment. Jiang Ning turned and slashed out once more. The heavenly profound sword technique, divine descent of the celestial realm, with an ethereal sword intent, supplemented by the supreme sword intent within the god-slaying sword of heaven. He cleaved the black warrior in two with a swift motion. The forces of Shuyong Pass seized a glimmer of hope. Though Zhu Zuojing's expression remained unperturbed, the dark clouds behind him appeared somewhat thin, yet still coalescing ominously. Clearly, Jiang Ning's display of power left the sixth-tier king of Jingjiang grappling with disbelief. Previously merely a name, witnessing the god-slaying sword in action today, it was evident that it truly deserved its reputation as the sword of an ancient saint. To have it recognize you as its master is indeed a rare fortune. From within the dark clouds, Zhu Zuojing coldly declared, "Jiang Ning, you must understand that anything is possible." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "So, does the prince fear me? If so, let the troops withdraw. It would be no disgrace to lose beneath my sword. Yun Fei Yang." Ha! Zhu Zuojing laughed heartily 3 times. Yun Fei Yang. Have you forgotten? Our Chu dynasty does not measure strength by cultivation level. We rely on a power you will never comprehend. As soon as the words fell, the 2 black warriors sprouted limbs and bones, and the dark clouds behind Zhu Zuojing dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, an ethereal force rapidly gathered around Zhu Zuojing as a fearsome curse mark began to take shape. Jiang Ning, from a distance, recognized this force and that curse mark all too well. Soul power? The abyssal soul curse. If the real Yun Fei Yang were here, he would merge with his sword to evade the soul power attack. But now, Jiang Ning thought, if you dare to wield soul power, then I shall do the same. If you dare to employ the abyssal soul curse, so shall I, with one hand gripping the sword and the other tapping his forehead. Jiang Ning unleashed his soul power. Zhu Zuojing's abyssal soul curse had already taken form, towering over a yard high, truly astonishing. Then, with a command, the 2 black warriors simultaneously charged at Jiang Ning. Their aim was not to defeat Jiang Ning, but to delay him, allowing the abyssal soul curse to take effect. But would Jiang Ning allow Zhu Zuojing to have his way? With a single-handed thrust, he executed the heavenly profound sword technique, scorching 100 strikes. A horizontal slash released a peerless sword intent that erupted forth. Jiang Ning's soul power perfectly coalesced at that moment. The abyssal soul curse, a curse mark nearly 5 yards high, blossomed before Jiang Ning, rendering Zhu Zuojing's curse mark utterly insignificant in comparison. Jiang Ning pondered briefly. If one were to speak of lineage, Zhu Zuojing would be the son of the supreme emperor of the Chu dynasty, thus forming a certain karmic connection with Jiang Ning. How is this possible? Zhu Zuojing gasped in shock. Chapter 59. Soul Shatter. Surrender without death. The scorching 100 strikes surged downwards, and with that one strike, it directly obliterated the 2 black warriors. Their massive forms exploded in an instant, scattering countless dark clouds. The ethereal force rippled through the air, and upon contact, souls trembled involuntarily. Jiang Ning's soul power was several times more potent than Zhu Zuojing's, leading to a stark disparity in the abyssal soul curses they unleashed. The Black Warrior's demise was within Zhu Zijing's expectations, yet the fact that his soul power paled in comparison to Jiang Ning's was utterly unforeseen. Zhu Zijing's arms trembled slightly, and his breathing became labored. Even if Zhu Yin imparted the soul cultivation methods to you, from where did you learn the abyssal soul curse? This is absolutely impossible. The soul cultivation method is a closely guarded secret of the Chu dynasty. Only those of royal blood and exceptional talent can cultivate it. Furthermore, the abyssal soul curse, which requires profound soul power to master, can only be grasped after royal descendants have delved deeply into soul cultivation. Zhu Yin, mentioned by the king of Jingjiang, is his daughter, who, unable to awaken her Yuan meridian to embark on the path of cultivation, was given to Yun Fei Yang as a concubine years ago. Observing Zhu Zijing's astonished expression, Jiang Ning chuckled. "King of Jingjiang, you must understand, anything is possible." As the words fell, the two curse marks collided in the air, unleashing a violent wave of soul power. Zhu Zijing's curse mark dissipated in an instant, scattering his soul power. Jiang Ning's curse mark also suffered considerable damage, yet its form remained intact. A chilling wind swept through as the abyssal soul curse descended. And in his astonishment, Zhu Zijing missed his last chance to evade. Crash! Jiang Ning's abyssal soul curse struck Zhu Zijing, and in that instant, the ethereal force began to devour Zhu Zijing's spiritual energy. Zhu Zijing staggered back a few steps, gritting his teeth. "You are not Yun Fei Yang." As the words left his lips, Jiang Ning frowned. Yun Fei Yang could never have mastered the abyssal soul curse. "Who exactly are you?" His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing in all directions that on the ground, the 2,000 soldiers, led by Xu Yongpass, wore expressions of disbelief. Jiang Ning tightened his grip on the god-slaying sword of heaven, golden light surging around him. "This god-slaying sword of heaven recognizes me as its master. Who else could I be?" With that, Jiang Ning's entire being erupted with overwhelming spiritual energy as the heavens shifted in hue. The force surged towards the city, threatening to raise it. Two colossal vortices ascended, bathing the sky in golden brilliance. As the air stilled, enveloped in eerie silence, a radiant sun appeared, yet the surrounding sky was shrouded in darkness. The heavenly profound sword technique, sun and moon yellow springs. The god-slaying sword of heaven surged with sword intent, slicing through the air to create a golden sword beam hundreds of feet long. Cleaving through the heavens from a distance, Zhu Zijing, witnessing the unfolding scene, broke into a grin, such anger and shame. "It seems I have uncovered your secret. Who would have thought you would seize Yun Fei Yang's sword?" This statement was clearly heard by everyone below. The expressions of the soldiers at Xu Yongpass grew even more perplexed as the sword beam approached. Zhu Zijing's eyes sharpened. It turned out that in the realm of the void, he indeed possessed some skill. Zhu Zijing quietly gathered his strength, forcefully suppressing the abyssal soul curse's encroachment upon him. "Since soul power could not overcome you, I wonder if my 6th-tier void strength can withstand you." With that, Zhu Zijing lunged upwards, grasping at the air. Boom! This fierce grip resonated through the sky, the void visibly cracking apart. Following this, boundless power erupted from the rifts in the air. In an instant, stars rained down like a deluge, the points of light from the explosion of spiritual energy illuminating the entire night sky. "And no matter who you are, if you dare to obstruct me today, you shall bear the corresponding price." King of Jingjiang, Zhu Zijing, descended in a madness, as waves of his overwhelming might rippled upwards into the clouds. Jiang Ning shouted coldly, his sword intent fierce, and pressed downwards. The vast might surged forth like a tidal wave, immeasurable in its power. Boom! The golden sword beam slashed through the air, and Zhu Zijing, now completely deranged, charged headlong into the sword beam, seeking death. The unparalleled waves of energy trembled violently as the immense force bore down upon the earth. In Xingyang City, fierce winds howled, and the city walls began to crumble. Dust and debris flew as darkness enveloped the sky. Finally, Zhu Zijing collided with the golden sword beam. The powerful sword intent instantly enveloped him, and in a mere moment, he was completely consumed. Then, with a crash, the sword beam descended, delivering unparalleled glory, beneath the god-slaying sword that cleaves the heavens. The disparity in realm shall be minimized. This is the true reliance of Yun Feiyang in traversing boundaries to slay. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhu Zuijing, entirely consumed by the sword's radiance. Somewhat taken aback. Has he perished just like that? No. Jiang Ning immediately unleashed his spiritual power, instantaneously perceiving Zhu Zuijing's true intent. His physical form has perished, yet his spirit seeks to escape, trying to flee. It shall not be so easy. Jiang Ning sheathed his sword, and with 3 fingers poised, unleashed the Tai Huang Shattered Heaven Finger, 3 fingers to slaughter the beings. 3 colossal fingers materialized against the sky. The force of the heavens surging upwards in layers. As the fingers descended, life was extinguished. And at the moment this power made contact with Zhu Zuijing's spirit, he was utterly astonished. You possess a technique to annihilate spirits as well. Who exactly are you? As the 3 colossal fingers decreed their descent, the spirit was shattered. Should we meet again, I shall certainly divulge the truth, Jiang Ning said nonchalantly. This time, not only did Zhu Zuijing's physical form perish, but his spirit too had vanished without a trace. As the dust settled beneath the firmament, atop the walls of Qingyang City, a multitude of Chu dynasty soldiers stood, mouths agape in disbelief. Disarm, spare our lives. Jiang Ning's commanding shout reverberated, causing the entire Qingyang City to tremble slightly. Moments later, his voice fell silent that a long spear was hurled down from the city walls. Following it, a second, a third, and then swords. Blades and bows. Countless weapons rained down like a torrential downpour, accumulating into a small mountain at the foot of the city walls. Jiang Ning turned and gazed towards Su Yongguan in the distance. General Su, advance into the city. At Su Yongguan's command, after a brief hesitation, he suddenly spurred his steed. Advance into the city. 2,000 troops surged forward, marching into Qingyang City with great vigor and pride. Jiang Ning soared into the air, landing atop the city walls. As the soldiers hastily dispersed, should anyone harbor dissent, feel free to step forward and challenge me. I, Yun Feiyang, shall accompany you to the end. Jiang Ning's sword power surged, and none of the Chu dynasty soldiers dared to advance. Soon, Su Yongguan arrived atop the city walls. After a prolonged gaze at Jiang Ning, he finally spoke. Young prince. Previously, Zhu Zuijing's voice had boomed, proclaiming Jiang Ning was not Yun Feiyang to everyone present, and Jiang Ning knew Su Yongguan must harbor suspicions. Yet he felt that even if his identity had been potentially discerned by Su Yongguan, he would never admit to it until the moment of undeniable proof. General Su, I have slain the king of Jingjiang. Zhu Zuijing, swiftly spread the word to bolster our military might. Su Yongguan was momentarily taken aback. Then replied, This subordinate obeys. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Su Yongguan's address had shifted from this humble servant to this subordinate. A most gratifying change indeed. Chapter 60. Power and Strategy, triumphantly returning in the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. At the royal villa, the once residing offerings of the Tai Su realm had all departed, heading to various frontiers to engage in combat with enemy nations. They were the backbone of the Great Zhou dynasty, compelled to fight on the battlefield under such circumstances. Now, only 2 individuals remained within the royal villa. The Great Zhou Emperor, Yun Dingtian, and the Great Zhou Princess, Yun Lishuang, since the last time in the imperial study, when the Grand Elder had displayed that fierce power of blazing flames, Yun Lishuang had been unable to cultivate in peace. The relentless flames assailed her, as if her meridians were afflicted by a debilitating ailment, rendering her incapable of cultivation. Indeed, even each step taken and each breath drawn brought unbearable agony. Yun Dingtian was equally powerless. He had been afflicted by the divine source power of the chaotic divine fruit, sustaining damage to his internal energies C. Over 10 days had passed, yet he had not recovered, and as the emperor of a nation stripped of his power, he was filled with righteous indignation. During these days, Yun Dingtian had exerted himself in cultivation, hoping to expel the invasive divine source power, after which he could alleviate Yun Lishuang's suffering. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more the situation seemed to deteriorate. Father, there is no need for haste. I have battled this thunderous flame for over 20 years. It is merely running rampant now, and I can endure it. Yun Lishuang sat cross-legged, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Yun Ding Tian coughed a few times, lamenting his lack of ability. Had he not lost to Yi Qinyang, the Grand Elder would not have so easily usurped power. There is no need for such despair. Father, the Grand Elder would not dare to eliminate us at this juncture. As long as we can recover, we shall reclaim our authority. The Wang of Guangping, I presume, has his own grievances forced to submit to the Grand Elder. Moreover, the Wang's son, my imperial uncle Yun Feiyong, possesses an ancient supreme sword that recognizes its master, and his strength is formidable. Surely, once he enters the imperial capital, it will present us with an opportunity. Yun Lishuang reasoned. Yun Feiyong? Yun Ding Tian pondered for a moment. Indeed, he was strong, yet he was merely at the Yu Pu realm, hardly a match for the Grand Elder. Just as Yun Lishuang was about to speak, Yun Ding Tian continued. However, this also presents us with an opportunity. That sword can slay gods and cleave the heavens. After reclaiming Qingyang City, Jiang Ning awaited Su Yongwan to resolve the matter of the war captives. Summoning him to the camp, some matters required clarification. Zhu Zuijing's declaration that Jiang Ning was not Yun Feiyong had been thunderously pronounced. Su Yongwan must have heard it clearly. General Su, I noticed your long spear was considerably damaged during your battle with that black-clad warrior. I have a spear here. I wonder if it suits your fancy. As he spoke, Jiang Ning produced the Silver Moon Shuo foam spear he had acquired that morning. This young prince, your subordinate, has accomplished nothing. How could I possibly deserve such a reward? Su Yongwan discerned the spear's remarkable quality, yet felt unworthy, resolutely declining. Jiang Ning chuckled. A preemptive reward is not amiss. General Su, I have exhausted considerable energy in my battle with the king of Jingjiang. You shall be relied upon for the forthcoming confrontations. That Su Yongwan paused, unsure how to respond. Fear not. With Zhu Zuijing's demise, the Chu dynasty will surely be thrown into disarray. General Su, you need only lead the troops to launch a vigorous offensive. Upon hearing of today's events, they will not dare confront you. Jiang Ning analyzed that I shall not disappoint the young prince's expectations. Su Yongwan was straightforward, readily accepting the Silver Moon Shuo foam spear at this moment. Jiang Ning realized something. Whether or not he was truly Yun Feiyong had become less significant in Su Yongwan's eyes. The slaying of Zhu Zuijing, the reclamation of Qingyang City, and the intimidation of 30,000 Chu dynasty troops, such grandeur. This was true military merit. With this realization, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his subsequent plans could proceed as he had said. With Zhu Zuijing's death, the enemy forces of the Chu dynasty would undoubtedly be in turmoil. In future battles, perhaps Jiang Ning would not need to personally intervene. Handle the matters of Qingyang City. I shall return to the county city first. General Su, I await your triumphant return, Jiang Ning declared grandly. Having said that, Jiang Ning soared into the sky. That I bid farewell to the young prince. Jiang Ning nodded, ascending into the air. What awaited Jiang Ning next concerned the method of spiritual cultivation. The technique for cultivating spiritual power was unique to the Chu dynasty royal family. However, Jiang Ning had already reached a pinnacle in his spiritual cultivation, yet could progress no further, that he felt there must be other secrets hidden within. The one person Jiang Ning could think of was the daughter of King Jingjiang Zhu Zuijing. Zhu Yin, as Zhu Yin, being Zhu Zuijing's daughter, willingly serving as a concubine to Yun Feiyong. There must be some profound intricacies involved. Racing forward, Jiang Ning swiftly entered the county city. Half a stick of incense later, at the villa of the Wang residence, Jiang Ning pushed the door open. The courtyard was filled with lively young women, either frolicking with one another or engaged in cosmetic work. It was indeed the finest indulgence for Yun Feiyong. Young prince, have you returned in triumph? This time, I shall ensure to accompany you well, and I, too, shall serve the young prince diligently. Jiang Ning was disinclined to heed their flirtatious sounds, raising a hand. He cast a stern glance that silenced them all. That I have slain King Jingjiang Zhu Zuijing. His spirit shattered. If you have words to share, come forth with me. Having said this, Jiang Ning turned and departed the villa. He did not know which of them was Zhu Yin, but he figured such a statement would coax her out. After waiting a while in front of the villa, at last, a rather unremarkable young woman stepped forth. This woman wore a lavender silk gown adorned with a few plum blossoms, which contrasted with her slightly freckled face, creating a striking appearance. The girl was at most 14 or 15, youthful and innocent, exuding a palpable sense of fragility. Zhu Yin? Jiang Ning inquired tentatively, Dadaes's voice fell. The young girl did not respond, instead fixing her gaze upon Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning felt somewhat unnerved under her scrutiny and remarked, "Dare you gaze upon me so boldly?" The girl finally spoke, so it was not possession. Such remarkable disguise arts truly can deceive the senses. It is indeed quite similar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nearly lost his composure, but after a moment's thought, steadied himself that so you have seen through it. The young girl nonchalantly remarked, "I discerned your formidable spirit power last night. You are undoubtedly not Yin Feiyang." Chapter 61. The Land Abandoned by the Gods. "Zhu Yan's past, then why did you not expose me last night?" Jiang Ning replied. "What advantage would it bring me to unveil you? Besides, since you could masquerade as Yun Feiyang, perhaps you might also have an interest in the dealings I had with him." Zhu Yan blinked, revealing a hint of youthful vivacity. Indeed, as Jiang Ning had surmised, the relationship between Yun Feiyang and Zhu Yan extended beyond mere romantic entanglements. Zhu Yan was not particularly striking in appearance, and given her youth, one might wonder what kind of transaction could exist between her and Yun Feiyang. In other words, what sort of arrangement would compel the daughter of the king of Jiang from the Chu dynasty to willingly come to the Great Zhou to serve as Yun Feiyang's concubine? A transaction? Pray do share. The god-slaying sword is currently in your possession, is it not? Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but then suddenly dimmed. Jiang Ning withdrew the god-slaying sword from the wind bottle of the Silver Moon realm, and a surge of sword energy erupted forth. Upon gazing at the golden-hued divine sword before her, Zhu Yan frowned slightly. "So, my so-called father met his demise beneath this very blade, to some extent." "Yes, his physical form was obliterated by a single strike, while his spirit was extinguished by other means," Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. Zhu Yan nodded. "Then it seems he is truly beyond salvation. Well done." Jiang Ning was taken aback by her response and tentatively inquired, "Are you harboring resentment towards him for offering you to Yun Feiyang?" Zhu Yan grinned, her freckles accentuating her charm. "What Zhu Zhaojing conveyed to you was that it was he who presented me to Yun Feiyang. Correct? Indeed." Zhu Yan continued, "My so-called father prioritized his reputation above all else, that I had voluntarily departed from the Chu dynasty's Jiang King's residence to seek out Yun Feiyang. He was left with no choice but to concoct this narrative to soothe his wounded pride. You wish to know the nature of my dealings with Yun Feiyang? First, reveal your true identity, why true identity?" Jiang Ning hesitated slightly, as Zhu Yan appeared to be a rather troublesome individual. "Fear not. I shall not disclose anything, that I merely wish to ascertain with whom I am transacting, and I assure you, this transaction will pique your interest." Such confidence? Of course, even Yun Feiyang would find it hard to refuse. "Do you truly wish not to hear more?" Jiang Ning sighed. "I am Jiang Ning, the prince consort of the Great Zhou." Zhu Yan paused. "So you are Jiang Ning, that I have heard whispers of your deeds in the martial dynasty. Now, can we discuss the details of that transaction?" Zhu Yan chuckled softly. "Jiang Ning, are you aware of the origins of the god-slaying sword, a sword wielded by an ancient holy sovereign?" Zhu Yan declared proudly. Indeed, in the abandoned land of the gods, one must prefix holy sovereign with ancient when speaking of such titles. The abandoned land of the gods? Indeed, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as the mortal realm. However, in the divine realm, it is universally regarded as the abandoned land of the gods. Jiang Ning's interest was piqued, as the name suggests. The abandoned land is a place forsaken by the gods. The cosmos is vast, with countless continents. When a continent loses something essential, it becomes akin to being forsaken by the gods. Its spiritual essence gradually dissipates, and its life forms slowly perish. The Tianyuan continent is a prime example. In ancient times, holy sovereigns were plentiful, and the realm of Lingxiao was teeming with powerful beings. Yet now, the number of those at the divine wheel realm across the entire continent can be counted on one hand. Are you not curious? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. What is that lost essence, the embryo of the dimension? What is that? Zhu Yan shook her head. I cannot say for certain what it is, only that every continent possesses such an embryo. And once it is lost, the continent will gradually decline until it ultimately collapses, leaving all life upon it to vanish without a trace. Such a vital essence, crucial to a continent's survival. How could it be lost? Zhu Yan chuckled softly. It certainly would not be easily misplaced. The embryo of the dimension was forcibly taken by certain individuals from the divine realm. The divine realm? Yes, the divine realm, the pinnacle of countless continents. A realm of immense civilization and unparalleled power, thriving and flourishing, far surpassing this half-dead Tianyuan continent. Jiang Ning was not particularly invested in the divine realm. What purpose do the beings from the divine realm have in taking the embryo of the dimension from the Tianyuan continent? Naturally, it is to enhance their cultivation. Each continent only produces a single embryo, and it is far from an ordinary spiritual item. It greatly benefits one's training, akin to a supreme elixir, with countless continents beneath the divine realm. What difference does it make if they take a few? How do you know so much? Could it be that you— Indeed. Zhu Yin nodded. I hail from the divine realm. Jiang Ning found it difficult to discern the truth of her claims. For what Zhu Yin spoke of surpassed his understanding. Zhu Yin smiled faintly. I was once a holy maiden of a sect within the divine realm, destined for a glorious future, yet I was betrayed by enemies, leading to my disgrace and tragic demise. Fortunately, my spirit was preserved, allowing me to wander through various abandoned lands, eking out a survival. Thus, I aspired to one day seize a new life and return to the divine realm to exact vengeance. This lengthy tale left Jiang Ning momentarily speechless. Simply state the nature of the transaction. Zhu Yin nodded and continued. To ascend from the abandoned land to the divine realm, one must first pass through the Void Gate. Then proceed to the ancient battlefield of the gods. Only by overcoming the trials of the ancient battlefield can one truly enter the divine realm. However, the Void Gate opens only once every decade. When it does, not only can the inhabitants of the Tianyuan continent enter, but others from the abandoned lands may do so as well, making the trials in the ancient battlefield exceedingly perilous. So you sought Yin Feiyang's assistance? Indeed, Zhu Yin affirmed. With Yin Feiyang establishing a bond with the Holy Sovereign Sword, it grants significant advantages. Coupled with my experience, the chances of successfully passing the trials in the ancient battlefield will greatly increase. At this juncture, Jiang Ning began to comprehend, provided Zhu Yan's assertions held true. To be frank, what you have stated thus far is merely your perspective. It is difficult to believe. Zhu Yin smiled, her eyes sparkling anew. Yin Feiyang harbored similar doubts at first, but I shared another piece of information that convinced him to agree to my proposal. That Do elaborate. The Tianyuan continent is the weakest among all the abandoned lands. There are no holy sovereigns left, and even those of the Lingxiao realm have vanished. Moreover, I estimate that within 5 years, the Tianyuan continent will completely collapse due to the loss of the embryo of the dimension, leading to the annihilation of all life upon it. Without exception, the only means of survival is to enter the Void Gate before the continent collapses, undergo the trials in the ancient battlefield, and ascend to the divine realm. Yin Feiyang, claiming to be the destined child, was initially skeptical, yet I assured him that the Void Gate would soon appear, and once he witnessed it, he would believe my words. Thus, he consented to the transaction. This logic seemed plausible, and after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning nodded to be by the way. Did you not mention that you were wandering as a spirit in various abandoned lands? Why did you ultimately choose the Tianyuan continent? Was it solely because of Yin Feiyang? Not at all. Zhu Yin declared emphatically. Choosing Yin Feiyang was a fortuitous discovery. My selection of the Tianyuan continent was intentional. How so? I traversed various abandoned lands in spirit form, searching for the continent most likely to succeed in the trials. During this time, I unexpectedly witnessed 2 divine emperors manifest in the Tianyuan continent. Jiang Ning paused. Divine emperors? Indeed. Zhu Yin exclaimed with excitement. There are 9 divine emperors in the divine realm, each a supreme being capable of obliterating countless continents with a mere gesture, living for millennia. Their status unparalleled. Yet, despite their exalted rank, 2 of them deign to descend upon this continent, which has lost its embryo of the dimension. Though I am unaware of their purpose here, I surmise that the Tianyuan continent must possess something unique compared to other abandoned lands. Thus, I resolved to come to the Tianyuan continent. After several years of dormancy, I awoke and seized the body of the king of Zhang's daughter from the Chu dynasty, plotting my vendetta. Jiang Ning found Zhu Yan's actions perplexing and casually remarked, You determined that the Tianyuan continent was the best choice merely because 2 divine emperors visited? I am certain of it. The 2 divine emperors I encountered were the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor, the most powerful beings in the divine realm, wielding unmatched thunder and blazing fire. Their mere presence signifies that the continent they visit holds tremendous opportunities. As the words fell, Jiang Ning suddenly froze. The might of thunder and the fierce flame seemed to have encountered one another at a singular point. Chapter 62. The Wind-Whispering Sword Technique, the Saint Sovereign Sword, that I in that fleeting moment. Jiang Ning's thoughts surged like a tempest that if Zhu Yin spoke the truth, then what could possibly be the purpose of the Thunder Emperor and Flame Emperor's visit to the Tianyuan continent? From whence did the two forces within Yun, Li Suang originate? Jiang Ning felt as though he were ensnared in a grand scheme. Yet the truth was obscured by a powerful hand, shrouded in darkness and devoid of any illumination. What's wrong? Do you still not believe? Zhu Yin furrowed her brow. The last time the Void Gate appeared, I was just over 5 years old. It is likely to manifest again within a year. At that time, you will have no choice but to believe that I believe. Jiang Ning replied calmly that I accept what you say, but I must deliberate further on the transaction you mentioned. Zhu Yin nodded. I shall grant you time to ponder. Regardless, once the Void Gate emerges, you will undoubtedly realize the truth of my words that be why the way. Jiang Ning suddenly called out to Zhu Yin. Why do I sense no spiritual energy from you? Have you not cultivated? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin let out a resigned sigh. It is my own fault for being too hasty. The body I have usurped is inherently devoid of spiritual pulse, rendering cultivation impossible. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Before acquiring the ancient sacred body, he too was devoid of spiritual pulse. Looking at Zhu Yin now, he felt a twinge of empathy. Did not lose heart. Perhaps one day, your innate spiritual pulse may awaken. With your identity as a saintess, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thank you for your kind words, Zhu Yin replied. Furthermore, since you are not Yin Feiyang, I presume you have little interest in those in the other courtyard, correct? I am the Prince Consort of Dezhou. What say you? In that case, please take me to reside in the royal residence. Spending every day among those people is driving me to madness, Zhu Yin implored. Very well, I shall arrange it, Jiang Ning answered without hesitation. Zhu Yin smiled. I must say, you are truly different from Yin Feiyang. I cannot help but feel that you are the opportunity left behind by the Thunder and Flame Emperors on the Tianyuan continent, that I have no connection to them. I am simply Jiang Ning. All right, Jiang Ning, Zhu Yin chimed playfully, but for now, I cannot call you that, my little prince. At this, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief that as a celebration of our agreement. I possess a sword technique from the divine realm. It should be classified as a heavenly grade 9th-tier technique here, on the Tianyuan continent, that, you require it. The Wind-Whispering Sword Technique. It seems you have had an encounter with is it truly formidable? However, Yun Feiyang is rather dull-witted and can only grasp a fragment of the Wind-Whispering Sword Technique. But he is also reluctant to practice diligently, his gaze forever fixed upon women. Alas, Jiang Ning replied earnestly. If you grant me the Wind-Whispering Sword Technique, I shall devise a method to alter your constitution, enabling you to embark on the path of cultivation. Really? Zhu Yin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded. Before adding, however, this is contingent upon the truth of your words and the actual appearance of the Void Gate. Zhu Yin seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. I stake my life on the truth of my words. Come with me to the royal residence. I will arrange your accommodations, and you shall prepare the Wind-Whispering Sword Technique for me. After their discussion, the two set forth towards the royal residence. In the borders of Dezhou, at the Champion Marquis military camp, another grand victory had been achieved. 3 formidable experts from the Han and Tang dynasties, united, faced the Champion Marquis, yet were met with overwhelming force and consecutively slain. It was said that during that battle, celestial might descended and divine thunder roared. Subsequently, the Champion Marquis led 1,000,000 border troops to utterly rout the coalition forces of the Han and Tang dynasties. Reports suggested that the Han dynasty was already preparing to submit and pay tribute. Within the command tent, the Champion Marquis sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy around him rippling continuously. At times, a thunderous crash resonated, and a glimmer of lightning seemed to flicker in the depths of his eyes. Signs of a breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly pure, swirling into a torrent within the tent, above the military camp. The sky darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and multiple streams of spiritual energy pressed down, showcasing an overwhelming force of oppression. Suddenly, boom! A brilliant flash of lightning erupted from the cloud cover, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. As the lightning dissipated, the torrent of spiritual energy within the tent surged upward toward the heavens. The thousands of soldiers in the camp stared in astonishment. What a powerful spiritual energy vortex! Is our Lord about to break through? Without a doubt. It is said that every ascension in the celestial void realm is accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Our Lord is formidable. To serve under the champion marquee is a stroke of fortune. Hail to our Lord! As radiant hues of dawn cascaded into the tent, the champion marquis abruptly opened his eyes to the sixth layer of the celestial void realm. Before he could stabilize his surrounding spiritual energy, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I shall assist you. This ascension is merely the beginning. Since we have agreed upon our cooperation, I shall offer my all. The champion marquis snorted coldly. I doubt you possess the courage to hold back. But Beiji Xiong, I only promise to find you a body in the future. Do not harbor any other thoughts. You are indeed remarkable, worthy of possessing the heart of thunder, able to connect with the divine realm. Such audacity is commendable. The champion marquis gradually calmed his surrounding energy. This ascension has also fully restored my previous injuries. Once this matter is concluded, I must face an even stranger opponent, Beiji Xiong. Are you familiar with the ancient sacred sovereign sword? The ancient sacred sovereign sword? Beiji Xiong inquired, perplexed. You mean to say that your Tianyuan continent possesses such a spiritual treasure? You need not concern yourself with other matters. The adversary I am to face next wields an ancient sacred sovereign sword, reputed for its prowess in transcending realms. Though it may possess the strength of the Jade Purity realm, many celestial void experts struggle against it. The sacred sovereign sword is undoubtedly extraordinary. Such divine swords inherently possess a fragment of sacred sovereign's power, enabling them to engage in cross-realm combat. However, I, Beiji Xiong, was once of the divine will realm. Unless a true sacred sovereign appears, a mere Jade Purity realm practitioner, even with a divine emperor sword, would not pose a threat. The champion marquis smirked darkly. Good. With your assurance, I feel at ease that if we triumph in this battle, I shall endeavor to refine that individual bearing the sacred sovereign's sword into a vessel for you to usurp. Beiji Xiong laughed heartily. It is a promise. The champion marquis's spiritual energy gradually settled, murmuring to himself, once I eliminate Yun Feiyang, it will be your turn, Jiang Ning. Chapter 63. A sky filled with sandstorms, the five-colored wheel, in the Dezhou dynasty, Guangping County, after the death of Prince Jingjiang Zhuzi. The Chu dynasty's army was left leaderless, their might waning. After arranging Zhu Yan's accommodations and mastering the wind-whispering sword technique, Jiang Ning set forth to the military, commencing his campaign in over 20 battles. Guangping County achieved consecutive victories. In the most grandiose battle, 2,000 troops from Guangping County clashed against the Chu dynasty's 100,000-strong army. Jiang Ning, at the forefront, slew 7 commanders of the Jade Purity realm from the Chu dynasty, causing their forces to falter and scatter in disarray. 3 days later, only one city remained unconquered in Guangping County. Jiang Ning had gone 3 days and nights without rest, yet continued to lead his troops towards this final stronghold. After a swift march, as dusk fell, Jiang Ning beheld the silhouette of the city. Little Prince, according to the scouts, upon hearing of your advance, most of the Chu dynasty forces occupying this city have already fled. The remaining remnants are likely no match for us, Su Yongguan reported the latest military intelligence from behind Jiang Ning. Over the course of these battles, Su Yongguan had grown increasingly in awe of Jiang Ning. In his heart, regardless of whether this individual was the true Yun Feiyang, Jiang Ning had become the genuine prince worthy of following. Even so, caution was paramount. This city was situated on the border, and one could not dismiss the possibility of covert actions from the Chu dynasty, especially given that the divine wheel realm experts among them had yet to reveal themselves. To Su Yongguan nodded. You are correct, little prince. We must remain vigilant. However, with the divine sword in your possession, even a divine wheel realm expert would find it difficult to stir trouble. Just as Jiang Ning was about to speak, suddenly, a dark cloud descended, casting a pall over the sky and altering the very essence of the world. This change transpired in an instant, throwing the army into a state of panic. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened so suddenly? The spiritual energy around us has come to a standstill. Weren't the forces of the Chu dynasty in retreat? What is this about? A tempest of yellow sand surged forth. The winds howling. Beneath the dim sky, the yellow sand danced recklessly, accompanied by blades of wind that rendered the world eerily treacherous. Alas! The gray, overcast sky enveloped the realm. Fierce winds mixed with pea-sized grains of sand. Battering down upon the army, Jiang Ning immediately leaped into the air, positioning himself at the forefront of the troops, and suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy. Ice-patterned cold soul seal, the pure essence of spiritual energy flowed forth. A magnificent torrent continuously augmenting its power. That in but a few breaths, this overwhelming momentum coalesced before Jiang Ning, forming a towering barrier of ice spanning over 10 zhang. The icy formation shimmered with intricate patterns. Its chilling aura breathtaking. The sudden change in the heavens and earth instilled fear in the soldiers that a fierce wind surged forth, an immense force crashing down, and the majority of the Tianyang realm soldiers were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, causing the entire army to fall into disarray. "Help! I can't see. The wind is too strong. We can't resist it." Hearing these cries, Jiang Ning's energy sank, and he immediately commanded, "Descend." In a mere moment, the towering ice barrier sank down, directly blocking the path of the army. "Gather here." Without hesitation, Su Yongguan issued orders to the troops behind him. The soldiers hastily surged forward, although the cold emanating from the ice barrier was formidable. It was certainly preferable to being swept away by the fierce sands. Boom! Another sandstorm rolled in, colliding with the ice barrier. The barrier trembled violently, several cracks bursting forth. Jiang Ning stood atop the barrier, channeling more of his spiritual energy, manifesting intricate runes to mend every fissure. The yellow sands continued to howl, and the surrounding spiritual energy in the heavens twisted into chaotic currents. Su Yongguan soared into the air, arriving beside Jiang Ning. "My prince." "What is happening?" Jiang Ning, with his spiritual energy surging, replied sternly. "This sudden tempest of yellow sand resembles a preordained formation, seemingly designed specifically for us." As the two conversed, the unseen region ahead trembled with a powerful force. Roar! The sandstorm gathered once more, its momentum daunting, poised to strike again. Continuing in this manner is not a viable strategy. If it is indeed a formation, merely resisting will lead to passivity, though we must break the formation. Jiang Ning halted to stabilize the ice barrier, drawing forth the god-slaying sword. "General Su, hold your ground here. I shall delve deeper to dismantle the formation." Before Su Yongguan could finish, a flash of golden light erupted beside Jiang Ning. And in an instant, both the man and the sword vanished from sight. That Su Yongguan had no choice but to gather his spiritual energy, relying on the ice barrier left by Jiang Ning to withstand the impending tempest. Jiang Ning conjured a barrier of sword power before him, pushing forward valiantly against the sandstorm. The further he advanced, the greater the resistance he encountered. Clang, clang, clang! The swirling sands clashed against the god-slaying sword, disintegrating into fine powder, and the fierce wind stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring his path ever further. Yet for Jiang Ning, the stronger the resistance he felt, the closer he drew to uncovering the truth behind the sandstorm. Suddenly, through the layers of dust, a vague figure flickered into view not far ahead. "Who goes there?" Jiang Ning bellowed, but immediately realized, in such a powerful sandstorm, how could he be heard? Realizing this, Jiang Ning's palm glimmered with golden light. Wind art, swift, a robust surge of sword energy erupted forth, confronting the onslaught of yellow sand. Crackle! The two forces collided, spiritual energy exploding continuously, just as the wind art was about to strike the indistinct figure. A deafening sound erupted behind Jiang Ning. Boom! The ice barrier shattered. In an instant, the soldiers of Guangping County were engulfed by the sandstorm, countless energies clashing violently. The cries of battle, howls, and roars intertwined, creating a heart-wrenching cacophony. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, aware that this was not the moment to concern himself with the soldiers behind him. If the nature of this yellow sand formation remained unclear, casualties would only escalate further. "Come forth," he shouted once more, the power of the god-slaying sword surging even greater. The golden radiance was blinding, the might unparalleled. Closer, ever closer. The indistinct figure finally revealed its true form. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Champion Marquis. At that moment, the figure held a five-colored disc, radiant with orange light, spiritual energy surging forth. The tempest of yellow sand emanated from this very disc. As the wind arch surged toward him, the champion Marquis smirked ominously, casually waving his hand, causing a torrent from the five-colored disc to envelop Jiang Ning's sword energy. In an instant, the chaotic current surged, completely devouring Jiang Ning's sword power. "My prince, are you well?" Jiang Ning heard the desperate shouts of the soldiers behind him, urgency flooding his heart. "Champion Marquis, cease this at once." The champion Marquis grinned. "When did you become so fond of your soldiers?" "My prince, do you truly believe these troops are all daughters?" Jiang Ning, filled with ire, channeled his energy into another strike. Wind art, gather. The overwhelming spiritual energy fused with his sword intent, a dominantly fierce aura coalescing instantly. The champion Marquis furrowed his brow. "My prince, I am not one of those mere Void Realm warriors you can easily defeat. Even with your divine sword, you must consider your own realm. You are in the Void Realm. When did you?" Before the champion Marquis could finish, Jiang Ning, enveloped in unparalleled momentum, surged forth. In the champion Marquis' estimation, Yun Fiang was merely of the Yu-Pu realm, relying on his divine sword to exert great influence. But now, he distinctly sensed the unique pressure of a Void Realm expert emanating from Jiang Ning. The overwhelming energy surged forth, intensifying the pressure surrounding the champion Marquis that he had initially planned to summon another torrent from the disc to delay Jiang Ning and seize the opportunity to annihilate the soldiers with the sandstorm. But now, he had no choice but to halt his intentions. The spiritual energy from the five-colored disc dissipated abruptly. The champion Marquis raised his hand, unleashing violent spiritual energy to confront Jiang Ning's sword technique. Boom! The two forces clashed, unleashing a staggering wave of energy, a sight both grand and awe-inspiring. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ning struck again. Buzz! The sword intent surged, crashing directly into the champion Marquis. This onslaught provoked a fierce roar from the champion Marquis, his spiritual energy spiraling into chaotic currents, forcing him to retreat several steps uncontrollably. The five-colored disc lost its spiritual support, and the sandstorm in the world suddenly dissipated as the dust settled. Jiang Ning turned to look back. The once mighty army of 10,000 now lay in disarray, horses and men alike thrown into chaos. And the mastermind behind it all stood before him, the champion Marquis. "You have indeed ascended to the Void Realm?" The champion Marquis hastily regulated his aura. Jiang Ning recognized that the champion Marquis had not discerned his true identity. Upon confirming the army's casualties, he cast a cold gaze at the champion Marquis. "Why have you left the northern front to come to Guamping County?" The champion Marquis chuckled. "Not long ago, I received numerous distress signals from Guamping County, so I thought, why not come?" Jiang Ning retorted coldly. "At that time, I was absent, which is why a distress signal was sent. Now that I am stationed at Guamping County, your sudden arrival aside, you neglect the enemy forces of the Chu dynasty and instead harm my soldiers. Your intentions are suspect." "Ha ha!" the champion Marquis smirked. "A misunderstanding, my prince. Do not be angry that I mistakenly thought these soldiers were from the Chu dynasty." The champion Marquis remained as arrogant as ever, and Jiang Ning had learned a bit about him through their previous interactions. "Speak plainly, I have no interest in wasting time with you," Jiang Ning declared decisively. The champion Marquis snorted. "Since that is the case, I shall not dance around with you any longer. Did I, the champion Marquis, have come here today to take command of the Guamping County troops and lead them into battle, assisting the two elders and the Wu dynasty. To take command of my Guamping County troops?" Jiang Ning's brow furrowed, skepticism evident. "Indeed." The champion Marquis raised his voice slightly. "The situation at the Wu dynasty's border is dire, with countless soldiers lost. Guamping County has already repelled all external threats and should provide support." As the words fell, Jiang Ning shook his head. This rationale was far too flimsy that if reinforcements were needed at the Wu dynasty's border, the champion Marquis' own troops were the closest. Why would he bypass them and summon Guamping County to send troops? "You claim to be under orders. Pray tell, whose orders?" "Of course, it is the command of the Grand Elder. I only heed the orders of my father, and as of now, I have yet to see such an order." "Champion Marquis, let us first discuss the matter of your harming my subordinates." Jiang Ning rebuked sternly. Since the war began, all troop movements and strategies against the enemy have been orchestrated by my master. As for your father, the champion Marquis scoffed. He is merely a pawn beneath my master. What orders could he possibly give? Even if Jiang Ning were not truly Yun Feiyong, he felt a surge of righteous indignation upon hearing this. The champion Marquis remained as arrogant as ever. That had never changed. What? No more words? The champion Marquis laughed. Yun Feiyong, I was merely granting you some face, considering you have ascended to the Void Realm. You might still be regarded as a person of note, that if you know what is good for you, hand over the military authority of Guangping County to me right now. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to kill you and seize your command. Jiang Ning grasped the god-slaying sword with a firm grip, a surge of sword energy rising with intensity. That I in your hands. This sword is but a monkey in a crown. It would be far better to entrust it to me. For only then can its true power be unleashed. Jiang Ning mused that if Yun Feiyong were truly present, he would likely not endure even a fraction of the champion Marquis' words. Both individuals were arrogant and proud, exuding an air of superiority, each possessing remarkable fortunes and exceptional strength, which in some sense granted them the audacity to be so boastful. However, what the champion Marquis remained oblivious to was that the figure before him was not the Yun Feiyong he imagined, but rather Jiang Ning, who had previously defeated the champion Marquis and earned his deep-seated hatred. You desire this sword, do you? Quite simple. Jiang Ning replied with a chilling smile. That oh? The champion Marquis raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Jiang Ning coldly snorted. Exchange it for your life. Upon uttering these words, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the god-slaying sword radiated with dazzling golden light. Wind and language, annihilate, a torrent of sword power surged forth like a tidal wave, gathering strength before crashing down upon the champion Marquis with overwhelming force. Such a display was truly terrifying. Yet the champion Marquis remained unmoved, a flicker of disdain glimmering in his eyes, no tears until the coffin is seen. With a disdainful curse, he summoned the five-colored wheel in his hand once more, this time unleashing a torrent of crimson spiritual energy that in an instant, a roaring inferno ignited from thin air with another breath. The flames engulfed the sky, scorching everything in their path. My Five Elements wheel is an ancient spiritual artifact. Once activated, it can unleash the primordial powers of the five elements. Yun Feiyong, are you not the master of slicing through myriad laws with a single sword? Why not give it a try against my primordial five-element might? Enveloped in supreme sword energy, Jiang Ning felt the might of this sea of flames, his heart momentarily tightening. The spiritual energy rising from this inferno showed no fear of the unparalleled sword intent of the god-slaying sword. It appeared that the champion Marquis had indeed invested heavily to counter Yun Feiyong. The flames borrowed the wind's strength, growing ever more ferocious. Soon, before Jiang Ning's sword energy could reach the champion Marquis, he found himself ensnared within the hellish sea of flames that moment. The champion Marquis unleashed his power with a thunderous might. Thunder roared. A punch was thrown, imbued with the force of thunder and lightning. The clash of thunder and fire sparked crackling sounds as they met in transit. Jiang Ning, having witnessed the champion Marquis' techniques before, was well aware of the origins of this thunderous power. Expelling his sword intent, Jiang Ning pondered briefly, realizing he could not employ the same techniques as before, lest the champion Marquis discern his true identity. Myriad forms, spirit vortex transformation. A resounding chant echoed as the heavens trembled with a powerful resonance. In an instant, a vortex descended before Jiang Ning, emanating formidable force as it surged toward the champion Marquis. Chapter 65. The holy body reveals its might. Time fractured. The two forces collided, the thunder merging with the vortex. And in a flash, their momentum surged. Strong gales whipped around the champion Marquis, slicing through his flesh with sharp lacerations. Enraged, the champion Marquis unleashed several more bolts of thunder, connecting them to the inferno, transforming them into a torrent of thunderous flames, radiating immense heat. Under this assault of heat, Jiang Ning felt an unbearable scorching sensation, beads of sweat pouring down as the god-slaying sword became unbearably hot. Yun Feiyong, I have heard of your previous grandiose claims to make me submit beneath your sword. Do you still dare to speak so recklessly now? The champion Marquis, surrounded by crackling thunder, continued to summon flames from the five elements wheel. Thunder and fire, wrath of heaven. Jiang Ning pushed the power of the god-slaying sword to its utmost limit to withstand the champion Marquis's magical onslaught. Yet despite his efforts, Jiang Ning could only achieve a delicate balance with the thunderous flames. Even more troubling for him was the fact that the so-called five elements wheel in the champion Marquis's possession continued to spew forth flames, creating a sea of fire spanning dozens of yards. Within this inferno lay a trace of primordial power, rendering the god-slaying sword another ancient artifact, incapable of suppressing it with mere sword energy. Still holding on, the champion Marquis sneered, "Yun Fiang, your realm is ultimately too low. In my eyes, no matter what divine sword you claim is yours, you are but an ant." As his words fell, the champion Marquis once again exerted his strength. The inferno surged upward toward the heavens. Dozens of yards away, Su Yongguan could no longer discern the current battle. The army behind him was filled with dread, fearing the flames would engulf them. Watching the fire spread ever closer, threatening to breach the barrier of sword energy and consume him entirely. Jiang Ning felt a surge of fear. However, suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiang Ning. The god-slaying sword could not contend with this primordial power because it was also an ancient artifact. Two forces stemming from the same origin could not coexist peacefully. Yet Jiang Ning had a method to absorb this power. Sometimes, an over-reliance on external forces can lead one to forget their own strength. Jiang Ning's gaze sharpened, and he coldly declared, "Champion Marquis, while the god-slaying sword may not break your wheel, you have overlooked one crucial point." The champion Marquis, brimming with confidence, chuckled, "Yun Feiyang, are you still stalling for time? Hand over the god-slaying sword and command your soldiers to submit to me that I in light of your father's loyalty. Perhaps I will spare your life." As his words echoed, Jiang Ning ceased his replies and, without hesitation, sheathed the god-slaying sword. The surging sword energy dissipated in an instant, and the thunderous flames surged directly toward Jiang Ning. Seeking death, the champion Marquis momentarily wore a look of astonishment. He never expected Jiang Ning to willingly relinquish the god-slaying sword. Yet in the next moment, the champion Marquis's expression shifted again. Logically, without the protection of the god-slaying sword's unmatched sword energy, Jiang Ning should have been incinerated instantly, leaving not even a trace of ash. However, what unfolded was exceedingly peculiar. The thunderous flames encircled Jiang Ning, and at that moment, it appeared as if he were the one controlling the flames. And then, Jiang Ning soared into the sky, his overwhelming spiritual energy surging forth. "Surprised, aren't you, champion Marquis? Listen well," he proclaimed. "Even without the god-slaying sword, I possess the ancient holy body." As these words resonated, all present were taken aback. The ancient holy body, Jiang Ning's figure was enveloped in flames and thunder, his potent spiritual energy surging forth. Myriad forms, ghost wolf transformation. With a mighty shout, a spectral form coalesced. Fear of the ghost, the slaughter of the wolf. The towering phantom, over 10 feet high, merged with Jiang Ning, unleashing a torrent of eerie energy. The flames and thunder that surrounded him transformed into nourishment for his ghost wolf transformation. At this moment, a voice echoed in the champion Marquis's mind. "This individual is indeed the ancient holy body. I must seize him. Champion Marquis, assist me." It was the voice of Bei Jixiong, that he must have other means. "Do not be deceived," Bei Jixiong urged the champion Marquis, who suppressed the fiery voice in his mind and ceased his enhancement of the five elements wheel, that if this Yun Fiang truly was the ancient holy body, then continuing to use the five elements wheel would be tantamount to aiding him. Impossible. He cannot possibly be the ancient holy body, Bei Jixiong insisted. The champion Marquis's expression darkened, despite the overwhelming evidence before him. He was unwilling to believe it. Yun Fiang, as the ancient holy body? Impossible. Such an extraordinary opportunity could not befall one individual twice. The recognition of a divine sword was a monumental chance, eclipsing all opportunities the champion Marquis had ever received, and now Yun Feiyang was also the ancient holy body. It was simply absurd. In the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, only he, the champion Marquis, was worthy of such fortune. He considered himself the child of destiny. Others were unworthy. If there truly were an ancient holy body, it should have been the champion Marquis. Thunderheart, ancient holy body, God-slaying sword, 5 elements wheel. All of these should belong to me, the champion Marquis. Ancient holy body, Yun Fiang. Do you even deserve it? With a thunderous roar, the champion Marquis's eyes turned crimson. A scorching and fierce spiritual energy emanated from his body, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Thunder roared fiercely, and the distinct energies converged, charging toward the towering ghost wolf phantom. The blinding radiance surged forth, carrying with it boundless might. A deafening roar pierced the heavens as the ghost wolf phantom showed no fear. Launching a direct assault, boom! The earth-shattering force erupted, the sound of spiritual energy resonating through the skies. Seizing the opportunity presented by the collision of these two forces, Jiangning commanded the void. Pure soul energy surged forth, the Black Prison Soul Curse. As the overwhelming soul energy descended, accompanied by the menacing curse, the champion Marquis's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Panic gripped the champion Marquis. Jiangning poured forth his utmost strength, enveloping the Black Prison Soul Curse as it pressed downward. What are you still doing? Get out of the way, Bei Jixiong shouted within the champion Marquis's mind. Only after these words did the champion Marquis awaken from his stupor. With thunderous energy surging, he ascended into the sky. Countless bolts of thunder rained down from the heavens. What was once evening transformed into a brilliant daylight. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. The overwhelming might of the heavenly thunder resonated through the firmament, as Jiangning's formidable spiritual energy surged forth. Jiangning furrowed his brows tightly. Indeed, the methods of the champion Marquis were formidable. Yet this time, Jiangning had no intention of retreating. The Black Prison Soul Curse had fully manifested, with the ghostly wolf shadow safeguarding it, surging towards the champion Marquis at an astonishing speed. Just as the two forces were about to collide, a golden lotus flower slowly blossomed in Jiangning's hand. A moment of fleeting splendor. The thunderous radiance abruptly extinguished, grasping the moment of magnificence. Time shattered. The ghostly wolf shadow was obliterated by the thunder, dissolving into a chaotic flow of spiritual energy. Jiangning was also struck by the thunder, his entire being enveloped in lightning, soaring several dozen feet away. However, the Black Prison Soul Curse remained firmly locked onto the champion Marquis's brow. No. As the thunder surged around him, the champion Marquis felt the curse mark embedded in his forehead and shouted in unrestrained fury. Witnessing this scene, Jiangning spat a mouthful of crimson blood, bursting into a hearty laugh. Ha! Champion Marquis, now that you are marked by this curse, you shall never again unleash your peak power. Meanwhile, Su Yongguan observed the battle unfolding in the sky. Murmuring to himself, the young prince, indeed the ancient sacred body, can also wield the Black Prison Soul Curse of the Chu dynasty. This is utterly impossible. Chapter 66. Extreme Madness. The national feast invitation that it was as if time had come to a standstill. As if I had been ensnared by a paralysis spell. Yun Fiang, who exactly are you from a distance? Jiangning slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once more drew the god-slaying sword. Champion Marquis, I have said it before, I will make you bow in defeat beneath my sword. Emulating Yun Fiang's arrogance, Jiangning once again summoned unparalleled sword power. A beam of golden light connecting heaven and earth erupted forth. As if truly intending to slay gods and sever the heavens, the champion Marquis struggled to rise, acutely aware that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting under the influence of the Black Prison Soul Curse. Yun Feiyang could not possibly be of the Void Realm, nor could he be an ancient sacred body, much less have mastered the Black Prison Soul Curse. Haha, I know who you are now. The champion Marquis smirked. You are Jiangning. Jiangning did not respond. The sword power behind him surged even more fiercely. That sword light, piercing through heaven and earth, stretched 100 feet long, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Howling in all directions. Am I right? The champion Marquis's eyes gleamed coldly as he screamed in madness, entirely disregarding the damage inflicted upon him by the Black Prison Soul Curse that moment. The voice of Bei Jixiong echoed in the champion Marquis's mind, cursing, You little brat, do you wish to die? Quickly gather your spiritual energy and suppress that curse mark. The champion Marquis ignored him completely, allowing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge and the heavens to change color. From the very beginning, you provoked me, snatching my marriage, causing me to lose the trust of my masters, and leaving me in a state of limbo in the falling flower valley. Jiangning, do you know I am the son of thunder, a man of destiny? In a year, I will ascend to the divine realm, while you shall meet a tragic end on this Tianyuan continent. What makes you think you are stronger than me? Why, with several thunderous roars, the champion Marquis nearly descended into madness. Bei Jixiong in his mind continuously shouted, attempting to awaken the champion Marquis using his own strength. Yet all was in vain. The pact between Bei Jixiong and the champion Marquis bound Bei Jixiong as a vassal. Without the champion Marquis's consent, he could not move a muscle. The champion Marquis's cries were clearly heard by Su Yongguan from afar. His face displaying shock, the silver moon frostwind spear in his hand feeling oddly out of place at this moment. As the winds and sand swept by, a torrent of spiritual energy surged. Jiangning's sword-light sword. Wind language annihilate. With a thunderous shout, Jiangning infused himself with overwhelming sword power, the supreme sword intense swirling. One strike to shatter all laws. Ha! It is you. The champion Marquis reached a peak of madness. With a shout, he suddenly leaped, his garments scattering in the wind, a surge of powerful energy emanating from his chest. The heart of thunder. What of the ancient divine sword? What of the ancient sacred body? Under the thunder of my divine realm, all is but an illusion. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the champion Marquis's chest, swirling as if time and space were in chaos. Jiangning felt as if he were in a different realm. The champion Marquis was from the divine realm. Jiangning could not afford to think of anything else. This time, he must slay the champion Marquis. Otherwise, he would inevitably disrupt Jiangning's future plans. At that moment, a pure surge of energy flowed into the battlefield. In an instant, everyone felt this energy. You two are the pride of the Great Zhou, truly unparalleled in the world. Why must you contend so fiercely? The Great Zhou is in peril. If you both possess such strength, why not drive out the foreign enemies in the southern region? Therefore, you both, cease at once. As the words fell, a divine wheel overshadowed the heavens. A strong presence from the divine wheel realm descended. The pure energy immediately intensified, the heavens reversed, forming a transparent barrier that completely separated the champion Marquis and Jiangning. Boom! The two forces erupted simultaneously upon the barrier, each possessing boundless power, yet failing to budge the barrier even a fraction. The mighty waves of spiritual energy dispersed, and within that barrier, a figure slowly emerged. Jiangning had never seen this person, while the champion Marquis appeared to recognize him, yet wore an expression of outrage. Meanwhile, behind Jiangning, Su Yongguan led 10,000 soldiers, promptly forming ranks. My prince! A resounding shout reverberated, as 10,000 voices bowed in unison. This individual was the Prince of Guangping, the father of Yun Fiang, a formidable presence of the divine wheel realm. The Prince of Guangping should have been in the imperial capital. How could he have arrived here? This directly disrupted Jiangning's plans. Jiangning immediately retracted his spiritual energy. Perhaps another fierce battle awaited. Prince of Guangping, why have you left the imperial capital to come here? The champion Marquis, revealing the heart of thunder, boldly declared. Champion Marquis, do not think that with the protection of 5 elders, you can act with impunity. I am not unable to kill you. I simply do not wish to. His voice resonated like a great bell. Powerful and commanding. Humph. The champion Marquis scoffed. I see you have the leisure to meddle. Perhaps you should discipline your own son. You might discover he is not truly your son at all, with that. The champion Marquis retracted the heart of thunder, offering the Prince of Guangping a disdainful glance before departing. Jiangning intended to pursue, but the look from the Prince of Guangping made him abandon that thought. The expression in his eyes, anger, doubt, astonishment, intertwined as the Prince of Guangping remained motionless for a long time. Jiangning seemed to understand the prince's intent. Father! The words escaped Jiangning's lips with some difficulty, as Su Yongguan and the soldiers behind him directed their gazes towards the Prince of Guangping. After a long pause, the Prince of Guangping finally spoke. 3 days hence, we shall proceed to the imperial capital to attend the national feast. Jiangning nodded. As you command. With that, the divine wheel in the sky vanished, and the figure of the Prince of Guangping gradually receded into the distance. Jiangning let out a sigh of relief. Su Yongguan and the others hurried over, ensuring Jiangning's safety. My Prince. Jiangning nodded, addressing General Xu. The imperial capital of the Great Zhou, within the royal residence. Yin Lishuang opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After enduring for over 10 days, her injuries had finally healed significantly. During this time, the power of thunder had rampaged for long, and Yin Lishuang had suffered numerous backlashes, nearly perishing multiple times, on one occasion. As the thunderfire energy threatened to overwhelm her, Yin Lishuang seemed to discover something unusual deep within her meridians. There existed a minuscule vortex where icy coldness reigned, desolate and lethal, if the thunderfire energy exceeded her capacity. That vortex would generate a chilling force, clashing with the overwhelming thunderfire energy. The outcome would naturally favor Yin Lishuang, enabling her to temporarily suppress both forces. Yin Lishuang attempted to touch it, yet any trace of spiritual energy that entered would vanish into nothingness. The more it eluded her, the more she yearned to uncover its true nature. On her final attempt to touch it, Yin Lishuang's consciousness delved deep, catching a glimpse of that vortex's form that resembled a heart of ice. Chapter 67. Heart of Fiery Flames. The setting Sun, the border between the Zhou dynasty and the Wu dynasty. Amidst the smoke of battle, countless soldiers clashed, plunging the skies into darkness. The powerful cultivator armies engaged in combat, relying not on schemes and deceptions, but on fierce, direct confrontations on the battlefield. This conflict had raged for 7 days and nights. The Grand Elder and the Wu dynasty's General Yi Qingyang, who had personally entered the fray, had soared into the heavens since the beginning of the battle, initiating a grand conflict, while the soldiers below fought fiercely. Waves of spiritual energy surged across the battlefield, with continuous explosions of spiritual energy echoing through the heavens and earth. Finally, at a certain moment, a golden light will descended from the skies. All combatants ceased their fighting, raising their heads to behold. The descent of the golden light will signified that a battle within the divine wheel realm had finally determined its victor. A decision that would dictate the outcome of this grand conflict. The golden light wheel, enveloped in supreme spiritual energy, radiated an overwhelming pressure that instilled terror in the hearts of the soldiers below. Boom! The sound of colossal spiritual energy explosions echoed, causing the ground to tremble. Approached, ever closer. It was poised to crash down upon the earth. At that moment, a surge of divine essence emanated from the luminous orb, and in a state of haziness, one could faintly discern half of a golden fruit radiating a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the energy within that half-fruit surged upwards, a formidable force erupting from the ground. Rising with an unparalleled momentum that forcefully halted the descent of the radiant wheel, a gust of wind arose, shattering the golden wheel mid-fall. With a resounding crash, a massive pit over 10 zhang deep was created upon impact. Dust swirling in the that instant, another radiant wheel emerged high above the vast sky. The divine wheel had shattered, and half of the chaotic divine fruit had vanished. Yi Qingyang, you have been defeated. The thunderous voice echoed through the heavens and earth, and the soldiers on the ground witnessed the true nature of these two forces. From within the pit emerged a weakened figure, with attire barely recognizable. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers could still identify this individual, who had plummeted from the heavens, as the Grand General of the Wu dynasty, Yi Qingyang. Meanwhile, high above, the one who had unleashed that heart-wrenching cry was none other than the Grand Elder of the Great Zhou dynasty. In an instant, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty erupted into cheers. Yi Qingyang's defeat signified that this war was poised to culminate in a true victory. The soldiers of the Wu dynasty instinctively retreated, gathering around the great pit. The Grand Elder suddenly descended, his figure engulfed in a blaze of fierce flames, as if he sought to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Yi Qingyang's face turned ashen. Still clutching half of the chaotic divine fruit, yet devoid of the vigor he had displayed during his battle with the Celestial Summit. This power of flames, does it originate from the divine realm? Though his voice was not loud, the Grand Elder in mid-air heard him clearly. You do possess some discernment. You have guessed correctly. This heart of flames was bestowed upon me by the Flame Emperor of the Divine Realm. The Grand Elder replied with a cold smirk that as his words landed, Yi Qinyang abruptly lost all his energy. At the same time, he also lost all his ambition. Regardless of his intentions, the Great Zhou dynasty remained an insurmountable mountain before him. 7 years ago, it was the Celestial Summit. 7 years later, it is the Cabinet. The heavens favor the Zhou dynasty. It is unjust, the Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Our dynasty's champion has already repelled the joint forces of the Zhao and Han dynasties. And the Guangping Prefecture is on the verge of defeating the Chu dynasty. The southern territories of Wei, Tang, and Yin are also on the brink of collapse. Your so-called alliance of 7 nations is ultimately but a fragile construct. Yi Qinyang, I offer you one last opportunity. Willingly surrender the remaining half of the chaotic divine fruit, and I shall spare the soldiers of the Wu dynasty. As his words resounded, they shook the very heavens and earth. Yi Qinyang attempted to channel his spirit power once more, coughing up several mouthfuls of crimson, his complexion growing even more pallid. Severely wounded by the Grand Elder's flame power, the shattering of the divine will indicated that he had lost all strength at the divine will level. It is a pity that I could not advance further in the 5th realm of the divine wheel, that I lament not having acquired the chaotic divine fruit sooner. I regret not having forged alliances earlier. For otherwise, everything could have been rewritten. I am filled with hatred. I am filled with hatred. Yi Qinyang cried out, while the soldiers of the Wu dynasty hung their heads in despair. The Grand Elder, exuding an aura of divine authority, regarded the fallen Yi Qinyang with a hint of pity. After his outburst, Yi Qinyang turned to face the hundreds of thousands of troops behind him, his expression complex. My comrades, in this battle, we have been defeated. It is my lack of strength that has led to this outcome, and I deserve this fate. However, I can still preserve your lives, and that shall be my final consolation. Upon hearing these words, the soldiers of the Wu dynasty responded in unison. General, we are determined to fight until the very last moment. A comeback is not out of the question. General, we swear to follow you unto death. Yi Qinyang listened to their fervent declarations and nodded slightly. My resolve is firm. I shall exchange my life for yours. With that, he cast aside the half of the chaotic divine fruit, its blinding golden light illuminating the entire battlefield. Grand Elder, you must remember your words. The Grand Elder caught the chaotic divine fruit in midair, his expression contemplative. Yi Qinyang, you have stirred a calamity across the entire Tinyuan continent with your singular strength. Such talent is extraordinary. Had you been born in the Great Zhou, you would surely have been granted titles and accolades. Alas, you are born in the Wu dynasty. You have yet to witness a greater world. It is truly a pity for your ambitions. I admire your final bravado. Now, allow me to personally escort you on your final journey. As his words fell, the flames surrounding the Grand Elder coalesced, forming a heart of roaring fire at his chest, embodying an unparalleled fervor. Heart of flames, boom! An overwhelming torrent of flame power descended, and Yi Qinyang closed his eyes, embracing his fate with tranquility. General, we shall follow you unto death. At this moment, some soldiers of the Wu dynasty rushed forth, gathering around Yi Qinyang. They wished to accompany him into death. Yi Qinyang did not hinder them. He gazed at the soldiers drawing near, tears streaming down his face. De Wu, victory is ours. The soldiers shouted in unison. De Wu, victory is ours. A torrent of spirit power surged forth, an endless wave of flames cascading down. Bang! Beneath the flames lay nothingness. Grand General of the Wu dynasty, Yi Qinyang, perished. The remaining soldiers of the Wu dynasty immediately scattered in flight. The Grand Elder did not command a pursuit. He observed the raging inferno and looked at the heart of flames within him, feeling an overwhelming glory surrounding him. The chaotic divine fruit, the Grand Elder shook his head. It is a pity there is only half remaining. Otherwise, with such assistance, the Ice Emperor would surely have been vanquished. Chapter 68. The Chaotic Laws, Clear Eyes Beyond Guangping Prefecture of the Great Zhou Dynasty. En route to the imperial capital, a swirling vortex of spirit power enveloped Jiangning and Zhu Yin, allowing them to traverse the skies. Could it be that the Prince of Guangping did not recognize you? Zhu Yin, puzzled after hearing Jiangning's account, inquired. Jiangning shook his head, stating, "No." The gaze of the Prince of Guangping when he looked at me assuredly indicated he knew I was not Yun Feiyang. "Then why did he not expose you, but instead allowed you to attend the state banquet?" Zhu Yin found it difficult to comprehend. "This is something I have yet to clarify, given the circumstances at the time. With the Prince of Guangping's strength at the divine will level, he could have easily eliminated me in a single blow. Yet he not only refrained from striking but also, for days, Jiang Ning pondered why the Prince of Guangping had spared him. Even if the prince was unaware of Yun Feiyang's fate, any father would surely be curious upon seeing someone impersonating his son. Yet, inexplicably, the Prince of Guangping did not expose Jiang Ning, hastily appearing and then departing, leaving behind only in order for Jiang Ning to head to the imperial capital. That it seemed Jiang Ning's plans remained undisturbed. Thus, he returned to Guangping Prefecture and took Zhu Yin along to the imperial capital. "It appears your journey to the imperial capital is fraught with uncertainty. Had I known this beforehand, I would not have accompanied you," Zhu Yin huffed. "Not accompanying me to the imperial capital. Do you wish to remain in Guangping Prefecture with that crowd of songbirds?" Jiang Ning countered. Zhu Yin quickly shook her head, realizing that with Jiang Ning's words, perhaps visiting the imperial capital of the Zhou dynasty would indeed be quite splendid. The most prosperous dynasty of the Tianyuan continent must possess a magnificent capital. Jiang Ning chuckled, saying, "I received news earlier that the champion has already entered the imperial capital ahead of me. When we arrive, remember to keep a low profile, at least until I ascertain the current situation in the capital. Otherwise, do not reveal your identity. Sigh, if only I could cultivate, I would surely be a formidable figure at the divine will level by now, capable of coming and going as I please in the Zhou dynasty's imperial capital." Cough! Jiang Ning smirked, unbothered by the wind that might catch his tongue, reminding her, "Remember, once we reach the capital, do not speak of the Zhou dynasty. Always refer to it as the Great Zhou, and do not forget. Your current identity is that of the consort of Yun Feiyang, the son of the Prince of Guangping." Zhu Yin paused, a hint of crimson appearing on her 14-year-old visage, though she lived in the secluded residence. She had established a cooperative relationship with Yun Feiyang upon their first meeting. For several years in that residence, Yun Feiyang had not laid a finger on her. For Yun Feiyang, he had never touched Zhu Yin, partly due to a sense of contractual obligation, and partly because until now, Zhu Yin was still merely a 14-year-old girl. Among all the songbirds, Yun Feiyang had little interest in her. Now, with Jiang Ning suddenly referring to Zhu Yin as Yun Feiyang's consort, it made her feel somewhat awkward. However, upon reflection, it was not a significant matter, as the real Yun Feiyang had perished at the borders of Zhou and Han. "All right, Great Zhou imperial capital, here I come," Zhu Yin said with a smile. That as they continued on, they could already glimpse the outline of the Great Zhou imperial capital in the distance. By the way, there is still a question I wish to ask. Perhaps regarding the divine realm. "Speak." Jiang Ning nodded, stating, "During my battle with the champion, I observed that he possessed a thunder heart, and in his delirious ramblings, he seemed to claim to be the son of thunder, destined to ascend to the divine realm in a year. How do you explain this?" "Thunderheart." Zhu Yin suddenly froze. How could this be? The Thunderheart is something only a divine emperor who has mastered the chaotic laws can possess. And within the divine realm, there exists only the Thunder Emperor. At this point, Jiang Ning's interest was piqued. "The Thunder Emperor? I recall you mentioning that the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor once descended upon the Tianyuan continent in the divine realm. Correct?" Zhu Yin nodded slowly, affirming, "Indeed, I have witnessed such a sight. However, the Heart of Thunder is an entity possessed only by those who have mastered the principles of chaos. It is a symbol of the Divine Emperor, embodying the unparalleled power of the supreme laws. How could it possibly reside within the Champion Marquis? Could it be that the Champion Marquis is, in fact, the Thunder Emperor?" Jiang Ning ventured boldly. Zhu Yin, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "Impossible. The Thunder Emperor is a figure of monumental stature, one who shatters the ancient and rends the heavens. Among the 9 divine emperors, he stands as the mightiest. How could he possibly be present on the Tianyuan continent? If he truly were the Thunder Emperor, I fear that with a mere gesture, you would be reduced to mere dust." Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging the validity of Zhu Yan's reasoning, that it not conceivable. Then, that the Champion Marquis is merely a manifestation or some other incarnation of the Thunder Emperor. For I have indeed witnessed the champion Marquis commanding the very thunder itself that I cannot say for certain. But your reasoning does hold merit that a being of the divine emperor's caliber is proficient in manifold arts. There are undoubtedly matters beyond our imagination that are commonplace in their eyes, Zhu Yin analyzed. Let us hope that I am merely overthinking this. The last time, I nearly succeeded in eliminating the champion Marquis. I fervently wish that this journey to the imperial capital will fulfill that unaccomplished desire. Jiang Ning expressed with a sigh, hastening his pace. Slow down, I have not undergone training and cannot keep up. Zhu Yin shouted that I am the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, within the royal palace. Emperor Yun Dingshan and Princess Yun Lixiang were confined in a royal villa outside the capital. Most of the imperial guard had been dispatched to the southern battlefield by the Grand Elder, rendering the palace desolate and forlorn. The champion Marquis penetrated the palace, unopposed even by the guards who caught sight of him. His destination was the courtyard where Jiang Ning once resided, in search of the lingering essence left behind by Jiang Ning, that if the essence matched, the champion Marquis would be able to ascertain the truth beyond doubt. With a forceful kick, he shattered the courtyard door, only to be astonished to find a maid still tending to the now deserted space. The Inger, startled by the sudden intrusion, quickly knelt upon seeing the visitor. This servant greets the Marquis. You are Jiang Ning's maid. The champion Marquis inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's name from the champion Marquis, Inger frowned. This servant is a maid to the princess and has previously served the Duke. Duke! The champion Marquis erupted in fury. Why do you still address him as Duke? Do you know that Jiang Ning is not dead? With those words, a glimmer of light flashed in Inger's eyes. The Duke is not dead. Since learning of Jiang Ning's demise from Yun Lixiang, Inger had been enveloped in sorrow. The memories of her time with Jiang Ning had rendered her heartache unhealable. She came to this courtyard daily to clean, cherishing the memories of Jiang Ning. And now, to hear that he was alive, the champion Marquis tightened his brow and suddenly swung his hand. Smack! A resounding slap landed, sending Inger sprawling to the ground. How truly loyal you are! What, are you overjoyed to hear that your master is alive? The champion Marquis taunted, smirking as he caressed Inger's face. She is quite lovely, he mused, since Jiang Ning intends to masquerade as Yun Feiyang. Why not let me, the champion Marquis, also play the role of Yun Feiyang today? As he spoke, the champion Marquis grasped Inger tightly with one hand and forcefully tore at her clothing with the other. Rip, her garments shredded, and a crimson droplet escaped from her lips. Before the champion Marquis, who was at the peak of the Taishu realm, Inger, untrained, had no means of resistance. Duke, though held captive by the champion Marquis. A spark of light shone in Inger's clear eyes. Just as the words left her lips, another slap from the champion Marquis rendered her unconscious, her tattered garments scattered upon the ground. The pain lingering in her heart. Chapter 69. The Three Dynasties in Despair. The Emperor's Scheme Impudence. A sharp voice rang out, and the surrounding spiritual energy rippled. The champion Marquis whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, he restrained his tumultuous nature. Master. The figure was none other than the Grand Elder. In broad daylight, within the royal palace. What manner of behavior is this? The Grand Elder's presence exuded an unspoken authority. Hastily, the champion Marquis rose, disregarding the unconscious Inger beneath him. Master, I acted in a moment of folly. Moreover, in the current palace, are you not the one in command? What is there to fear? The Grand Elder frowned. Having watched the champion Marquis grow from a young boy, his affection for him was not without limits. This girl is a maid to Yun Lixiang. Should you dishonor her, any further discussions regarding your union with Yun Lixiang may lead to unforeseen complications. The Grand Elder spoke with earnestness. The champion Marquis furrowed his brow. I had little interest in this marriage. Master, you ought to follow my suggestion to imprison her directly. With our combined powers of thunder and flame, she would pose no threat for the next year. She would not stir any trouble. Unthinkable. The Grand Elder's gaze hardened. Though she may not appear formidable now, she possesses a complete divine emperor's heart. Should we push her to desperation, she might awaken her abilities prematurely if that occurs. Both you and I may fail to fulfill the divine emperor's command. Ascending to the divine realm would be trivial. Yet we could very well perish at the hands of Yun Lixiang. The champion Marquis, slightly displeased, acquiesced. Fine, fine. Let us proceed according to your plan, that I shall marry her and suppress her cultivation with thunder's force daily. A year later, I will prevent her from ascending to the Void Gate, and you and I shall retreat into the Void Gate, achieving our objectives." With those words, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. In today's Tianyuan continent, only you and I are privy to such secrets. Who among the multitude of beings could fathom that in 5 years, this very continent will vanish into oblivion, with the Divine Emperor's protection and the fragments of the Divine Emperor's heart bestowed upon us? We are destined to ascend. The fated individuals of this land are you and I. 1 year hence, when the Void Gate opens, as long as we prevent Yun Lixiang from entering, she will perish along with this continent in 5 years. An irreversible demise. The champion Marquis listened to these words, which almost bored him, and nodded expressionlessly. Suddenly, a thought struck the champion Marquis to be, "By the way, Master, there is something else I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, recently, I encountered Yun Feiyong in Guangping County." The champion Marquis recounted his experiences in Guangping County to the Grand Elder. "Your suspicions are not unfounded. Have you detected any similar essence upon your arrival?" The Grand Elder inquired. The champion Marquis cast a glance at Inger, who lay unconscious on the ground, feeling somewhat awkward. The Grand Elder immediately understood, gesturing dismissively, "Since the Prince of Guangping has made an appearance. If he is not Yun Feiyong, the Prince will naturally handle it. You need not concern yourself with this matter. It is merely Jiang Ning that he poses no significant threat." Yet the champion Marquis remained troubled. "Master, we cannot fully trust the Prince of Guangping. Although he has received your support, he is still of royal blood. During your absence from the imperial capital, he has secretly visited the royal villa several times." "Is that so?" The Grand Elder's expression darkened. "That if that is the case, then tomorrow's banquet shall witness a few more deaths. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow's banquet is of paramount importance," the Grand Elder commanded. The champion Marquis added, "Master, I have heard that the battles in the southern region are rather troublesome. The 3 dynasties of Tang, Zhao, and Yin have all suffered defeats, yet refused to surrender, resulting in our 3rd, 4th, and 5th masters being unable to extricate themselves. Should we postpone the banquet for a few days?" "No need." The Grand Elder shook his head. "That I have already received word on my way back to the imperial capital. The 3 dynasties are at their last gasp, merely putting up a futile resistance. You and your 2nd master alone are sufficient to suppress the entire imperial capital." The champion Marquis wished to say more, but upon seeing the Grand Elder's haughty demeanor, he refrained from speaking. Indeed, with the strength of the 7th level of the Divine Wheel realm, he could dominate the entire Tianyuan continent, let alone the Great Zhou imperial capital. Afterward, the Grand Elder departed, and the champion Marquis glanced at the unconscious Inger, instantly losing interest, and followed the Grand Elder out. Following several days of intense battle, though Yun Dingshan recuperated in the royal villa, he appeared increasingly haggard. As if he bore the greatest burden in the war against the 7 dynasties at tomorrow's banquet, the Grand Elder likely has further schemes. "Father, shall we attend?" Yun Lixiang inquired. Yun Dingshan nodded. "That of course we must attend. As the Emperor, it is my duty to participate in the national banquet." "Father, but your injuries have yet to heal? I notice your complexion grows ever more pallid," Yun Lixiang remarked, her concern evident. Yun Dingshan smiled gently, opting not to address Yun Lixiang's concerns, instead shifting the conversation to another topic. When our Great Zhou's founding ancestor established the nation, the cabinet was formed to assist the emperor in managing state affairs. Yet now, the cabinet suppresses the royal family. It is a source of shame that as the current emperor, I have been stripped of my authority. Why is father suddenly speaking of this? The cabinet oversteps its bounds and disrespects royal authority. When I have strengthened my own power, I shall address this matter with utmost seriousness." Yun Lishuang responded, while Yun Dingtian solemnly remarked, "The Grand Elder is a formidable individual, boasting immense strength at the 7th level of the Divine Wheel realm, along with an abundance of mystical techniques and treasures, making him quite a challenge to contend with. Fortunately, our esteemed founding ancestor of the Great Zhou foresaw today's predicament and prepared accordingly, which is indeed a blessing for our nation. My dear Shuang'er, you must adhere strictly to my arrangements for the state banquet tomorrow." "Father, what do you mean by this? Is there a hidden scheme?" Yun Lishuang's expression suddenly turned grave. "That I in these past days, although you have been at the royal villa, I have often been unable to locate you. You appear increasingly haggard, as if you haven't rested in days. Yun Dingtian smiled with a hint of reassurance and said, Shuang given your current prowess, do you believe you can contend with the champion Marquis? After a moment's contemplation, Yun Lishuang replied, if his strength has not advanced and remains at the 5th level of the Void Realm, I could possibly hold him off for a while. However, defeating him may be quite difficult. That will suffice. Yun Dingdong nodded. Father, what is truly happening? Yun Lishuang pressed with mounting anxiety. You will fully comprehend it at tomorrow's banquet. For now, all you need to do is stabilize your breath in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yun Lishuang felt utterly bewildered by Yun Dingtian's words. Yet no matter how she inquired, he remained unwilling to divulge any further. Ever since they had been stripped of their power and confined to the royal villa, Yun Dingtian seemed to have transformed into a different person. Before Yun Lishuang, he was no longer the exalted emperor, but rather a benevolent father. The expression in Yun Dingtian's eyes was inscrutable to Yun Lishuang. It resembled that of someone bidding farewell. Why was it so? Chapter 70. The Past That Soars, the scheme of the state banquet in a grand and magnificent hall within the imperial city of the Great Zhou. Zhu Yin pouted, her freckles adorning her cheeks with an endearing charm that is the Prince of Guangping truly planning to kill us. Jiang Ning quickly reassured her. He wouldn't dare that if he intended to kill me. He would have acted back in Guangping County that I simply did not anticipate that the Prince of Guangping would send someone to await my arrival at the city gate. I was quite careless. If I had known, I would have stayed in Guangping County to diligently practice the Black Prison Soul Curse. Coming here, my life is hardly my own, Zhu Yin complained. Jiang Ning paid her no mind. He was exceedingly curious about why the Prince of Guangping had spared him during their last encounter. Upon reaching the city gates of the imperial city, they were soon encircled by a group of guards who claimed to be the Prince of Guangping's attendants, requesting the young prince's presence at the estate. Now within the imperial city, Jiang Ning felt it unwise to resist, so he followed these individuals to the residence of the Prince of Guangping. The Prince of Guangping certainly enjoys putting on airs. We've been here for nearly half an hour and still have yet to see him. Zhu Yin continued her complaints at that moment, as her words fell. A middle-aged man with snow-white hair and an imposing presence appeared at the door. The Prince of Guangping. Jiang Ning's heart sank as he recognized the man he had met once before. The Prince of Guangping fixed his inscrutable gaze upon Jiang Ning, while Zhu Yin ceased her complaints and discreetly stepped behind him. Your Highness, Jiang Ning performed a respectful bow. He had contemplated this title for quite some time and ultimately refrained from addressing him as father. How did he perish? The Prince of Guangping asked directly. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze at his words. Zhu Yin hid completely behind Jiang Ning, who felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine Wheel Realm expert, making even breathing a strenuous effort. Life for life. I lost, he won, Jiang Ning replied with a calm demeanor. After a long silence, the Prince of Guangping proclaimed, few beneath the divine Wheel Realm can rival me. The one who could vanquish him and take his life must be an extraordinary talent. Jiang Ning could not help but inquire, Your Highness, how do you intend to deal with me? The Prince of Guangping smiled and replied. Though he possessed the divine sword's recognition, he was ensnared by lust and could not govern himself. He was not one destined for greatness that I see you, young and ambitious, having succeeded him to gain the sword's recognition. You may well be a talent greater than he. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. The Prince of Guangping's implication was that he sought to recruit him, but he was the one who killed Yin Feiyang. Zhu Yin gasped, realizing the extraordinary nature of a divine Wheel Realm expert's actions. Her son had died without seeking revenge, instead attempting to ally with the very one who had slain him. The meaning behind your words, Your Highness, is becoming clearer, Jiang Ning slowly articulated. The Prince of Guangping raised his voice slightly, saying, Given the circumstances, it is no harm to share a few truths with you. The Yun Feiyang you killed was not my bloodline. His words settled. Jiang Ning nearly choked on his breath. The Prince of Guangping continued, 30 years ago, when the divine sword descended, my son Yun Feiyang happened to be out and, upon seeing the sword, could not resist approaching in hopes of claiming it. Yet, how could an ancient divine sword be so easily taken? At the tender age of 6, he suffered a tremendous backlash upon touching the sword and perished on the spot. However, a young attendant following my son, upon witnessing his tragic fate, did not retreat but boldly stepped forward to draw the sword. In that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. and the divine sword recognized him as its master. Thus, on that fateful day 30 years ago, the true Yun Fiang was no more, and that attendant became Yun Fiang. I bestowed upon him wealth and glory, while he brought me unparalleled prestige. Listening to this revelation, both Jiang Ning and Zhu Yin were utterly astounded. So the Yun Fiang Jiang Ning had slain was merely a substitute, while the Prince of Guangping had chosen to recognize the child who had gained the sword's allegiance, disregarding his own son's death for the sake of glory. Indeed, as the Prince of Guangping had stated, that child, having mastered the divine sword, made the name of the young Prince of Guangping resonate throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. I believe I grasp your intentions, Your Highness, Jiang Ning nodded. The Prince of Guangping smiled faintly. So, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, perhaps after the banquet tomorrow, I will provide you with an answer. At tomorrow's state banquet, regardless of what transpires, you must steadfastly stand by my side, following my every command, and you shall remain unharmed. Thank you, Your Highness. The Prince of Guangping nodded. Remember, though I am currently just a regional prince, once the banquet concludes, you will realize how astute your decision today truly was. Tomorrow at noon, at the palace. Do not forget. With that, the Prince of Guangping departed, and the atmosphere in the hall finally began to shift. Is the Prince of Guangping sincere? Zhu Yin could not help but ask. Jiang Ning shook his head. Perhaps he merely wishes for me to walk into my own demise. The unpredictable nature of divine wheel realm experts made their actions difficult to foresee. However, one thing was certain. He spoke the truth. Jiang Ning paused, realizing that a significant event was bound to unfold at the state banquet. The following day, as noon approached, news from the southern realm arrived early at dawn. Tang Zhaoyin of the Three Dynasties had finally surrendered, willing to declare fealty and become a vassal state of the great Zhou dynasty. Thus, the grand campaign against Zhou by the Seven Dynasties had finally come to a close in an instant. The citizens of the great Zhou imperial city erupted in jubilant cheers, applauding fervently. The royal family was set to host a state banquet at noon, and all officials were required to attend. As Jiang Ning walked through the bustling streets, observing the lively surroundings, a sense of foreboding clouded his heart. The timing of this state banquet seemed ill-conceived, and the attendees were equally concerning. Among the 5 elders of the cabinet, 3 had yet to return from the southern realm. How could the Grand Elder agree to this banquet? Did he not fear it to be a trap? Or perhaps the Grand Elder was already aware of this trap and intended to turn the tables? Moreover, the champion Marquis, returning from the northern realm, had deduced his identity following the confrontation in Guangping County. What actions might he take during the banquet? Furthermore, after being confined for nearly half a month, would Yun Dingtian and his daughter, Yun Lishuang, suddenly reveal themselves at the banquet and allow the Prince of Guangping's unexpected regency to persist? Jiang Ning found himself unable to comprehend what might transpire at the banquet, which only heightened his agitation. In contrast, Zhu Yin was utterly delighted. This was her first time experiencing such an extravagant spectacle. Especially after Jiang Ning brought her into the palace, she marveled at the valiant guards, the bustling yet orderly maids, and the sumptuous array of dishes prepared for the banquet, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. Before the banquet could commence, Zhu Yin began to indulge heartily. Chapter 71. The Hidden Path of Snow. The banquet begins. Zhu Yin, remember the occasion. Your current identity is that of my princess. Observing the astonished gazes of the palace attendants, Jiang Ning could not help but remind her, "Oh, it's nothing," Zhu Yin exclaimed. Swallowing a mouthful of pastry and wiping the crumbs from her lips, "Do not forget your identity as well. Son of the Prince of Guangping, master of the divine sword, and the one who repelled the invasion of the Chu dynasty. As your princess, what's wrong with me enjoying a bit more? Who dares to voice any objections?" Hiccup. The palace attendants suppressed their laughter, while the maidens discreetly left, stifling giggles. Indeed, as Zhu Yin had remarked, others merely stole a chuckle or two. No one truly approached Jiang Ning to voice any objections. Soon, the esteemed officials of the great Zhou dynasty rushed in, accompanied by the court musicians who gathered behind them, transforming the banquet into an assembly of several hundred attendees. The officials, adorned in ceremonial robes, took their designated seats as indicated beforehand. 1,000 guards meticulously surrounded the banquet hall, while countless maidens and attendants systematically arranged exquisite dishes before the officials' tables. Jiang Ning took his place beside Zhu Yin. Seated next to the Prince of Guangping, a position of considerable prominence, the Prince of Guangping's seat was just ahead, and beyond it lay the emperor's throne. This was the privilege befitting the son of the Prince of Guangping, especially as the current prince wielded regency powers. Next to Jiang Ning was the Prince of Guangping's seat, yet the prince had yet to make his appearance. Furthermore, figures of great importance such as the champion marquis, the five elders of the cabinet, Princess Yun Li Suang, and Emperor Yun Ding Tian were conspicuously absent. That it seemed that the most formidable figures always made their entrances last, causing Jiang Ning to regret his early arrival. After all, his current identity was that of Yun Feiyang, son of the Prince of Guangping, and he should ideally appear after the champion marquis. After a while, the Prince of Guangping finally emerged at the entrance of the hall. The assembly of officials immediately rose, bowing in respect, with some even abandoning their seats to greet the prince. That we pay our respects to Your Highness. Your Highness, your might is unparalleled. Please, take your seat. Although he had only been regent for a brief period, the Prince of Guangping had already established his authority among the officials. After all, in the eyes of these officials, the Emperor Yun Ding Tian's retreat to the royal villa for recuperation, coupled with the cabinet's support for the Prince of Guangping, signaled a transition of power. Seizing the opportunity, the Prince of Guangping responded to each greeting until he reached his own seat, having exchanged pleasantries with dozens of officials. Jiang Ning exchanged a glance with the Prince of Guangping, who maintained an expression of calm detachment as he sat down, the aura of authority around him gradually diminishing. Once the prince had arrived, Zhu Yin became significantly more subdued, no longer reaching for the delicacies on the table. Remaining still in her place, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that Zhu Yin indeed had someone she feared. However, after a while, Zhu Yin remained motionless, gripping the table tightly, her complexion slightly pale. "There's no need to be so frightened. I'm here," Jiang Ning remarked, noticing Zhu Yan's unusual demeanor. Zhu Yin slowly turned, forcing a pained smile. "I think I've upset my stomach. I need to," before she could finish. She abruptly stood up, seizing a young attendant and shouting, "Take me to Shu quickly." The young attendant was momentarily stunned. How could such a thing happen in this setting? Yet, Zhu Yin paid no heed to this. And before the attendant could react, she had already dragged him out of the hall. In an instant, the officials were left bewildered, casting astonished glances at Jiang Ning, only to quickly avert their eyes. After all, she was the wife of the young Prince of Guangping, and it was imperative to refrain from saying too much. The Prince of Guangping shot a displeased look at Jiang Ning, who awkwardly smiled in return. "Done on this day of the national banquet, I shall surely assist my father to the best of my abilities." The Prince of Guangping then diverted his gaze. Jiang Ning found himself questioning whether Zhu Yin truly was the saintess of a divine sect. Which sect would select her for such a role? Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a pair of sinister eyes upon him. Looking up, he found none other than the champion marquis. The champion marquis, devoid of the madness from their previous encounter, was now clad in splendid attire, though it did little to conceal his inherent arrogance. "Greetings, Your Highness," the champion marquis addressed the Prince of Guangping. The prince replied with a perfunctory nod. Offering no verbal response, the champion marquis, unfazed, turned his attention to Jiang Ning, remarking, "Little prince, I trust you are well." Jiang Ning met his gaze directly, responding with a smile, "I've been slightly unwell, but it is of no consequence." "I appreciate your concern, Marquis." Upon hearing this, the champion marquis smirked disdainfully. "The delicacies at today's banquet are exquisite. You must indulge, for such opportunities may not arise again." His words carried a provocative undertone, seemingly a retort to the Prince of Guangping's silence. "Marquis, perhaps you should take your seat promptly to maintain decorum," the Prince of Guangping interjected. The champion marquis, feeling slighted, deemed the situation dull and turned to find a seat, which was positioned diagonally across from Jiang Ning, facing Zhu Yin. Then the Grand Elder and the Second Elder arrived, prompting all officials to bow in respect, with even the champion marquis rising to greet the two esteemed figures. The two elders took their seats directly opposite the Prince of Guangping and Jiang Ning. And as they settled in, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense. Within this expansive hall, three formidable figures of the divine Wheel realm gathered. It was noteworthy that the southern territories of the Great Zhou dynasty had only three such individuals across the Tang, Wei, and Yin dynasties combined. After a brief pause, the dishes on the officials' tables were finally arranged. The Emperor of the Great Zhou, Yun Ding Tian, gradually made his entrance. The emperor has arrived, a palace attendant announced loudly, revealing Yun Ding Tian's presence in the hall. Although the Prince of Guangping currently held regency and the cabinet acted as his advisors, Yun Ding Tian remained the emperor of the Great Zhou, and it was essential for him to attend the national banquet. Following closely behind Yun Ding Tian was Princess Yun Lishuang, who entered gracefully, adorned in a silver silk gown with a delicate green sash accentuating her waist. Wrapped in light-colored attire that revealed her elegant neck, with cherry-red lips and raven-black hair framing her face, she radiated beauty. Jiang Ning gazed at her, unable to suppress the urge to exclaim, "Long time no see." As Yun Ding Tian passed in front of Jiang Ning, he slightly furrowed his brow. Yun Lishuang also noticed Jiang Ning's lingering gaze, realizing that Yun Feiyang's intrinsic desires were manifesting even in such a setting, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to glance away. She found herself facing the champion marquis instead, and with a sense of resignation, she turned back. Once Yun Ding Tian took his seat, Yun Lishuang settled onto a slightly lower tier. All officials rose from their seats, converging in the hall to pay their respects. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder merely bowed, as did the Prince of Guangping. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with the champion marquis, both seemingly thinking the same thing. While they knelt, the champion marquis also appeared to share this sentiment. Thus, they remained locked in a standoff until the officials behind them knelt, prompting Yun Ding Tian to cast his gaze upon them, finally compelling them both to kneel. At today's national banquet, my esteemed ministers need not be overly courteous. Rise, Yun Ding Tian commanded. Everyone expressed their gratitude and stood up. Then, with a mere gesture, Yun Ding Tian signaled the court musicians behind the officials to begin playing, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Chapter 72. A breach of etiquette, officials' remonstration at a banquet attended by 4 divine wheel realm experts. It was likely that, apart from Zhu Yin, no one truly came merely to dine. The Second Elder gradually rose and made his way to the center of the grand hall, prompting the court musicians to cease their performance. In that moment, Jiang Ning felt an intense, palpable pressure in the air. Your Majesty. Yun Ding Tian seemed to have anticipated this moment, nodding in acknowledgement. Does the Second Elder have something to present? The Second Elder exchanged a discreet glance with the Grand Elder. In truth, the 5 elders of the cabinet functioned as a singular entity. Your Majesty, with the departure of the 7 dynasties, matters of compensation have gradually progressed. We implore your Majesty to reward the meritorious individuals of this campaign. Yun Ding Tian nodded, inquiring, what counsel does the Second Elder offer? The recent war saw me and the Grand Elder leading the charge against the Wu dynasty, while the other 3 elders confronted the Tang, Yin, and Wei dynasties. We toiled greatly, and the young Prince of Guangping successfully defended Guangping County, while the champion marquis personally commanded 1,000,000 border troops to repel the Zhao and Han dynasties' coalition. The cabinet has dedicated itself to the Great Zhou in accordance with the founding emperor's decree, seeking no rewards. We request your Majesty to bestow ample rewards upon the young Prince of Guangping, Yun Feiyang, and the champion marquis. These 2 are the pillars of our Great Zhou. They shall undoubtedly become trusted ministers in the future. As these words echoed, Jiang Ning felt a wave of emotion within him. All this grandiloquence was merely to secure a reward for the champion marquis, while including Jiang Ning was simply to make the reward less conspicuous. Unbeknownst to them, the officials present were far from naive. They understood the implications of the Second Elder's words all too well. Yun Ding Tian deliberately allowed a pause, letting the Second Elder remain standing in the hall for a moment longer. Just as the Second Elder was about to speak again, Yun Ding Tian interjected. What the Second Elder has stated is indeed correct. Rewards must be given for merit and penalties for mistakes. Our Great Zhou must maintain stringent standards in this regard. Champion Marquis. Upon finishing his statement, the Champion Marquis immediately stood up, stepping onto the dais and positioning himself next to Jiang Ning. At your service, he declared. Yun Ding Tian spoke with an air of authority. Your efforts in repelling the Zhao and Han dynasties' coalition have been nothing short of remarkable. What reward do you seek? The champion marquis hesitated briefly, glancing at the Grand Elder beside him, who offered no response. Resolutely, he declared, Your Majesty, I seek no rewards for my service to the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning realized that the champion marquis was clearly not merely seeking a conventional reward. There is one thing I have longed for, and I hope your Majesty will grant it. Oh, Yunding Tian feigned indifference, yet his curiosity was piqued. What could possibly be so important to the champion marquis that it eludes your grasp? Jiang Ning took a sip of imperial wine, quietly observing the champion marquis's performance. The champion marquis cast a glance at Jiang Ning before smiling slightly, that he then knelt solemnly before Yunding Tian and proclaimed, "I have long harbored feelings for Her Highness the Princess. I beseech your majesty to grant our union." As the sound of his voice faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire hall. Huffed. Jiang Ning nearly choked in astonishment. And as he regained his composure, he was struck with disbelief upon realizing that the mouthful of vintage wine he had expelled had landed squarely on the face of the champion marquis. Coughing, Jiang Ning wore an expression of utter embarrassment, and the atmosphere in the grand hall became even more stifling. The champion marquis, seething with rage, abruptly rose to his feet, his surrounding spiritual energy surging violently. "My lord!" Just as the champion marquis was about to unleash his wrath, the second elder beside him swiftly intervened, admonishing, "This is unbecoming." The second elder spoke gently, producing a handkerchief from his sleeve and offering it to the champion marquis. Glancing at Yunding Tian, the champion marquis was compelled to temper his fury. Jiang Ning feigned a look of contrition, refraining from speaking, lest he betray his amusement, but he then turned his gaze to the second elder. Pondering the man's remarkable poise, it was indeed impressive that he kept such an exquisite handkerchief at the ready. Wang Qingping cleared his throat, and the atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly peculiar. Feeling the scrutiny of the champion marquis, Jiang Ning turned away to focus on the enchanting Yun Li Huang seated in the hall. After a long absence, the princess retained her breathtaking allure, and Jiang Ning silently resolved that no one could ever usurp her from him. The champion marquis wiped the remnants of wine from his face and hastily addressed Yunding Tian. "I have acted inappropriately, and I beseech your majesty for leniency." Yunding Tian chuckled lightly. "The champion marquis speaks too harshly. This is but a trivial matter that I shan't hold against you. However, regarding the reward you previously requested, your former son-in-law, Jiang Ning, who served the great Zhou with valor, was slain by the Wu dynasty. Do you harbor any resentment because of this?" The champion marquis immediately shook his head, declaring, "My feelings for the princess are profound and unwavering. I would never allow such matters to breed resentment. I implore your majesty to grant us your blessing." "Very well. I shall not object, but the princess is my sole bloodline, and such a union must first be sanctioned by her," Yunding Tian replied slowly. Yun Li Huang, who had been under Jiang Ning's gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort. As the conversation shifted towards her, she rose swiftly. "In response to my father, I wish to follow the path of the marquis, harboring no other intentions. The champion marquis is a pillar of our great Zhou. He deserves a worthy partner, and I fear I am unworthy of him." Her ethereal voice resonated throughout the hall, intensifying the already tangled atmosphere. Jiang Ning gazed at Yun Li Huang with fervor, completely oblivious to the fact that he was her uncle, the son of Wang Qingping, and the recognized master of the divine sword. Yun Feiyang. As he pondered how to break the ensuing stalemate, the previously silent grand elder stood up. "Your Majesty." His voice boomed like a bell, restoring unity to the hall's atmosphere. "The champion marquis's military exploits are unparalleled, and a union with the princess aligns with the will of the people that I urge your majesty to reconsider, and I implore the princess to deliberate." With that declaration, the grand elder cast a sweeping glance over the civil and military officials. They all rose in unison, echoing, "We beseech your majesty to reconsider, and we implore the princess to deliberate." Jiang Ning was taken aback by this display, realizing that the entire court had already capitulated to the authority of the cabinet. No wonder Yunding Tian had so easily seized power, confining himself within the royal estate. Yunding Tian smiled faintly, as if this outcome had long been anticipated. "Grand Elder, such cunning tactics have garnered you the compliance of the entire court." The Grand Elder replied, "Your Majesty is overthinking. The officials merely offer sound counsel, all in consideration of the future of our great Zhou." As his words settled, two opposing forces had undeniably formed, with the Grand Elder at the helm. Alongside the Second Elder, the champion marquis, and the officials behind them, they exerted an overwhelming pressure towards Yunding Tian, as if it were they who occupied the throne. Yunding Tian maintained his composure, his aura flowing steadily. his eyes reflecting profound depths. Wang Qingping remained immobile, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Jiang Ning, too, remained perplexed. He understood that both factions had meticulously plotted for today's banquet, and to act. He must await the opportune moment. Grand Elder, do you seek to incite rebellion? With those words, the atmosphere within the Grand Hall became palpably tense. The officials were rendered speechless. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder spoke in a grave tone. Your Majesty, our council could ensure the longevity of the Great Zhou. I beseech you to grant our petition. The officials echoed once more, we beseech your Majesty to grant our petition. Yunding Tian matched their intensity. Rising abruptly, that I have already stated, in the Great Zhou, merit must be rewarded, and transgressions must be punished. Since today the Grand Elder seeks to procure a reward for the Champion Marquis, why not allow me to also impose a penalty for his crimes? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Yunding Tian turned to Wang Qingping, who had remained silent since the banquet commenced. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Qingping rose, gradually making his way to the forefront of the hall, standing directly before the Grand Elder and the officials. The Champion Marquis's crime. Wielding military might to elevate himself, plotting insurrection. The Grand Elder's crime. Showing disdain for the sovereign, undermining imperial authority. The cabinet's crime. Forming cliques for personal gain. Disrupting the court's governance. Wang Qingping's words resounded like thunder. Hearing this, some officials, lacking courage, broke into a cold sweat. In that moment, Jiang Ning and Yun Li Suang remained seated, as though the unfolding events were of no concern to them. Is the Grand Elder truly prepared to confront me? The Grand Elder glared at Wang Qingping, a hint of frostiness in his gaze. The sight of Wang Qingping siding with Yunding Tian was unexpected for the Grand Elder. Wang Qingping declared, as a minister, I must serve the Great Zhou and the Yun clan. By mentioning the Yun clan, he implied that the Great Zhou belonged to them, and outsiders had no right to interfere. At this moment, Yunding Tian sternly asked, Grand Elder, do you plead guilty? The Grand Elder scoffed disdainfully. The cabinet has toiled for the Great Zhou, dedicating decades to internal governance and external defense, if it were not for the cabinet's efforts in the capital during the Seven Nations assault. The Great Zhou might have lost half its territory. Your Majesty, do you truly wish to impose punishment? Umph. Yunding Tian snorted. During the Seven Nations attack on our Great Zhou, the Grand Elder took advantage of my weakened state to seize power. While I had the intent to manage state affairs, did the Grand Elder ever provide me with the opportunity? The Grand Elder remained silent, his aura steadily coalescing, reaching its zenith. Do you plead guilty? Yunding Tian bellowed. The Grand Elder smirked ominously. I am innocent, thus I do not plead guilty. Impudent upon his words, Yunding Tian's aura suddenly froze. That in the blink of an eye, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted. Surging towards the Grand Elder like a rainbow, the hall erupted in gasps. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, effortlessly conjuring a barrier before him. Overestimating yourself. The spiritual energy collided with the barrier, causing an explosion within the Grand Hall. The Champion Marquis and the Second Elder, positioned nearby, instinctively summoned their powers to shield themselves, retreating several steps. The officials were engulfed in terror, hastily backing away, while the Grand Elder, having withstood Yunding Tian's strike, emanated a radiant golden light, a divine wheel manifesting behind him. Yunding Tian, should you cease hostilities now, you may continue to reign as emperor. I shall let this matter pass. Let me cease, Yunding Tian scoffed. But will the Grand Elder extend the same courtesy to the princess? The tempestuous lightning and fierce flames that accompanied her birth, did they not originate from your hand? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. The thunderous flames within Yun Li Suang had indeed stemmed from the Grand Elder. Indeed, as Jiang Ning pondered, the Grand Elder resolutely responded, to block her meridians with the tempestuous lightning and fierce flames. Thereby obstructing her cultivation was indeed my scheme. Yunding Tian's voice erupted in fury. Add another charge. I wish to see how the fivefold divine wheel emperor intends to punish me. The Grand Elder retorted defiantly. As his words faded, the Grand Elder conjured a pure and powerful aura, enveloping himself in flames, and shot upward with explosive force. Boom! The magnificent hall's roof shattered, debris raining down. Yunding Tian wasted no time. In an instant, he summoned his own divine wheel, pursuing the Grand Elder, in the Grand Hall. Two formidable divine wheel experts had suddenly vanished. The second elder attempted to move as well, but was swiftly intercepted by Wang Qingping. Second elder, I kindly request you remain within the hall. The second elder retorted coldly, do you believe that with your mere one-fold divine will strength, you can impede me? Indeed not, but before Wang Qingping could finish, an unusual force surged forth. Amidst the dazzling light, several strands of black energy erupted from Wang Qingping's hands. In an instant, before the second elder could comprehend, these black strands ensnared him. Extreme Demon Dark Flame Binding? Upon uttering this phrase, the black strands imprinted upon the second elder. The second elder, well-versed in knowledge, recognized that this spiritual treasure was none other than the Great Zhou dynasty's national treasure, the Extreme Demon Dark Flame Binding. Wang Qingping held one end of the binding, while the other morphed into numerous strands, ensnaring the second elder tightly. Despite his struggles and the surge of spiritual energy, the second elder found himself unable to break free from the binding's grasp. Master, the champion Marquis suddenly shouted, unleashing his spiritual energy. Wang Qingping, focused on restraining the second elder, was unable to divert his attention, and the champion Marquis charged at him with a fist. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to intervene, another torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him. Yan Lishuang made her move. Bang! Two forces collided, instantly unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged outward after a brief entanglement. Tables flew, dishes scattered across the ground. In an effort to avoid being caught in the tumult, Prince Guangping swiftly leapt away. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the second elder seized the opportunity, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost, the divine wheel manifesting. Think you can escape? Do you deem the national treasure of the Great Zhou to be a mere trinket? Behind Prince Guangping, a divine wheel also materialized, illuminating the Grand Hall with dazzling golden light. However, the second elder was ultimately a formidable figure at the fifth level of the divine wheel realm, effortlessly dragging the extreme demonic dark flames upward. Prince Guangping intensified his efforts, enveloping himself in boundless spiritual energy, charging forth with overwhelming authority, heavily bearing down upon the second elder. Bang, bang! The two of them surged forth from the Grand Hall, one after the other. Among the civil and military officials, some scholarly gentlemen, utterly powerless, were nearly paralyzed with fright, only managing to leave the hall with the assistance of their colleagues. Outside the hall, several thousand guards formed an impenetrable circle around it, forbidding anyone from leaving. Although the officials had vacated the Grand Hall, they remained trapped by the guards' blockade. Inside, only the champion Marquis, Yan Lishuang, and a certain Jiang Ning who had yet to vacate her seat remained. Princess, you are somewhat overestimating your capabilities, setting aside your second level in the Void Realm. Has the thunderous flame energy within you been alleviated in any manner? As he spoke, the champion Marquis unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm. Quietly gathering power, poised for action, that moment, another voice echoed within the Grand Hall that if the princess cannot contend with you alone, what if I were to join her? Chapter 74. The one who arranged the formation meets again. Zhu Yin felt a surge of anger on one hand. She was furious that the banquet's food had caused her such embarrassment. On the other, she was incensed that the little attendant she had summoned had slipped away during her entrance. After leaving the snow-hidden land, Zhu Yin found herself, as expected, lost within the vast expanse of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. What is happening? In such a large palace, why is there not a single person in sight? Where on earth has that little attendant led me? The palace was lined with towering walls, and the 14-year-old girl could only see the walls on either side and the elusive corners ahead, with nothing else visible. Zhu Yin was oblivious to her whereabouts, only aware of passing through one door after another, with doors leading to more doors, and after wandering so far, she had yet to encounter a single soul, driving her to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, prompting Zhu Yin to look up. She beheld two golden orbs streaking through the air, their overwhelming presence pressuring her. Whoosh! It felt as though a fierce wind struck her. Had she not steadied herself against the wall, she might have fallen. Isn't this a banquet? Why does it feel like a battle is breaking out? Zhu Yan's heart raced with trepidation. No, I haven't finished eating. With that thought, she felt a surge of energy, hastily quickening her pace towards the direction she sensed. Yet, after what felt like an eternity of running, Zhu Yin still found no way back to the Grand Hall. At that moment, another strange noise resonated from above. She looked up once more, only to see an elderly man bound in black ropes hurtling through the air, followed closely by another person holding onto the rope. Could that be Prince Guangping? Zhu Yin gasped, her anxiety mounting. What on earth was happening in the hall? Growing increasingly frantic, she dashed around in a frenzy. The outcome was predictable. She still could not find her way back. However, this time, amidst her frantic search, she stumbled upon a group of elders. Initially intending to approach and ask for directions, the moment Zhu Yin drew near, a powerful aura surged forth. Upon closer inspection, she realized the group of elders formed a circle around an altar. Each enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy. The altar sparkled with 7 hues of light, intertwining with the elders that a formation. Zhu Yin furrowed her brows in confusion. That wasn't the Great Zhou Imperial Palace hosting a banquet. Why were there a group of elderly men arranging a formation here?